the coordination has not been particularly effective. Firstly, regarding the draft phase, assistant coach Hou Ye began to articulate the pressing issues at hand, which everyone has likely encountered in the news. Riot Games intends to implement a 5-ban system in this year's spring season, abolishing the previous 3-ban format, as outlined in the official documents. The rationale for expanding the ban slots is straightforward. With an ever-increasing roster of champions, it has become challenging for Riot to maintain a balanced meta, to avert the disastrous outcomes witnessed in the previous 2 World Championships. Increasing the ban slots appears to be the most reasonable solution. Hou Ye provided some clarification on this matter. In the World Championships of Seasons 5 and 6, there were numerous overpowered champions. Previously, there were champions like Gangplank and Malphite, followed by Nidalee and Syndra, which significantly widened the gap in the draft phase between the red and blue sides. After all, these overpowered characters generally necessitate the red side to make forced sacrifices. And SKT's defeat in the finals is not unrelated to the restricted champion pool on the red side. Under the 3-ban system, their ban options were simply insufficient. Moreover, with the continuous influx of new champions in recent years, the 3-ban format indeed feels somewhat outdated. However, the issue lies in the fact that currently, only professional leagues will adopt this new system, and the implementation in ranked matches is likely still some time away. Li Zhixuan felt a sense of uncertainty. This implies that they would have to navigate this change independently, with limited experience to draw from in casual games. This spring, the professional league is destined to diverge from the ranked games. It is no wonder that he adopts a pessimistic outlook. Any minor disturbance can pose challenges for top-tier teams. If they fail to adapt swiftly, their performance on the stage could plummet dramatically. Hou Ye sipped his hot tea and reassured Zhixuan that there was no need to worry excessively. The players possess a broad champion pool, ensuring that their draft phase would not falter. They merely require some time to synchronize. He had learned this lesson well during last year's World Championship. As long as the players can utilize a sufficient number of meta champions, their experience in the draft phase would be significantly more favorable. To be fair, Hou Ye does not consider himself a drafting prodigy. In fact, his drafting skills are not among the most outstanding in the league. He maintains a conventional approach, occasionally employing innovative strategies when players exhibit flashes of brilliance. Nevertheless, compared to current LPL coaches, Hou Ye holds a notable advantage in drafting, primarily due to the support of his peers. He excels in operational strategies and tactical development, guiding players on how to secure victory and molding the team into a cohesive unit. Even so, during the S6 World Championship, Hou Ye managed to outmaneuver top drafting coaches, relying heavily on the players' champion pools. Now, with fresh talent infused into the roster, VG boasts an unparalleled depth and breadth in champion reserves. Smeb's prowess has sharpened over the past 2 years, consistently ensuring that the team faces no difficulties regarding champion availability. His mastery of split-pushing champions such as Gnar and Jace is exceptional, and he is also well-versed in AP top laners like Kennen and Rumble. He can even adeptly utilize the trio of Makai, Thresh, and Poppy. Currently, Guxing does face some challenges with certain champions like Rek'Sai, but his learning curve is remarkably swift. During the World Championship, champions like Olaf and Trundle were mastered in a similar fashion, akin to playing a fast-paced game. As for Kuro, he has gained a reputation for excelling with any champion he plays. There are not many who specialize in this area. Those who are selected are undoubtedly of world-class caliber. While they may not reach the pinnacle, they are certainly not lacking in quality. Jack's situation is akin to Guxing's. Their innate talent allows them to grasp the role of a hero with astonishing speed. Although there are some current shortcomings, the potential for them to evolve into formidable heroes in the future is undeniable. Hou Ye believes that, bolstered by depth in their roster, there is no need for excessive anxiety regarding the 5-ban format. The greatest challenge lies in the need to adapt certain strategies on the battlefield. Hou Ye highlighted this on the tactical whiteboard with a laser pointer, indicating the necessity to gradually shift the tactical focus from the lower half of the map to the upper. Acquiring Smeb certainly means he won TB left to fend for himself as a blue-collar worker in the top lane. The aim is to facilitate synergy between the top and jungle roles to exploit weaknesses in the opponent's formation, thus amplifying their advantages to secure victory. Guxing had previously assured Smeb with similar guarantees. However, implementing such transformations requires a comprehensive set of supporting measures. This represents a challenge for Gu. As Hou Ye glanced at him, noting that currently, Only his style necessitates a revolutionary adjustment. There is no need for extensive changes to Rox's mid and top players. Maintaining their original playstyle is quite suitable. Jack and Xiao Duan's duo may require only slight adjustments, and a few practice matches would allow them to adapt. In contrast, Gu Xing, as the engine and commander of the team, has much more to alter. Hou Ye's directives were readily accepted by Gu Xing. He is more than willing to make changes as long as they benefit the team. After all, the essence of professional play is to win, not merely to shine individually. A notion that Gu Xing comprehends clearly. Of course, I am not a diode, limited to a singular tactic. It is essential to retain the well-established strategies of the bot lane, Hou Ye shrugged, considering that their bot lane features Draven. Thus it is unjustifiable not to establish a dedicated system for them. Yu Wenbo smiled brightly. As a relatively new member of a championship team, he finds joy in even slight adjustments that benefit the squad. Hou Ye concluded by emphasizing another critical issue, the Chinese proficiency of the Korean players. While I do not expect them to reach the level of seamless communication as Ji Sun, at the very least, they must understand fundamental tactical terms, as this will determine the pace of our synergy. Smeb nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Having just arrived at VG, he is brimming with enthusiasm and hopes to achieve remarkable results in the new season. With clarity established regarding the direction for the upcoming season during the collective meeting, Hou Ye distributed the newly formulated training plans to the team members. Each individual received a plan tailored to their respective roles. In such a brief period last night, the coaching staff managed to devise training plans for all 5 positions, showcasing an efficiency that far surpasses that of the previous year. With Li Ji-sun providing support and the assistance of the data analysis team, Hou Ye only needs to contemplate macro-strategic issues, which naturally accelerates the workflow. Gu Xing glanced through the plans provided by his coaching staff, which outlined the preliminary model for top jungle synergy. The plan also included insights from Smeb and Kuro. Both have extensive experience with the top jungle system during their time with Rox. Overall, the foundation of the top jungle synergy still lies in the cooperation between the lanes and the jungle. In the realm of League of Legends, the synergy between junglers and laners stands as a fundamental element that must be meticulously considered. Mastery of this interplay allows players to coordinate seamlessly with their partners, executing strategies with effortless precision. Gu Xing has become particularly adept at this, owing much to his diligent efforts and the guidance provided by Hou Ye. During the nascent stages of his professional journey, when his style was yet unrefined, the head coach consistently instilled the importance of this synergy. Reflecting on this, Gu Xing feels a profound sense of gratitude. The foundational skills of a jungler must be cultivated before one's style crystallizes. Otherwise, when a player develops their unique approach, attempting to alter it later becomes an arduous endeavor. He approached his top laner, Jing Hao, and said, "Your Chinese isn't quite fluent yet, so during our practice match, I will strive to communicate using simpler vocabulary. Just focus on what I say, there's no need for others to interfere." Smeb indicated his understanding with a nod. In the evening, after wrapping up matters related to the Dota 2 division, the owner, Ding Jun, hurried to the bustling League of Legends division of the club, eager to treat the players to a grand meal to welcome the new staff. Upon entering the training room, he noticed the whiteboard marked with the scores of their recent matches. It was evident that the first day of VG's formal training sessions had not yielded promising results. Facing SSG with 2 victories and 3 defeats, yielding a win rate of barely over 50%. Hou Ye continued to review the footage, occasionally pausing the recording to elaborate on key moments. The crisp sound of the keyboard echoed in harmony with his calm and measured voice throughout the training room. Ding Jun, feeling anxious, quietly inquired of Jin Wenhe about the situation. Having invested 30 million, he could hardly withstand any losses. Jin Wenhe, now relieved from the need to translate the review content, reassured him, "It's quite normal. There are indeed communication issues between the mid and top lanes, especially since the team has only recently begun to mesh. If we could easily overpower Samsung right after forming, we would not need to compete this year. We could simply head to Riot's headquarters in Los Angeles to claim our trophy." Ding Jun, regaining his composure, acknowledged that his concern had led to unnecessary agitation. After all, SSG boasted the same roster as the previous season, with no communication barriers, and their synergy was bound to be even more refined than last year. Currently, achieving victory against VG was no small feat, and securing 2 wins was commendable. With this thought, He let out a sigh of relief and took a seat to listen to the coach's analysis. This minion wave must be handled with care, Hou Ye emphasized, highlighting the point of minion exchange in the top lane with his laser pointer. In this patch, if we can push slowly, we should avoid pushing too quickly. Do you remember what I mentioned about the patch update? Jack readily admitted his mistake. He had been responsible for that wave of minions, clearing them too swiftly, resulting in them not accumulating properly, which allowed SSG to easily regain control before VG could even enter their second turret. This misstep led to a significant drop in pressure on the top lane, permitting Samsung to roam freely and contest vision for the Baron fight. The root of the issue lay in what seemed like a trivial alteration to the minion waves. Now, both ranged and melee minions would gain an additional 60 health points as the match progressed. However, the latter no longer possessed scaling attack damage. Instead, that attribute had been shifted to the ranged minions. While observing the version updates, Hou Ye noted the significance of accumulating minion waves, especially after the adjustments made to the minion lines. With the recent changes, a slow push evidently holds greater advantages. The increased health and reduced attack power of melee minions imply that, with a modicum of attention, one can allow the enemy's robust melee minions to survive, thereby effectively stalling the minion wave. Once a sufficient number of minions congregate, the rapid fire of ranged minions will unleash devastating damage upon the opposing champions and defensive towers. However, players require time to cultivate this habit, and the initial adaptation phase inevitably involves mistakes. Hou Ye empathized greatly, observing Jack's receptiveness to feedback without further comment. Nidalee performance in today's training match was commendable. The duo, partnering with Nidalee, unleashed a relentless barrage against SSG's bottom lane, showcasing remarkable prowess. Hou Ye, take note. He advised, as he focuses on Kuro, while playing Rise and pushing the side lane, you must maintain constant communication with the jungler. Observe this wave. Hou Ye pointed out the minion line and Gu Xing's position, which were approximately 3,000 yards apart. If you push the minions slowly and another wave emerges ahead, you'll find yourself crossing the river and in a precarious position. Quickly signal the jungler instead of recklessly advancing. My goodness. I was just a wave away from having the spell penetration item when SSE suddenly grouped up, Kuro expressed, his tone laced with regret. Mainly because my vocabulary is too limited, I momentarily forgot how to signal for assistance. The professional arena differs significantly from casual matches. Players primarily rely on voice communication rather than signaling. By the time Kuro realized and attempted to signal for help, Samsung had already set their trap. Overall, the first day's results were promising. Hou Ye concluded, as during the trial, everyone's individual skills are commendable. If we could refine certain minor details, it would be perfect. He observed the training match, cognizant of the severe communication issues within VG. The foreign players often struggled to comprehend commands and keep pace with their teammates, resulting in a disjointed rhythm, relying solely on the intuitive exchanges among top-tier players. Under such adverse circumstances, achieving a 40-win rate against Samsung was, in Hou Ye's view, quite impressive. Ding Jun, upon hearing the coach's remarks, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Time for a dramatic change. He declared, let's head for dinner. When he gathered the second team as well, we shall all go together. The entire training department proceeded to the restaurant where VG frequently held celebratory feasts. Ding Jun casually handed the menu to Jack, prompting him to order first. After Yuwenba selected his preferred dishes, the others indulged freely in seafood. Gu Xing lounged in his chair, scrolling through his phone. As the off-season neared its conclusion, the forums remained abuzz with activity. Players streamed live, gossip and miscellaneous threads flourished, inundating the discussion boards. Some even debated the promotional video for the upcoming LPL spring split. Gu Xing, intrigued by this novel perspective, could not resist the urge to click and take a peek. Last summer's tournament featured the manager's wet shirt seduction, paired with those dead fish eyes. Who could possibly resist? This year, I do not seek the reliability of the officials. As long as one can exhibit a semblance of individuality, it suffices. The sight of Saiwan rolling up his shirt to reveal his impressive abdominal muscles was indeed hilarious, rivaling the awkward promotional video shot, with Uzi joining OMG. I am resolute in my desire for 7 sauce. How about having Ming Kai take center stage with a cute bear gesture? What are you thinking? This year's core undoubtedly lies with VG. Let the other teams take a step back. Brother Xing will surely be in the midst of it all. The officials are not foolish, after all. Why let a ready source of traffic go untapped? My dear Gu. Oh my dear Gu, hee hee hee. Apart from the promotional video, netizens have also shared G2's official blog post. The newly formed G2 welcomed new members and celebrated exuberantly that very night within their training base. The official blog showcased a grid of images from the training session, featuring Imp and Yankos, their cheeks flushed as they shared a drink, which certainly amused Gu Xing. It is indeed a delightful occurrence that the Polish and Korean players found common interests in a foreign land. As Gu Xing scrolled further down, he discovered some individuals angrily denouncing him for bailing out at noon, claiming that he only played one game during the live stream. But he managed to defeat Faker. Faker was also streaming on Douyu. I caught a glimpse, and by the end, his face was as red as a duck. Isn't 010's Rise a case of iron eyes? The lion dog is undeniably overpowered. When the adjustments were first made, I thought the designers were pulling a prank, never expecting it to become a monstrous hero. And that foolish Mantis, once given to Xiao Dai in a silver match, became invincible. He goes invisible in the grass, and I still play against him? The discussions in the comments gradually shifted towards inquiring about the designers' families. The reworks of the Mantis and Lion Dog have left players thoroughly disgusted. These two supermodel monsters roam the jungle with impunity. Once they gain momentum, the disadvantaged side dares not even enter the jungle. Upon reflection, Gu Xing found the situation peculiar. Typically, the designer's version updates target teams that performed exceptionally well in the previous season, aiming to diminish their dominance. Therefore, VG should have been the ones facing the nerf. As the absolute core of the team, Gu Xing should not be exempt from the designer's sweeping changes. However, this time, Riot's jungle rework, while narrowing the diversity by removing the jungle monster's reward enhancements, inadvertently reduced the gap in thought processes among jungle players. It also increased the reset time for jungle monsters, causing champions like Nidalee to face a decline. In some respects, this indeed weakened the position of junglers. Yet, the formidable rise of Rengar and Kha'Zix has empowered other aggressive jungle champions to dominate the jungle. It appears as though this only serves to bolster Gu Xing. He cannot comprehend the circumstances. First, they weaken, then strengthen. They strike with a stick only to offer a sweet date afterward. The true reason is rather straightforward. There are internal management issues at Riot. The entire season's updates primarily focused on two aspects concerning the jungle. First, increasing the refresh interval of jungle monsters and eliminating the benefits of the smite, aimed specifically at the jungle king, Gu Xing. Second, delaying the burst of assassins. Purely a designer's attempt to enhance the gameplay experience for backline characters, unrelated to VG. The two aspects are entirely separate, and due to the considerable workload, they are handled by two different teams. Chun-Li is tasked with diminishing the influence of VG, and he is relishing his efforts. In a bold move, he even replaced the essential jungle talent, Power of Time, with Courage of the Colossus, which provides a shield when hitting enemies with hard crowd control. His intention is to redeem the status of herbivorous junglers, allowing slower farming and weaker tank characters to emerge in the competitive arena. The Courage of the Colossus bestows sufficient durability upon frontline junglers. However, to his dismay, internal coordination at Riot Games faltered. A colleague responsible for delayed burst changes inadvertently created two overpowered jungle heroes, utterly disrupting Chun-Li's plans. After much revision, while core jungle heroes have indeed vanished, the result has been a version dominated by carnivorous junglers. Gu Xing, perplexed, redirected his focus to the newly served pan-seared black pork. While waiting for their dishes, Kuro pulled Jin Wonho out for a cup of iced Americano, and upon returning to their seats, they savored their drinks with satisfaction. Gu Xing began to understand. His new mid laner was an iced Americano enthusiast, consuming a large cup to awaken his senses in the morning, another to aid digestion during dinner, and yet another to promote sleep at night. He never missed a single serving throughout the day. Xinggu. Just as Gu Xing swallowed a piece of the tender black pork, his shoulder was slapped twice with force. Turning around, he was met with a square-faced figure. Gao Tianliang, still bearing a youthful innocence, looked almost childlike, yet there was a hint of anxiety in his expression. With the LSPL tournament approaching in a few days, he inquired if Gu Xing had any experience to share. Having never participated in a secondary league, Gao Tianliang was unfamiliar with the format and opponents, and Gu Xing, not wanting to let him down, contemplated before offering what he deemed a useful piece of advice. Confidence is essential in this line of work. Confidence? Gao Tianliang repeated, pondering. Gu Xing recalled his debut match against RNG, where he remained calm and self-assured. Initially, Jin Wenhe had considered offering psychological support, but ultimately found it unnecessary. This memory brought a slight smile to his lips. Do not hesitate. Make bold decisions. The greatest fear for a jungler is indecision. Once you falter, you may lose valuable opportunities. Gao Tianliang appeared to grasp the gist, though he had yet to officially step onto the stage. His most significant prior participation had been in the City Heroes Championship. Unlike the triumphant and audacious champions, he had never even progressed beyond a net cafe competition. He was entirely unaware of what it truly meant to compete on stage. Xingge means you should approach the stage as if your opponents are mere fodder, slicing through them with ease, chided Zhang Xingran, who resembled a chubby Fua, as he playfully embraced his frail jungler. You need to get a move on. Gao Tianliang shot back, using sharp words towards his teammates. He was older than Xingge, and they were world champions while he was still floundering in the LSBL. His words were quite caustic. Gu Xing grew concerned that, without even starting the second team's match, the camaraderie among the junglers might already be fraying. Yet, Zoom remained unfazed, raising his highball glass to shake the ice-cold cola within, exuding an air of sophistication. You're not that formidable. Even our mid laner can't lose to you in a solo. One win, one loss, all right? Gao Tianliang retorted, his frustration boiling over. And the match we lost was because my connection lagged. Upon hearing terms such as blind monk and mid lane, Gu Xing's mind instinctively recalled the steadfast Cain. In a memorable match, the mid lane Li Xin had nearly overwhelmed the then second-tier player Ma Xianghua, prompting Jack to often ridicule Lu Shiyu with that incident amidst the Seven Wolves. Gu Xing had nearly memorized it. Who is your mid laner? He inquired of Gao Tianliang while scanning the private room. The second team had absorbed a multitude of talents, and his gaze fell upon a sea of unfamiliar faces. From Pingxiang, with the ID toothpaste. Is that peculiar? Gao Tianliang pointed out. Gu Xing followed his gaze and spotted a stout young man voraciously devouring fried rice. The ID struck a chord in his memory. Last year, during a training match with the team Greedy and Cool, Black Toothpaste had been the mid laner for the Pingxiang Yiji Internet Cafe. Noticing Gu Xing's attention, Toothpaste hurried over. Brother Xing, do you still remember me? Of course. Gu Xing replied with a smile. What about Wu Shuang? He initially intended to join VGP, but the opportunity didn't align, so he went to YM, Toothpaste briefly mentioned. When VG lifted the trophy, the Yiji Internet Cafe team had just disbanded. Both he and Zhuoding aimed to join the second team, inspired by VG's reputation. However, with both now serving as mid laners and VGP having only one starting position, they decided that Zhuoding would go to YM, allowing both a chance to play. You know, that day when I lost to you with Li Xin, was it because of lag? Gao Tianliang persisted in seeking validation from Toothpaste. Zhang Xingran interjected, pinching his throat and shouting lag. It's unfair, rematch. Gu Xing was bemused by how, time and again, he could identify Gao Tianliang's weak points in defense, precisely tearing open his vulnerabilities. Stop whining. In the match we had this morning, you picked captain and ended up sabotaging me. Gao Tianliang was quite displeased. Brother Xing, have you ever seen an explosive gold flow captain? He plays like a generous child, with the dynamite barrels consistently detonated by the opposing team. Toothpaste, did you see that? Zoom's captain plays, and I could operate with one hand better than him. Suddenly caught in the crossfire of their banter, Toothpaste's gaze darted back and forth between his jungler and top laner. Ultimately, he feigned ignorance. I wasn't there. I went to bed early last night. It's not my concern. After conversing with the members of the second team for a while, Gu Xing was drawn aside by Jack for a private chat. Upon returning to the private room, he noticed 2 empty bottles of wine adorning the dining table. In that moment, Gu Xing mistakenly assumed that the inebriated Bobby or Imp had returned. However, a quick scan revealed that they were, in fact, consumed by Smeb. Song Jinghao's cheeks were flushed, and he was still embracing Kuro and Hongmi while singing lies. The familiar cacophony brought back memories of that unforgettable birthday celebrated in Los Angeles after their championship victory. One was drinking, the other sipping coffee. They truly made a perfect pair, Gu Xing chuckled softly. The following day, VG was summoned for promotional filming and official photo shoots. The officials organized the sessions according to the groupings, successfully coordinating 6 teams each day. Among the remaining 5 teams in Group A, Gu Xing recognized several familiar faces. Notably, all members of the Seven Wolves were present. In a gathering reminiscent of stars clustering around the moon, the likes of RNG's Xianghua, Shizenming, and NB's Lin Weixiang and Lu Qingsong, alongside Saint Gun and Hou Ye, surrounded Gu Xing, offering him a protective circle. He noticed that initiating conversations was now more effortless, with everyone seemingly orbiting around him. After exchanging some amusing anecdotes from the off-season, Gu Xing turned his attention to Song Yijin, discussing IG's new roster for the upcoming season. "Old Song, your lineup looks promising this year," Jack exclaimed, playfully thumping Hou Ye on the back. "You're not seriously thinking about winning the championship, are you?" Yu Wenba chimed in, his playful punch nearly causing Hou Ye to stumble. Hou Ye rubbed his back, responding modestly, "Not at all. I think we should aim for the playoffs first. If we can coordinate well, perhaps we can push further." Song Yijin remained humble, a trait rooted in his character and a painful experience from last year when his teammates had decisively defeated him. He dared not boast, fearing the possibility of being proven wrong by season's end. "I'm utterly bewildered. How could we end up in the same group?" he lamented. Saint Gun, once a top-tier player under Dong Xiaosa, had a good rapport with everyone. Yet it felt suspicious that Group A's average strength surpassed that of Group B by a considerable margin. Lu Qingsong concurred, "We're likely to see Ming Kai, that joker, take the group lead again. It's unbearable. Wherever VG lands, that group becomes the powerhouse." Gu Xing shrugged. "It's simply the way it is, thanks to Li Jie. Brothers." "Someone's trying to show off," Lin Weixiang teased, reaching to tickle Gu Xing. "I absolutely detest when someone pretends in front of me." Laughter erupted as they engaged in playful banter. However, there were subtle schemes afoot. A member from the QG team, who had come to film a promotional video, stealthily approached and delivered a light punch to Gu Xing before innocently retreating. After a considerable wait, the makeup artist finally summoned the players, allowing Gu Xing to escape the playful chaos. As the makeup artist applied an array of peculiar substances to his face, Gu Xing's gaze was drawn to the staff's attire, which differed markedly from the previous year. What was the emblem emblazoned on their t-shirts? His curiosity piqued. The makeup artist, a minor leader within the team, casually replied while brushing Gu Xing's forehead, "It's the logo of Vision Punch." "Vision Punch?" Gu Xing instinctively inquired. "What does that have to do with fists?" The makeup artist, well versed in the matter, explained, "It's a subsidiary of Riot Games, primarily responsible for event planning and organization. Haven't you noticed there's no banana plan this year? Now, Vision Punch has taken over this aspect, meaning Riot is handling the events directly and is reluctant to delegate it to others." Gu Xing understood. Organizing events necessitated professionals. Yet the banana plan had evidently faltered. The notorious BO10 format and frequent pauses were indicative of its shortcomings. During the summer finals and the D Cup, the club had to train in unfamiliar locations without dedicated practice rooms, resorting to internet cafes for scrimmages. The unreliable banana plan had once created many cherished memories for both audiences and players in 2016. The outcome of Vision Punch's oversight remained uncertain, but it could hardly be worse. While shooting promotional photos, Gu Xing felt the distinction in treatment. For players of lesser renown, a few snapshots sufficed. Under the director's insistence, he posed in front of the camera, executing a myriad of gestures while the flashbulbs incessantly flickered, causing Gu Xing's eyes to sting painfully. According to the cinematographer, the multitude of stills captured would allow them to select the most favorable representations. Gu Xing recalled the aloof promotional photos he had been compelled to take during the World Championship, and instantly, he felt no resentment. When it came time to film the promotional video, it became evident that the authorities intended to position him as the main character. In nearly every segment featuring the team and group photographs, he stood prominently at the center. He was even required to perform various rather awkward antics in front of other competitors. Gu Xing, fully embracing his social role, was unconcerned about any potential embarrassment and found himself thoroughly enjoying the experience. However, the teammates assigned as spectators in the documentary could hardly contain their laughter at Gu Xing's antics, particularly Smeb and Kuro, being novices to such an experience. Their inability to manage their expressions led to frequent bouts of laughter. The director had to pause the filming to allow the players a moment to collect themselves. During the intermission, Gu Xing casually browsed his phone, refreshing the new posts in the forum. As the spring season approached, netizens began to deliberate on the power rankings of the new season's teams. Is VG truly unparalleled? Smeb and Gu. I can't wait to see this duo of the world's strongest jungler and top laner dominate everything. Has WE's coach changed to White Crescent? Can anyone knowledgeable comment on his skill level? We was just one step away from the World Championship last season. Surely they won't be selling tickets again this year? VG at the top tier, EDG and RNG are comparable, we, Snake, and IM are on par, while IG remains an enigma, and the rest are simply lackluster. Is LGD really reluctant to use Wei Shin? Imp has already gone out to win championships. Perhaps a change of scenery might breathe new life into Gao Dui. Gao Dui had been relegated to the bench since last summer, and he too felt an urge to showcase his skills elsewhere. Whenever Gu Xing visited the LGD base to see Dandy, he would often find Gao Dui engrossed in other games, as if attempting to transfer his talent to different ventures. Speaking of the veteran Dandy, he has completely embraced a new path this year by joining the LGD coaching staff, leaving the spotlight to the Jungle King, Imi. Thus, the legendary Samsung Blue and White duo, who had infused the LPL with boundless competitive vigor since 2015, have entirely exited the stage. With all 10 players stepping away from the competitive arena, Gu Xing, however, was not in the mood for nostalgia or lamentation. After finishing the promotional shoot, he hurried back to training, eager to enhance the synergy between himself and his teammates before the spring season commenced. Yet, the process proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Aside, I recommend this book, written by my old friend who specializes in romantic comedies. Titled Rebirth, Flowing Against the Current for 10 Years. It features dual female protagonists, beginning with selling goods on Taobao, accumulating funds through mobile gaming, and investing in various ventures, gradually rising in the urban commercial landscape over 12 years. Those interested may wish to take a look. In the midst of a communication debacle, Gu Xing directed his laser pointer onto the screen, highlighting the untamed minion wave that had yet to be cleared. Why have you come to the jungle so hastily? Rui Hang? This wave is yours. Come assist me instead. If we engage in a skirmish, we risk substantial losses, and even a victory would yield little profit, he articulated. His throat parched, pausing to sip cola to soothe his voice. Kuro, singled out, wore an expression of regret. I heard you calling for a fight, and in my eagerness, neglected the minions, he explained. Upon hearing the translation from Hou Ye, Gu Xing fell into a brief silence before responding. I also mentioned we should wait until they enter the jungle. There's no need to rush. The atmosphere in the training room was somewhat awkward, with Jack stifling a chuckle nearby. Kuro shook his head in resignation. I truly didn't comprehend that sentence. It was beyond my grasp. Consequently, he dashed into the jungle, abandoning the minion wave in hopes of joining his jungler for a chaotic assault. However, Gu Xing had no intention of making an immediate move. Their communication and strategies were clearly misaligned. Gu Xing remained at a loss for words. This was the 4th day of the VG joint training session. To be fair, the two Korean players had made commendable progress in their Chinese. While their linguistic aptitude did not match that of Hou Ye, they had surpassed the baseline, especially considering some Korean players had minimal proficiency. Nevertheless, fully grasping the team's internal communication in such a short span proved to be a significant challenge. Kuro could understand basic terms like collapse and team fight, but when faced with longer sentences, he found himself at a loss. Smeb, scratching his head, empathized. Recalling the initial struggles of learning a new language, the most challenging phase of communication. When one has no command of Chinese, conversations tend to be succinct, often reverting to English, which is easier to comprehend. The only drawback being a slight delay in responses, yet intentions align seamlessly. Now, having acquired a modicum of Mandarin, the pace of speech had quickened, leaving them to grasp only fragments of sentences, sometimes even misinterpreting them entirely, which became a hindrance. Xiaoduan nodded in agreement, remarking that their current level of Chinese felt as though they were stuck in limbo, neither advancing nor regressing. However, there was no alternative, as Hongmi finally spoke up. If we do not practice communication in real combat situations, our proficiency in Chinese will never improve. Scheduling training matches is the most effective way to enhance our gaming vernacular. Simply learning Mandarin in daily life will not suffice when we face the pressure of the arena. This was the growing pain that the new VG roster had to endure. Gu Xing reclined in his ergonomic chair, hands cradling his head, contemplating the fluctuating results of their recent scrims, reluctantly accepting the reality of the situation. At this juncture in his professional career, he was experiencing communication issues for the first time. Previously, when Hou Ye and Imp were present, occasional disagreements would arise due to commands or on-the-spot decisions, but overall, their communication during matches had been seamless. Upon joining VG, Li Zhixuan would watch advanced mathematics lectures in Chinese and was adept at games like Do Di Zhu and Three Kingdoms Kill, although Imp's pronunciation was unclear. It was merely a phonetic issue, and one became accustomed to his peculiar speech without discomfort. Accompanying two newcomers as they embark on their journey to learn Chinese from scratch is undeniably a challenge. As the afternoon training match came to a close, Smeb and Kuro hurriedly retrieved their textbooks from their bags and rushed to the adjacent small room for Chinese tutoring. The remaining players headed to the dining hall to dine with the members of the second team. The trial work for the VGP's coach had yet to conclude, and it seemed they would have to wait until the spring tournament commenced before they could independently take charge. Just as Gu Xing was about to leave, he was called back by Hou Ye. It had been a while since they last conversed, and today he found a moment to chat. It was evident that he was gradually acclimating to the new rhythm of play. Your Excellency adjusted his glasses while translating. The strategy has not yet fully formed, and fluctuations in team performance are entirely normal. Do not place excessive pressure on yourself. Gu Xing smiled, feeling that pressure was not an issue. After attaining the World Championship, his mindset had subtly shifted. Previously, he was quite concerned about the results of training matches and regular competitions, but now he maintained a calmer disposition, believing that it was not a significant matter. His attitude remained earnest, yet he was less fixated on the outcomes. The most crucial aspect was to achieve progress. However, he found himself slightly unaccustomed to the situation. He opened up about the confusions he faced, particularly regarding Kuro, with whom he often collaborated. He struggled to articulate just how unique Kuro's style was. After playing over 100 training matches against ROX last year, it was only when their relationship transitioned from adversaries to teammates that Gu Xing truly recognized the peculiarities of Kuro's gameplay. In the current era, Rui Xing indeed had an aversion to consuming resources. Hou Ye, guessing the thoughts of their jungler, confessed, "To be honest, I initially thought he was merely a utility player, never anticipating he could evolve into this." Gu Xing nodded vigorously. Kuro genuinely relished allowing others to take the economic lead to an extreme degree. Kuro had often requested Gu Xing to assist him in the mid lane, not merely to help clear waves, but even to let him have the minions. Even when Gu Xing played a jungle-centric role last season, he had never experienced such treatment. Although His Excellency supported the jungle, he required substantial economic resources to sustain his equipment, unless Gu Xing was in dire need of gold for a crucial item. It was improbable for him to allow Kuro the minion waves. Yet Kuro delighted in this approach. When VGP sought to recruit players, the data team had previously provided a detailed analytical report on Kuro, encompassing both superficial and advanced statistics for the team's reference. The exhibited data was astonishing. During the S6 summer tournament, Kuro's average damage per minute was 666, ranking just below Lee Sang-hyok, even surpassing that of Crown. Remarkably, he achieved this output with a team economic share of merely 213, placing him at the bottom of the LCK League. It is important to note that during the summer tournament, support champions like Janna had not yet become prevalent, with most being hard supports that did not consume economy. Kuro's economic contribution often mirrored that of Peanut, which was lower than both the top laner and ADC. Consequently, the damage conversion rate he attained was an astonishing 165. This was the epitome of resourcefulness. VGP valued Kuro's damage output capabilities, coupled with their inclination towards roaming and synergy with the jungler, ultimately leading to their decision to recruit him. Certainly, according to the data from the analysis report, Kuro's performance in the landing phase is rather unremarkable. Throughout the initial 10 minutes of the summer season matches, his economic disparity, experience deficit, and last-hitting statistics all exhibited negative values. Hou Ye believes that Kuro often resorts to utility champions like Karma and Dragon Knight, which has adversely affected these metrics. After all, a utility mid laner must frequently roam and provide immediate support to teammates during skirmishes, leading to some losses in minion count. It can be said that statistics can occasionally be misleading. Without a detailed analysis of performance on the battlefield, it is challenging to uncover the truth. All members of VG, including Hou Ye, assumed Kuro merely played a utility role, favoring assistance and roaming, yet still managed to deal significant damage, qualifying him as an exceptional mid laner. However, when Gu Xing and Kuro became teammates, after several days of practice matches, they discovered Kuro's astonishing playstyle. His subpar statistical performance during the first 10 minutes of landing was not solely due to his frequent roams. He would also distribute economic benefits to the jungler. If he called the jungler to help clear waves before recalling, a considerable portion of the minion gold would go to Gu Xing. Even after transitioning from the landing phase, Kuro often allowed his teammates to take the gold, resulting in his average last hits being less than 8 last summer, placing him second to last among LCK mid laners. For a summer championship team, such statistics from a mid laner are simply unfathomable. From the current perspective, the mid lane holds paramount importance, and the dignity of a mage cannot be undermined. It is already absurd enough that Kuro frequently plays utility champions. Now he is even distributing gold to his teammates? Are you truly playing mid lane? While studying ROX for the World Championship, no one had anticipated Kuro would adopt such a style. Hou Ye couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It truly opened my eyes to a new perspective. This idiom was added during the translation by Hou Ye. Li Zhishuan has stepped away from being a professional player, and now his work feels much lighter. He often delves into Chinese culture and has developed a keen interest in idioms, occasionally adding a few lines here and there. Quite a commendable effort. The S tournament seems to have prompted mid laners to start taking Ghost, as the jungler must assist in managing the minion waves to ensure the teammates can return without losing minions. Gu Xing speculated that Xia Huaxing's early game maneuver of sneaking into the mid lane for minion waves was not as conspicuous. When the jungler assists in pushing lanes, it's reasonable for them to have a few dirty hands, right? However, this should be a positive for you, Li Zhishuan teased, with Kuro around. You can enjoy more economic benefits. The crux of the matter is that it's simply not accustomed. Gu Xing felt somewhat helpless. To be fair, as a jungler, he genuinely appreciates Kuro. Not only does he refrain from taking gold, but he also allows minions to be shared whenever they encounter difficulties during the landing phase. Kuro is sure to come and provide support. Simultaneously, his damage output is exceptionally high. This is precisely the type of mid-lane teammate any jungler dreams of. What more could one desire? With a bit more synergy over time, it will be fine. Hou Ye reassured Gu Xing with a pat on the shoulder. Just consider it this way. With the jungle respawn time increased to 150 seconds. What should one do after clearing the jungle camps? Simply go and soak up the minion waves in mid lane. Kuro would likely welcome such a playstyle. Li Zhishuan encouraged him, remarking that Xiao Gu was certainly not an inept player, adept at dealing damage and setting the pace, akin to an unconventional wild core. Gu Xing rubbed his forehead, realizing that merely relying on scrims would make rapid adaptation quite challenging. He resolved to engage in more duo matches with Kuro. He rose to head to the dining hall and encountered Gao Tianliang, who was busy with a bowl of rice. "Brother Xing, please take a seat," the latter quickly offered, vacating his spot. The round table in the dining hall, though not small, accommodating approximately 10 diners, still felt insufficient after the second team came here to share meals. No, I can eat standing up," Gu Xing replied, rushing to serve himself rice, taking a moment to rest his back after sitting all afternoon. He had grown quite fond of eating while standing at the base, as it not only allowed him to relax his body, but also enabled him to frequently roam and sample all the dishes on the table. Jin Wenhe observed the bustling scene before him, muttering, "This dining arrangement is inadequate. We need to replace it with a larger table. You all have a match today, right?" Gu Xing inquired amiably, picking up a pair of chopsticks to grasp some lettuce. "How did it go?" "Naturally, we secured a solid victory," Zhang Xingran exclaimed excitedly from the side, crediting the first team for their support. Otherwise, how could they have snagged the opening match? It was clear to any discerning observer that an ordinary second team would struggle to gain visibility in the LSBL. The value of VGP became apparent at that moment. As a newly emerging powerhouse backed by world champions, the organization was afforded considerable prestige, securing them a spot in the most high-profile opening match, which attracted a substantial audience. The members of the second team, having attained their first victory, were all in high spirits. Everything seems fine. Those who can join VGP undoubtedly possess remarkable talent. If they continue to work diligently, they will surely realize their potential, Gu Xing praised, then inquired, "Do you think we can contend for the championship this spring?" Gao Tianliang initially shook his head, but then recalled the older brother's insistence on confidence, gritting his teeth and nodding. However, Yao was less optimistic, mentioning that teams like YM and Suning were formidable, and with the presence of Dan, this year's secondary league was brimming with strong contenders. To Gu Xing, the LSBL seemed akin to a casual game, easily crushed. Yet, for a young player who had previously only participated in the City Hero Championship, the secondary league was replete with stars. Suning's top laner, known as Wolf Walk, was genuinely fierce, Zhang Xingran admired, noting that despite his rather morose appearance, he played with remarkable intensity, nearly overwhelming the opposing top lane today. The secondary league was not so straightforward during the promotion and relegation phase. It was common to see LPL-level players descending to dominate the lower ranks, with substitutes aiding in securing promotion spots. Some even resorted to hiring Korean players for immediate impact. The LSBL was a mixed bag, and teams like YM and VGP, which served as training grounds, faced significant challenges in ascending. It was unrealistic to expect a group of newcomers to outmaneuver seasoned veterans, Gao Tianliang lamented. The mid-jungle duo from YM is quite formidable as well. After Shi Xinming's departure, Ning transitioned to jungle, and his current performance is impressive. His talent is truly extraordinary. It's quite a rarity to see an ADC switch to jungle. Typically, more mid laners made such a transition. In the realm of jungle gameplay, one must possess a comprehensive perspective and consider the overall situation to make sound decisions. ADC players typically focus on their mechanics, and it is rare for them to engage in team leadership, often relegating their role to merely supporting the bot lane. In many respects, Gao Zhining is indeed a prodigy. Gu Xing listened with great interest as the players from the second team recounted amusing anecdotes from the LSBL, a world he had yet to experience. After all, he began his journey in the top-tier league. VG's journey of collaboration continued unabated until the very eve of the spring season's commencement. Despite a noticeable improvement in the communication skills of the Korean players in the mid and top lanes, as Smeb remarked, a partial understanding of Chinese might actually hinder their ability to follow commands effectively. During the training match against Longzhou on the evening of January 18th, VG narrowly lost with a score of 3-4. Peanut sent a voice message gloatingly, seizing the opportunity to boast excitedly. Gu Xing, left with no choice, endured Peanut's exuberant chatter for a solid 5 minutes before finally ending the call. The new top laner on the opposing team displayed considerable skill, eliciting a look of approval from Smeb, who noted that the Jax was played exceptionally well. Gu Xing recognized Hanlebong as the master of Jax, leaving a lasting impression on him, especially since Long's Jax had been trained under him previously. Upon hearing that Longzhou's newly recruited top laner Khan was a Korean player from LSBL, Gu Xing recalled the formidable Jax player. After confirming with Peanut, he realized it was indeed the same individual, underscoring the smallness of their circle. Gu Xing pondered why Longzhou seemed so formidable. Something felt amiss. The new mid laner on the opposing side exhibited remarkable prowess. Was this the caliber of LCK's rising stars? Initially, many had been skeptical about Longzhou, believing that although Peanut was exceptionally skilled, he would struggle to perform freely in the jungle without his mid and top lane allies. To everyone's surprise, the newcomers brought onto Longzhou were surprisingly talented. Gu Xing recalled the pessimistic sentiments circulating on the Korean forums regarding the S7 LCK spring season, which now seemed overly bleak. Opening the recording of that evening's training match, Gu Xing fast-forwarded to the moments when issues arose. The root cause still seemed to be communication. Frankly, he had emphasized this repeatedly, and he suspected they were tired of hearing it. With a hint of sarcasm, he addressed Smeb, saying, "You need to keep the wave near the turret. If you notice any unusual movements from the enemy and wish to exploit your advantage in the upper lane, make sure to signal." While Xiao Gu might not comprehend your words, signals are universally understood. If tomorrow we can ensure the jungler doesn't misinterpret your intentions, that will be a success. Smeb responded with a radiant smile, his cheerful disposition shining through. He was an optimist with a low threshold for humor, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Don't worry, tomorrow I'll handle the lane and turn the opponents into a basket case." The mention of basket sent the entire VG training room into fits of laughter, filling the atmosphere with joy. Although Gu Xingbin had departed, the influence he had on the team lingered. When the Chinese tutor first arrived, Smeb wished to express that the instruction was commendable, and so he turned to the teacher and exclaimed, "You teach like a basket." Smeb still vividly recalls the incredulous expression on his teacher's face. Ultimately, after discovering the true meaning behind the word basket, he, under the guidance of Jin Wonha, apologized to the teacher, thereby resolving the incident. However, the embarrassing moment soon spread throughout VG, and everyone became aware that Smeb had referred to the Chinese teacher as basket. Enraged, Smeb even contacted Imp to settle the score. After a lengthy conversation with Zhu Qingbin, they surprisingly agreed to meet for drinks later. You and Imp are meeting during the mid-season tournament? Duan Deliang exclaimed in astonishment. Jinghao, you truly possess confidence. Their hard power was certainly not in question. Yet, the timing for resolving communication issues and breaking free from constraints remained uncertain. The arena is ever-changing. Sometimes, a minor miscommunication can lead to a significant downfall. Thus, in the upcoming opening match, they aimed to take down RNG. Gu Xing was filled with ambition, striving to crush the opposition. After reviewing their gameplay, the VG players continued to rank until 3 in the morning, preparing to return to their dorms for rest. Eager to get a good night's sleep ahead of the official spring season kickoff, Gu Xing and Kuro were the last to leave. Recently, the two had been duo queuing incessantly, seeking to adapt to each other's playstyles. The results were remarkably effective, with an exceptionally high efficiency in climbing ranks. As the mid lane and jungle players chatted and ascended the stairs, they noticed Smeb lurking suspiciously in the restaurant, seemingly up to no good. After finishing his last sip of iced Americano, Kuro pushed the door open and inquired in the newly learned Chinese, Li Zagan, what are you up to? In front of Song Jinghao lay a bottle of liquor, and he appeared thoroughly satisfied. You're drinking the day before the match? Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback. Kuro stumbled through an explanation, revealing that sometimes they drank to relax before a game, mentioning that they had shared a couple of drinks before the semifinals against Fiji. It was well known that Koreans had a reputation for heavy drinking, with abstainers being a rare breed. However, some, like Zhu Chengbin, could easily slip into alcoholism. Gu Xing harbored concerns that Smeb might follow that path. Oh, I know what I'm doing, Smeb replied nonchalantly, placing the bottle back down. Just 2 cups. Perfect for aiding sleep. His demeanor remained composed and steady, indicating a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Only then did Gu Xing feel reassured. The next day at noon, he awoke and hastily devoured 2 small breads from the snack box before heading out to rendezvous with his teammates. Smeb was indeed brimming with vitality and energy. I'm determined to earn the first MVP of the new season today, he declared exuberantly. That's definitely mine. Do you think you can steal it? Jack plopped down beside Smeb, playfully teasing the new top laner. Lu Wenjun, seated at the front of the bus, observed the players in the back, laughing until he could scarcely contain himself. The 2 Korean players quickly integrated into the team atmosphere, forming bonds with their teammates. In Korea, the culture of hierarchy based on age had developed into a peculiar phenomenon, where friendships often began with inquiries about age, as only those of the same age could be considered close friends. Several domestic players were relatively young, although Koreans were less stringent regarding qualifications when interacting with foreigners. They still refrained from acting recklessly. Fortunately, the presence of Smeb and Kuro, both hailing from the Tiger team, has seamlessly transitioned their rapport with Peanut onto Gu Xing and the others, creating an atmosphere devoid of any dissonance. The camaraderie within the team is exemplary, bringing joy to Lu Wenjun. This year's spring tournament has shifted its venue from Hongqiao Tiandi to the bustling Zhongda Plaza in the city center. He has preemptively informed the players, encouraging them to enjoy the scenery as they journey into the city. The base is situated in Songjiang, a considerable distance from the urban core, and typically, the team would not venture there unless on a holiday. Gu Xing gazes through the car window, observing the Huangpu River winding gracefully under the afternoon sun, glistening like gold. He wonders if anyone is fishing for pigs along the banks. Zhongda Plaza, located in Lujiazui, is flanked by the Oriental Pearl Tower and is surrounded by opulence. The 2 Korean players, intrigued by their surroundings, continually capture moments on their phones. The venue is on the 9th floor. On the first day, they will not use the backstage entrance, but will proceed directly through the main entrance, guided by staff to the competition area above. Since the organizer has changed to Vision Punch, several positive transformations have been implemented. Upon entering the venue, one is greeted by vibrant red decor that harmonizes beautifully with the primary colors of the LPL logo. A designated area at the entrance allows fans to collect club support items, while an adjacent voting wall displaying the team logos of that day's competitors invites spectators to cast their votes, making the support rates immediately evident. What is that? Smeb exclaims, pointing animatedly ahead. Gu Xing follows his gaze and discovers a life-sized figure of Twisted Fate leaning against a pillar, striking a stylish pose. Complete with a cowboy hat and cards that catch the eye, clearly echoing a segment from a previous MV released by Riot Games. Impressive. Kuro's eyes light up. How can we purchase this? Beneath the figure, an inscription reads that it is not for sale, intended solely for viewing. You can't buy this, you know? Gu Xing mimics a Tianjin accent. Wow, look at that. Smeb suddenly shouts from the front. Gu Xing looks up to see his spring tournament portrait displayed on the wall leading to the competition area, accompanied by a prominent introduction, 2016 World Championship champion, FMVP player. Further along, photographs of other players, including Hou Ye, are showcased alongside their respective accolades. This photo wall will remain unchanged. A staff member explains as they usher in the training department members to the warmly lit venue, which features only the champions of major tournaments, serving as a small token of encouragement for everyone. As the time is still early and the audience has yet to be admitted, the venue is bustling solely with employees clad in Vision Punch attire, diligently engaged in final adjustments before the spring tournament commences, ensuring everything is flawless. This year's stage effects surpass those of Hangqiao Tiandi, with ground screen effects accompanying the team's entrances. Gu Xing follows his teammates down the backstage corridor to the lounge adorned with the VG silver and white logo. As per usual, they submit their peripherals for testing. While waiting for makeup instructions, he pulls out his phone to continue browsing online. With the spring tournament on the horizon, the various posts in the forum have been meticulously cleaned up by the moderators, leaving only those pertinent to the event. On the day of the unveiling, RNG faced off against VG, while the ever-constant IG prepared to battle Wei. Who does everyone favor? Just bet on VG without a second thought. I can't fathom how they could possibly lose with their lineup. Stop jinxing it. Are you certain that the mid and top will speak Chinese? Who knows? It might just devolve into a ranked match style where everyone relies solely on telepathic communication. Smeb will simply dominate the top lane against Let Me. His individual prowess will crush all opposition. The outcome of the second match seems uncertain as well. Wei is undoubtedly strong, but IG possesses formidable talent. Cuz Rek'Sai will secure the ban position, and if he collaborates with the team effectively, victory is all but assured. Gu Xing hurriedly skimmed through the hundreds of comments, noting that while the audience rallied behind VG, they held little hope for RNG. It was understandable, with the bot lane and jungler unchanged. The newly introduced top and support players could not possibly match the previous year's stellar Samsung White duo. RNG's strength had evidently waned, and many spectators had begun predicting over 6 months in advance that they would certainly fail to qualify for the S7 World Championship. After perusing the comments, he received a notification to head to the makeup room. Gu Xing's makeup process was somewhat sluggish, and in the end, he was left to depart with Jack. As they stepped out, they were greeted by 2 young ladies clad in matching work uniforms, their IDs prominently displayed. Wow! Gu Xing exclaimed, "What brings you two here?" "Oh, it's you, Gu Xing." Gu Pan laughed. "We just finished our final exams and decided to come intern at the event during the winter break." "What a coincidence running into you. Weren't you at Xietunen's place?" Gu Xing inquired, puzzled. "Indeed. But with the winter break upon us and no tasks left at the company, I thought it would be better to come out for an internship rather than be nagged by my parents at home. I finished organizing all the necessary data some time ago, and now my workload is minimal." Gu Pan's logic was clear and well-founded. "It's a perfect opportunity for me to observe how events are organized. It might prove beneficial in the future." Gu Xing furrowed his brow. "You could have come alone. Why drag Guanshan into this? I spent so much time persuading her to come." Gu Pan retorted, her eyes wide. "It was a mutual decision. Don't make it sound like I coerced her." Shen Guanshan eagerly nodded. "Yes, I find this internship quite intriguing." Gu Pan had been trying to encourage her to intern in the city since early January. Initially, Shen Guanshan was reluctant, but upon learning that the internship was with the company responsible for organizing LPL, she became interested. Shen Guanshan wished to understand the environment in which her boyfriend competed. Viewing from the audience's perspective had provided her with limited information. She also hoped to find common ground through this experience. Additionally, hearing that the internship did not heavily emphasize social skills gave her the resolve to take this challenging step and submit her resume before the winter break. "We are assigned to the OB group, merely observing and keeping a close watch on the entire event." Gu Pan chuckled with delight. "Nicole, just pray we don't catch you making any blunders, or you'll be in for an arrest on the spot." Both young women were first-year students, one majoring in information science and the other in mathematics, their fields starkly contrasting with the more emphasized directing and production focus of the event organization. The opportunity to intern arose primarily due to the prestigious reputation of their undergraduate institution, coupled with the fact that the newly established company, Vision Punch, was in dire need of personnel to fill numerous positions. Furthermore, the two individuals possessed a remarkable advantage: their high gaming ranks. Among a sea of interns, their diamond tier stood out as the pinnacle of excellence. The diamond threshold perfectly aligned with the requirements of the broadcast director, prompting the head of the Vision Punch department to allocate the two of them to assist in the operations. Each match involved 4 OB machines, and with experienced employees guiding them, they were quick to adapt and unlikely to make mistakes. Gupan glanced at the time and decided it was best to hurry along, urging her friend to gather for dinner later that evening. She energetically pulled her companion along. Shen Guanshan, not forgetting to turn back, gave Gu Xing an encouraging gesture. Gu Xing watched the two disappear around the corner of the backstage corridor before redirecting his gaze. Jack, who had remained in the background, couldn't help but express his envy, asking, "Is that your sister?" "Yes, the more beautiful one beside her is my girlfriend," Gu Xing replied, ruffling Yu Wenba's hair affectionately. Jack tilted his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the identities of the two women. However, it sufficed for him to know that they were closely connected to his team's jungler, Guagua. "If that photo gets out, you might just steal the nickname of Mystic's uncle," Jack exclaimed excitedly, noting how the slightly shorter girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhou Huimin. "She's just average," Gu Xing remarked, having stared at his sister's face for 18 years and developing a mild case of face blindness, failing to see anything particularly striking about her. Upon returning to the lounge, they listened as Hongmi reiterated the communication points for the day's matches. The VG players streamed out one by one, heading to the entrance of the corridor to await their turn. The audience was already a sea of eager fans, with VG supporters waving flags and cheering passionately for their beloved team. RNG, featuring an all-Chinese roster and Uzi, also held considerable popularity. Yet the disparity became apparent when compared to VG. Amidst the deafening noise reverberating just a wall away, Gu Xing felt his own passion ignite, his spirit brimming with anticipation to take the stage. The host, Rindong, projected his resonant voice throughout the venue. After a 4-month hiatus, the LPL resumed, and after a tumultuous transfer period, each club had solidified its roster for the new year, once again vying for the highest honors. In the upcoming matches, it remained uncertain who would rise to the occasion and lift the Silver Dragon Cup. The grand opening of the spring season was about to commence. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Vici Gaming. Rindong raised his hand dramatically, elongating his voice in exuberance. The dry ice swirled, and the stage lights flickered incessantly. In the midst of the roaring cheer that erupted from the audience, the members of VG stepped onto the stage. "They are truly popular," Kuro murmured as he observed the dazzling array of VG support banners below. "If you think about it, it's akin to the impact of SKT's championship win in the S3 season in Korea." Gu Xing waved to the audience, eliciting yet another wave of raucous applause. Since clinching the championship, he has gradually embraced his extraordinary popularity within the LPL region, reveling in it. A mere glance reveals that Gu Xing's support merchandise dominates half the venue. It felt reminiscent of a fan meeting. Jack murmured a few words, noting how remarkably well-liked Xinggu is. "It is what it is." Gu Xing felt an immense sense of pride. There was a time when he envied other players for their multitude of supporters, but now, as the tides of fortune shift, it is his turn to bask in unprecedented fame. Xiao Duan smiled shyly upon hearing this. In this unequivocally jungle-centric meta, Gu Xing not only boasts a championship title and an FMVP, but can also claim to have consistently carried his team without faltering. The number of supporters he attracted is certainly not negligible. Moreover, his striking visage and charming personality undoubtedly added to his appeal. Among the victorious quintet of VG, only the jungler and support remain, suggesting that Gu Xing has siphoned away a substantial portion of the championship's fanbase. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Sunming, who had yet to take the stage, felt a twinge of envy upon hearing the thunderous cheers. After battling in the secondary league for a year, despite the considerable attention garnered by YM due to their owner PDD, they were still a LSBL team, and outside of the promotion and relegation matches, the spotlight was scant. Now, standing on the grand stage of the top-tier league, facing one of the premier teams in the industry in his debut match, it would be unrealistic to claim his heart was unperturbed. Anxiously, sweat beaded on his forehead, causing his bangs to cling to his skin. "Don't be nervous." Xiangwen noticed the expression on his support's face and comforted his good brother, suggesting he treat this match as just another ordinary LSBL regular season game. Nothing to be overly concerned about. They were both part of the Seven Wolves, having shared a strong bond even before Xiao Ming joined RNG. Hearing Lu Xiyu's words, warmth washed over Shi Siming's eyes, momentarily calming his previously tumultuous heart. The next moment, Xianghua added, "After all, no one expects you to outplay the championship support, right? Just surviving the lane would be considered a success." Shi Sunming nearly gasped in disbelief. Xiao Hu chuckled with his distinctive voice, the pale yellow tactical visor swaying as he exclaimed, "Lu Xiyu, if you can talk, say a bit more." Upon overhearing his teammates' banter, Uzi's expression darkened. "What do you mean by surviving the lane? There's no way I could be outplayed by Jakulov." It was not until he noticed Letme's unusual demeanor that he inquired with concern, "What's wrong?" Letme paused for a moment. "My hands are trembling." Uzi's gaze shifted downward. Realizing Letme's palms were gently quivering, reminiscent of someone lacking feedback from their teammates. "You really don't need to worry. Just think about how we won during these past 2 weeks of scrims," he attempted to reassure him. However, the effect was minimal. Letme had yet to fully adapt to his newfound identity. Originally named Yanjuanza, he had competed in the LPL back in 2015, but had performed poorly and was relegated to the secondary league following Looper's arrival. During the transfer period, due to the departure of their Korean players, RNG could not find a better top laner, which led to his promotion back to the first team. Facing one of the top-tier top laners of the S6 season in his first match back in the LPL, it was entirely reasonable for Letme to feel a surge of anxiety. The time has come to take the stage, the spicy hot pot reminded his teammates, giving Letme a gentle push to lead the way forward. Yanjuanza took a deep breath at this juncture. He could only calm himself and step onto the stage to embrace the warm, golden light cascading from the dome above. In the backstage control room, Shun Guanshan withdrew his gaze from the colossal LED screen hanging on the wall, which had just displayed the entrance scenes of both competing teams. Turning around, he noticed a multitude of staff members crowded in the room, with a long table cluttered with numerous computers. "I must reiterate," exclaimed Zwicky, his bald head shining brightly under the lights. "Today marks the inaugural day of our spring tournament. Everyone must adhere to the meticulously crafted plan. There is no room for error." Last year, he managed the Ace Commentator segment and had previously collaborated with Gu Xing. With the establishment of Shirquan, Zui swiftly joined the team and, through merit and experience, was promoted to the position of broadcast supervisor. However, the department he inherited was not entirely cohesive. As a member responsible for OB since the inception of LPL had transitioned into a mid-level management role within Shirquan, leaving a gap in staffing. Xiao Shun and Xiao Gu, you two will jointly handle OB4, is what he instructed. OB3 is an experienced employee, and your tasks will mirror each other. This approach of pairing the old with the new serves as a precautionary measure. Your responsibility is to continuously switch screens and monitor the battlefield, observing or anticipating the onset of combat, then reporting the locations to OB2. OB2 is tasked with replaying combat footage and organizing the locations you report, which will then be compiled and presented to OB1. OB1, the main OB, will be operated by the most experienced director, orchestrating the overall coordination and executing intricate operations such as scene transitions, ultimately crafting the live broadcast that the audience witnesses. The two young women nodded in agreement. The hierarchy of the 4 OB machines was arranged sequentially by number, and as interns, their responsibilities were naturally not of paramount importance. Gu Pan rapidly typed on the keyboard, logging into the OB machine using the credentials for the game server. After entering the password, she accessed the custom room named Dominion Game 11. Compared to last year, the only distinction lay in the abbreviation of the banana plan, which had been replaced by the English name of Shirquan, Dominion. Gu Pan switched to the spectator seat, awaiting the arrival of the players. Shun Guanshan's fingers glided over the keyboard, acclimating to the controls. F served to toggle the fog of war, and F1 provided the blue team's perspective. During the first 2 days of her formal internship, Shun Guanshan underwent director training, becoming well-versed in the commonly used key positions. Her memory was exceptional. Once she reviewed something, it was unlikely she would forget. However, her shortcomings were equally apparent. She was somewhat clumsy. Her hand speed had always been slow during ranked matches, relying purely on awareness to gain points. Thus, when directing, her fingers would likely lag behind. "I'll take over the operation," Gu Pan said, unhesitatingly seizing the keyboard. "If anything arises, just inform me directly, and I will switch to provide the crucial information. Her gaming style was in stark contrast to her friends, relying solely on raw speed. When the two collaborated on a single OB machine, they formed a perfect complement. Shen Guanshan understood that allowing Gu Pan to operate was the most appropriate course of action, so he obediently sat beside, fixating on the screen. When VG Virtue appeared on the red side, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. What experience could it be to observe a match from the vantage point of the backstage operations? The camera shifted to Xinggu. As Hou Ye was vociferously addressing the staff responsible for capturing the live scene of the players and the audience, urging that viewers had expressed their desire to watch. Gu Xing's visage emerged on the large screen in the broadcasting room, and the reactions from the audience captured by the adjacent camera were unmistakably animated, with many excitedly waving their support sticks. It could be asserted that Hou Ye had a keen grasp of the audience's psychology. Gu Xing could hear the cheers emanating from below, yet remained oblivious to the fact that he was the catalyst for such enthusiasm. He was still focused on his monitor, desperately shaking a hand warmer. Observing the orderly arrangement of observers in the custom room, he recognized that his girlfriend and sister were among them, which indeed felt peculiar. In the chat channel, the two teams' bottom lanes continued to exchange taunts and greetings. Jack's words were mostly automatically censored into asterisks by the system. Shi Sunming was equally quick-witted, responding with remarkable alacrity. The duel of a few pianists left the mid and top Korean players astounded. Smeb was still adapting to his new prefix when he witnessed the chat channel's messages scrolling frantically, leaving him utterly bewildered. Did Jack have a vendetta against the opposing support? He curiously inquired of the jungler beside him. This question jolted Gu Xing back to reality. No, they had a good relationship. It was common for them to bicker when idle, he replied, adjusting his earpiece. Could the referee assist in adjusting the volume for my team members? The communication utilized during the event was not the game's voice chat, but rather a separate real-time communication device, ensuring stability and privacy. The control lay in the hands of the referee, and players had to submit requests for any adjustments. Currently, the referee was quite enthusiastic about the precious teams in the tournament. No one wished to clash with him, so just express your needs. Please lower the volume of the duo in the top and mid players' headsets and raise my voice a little, Gu Xing specified. This was a new method he had negotiated with Hou Ye. The Chinese of the mid and top players had become somewhat less fluent, making it easy to confuse commands with information reporting. Thus, Gu Xing decided to lower the volume of the duo that the mid and top could hear, minimizing any interference when Xiao Duan and Jack communicated, while ensuring his voice as the commander remained clear, preventing any muddled confusion. Once the players' volumes were adjusted, the referee stood behind the players' seats, awaiting the next directive from the broadcaster. Cut to the promotional video, and after it airs, switch back to the commentary. Hou Ye methodically issued the instructions. The venue's screens instantly dimmed. Following this, a dazzling reflection emanating from the Silver Dragon Cup glimmered brightly. As the camera gradually pulled back, a fair hand, distinctly defined with long, elegant fingers, was seen supporting the trophy. Gu Xing's face reappeared, instantly inciting a cacophony from the audience. In the background of the shot were VG's 4 teammates. When Smeb assumed a serious demeanor, he appeared quite formidable, with a physique that could be deemed robust within the esports realm, comparable to Gu Xing's guardian. It is often said that the slayer of dragons ultimately becomes a dragon themselves. Following their championship victory, VG appears destined to become the target of challengers. As Gu Xing's narration resonates, I believe the era belonging to VG has only just begun, for I see no emerging dragon slayer on the horizon. When he uttered these words, Gu Xing's tone was imbued with boundless pride and confidence. The 5 members of VG encircled the Silver Dragon Cup, with Gu Xing at the center, arms outstretched, exuding an air of superiority. In the backstage broadcast room, Shen Guanshan observed him beginning his performance, stifling a laugh behind pursed lips. A nearby computer was streaming live on Douyu, typically used to monitor viewer feedback for any audio or visual issues. Now, real-time comments regarding the promotional video flooded the screen. So impressive. Xing Ji's defiant expression is truly on point. His acting is quite remarkable. Why not pursue a movie career? It's the synergy with his teammates that enhances the performance. I strongly suggest that in the future, Xinggu and the manager should take the lead in promotional videos, while the rest step back a bit. Not only did the officials prominently feature VG at the beginning of the video, But they also generously allotted nearly 20 seconds solely for VG's footage, despite the entire promotional video being less than a minute and a half long. The scene shifted to Hou Ye walking through a corridor constructed of countless mirrors, where a video replaying last summer's competition, in which RNG was eliminated by VG, played within the reflections. Hou Ye clenched his fist, as if to shatter the doubts and pains of past failures. With the infusion of fresh talent, RNG would only grow stronger. Hou Ye fixed his gaze on the camera, determined to astonish all who underestimated them. The number of RNG fans present today was not insignificant. While their numbers paled in comparison to VG's, they still created a considerable atmosphere. A new face emerged, slender in stature with slightly narrow shoulders, accentuating the size of their head, reminiscent of Jack. The distance between his eyes was somewhat greater, clad in an EDG team uniform. The back of his neck bore the ID Eboe. Though I may not be the Dragon Slayer, I am here. The situation may very well be entirely different, Eboe proclaimed, asserting that EDG would reclaim their former glory. He was the much-anticipated ADC star that Ming Kai had longed for. Emerging from the inaugural official club trainee draft plan in 2016, renowned for his quick reflexes and dazzling gameplay. Soon after, Clearlove7 made his entrance, delivering a somewhat awkward yet entertaining spinning kick that amused the online audience. Through his signature vacant gaze, it was evident that Ming Kai was earnest in his filming, displaying a commendably serious attitude. The chat exploded with 777, flooding the channel in mere moments. The final scene of the promotional video froze on Gu Xing and his teammates guarding the Silver Dragon Cup, providing a satisfying conclusion. Welcome, everyone, to the live broadcast of the 2017 LPL Spring Split. The iconic resonant voice of Hou Ye echoed throughout every corner of the venue. We are here at the Zhengda Plaza, the new LPL arena. New venues deserve a fresh atmosphere, Miller chimed in with a smile, and today, we also usher in a new season and a brand new version. Indeed, it remains uncertain how each individual has adapted to the modifications regarding the delayed burst of assassins. A chorus of discontent reverberates from the audience, evidently expressing their sentiments toward the designer's kin. Many players relish the exhilarating sensation of assassins, akin to bloodied blades slicing through foes with the ease of chopping vegetables, their exhilaration surging to celestial heights. With the conclusion of the patch, it is true that champions like Rek'Sai and Kha'Zix dominate the ranked matches with impunity. However, players who specialize in assassins express profound dissatisfaction. The inability to unleash bursts instantaneously renders these two heroes comparable to warriors, devoid of the essence of an assassin. The commentator, unperturbed, continues, highlighting another crucial point, the emergence of the new champion, Camille. At the onset of Season 7, the designers introduced a formidable new character to enliven the rift. The Steel Shadow, Camille, instantly captured the hearts of players upon her debut. Her skill set boasts true damage, healing, crowd control, and mobility, rendering her, through contemporary lenses, a hero of impeccable mechanics. Furthermore, Camille initially presented as a statistical marvel, with the Trinity Force in her arsenal. Dealing over 1,000 points of true damage in the late game is not merely a fantasy. The top lane Camille, alongside Rek'Sai in the jungle and LeBlanc in mid, are all monstrous entities, leaving Miller astounded. Additionally, in the bot lane, Varus and the support Janna are noteworthy. As the commentator counts on his fingers, he candidly states that, in the current 71 version of the Spring Split, every lane boasts an overpowered champion. Varus' enhancements are straightforward and formidable. The passive, Vengeance, sees improvements in attack speed effects and duration, while the percentage damage from Blade of the Ruined King has increased. Riot has effectively cultivated a powerhouse for the marksman role through numerical enhancements. As for Janna, she was already quite the sensation during the Season 6 World Championship. In the patch prior to the Spring Split, the Bird Shield faced nerfs, no longer providing a magic resistance aura to nearby allies, nor retaining health and cooldown reduction attributes. This undoubtedly serves as a significant boon for Janna. During the World Championship, champions like Karma and Nami could barely contend with her, relying on the Bird Shield. The Aura effect, which granted allies an additional 15 points of magic resistance, effectively shielded teammates while diminishing Janna's output. The recent nerf to the Bird Shield will certainly elevate Janna's status. Simultaneously, the Ice Staff has undergone alterations, becoming more affordable. Yet its health and ability power attributes have been reduced, with the slow effect diminished to 20. In essence, these attributes have become ill-suited for mid-lane mages. However, for supports, this represents a substantial enhancement. They lack the excess economy to acquire items, thus practicality at a reduced cost is paramount. The price of the most suitable large mask for Janna has also been lowered by 100 gold. A confluence of factors has propelled Janna to the zenith. Fortunately, the implementation of the 5-ban system in this year's spring split brings the commentator joy, for without it, formidable champions would be entirely unbanishable. With 5 positions, 5 overpowered champions exist. In a 3-ban mode, it is unfathomable to imagine the chaos that would ensue in the rift. The director shifts the camera to the players' benches. The subtext undeniably clear. Miller promptly steered the conversation towards the two teams. The reigning champions, VG, faced the predicament of their mid and top players retiring, along with the ADC departing from the league. However, their most triumphant achievement remains retaining the jungle and support duo from their championship roster, particularly the esteemed Xing Ge. He expressed that he was still adjusting to Gu Xing's new moniker, previously known as Xiao Gu for half a season. The sudden transition to Xing Ge naturally posed a challenge to acclimate. Presently, the jungle's status remains significant, providing a considerable advantage for Xing Ge. Dada took over the discussion, noting that the bot lane was dominated by the resourceful support, Zyra, perfectly aligning with Xiao Duan's style. The uncertainty lies in whether the newly acquired Smeb and Kuro can swiftly integrate into the team, overcoming the hurdles of communication and stylistic adaptation. The focus shifted to the RNG player bench, with Miller elaborating passionately. RNG's challenge is their potential. The prowess of their dual carries and jungler is undoubtedly strong within the LPL. The key lies in how to assimilate the two brothers in support and rapidly cultivate their skills. When the camera panned to the bot lane duos, Dada suddenly burst into laughter. What delightful memory has crossed your mind? Miller teased his partner. The bot lane pair indeed shared a rich history. Dada's curiosity ignited like a wildfire. Lord Duan, once renowned as the strongest canine concubine, was set to face Hou Ye at VG. Meanwhile, RNG's support, Xiao Ming, had once been the favored support of Jackie Love during his time at VG. Thus, both bot lanes were essentially arriving to battle with their new loves against old flames. Dada also began to indulge in awkward banter, while the audience erupted into laughter, reveling in the spectacle. The BP phase commenced. Amidst the resonant sounds of anticipation, a brand new BP panel was unveiled before all. Zwai repeatedly confirmed everything was in order, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The BP panel visible to the audience was predominantly an interface added by the production team. After all, the players were engaged in the match client, utilizing a rather unremarkable BP display, nearly indistinguishable from ranked matches, although certain minor features had been omitted in the domestic server. With the new 5-ban mode introduced, a fresh UI scheme was necessary. Zui was anxious about potential issues. Shin Guanshan glanced at the live broadcast. The blue side, RNG, had already banned Lee Sin, while VG swiftly countered by placing the current meta's strongest character, Qiyana, on the ban list. Camille's strength lies in her capacity for direct breakthroughs, effortlessly traversing lanes. Even after the emergency adjustments in patch 71, her nearly flawless mechanics ensure Qiyana remains the undisputed supermodel of the current meta. Moreover, according to RNG's pre-match ranked records, Let Me performed commendably with Qiyana, making her a worthy candidate for a ban. RNG then restricted LeBlanc, with Miller commenting, "In this patch, LeBlanc's wave clear and damage output are exceptionally potent. It's rather absurd, and I heard from the designers that she is set for nerfs soon, so she likely won't be active on the stage for long." The newly appointed coach, Hou Ye, stands behind the RNG players' bench. Adorned with tactical goggles akin to those of Xiao Hu, he wears a crisply tailored white shirt that accentuates his tall and composed stature, speaking with a slight accent. I surmise that the opposing team will refrain from banning the supermodel champions. Instead, they are likely to select 2 powerful champions, one for each side. If they allow Varus to be released, dog, you must be prepared. Currently, 3 out of the 5 supermodel champions have been banned. The remaining options are Zyra and Varus. Should VG, positioned on the red side, choose to ban, they must do so with their second and third picks to ensure both are eliminated. Banning only one would grant RNG, on the blue side, the opportunity to secure the supermodel champions that suit Uzi's playstyle. As for Zyra, they may relinquish her to the opponent, opting instead for misfortune as a counter. The misfortune strategy developed by ROX has garnered considerable acclaim. During the intense tournament period, players were unable to master her in such a short time. However, as the offseason concluded, support players across various teams promptly incorporated misfortune into their champion pools, given her relatively low difficulty and reliance on team synergy. Nonetheless, in the current version, misfortune can only manage against Zyra, meaning she may encounter some challenges. The root of this issue lies in Zyra's power being amplified to unprecedented levels by the dual enhancements from the Ice Staff and the Mask. When strength becomes exaggerated, the original counterplay dynamics gradually erode. Even so, Hou Ye finds this acceptable, as he can secure Varus for himself. VG's second ban targets Makai, aimed squarely at Let Me. With the emergence of the new Keystone Mastery, Courage of the Colossus, top lane has experienced a renaissance. Champions like Makai, Poppy, and Tom Kench, known for their crowd control, have returned, leveraging the Colossus to provide formidable durability in team fights. Notably, Makai shines the brightest, boasting innate healing, damage reduction, and remarkably stable W ability for crowd control, making him unrivaled among top lane tanks. Hou Ye places Ashe on the ban list, having observed some of Winbaw's matches from last summer. Recognizing that Jack's use of the Hawk Spirit is particularly crafty, reminiscent of a radar-like map awareness. The overall ecosystem for ADCs in the bot lane has not significantly changed compared to the World Championship, remaining largely unaffected. Apart from the rising star Varus, the priority has only slightly shifted. Champions like Jhin, Ashe, and Ezreal are still viable choices. Their long-range capabilities and rapid wave clear remain the norm for seizing first blood tower bounties. VG's final ban in the first round restricts Shun, further limiting Let Me's options. The player, Hou Ye, lets out a slight gasp. This will greatly constrain the rookie's champion pool. Shun has also maintained considerable popularity as a top lane pick in recent times. Miller's commentary is swiftly followed by the broadcast team providing updates on Shun's recent version changes. On the eve of the S6 World Championship, he became sidelined after the nerf to his Q ability, Spirit Blade, reducing its percentage damage. However, in version 6.23, Shun's growth in armor and health has been enhanced. A simple adjustment in numerical values has breathed new life into Shun. The question arises, what can Let Me utilize now? The familiar cries of the young player resound once again. The RNG supporters present do not appear particularly optimistic. VG has chosen to ban 3 champions in the first round, all directed towards the top lane, clearly indicating their intent to target specific picks. Hou Ye is pacing in the background. With no alternatives, he must adhere to the previous strategy and secure Varus. Otherwise, the opposing team will gladly accept the formidable duo of Varus and Janna for the current bottom lane. Lock in Kha'Zix and Janna, Hou Ye advised. If they wish to secure misfortune, let them have her. Hou Ye is confident that his team possesses the capability to contend with RNG South bottom lane. Hou Ye furrows his brow. Due to limitations in champion pool, he finds himself in an awkward predicament. As the second round of bans approaches, only 2 or 3 choices remain available to him. Whom shall he allocate these roles to? A decision must be made. After much contemplation, he resolves to allow 2 of the younger players in the support and top lane to select their champions first. Otherwise, by the end of the second ban phase, they may find themselves without suitable champions to utilize. Juanza, can you play fresh? Upon hearing the coach's inquiry, Let Me pondered briefly before nodding vigorously. As if rallying his own spirits, I will do my utmost to limit Smeb. The combination of misfortune and Thresh for RNG's top and support roles, as Miller fairly assessed, when paired with Varus, could create a devastating control chain with explosive potential, likely resulting in a flawless team fight. VG's final pick in the first round went to Jace. A spark ignited in Hou Ye's eyes, recognizing one of Smeb's signature champions. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Piltover's second lieutenant, the audience erupted with excitement, waving their support items and vociferously cheering for VG. Hearing the resounding cheers through his headset, Smeb smiled with delight. In a foreign land, experiencing such thunderous support truly warms his heart. Miller added that Jace also possesses the potential for versatility, as he has observed players in the European region experimenting with Jace in the mid lane, thereby allowing the top lane to accommodate a tankier presence. Due to the removal of Chrono Shift, the current jungle pool consists predominantly of tanky, but not particularly robust bruisers, rendering them incapable of fulfilling a frontline role. Moreover, the support champions are primarily of the poke variety, with many being quite fragile. Placing Jace in the mid lane not only allows for the exploitation of a strong position to secure lane control, but also liberates the top lane, creating space for a frontline presence. With the first 3 selections locked in, the second round of bans begins with VG, the red side, taking the lead. Without hesitation, Hou Ye promptly bans Elise. No issues here. Elise counters Kha'Zix effectively, as her spiderlings prevent him from triggering isolation. Miller succinctly explained, VG is clearing the stage for Shinga. Hou, undeterred by Kuro, recognizes that VG's mid-lane champion pool is somewhat unconventional, making it difficult to effectively limit his options. It would be wiser to allocate bans towards the bottom lane. He first locks in Jhin, planning to wait for Hou Ye's final ban before targeting Ezreal, thereby completely restricting Jack's champion pool. However, Hou Ye is not one to be underestimated. Upon discerning the opponent's strategy, a sudden change of heart led to the ban of Ryze. The expression on Fox's face revealed a sense of helplessness. At this juncture, he felt constrained in the drafting phase. Despite being in the advantageous blue side, he found himself ensnared by VG's cunning tactics. In version 71, the undisputed strongest mid laner is undoubtedly LeBlanc. Following her, Ryze and Syndra, along with Cassiopeia and Victor, have all suffered significant nerfs due to the adjustments made to the Ice Staff since the S6 World Championship. With LeBlanc and Ryze both banned, Fox faced a dilemma. Should he remain passive, VG would undoubtedly select Syndra as their 4th pick on the red side, leaving RNG without any countermeasures. With no alternative, Fox was compelled to alter his initial plan and ban Syndra instead. This way, neither team would have access to their top-tier mid laners, rendering the situation somewhat equitable. VG promptly secured Ezreal, reserving the Tur position for their mid laner. As the players scrutinized the champion selection screen, RNG, in an effort to restrict Syndra, reluctantly abandoned their intention to block Ezreal. However, this decision left VG with a remarkably complete poke composition, with champions like Ezreal, Janna, and the currently evolving W on level 11, Kha'Zix, all of whom excel at long-range harassment. Fox found himself with limited options. The disparity in champion pools between the players was evident. He believed his drafting skills were fairly competent, aside from a tendency to overly trust his teammates' judgment, which had previously led to the disastrous S5 incident with Fireman and Iron. He found little fault in his approach. Yet, VG had completely outmaneuvered him. Let's commit to a strong initiation with Lee Sin and Orianna. Fox decided to enhance their team's strength by incorporating a robust initiation strategy to counter VG's poke composition, as champions reliant on harassment are most vulnerable to sudden engagements. Thresh and Lee Sin could effectively usher Orianna's ball into battle, posing a significant threat to their opponents. Redmi pondered potential counter options for mid lane to prevent his teammates from being torn apart by RNG's initiation strategy. Karma, Kuro suggested, we're not lacking in damage this game. I'll focus on functionality. He willingly sacrificed personal accolades for the benefit of the team. After a moment of contemplation, Redmi readily concurred. Once the final picks were confirmed, the players exchanged champions, solidifying their compositions. The blue side RNG featured top laner Thresh, jungler Lee Sin, mid laner Orianna, and bottom lane Varus and Misfortune. The red side VG showcased top laner Jace, jungler Kha'Zix, mid laner Karma, and bottom lane Ezreal and Janna. The compositions were distinctly defined. One side aimed for aggressive initiation, while the other sought steady poke and gradual advancement. However, VG's strength lay in their firm control of the upper lane, as Miller elaborated, noting that Jace and Karma would face no issues pushing lanes early on, granting Xing ample freedom in the jungle. Before departing, Redmi advised his teammates, Jace, take it easy with Ezreal. Yuwenba gave a thumbs up, reassuringly stating, no worries. My friend Ezreal may not be exceptional, but he can handle pressure without a doubt. Ezreal was one of the few champions in which he did not possess particularly high proficiency. In this version, Ezreal's priority is placed behind Varus, Jhin, and Ashe, rendering him rather inconspicuous. Were it not for several heroes being banned, Jack would have little desire to participate. Hou Ye, witnessing Yuwenbo's unwavering confidence, turned to observe his jungler, Xiaogu, and reminded him to remember the lessons learned from the training matches just 2 days prior. Gu Xing, massaging his fingers, nodded in agreement and glanced at his teammates in the top and mid lanes. During the match, heed my commands. I will strive to moderate my pace so you can comprehend. Smeb and Kuro nodded vigorously in response. Xiaogu, Li will come to the top lane to assist me. Once Jace is up, they won't withstand the damage. Smeb emphasized. I'll certainly help you, Gu Xing readily assured. Seeing that the team was adjusting well, Hou Ye felt a sense of relief, removing his headset to find Hou Ye for a handshake. Long time no see, he greeted amiably. Their camaraderie was quite amicable, having collaborated briefly during the S5 season at the Optimistic team. More importantly, they both shared the experience of being manipulated by Chris, one unable to attend the World Championship. The other, a former analyst thrust into the role of a temporary coach, subsequently facing harsh criticism from domestic netizens due to a failed strategy. With a common subject of grievance, their relationship naturally progressed rapidly. In response to Hou Ye's greeting, Hou Ye expressed his annoyance. Your draft is truly vexing. Have you thoroughly analyzed the 5-ban mode? Not at all, Hou Ye replied modestly. The players have an exceptional foundation and a deep champion pool. Drafting is relatively effortless. He had indeed grasped the terrifying power of financial capability. The individual prowess of the players was incomparable to those nurtured from the grassroots level like RNG. After their friendly handshake, they walked off stage while reminiscing about the past. In the broadcast room backstage, everyone was bustling with activity. There's a 5-second delay in the first 15 minutes. There's no need to panic. Fulfilling our duties will prevent any mistakes. Hou Ye bellowed emphatically. Gu Pan flexed her fingers. And as the loading screen concluded, her fingertips began to dance across the keyboard. They had no intention of engaging in team fights. It appeared they were merely taking defensive positions, as the scene settled at the river. Shen Guanshan murmured softly. Gu Pan complied without hesitation. There was indeed no necessity for either side to clash. Both bot lanes were eager to secure their lines, and any invasion that led to a delayed return or health loss would impact the subsequent landing phase. Thus, they merely stood at the river's mouth, showcasing their summoner spells and dancing upon sighting the opponent. Smeb seized the opportunity to crack his knuckles. This was his inaugural official match in the LPL, and he was determined to showcase his prowess, ensuring that the 1 billion Korean won was not squandered. At 1 minute and 30 seconds, Gu Xing withdrew to the jungle, initiating from the lower quadrant and gradually making his way upward. With the removal of the reward from Smite, the spawn time for the first Magic Marsh Frog was slightly delayed, leading him to commence his jungle route at the blue buff camp. With both of his sons vanishing, only the solitary blue buff remained, making it a veritable paradise for the Mantis. Isolated and unassisted, it directly triggered an increase in Gu Xing's jungle efficiency. After completing the Frog Queen, Gu Xing opted to bypass the 3 wolves and head to the upper jungle. Upon clearing the red buff, he successfully reached level 3 while concurrently observing the 3 lanes. On the battlefield, Smeb's prowess in suppression became strikingly apparent, as he began at level 1, positioning himself at the edge of the brush to manipulate aggro and vision, compelling Let Me to retreat from the experience zone. In the mid lane, both players enjoyed a period of tranquility. Despite Kuro's karma possessing lane control, it proved quite challenging to subdue the clockwork. Nevertheless, he was able to clear the waves and roam first. As for the bot lane, VG demonstrated remarkable resilience under pressure, denying the RNG duo any opportunities, maintaining the minion wave in front of their turret, thus avoiding immediate peril. Gu Xing, contemplating meticulously, decided to execute a cunning maneuver. Jinghao, push the lane quickly. I shall come to your aid. He swiftly dashed towards the top lane. Due to the isolated nature of his abilities, Gu Xing's jungle clearing speed was commendable, reaching level 3 in a time comparable to that of the Fragrant Pot. His actions were intended to thwart Lu Shiyu's potential level 3 gank in the top lane. Smeb, understanding his intentions, asserted, with the minion wave in my favor, I am unperturbed by a 2v2 engagement. The early game strength of the minions was formidable, especially with Jace's dual forms. Even though the Mantis lacked combat effectiveness without triggering his isolation ability, he was still capable of overcoming RNG's top jungle duo. Gu Xing revealed himself in the top lane to assist with minion management, prompting a swift reaction from RNG. Ma Xiang was stationed himself behind the tower, safeguarding Yen Juan's Titan as he devoured the minions completely. Only then did he feel secure enough to retreat and resume his jungle clearing. Like Gu Xing, he commenced his jungle route from the lower half, swiftly arriving at the top lane to alleviate pressure on his teammates. Presently, There were still 3 camps left in Xianghua's jungle, allowing for continued farming. After pushing the wave, Gu Xing and Smeb feigned movement towards the river, ostensibly aiming to secure the crab. However, they executed a surprise counterattack. Seizing the moment before Let Me could push the wave, the two concealed themselves in the brush. Remaining utterly still, the youthful Yan Juanze genuinely believed that Gu Xing and Smeb had departed after pushing the wave, even sending a warning signal to his mid laner. Cautious and prudent, he advanced with small, careful steps, even placing vision wards at the junction of the upper lane and river to prevent VG's top jungle from lying in wait. Yet, Let Me failed to anticipate that VG's top jungle was lurking in the brush. A confrontation was imminent in the top lane. Upon noticing Gu Xing concealed in the foliage, Shen Guanshan felt a premonition. Without hesitation, Gu Pan switched his view, simultaneously beginning to relay information. The director captured the unfolding scene in the top lane. As Let Me advanced to dispatch a low-health minion with a basic attack, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the brush. Jace's enhanced cannon struck, and upon activating W, he transformed into hammer form, launching an attack as Gu jumped out, the red buff adhering to Let Me. Let Me had become overly careless. Miller quickened his speech. He flashed to create distance, tossing out the anchor in an attempt to retreat under the tower. The Titan hurled his hefty hook, aiming to utilize the wall for a displacement. Yet, at the very moment the hook was cast, a brilliant flash of light erupted. Xing Gu flashed forward, resolutely positioning himself to intercept the Titan's hook with his very body. Let Me scarcely managed to displace, merely taking a step in place. Smeb followed up, relentlessly hammering away at the Titan. The power of time was nullified, leaving Gu Xing reliant solely on thunder. The explosive damage proved to be a significant boon for him. The resilient Titan returned to the tower with nearly 2 segments of health remaining. With sheer resolve, Gu Xing endured 2 shots from the defensive tower, ultimately securing the kill with the assistance of his teammates. The first blood was shed, amidst the thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. The Mantis withdrew from the tower's range. Remarkably, he survived with a mere 50 health points left. As a side note, I highly recommend this book. An infinite flow of otherworldly creatures narrative, Reborn Cat. Are you my litter box cleaner? 10,100 words, 2162 W244. Welcome to LPL. My. Yan Juanze gazed at the black and white screen with a look of regret, acknowledging his blunder and apologizing to his teammates over voice chat. How could the opposing team have circled around like that? He had not anticipated that VG's top jungler would be so cunning. Pushing the lane, and then taking a long detour, using misdirection to play with his mind before hiding in the brush to ambush him. Having traversed the secondary league for an entire year, he was yet to adapt to the pace of the LPL. Such tactics were seldom employed by junglers in LSBL. You see, this minion wave is enticing, and I glance at the top lane. When Let Me was caught, the minions were pushing towards VG's top tower. Now, with the Titan fallen, the minion wave was stuck at the enemy tower, unable to advance. Lu Xiyu wanted to exclaim that the top lane was doomed. Even if Let Me teleported to the top lane, he might not be able to clear this wave stuck at VG's tower on his own. A Titan without a flash is merely prey for Smeb's Jace. Allow me to assist you in clearing the wave. Xianghua had just finished clearing his own 3 wolves. Yet now he had to turn back. If the minion wave remained immobile there, he feared Let Me would be relentlessly pressured by Jace throughout the entire match. In any case, he had nothing else to occupy his time, and venturing into VG's jungle would only allow him to eat the 3 wolves or F6, both of which were near mid lane, potentially exposing him to Kuro's harassment. Okay, Yan Juanze was eager for this opportunity, so I will save my teleport for later, ensuring I can provide support. Let Me's raw strength could only be described as adequate. However, he possessed self-awareness. It was evident that the double carries and jungler were the true pillars of the team. Assisting them was undoubtedly the right course of action. Having chosen Titan, he was determined to contribute more to the team. In the director's room, the staff, led by Hou Ye, were all on edge, concerned about any potential mishaps. The camera shifted to the bottom lane, where an intense skirmish was unfolding. With years of experience in event broadcasting, OB3 immediately recognized the movement of the duo's icons on the minimap, promptly directing the feed to the bottom lane. Uzi had just taken down the last melee minion of the 4th wave, allowing both players to reach level 3 simultaneously. Xiao Ming's misfortune raised her weapon, striking down a plant, activating W strut, to accelerate forward, while E make it rain down upon the VG duo. However, Duan Deliong had anticipated this, swiftly activating Q, Doom Bloom, to trigger another Thorn Shooter while simultaneously defeating a minion, granting himself and Jack a level boost. Both sides meticulously calculated their experience gains, resulting in an initial stalemate in their confrontation. Yet, a flaw soon emerged. Jack skillfully dodged a momentarily cast Q from Hou Ye, seizing the opportunity to inflict damage with Mystic Shot during the brief interval between Hou Ye's auto attacks. However, Hou Ye had already activated the attack speed bonus from Vengeance, allowing his auto attacks to be executed with remarkable swiftness. After drawing his bow, he deftly maneuvered to evade Ezreal's Q. In the early game, if Ezreal's Q is interrupted during a skirmish, it effectively diminishes his combat effectiveness by half. Without the attack speed bonus and the synergy of subsequent abilities, Jack had no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, he managed to use the nearby plants to whittle down Xiao Ming's health to a critical state. With VG's ADC lacking health, they found themselves at a disadvantage against RNG's support. In the live broadcast, Miller commented, emphasizing Hou Ye's expertise with ADCs that rely on auto attacks. Jack's proficiency with Ezreal was not particularly high, and experiencing some setbacks was unavoidable. Shen Guanshan's attention shifted to Gu Xing. After the Mantis secured first blood and returned to base, he purchased a green jungle knife and a long sword. Upon exiting, VG's jungle still had 3 camps remaining. Yet, he paid them no mind and headed straight for the river. Was Gu Xing planning to gank the bottom lane? Gu Pan whispered to her friend, inquiring about the situation. It seemed like a counter-jungle to Shen Guanshan, although she was unsure, suspecting the target was the Stone Beetle. She considered that RNG's duo had all 4 summoner spells at their disposal, while VG's bottom lane only had Janna's eroding roots. Without Flash, the Mantis couldn't trigger isolation, making it quite challenging to secure a kill. If they were delayed, Let Me might teleport in for assistance. A counter-jungle appeared to be the wiser choice. However, Shen Guanshan was aware that her boyfriend's playstyle often eluded understanding, so she refrained from making any definitive statements. Gu Pan decisively called the play, first glancing at the bottom lane duo before shifting the camera to the Stone Beetle camp at the bottom of RNG's map, ultimately switching to Gu Xing. The lead broadcaster promptly reported the Stone Beetle's sudden appearance without hesitation, following through with the procedure. If the Mantis did not counter-jungle, the focus on the monster camp would seem jarring to the audience. Nevertheless, as the chief overseer, OB1 typically coordinated various aspects and live reactions, leaving little time to assess the current situation. At this moment, the best course of action was to trust her colleague's judgment. Otherwise, what was the purpose of having 3 other machines? Thus, she urged not to question, but to believe. After several adjustments, the camera finally settled on the Mantis. Viewers in the live chat were bewildered by the abrupt appearance of RNG's Stone Beetle. A small group of spectators began questioning in the chat, suspecting the director might be playing tricks again. But soon, they witnessed Gu Xing's Mantis completely disregard the bottom lane, heading straight for the monsters. The question marks quickly transformed into exclamation points. From the perspective of the spectators, it was as if the director had activated a foresight cheat, accurately signaling Gu Xing's impending arrival at the Stone Beetle camp. Lefty glanced back at the 2 interns operating the OB4 machine, who were sweating profusely with anxiety, and he hurriedly assigned them other tasks without pausing to offer praise. With a focused gaze, Gu Pan diligently typed away at the keyboard, her nimble fingers deftly executing each OB operation with precision, thereby acquiring accurate information. She took a moment to commend her friend softly. "Well done. You truly possess remarkable skills." It was not particularly surprising that she could deduce Gu Xing's movements. The true challenge lay in the speed of response. The OB delay amounted to a mere 5 seconds during the 15 minutes preceding the match. A momentary lapse in reaction could mean missing a critical juncture, necessitating her constant focus on Gu Xing. While this would not result in any professional blunders, it could detract from the viewing experience of online spectators. Receiving praise, Shen Guanshan beamed with a bright smile, and in the next instant, her gaze shifted to point at the Mantis silhouette. "Look where he is placing his vision. I think it would be best to provide the audience with some information." Gu Pan's camera switched to the RNG's jungle area, where she observed Gu Xing placing the vision granted by his jungle knife in the bush opposite the enemy's red zone after clearing the stone bug. Another ward was positioned in the grass next to RNG's Featherbird camp before he leisurely turned and departed. At this moment, Xianghua had just assisted in clearing the minion wave in the top lane. In the early stages of the game, RNG had only one ward in the lower triangular bush, completely unaware of the Mantis movements. After establishing vision, Gu Xing returned to continue farming in his own jungle. Since the respawn interval for jungle monsters had been adjusted to 150 seconds, junglers no longer needed to rush between camps, affording them ample time to strategize. As was the case now, having just cleared the stone bug and placed a ward, barely 4 minutes had elapsed. The magic swamp frog would still take another 30 seconds to respawn. His jungle route was impeccably planned, and he had no intention of indulging the frog queen, opting instead to move upwards after finishing the 3 wolves. Jinghao, hold the line. I can assist you. Gu Xing's voice slowed in tempo. His words succinct to ensure his teammate understood. Smeb readily agreed. He had just returned to base to replenish his items and teleported to the top lane, coinciding perfectly with Xianghua pushing the minion wave to the tower. The minions now appeared to be advancing towards RNG's tower. Song Jinghao needed not to exert effort. Simply allowing things to unfold naturally would achieve the desired result of holding the line. Meanwhile, at the commentary desk, Miller was articulating the current jungle dynamics when his partner, Hou Ye, suddenly interjected, "What is Xingge doing?" Instantly, Miller's attention was captured by Gu Xing. "Ah, this is surprising," he exclaimed, noting the mantis' rather peculiar movement path. The director promptly shifted the camera to Gu Xing. Under the watchful eyes of many, the mantis did not enter his own upper jungle area, but instead opted for a lengthy detour, skirting along the high ground walls from mid to top lane. Advancing forward along the minion wave, the lead director immediately cut to the VG jungle area, where a ward from RNG was situated near the red buff camp. Gu Xing surmised that there was vision in this vicinity, so he chose to traverse from the lane, albeit at the expense of some time, to circumvent detection by the enemy. Hou Ye's eyes sparkled with realization, appreciating the confident and astute judgment. Previously, having secured first blood, Gu Xing had returned to base with low health and observed Xianghua assisting Let Me in managing the minion wave. At that moment, he suspected that the opponent might take the opportunity to invade. Despite Lu Shiyu's unlikelihood to directly counter jungle against Let Me, who had not secured a teleport, Smeb was poised to offer immediate assistance. The risks of counter-jungling for Xianghua were exceedingly high. However, it was feasible for Xianghua to establish vision to monitor his movements. Consequently, Gu Xing deliberately circumnavigated the upper jungle area, striving to prevent RNG from detecting his whereabouts at the earliest opportunity. Having returned to base to replenish his equipment, Xianghua intended to clear the jungle camps. Miller observed the blind monk entering the ward strategically placed in RNG's red zone by Gu Xing, expressing regret in his tone. This could spell trouble. He understood that the revelation of the jungler's route could have dire consequences, allowing the enemy to act with impunity in the opposite direction. Nonetheless, Gu Xing had already surmised the blind monk's potential movements. After all, Xianghua had previously revealed his jungle count while assisting in pushing the lane, enabling Gu Xing to easily deduce that the opponent had cleared the upper jungle. Thus, it was highly probable that the blind monk would venture into the lower half. The ward Gu Xing set was to ensure absolute certainty, for Xianghua was reputed to be an unpredictable jungler, possibly opting to invade the upper lane. Recently, VG had not engaged in practice matches with RNG, leaving them uncertain whether the strategies had shifted following the introduction of new players in the upper and support roles. To err on the side of caution, Gu Xing installed a ward beneath RNG's territory to firmly ascertain Xianghua's location. Now, he could act with confidence. As Gu Xing followed the advancing minion wave, he emerged from the brush into Let Me's line of sight. Dahl's voice rang out, as he sought to prevent the Titan from absorbing the amassed wave of minions beneath the tower. Let Me was reluctant to retreat. Jokingly, he noted that with 80 of his health remaining, equipped with W, Titan's Wrath, and his ultimate, could VG's top jungle duo truly attempt to tower dive him? Moreover, this slow-pushing wave, including the cannon minion, comprised a total of 10 minions. Retreating to the second tower would be more disheartening than death for a top laner. Yan Zhuanzi remained beneath the tower, striking at the minions with his anchor, exuding an air of calm indifference to any potential ambush. Gu Xing was somewhat taken aback by this. "Jinghao, you hold the tower, strike and retreat immediately," he commanded Smeb. Such directives were composed of straightforward vocabulary, easily comprehensible to Smeb now. His gaze was intensely focused on the screen. As RNG's first tower targeted the cannon minion, Smeb finally sprang into action. Jace's angled empowered shot effortlessly struck the cumbersome Titan nearby, activating W, hypercharge, to increase his attack speed before transforming into hammer form to strike. The Titan interrupted Jace's Q. Dahl continued to shout loudly. Yen Juanza, quick to react, sensed that VG might initiate an attack and remained ever ready to counter. Jace's hammer form Q, Conqueror's Leap, was glaringly obvious. With a modicum of caution, he intercepted as the second lieutenant leapt into the air with Q, clearing the way. To be fair, Conqueror's Leap was exceedingly easy to interrupt. Even a hard crowd control could thwart Jace, lacking the same priority as he Thunderstrike. However, at that moment, the tower had only just unleashed its first shot at Jace. Smeb was meticulous, timing his action precisely as he locked onto the cannon minion while the tower was engaged. The turret is unable to swiftly redirect its fire after targeting the artillery vehicle, with an attack speed of 0.83. It requires over a second to aim at Jace. Gu Xing seizes the opportunity presented by the acceleration gate, leaping forward to synchronize his output. Yet, as let me anticipate it, the current damage from VG's jungler is insufficient to eliminate him instantly. Titan, fortified by an impressive shield, still retains nearly 40% of his health. Retreat, 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 Gu Xing urged. Smeb unleashed a thunderous strike, pushing Titan away, and after enduring the third barrage, he escaped the range of the defensive tower. His health dwindling to a mere fraction. Lemmy couldn't help but chuckle. In the next moment, he swiftly altered his expression, for resistance comes with a price. His Titan had just ensnared Jace with a Q hook, followed by a passive anchor strike that immobilized the opponent, allowing the turret to unleash an additional shot. This maneuver attracted the ire of the minions. Now, 10 VG minions relentlessly hurled light projectiles at him, coupled with the cannon minion. A concentrated assault could whittle down Titan's health by 100 points. Lemmy could hardly withstand such damage. Observing the healthy-looking Kazakhs poised to strike, he had no choice but to concede and retreat. However, this retreat left Yen Juanza without any minions, hiding in the bushes to recuperate. He helplessly watched as his turret devoured the minions. He felt the insidiousness of the world-class tactics employed by his adversaries. It was utterly exasperating. Even after returning to base and regaining his health, Lemmy would take over 10 seconds to teleport back online. By then, the minions under the tower would have already been cleared. He was filled with rage but felt utterly powerless, having lost this wave of minions. The gap in farm between the top laners had exceeded 15 last hits. Dahl was rather amused, realizing that this equated to the economic value of a kill. With Smeb's introduction, VG's Jace suppression strategy was taking shape. Miller did not hesitate to praise their efforts, noting that the advantage in the top lane had been established. And if Jace continued to expand his lead, Titan would have no room for development. Shen Guanshan was intently watching the Douyu livestream when he heard a loud call from the adjacent table. Switch to Xianghua. It seems he's planning to flank. The lead broadcaster quickly shifted the camera to Lu Shiyu. The blind monk finished clearing the feathered creature and began moving toward the mid lane, feigning an approach to the upper half of the map. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the second tower, he suddenly reversed direction, replicating Gu Xing's earlier route around VG's jungle area, skirting the high ground to the bottom lane, and then advancing along the minion wave. Xianghua lacked the full map vision and was unaware of how Gu Xing had previously maneuvered. Yet, the thought process of a top-tier jungler was universally applicable at this moment. When Xianghua arrived at his own shell beetle camp and found it desolate, he deduced that Gu Xing had likely placed vision nearby after clearing the jungle, thus revealing his whereabouts. He opted to employ a tactic that Gu Xing favored, an illusionary maneuver, using their own strategy against them. Now, unbeknownst to VG, Xiang was stealthily advanced. Ultimately, he emerged from the brush within the sight range of Jack and Duan Deliang. Xiang was intention mirrored that of Gu Xing. He aimed to force the VG duo to retreat and prevent them from claiming this wave of minions under the tower. Miller astutely observed, noting that Jack's health was currently not very high. Even if there exists a healing technique to prolong survival, it remains exceedingly difficult to withstand the threats posed by RNG's jungle. Yet, Uzi, emboldened by his health advantage, amassed a formidable wave of minions to assault VG's lower tower. Should VG's duo retreat at this juncture, they would incur significant losses, potentially impacting their future landing in the bottom lane. Jack genuinely wished to remain. but the circumstances dictated otherwise. Just as he contemplated a retreat with his companion, a clumsy Mandarin echoed in his ears. The words resonated like celestial music in Jack's ears. The crimson teleportation light illuminating VG's next tower invigorated him further. Karma. The exuberant exclamations of the caster, coupled with Kuro's disregard for the mid-lane minions, as he rushed to assist the beleaguered bottom lane, created a sense of urgency. The director initiated a split screen, showcasing the mid-lane action in the bottom right corner. Given the pressing situation, Kuro was unable to return to the sanctuary of his own tower and swiftly utilized his teleport to support the lower lane. Little Tiger found himself at a loss against him. Presently, the summoner spell Ghost had yet to be nerfed, and Li Yuanhao's Orianna was naturally equipped with it. Conversely, Karma, not reliant on the acceleration from Ghost, could instead carry the teleport spell. VG's summoner spell advantage was now employed to balance the dynamics of the bottom lane. Orianna had yet to reach level 6, rendering her incapable of interrupting the teleport, and could only endeavor to chip away at Kuro's health. Little Tiger unleashed a barrage of skills alongside Thunder, reducing Karma's health by half. Yet, upon landing, Kuro's RE shield instantaneously restored health to himself and his duo partner. The chef, begrudgingly conceding, abandoned the plan to force VG's bottom lane away. The ensuing phase was that of tower and minion acquisition. Jack's Janna, without utilizing any skills, merely auto-attacked to secure the minions, while Jack adeptly controlled Ezreal, comfortably collecting the entirety of the minion wave. It was only then that the caster realized something was amiss. Kuro's Karma had returned to base without even taking any minions. Ordinarily, during the landing phase, sacrificing minions to aid side lanes is commonplace. It is only natural to claim a few in the process. However, Kuro merely grazed a bit of experience, leaving the minions entirely for Yu Wenba. My goodness, the sacrifice seemed excessively grand, Miller remarked in astonishment. Upon returning to the game, Kuro would be absent for a full 40 seconds. Calculating, it appeared Kuro would lose an entire wave and a half of minions. The pressing question arose: who consumed the mid-lane minions? The scene shifted to the mid-lane, where the Mantis was feasting heartily. Xing Ji's development is remarkably prosperous. The caster observed as Gu Xing's last hitting count soared high above that of the chef's economy and experience. Gu Xing countered RNG's group of stone beetles. This particular group of jungle monsters, having just learned to split this season, ranked first among the 6 camps in economic yield. Coupled with this wave and a half of minions, he was evidently soaring. The esports livestream was bustling with viewers. The commencement of the spring split marked the first major event for players in 2 months. With VG's performance on display, it naturally attracted a plethora of online spectators. Witnessing Kuro's selfless playstyle at this moment, the chat exploded with comments. This is truly impressive. Is there really such a mid laner? The mid lane minions were entirely devoured by the jungler, an unprecedented occurrence indeed. I found myself in tears. Kuro's tenderness is truly heartwarming. The mid laner, acting as a supportive father figure, selflessly relinquished the minion wave to ensure the jungler's nourishment, even choosing to venture to the bot lane for experience. Isn't this dominance by Xing just remarkable? Unbeknownst to Gu Xing, the barrage of comments was teasing him. He cleared the upper jungle and returned to base, retrieving the Caulfield's Warhammer. Ignoring the jungle monsters in the lower half, he made a beeline for the top lane. The opposing jungler should be nearby. Jing Hao, play along. Gu Xing articulated his commands slowly and clearly. Smeb, observing the signal from his jungler en route, grasped his teammates' intent. Just a minute earlier, they had sent a substantial wave of minions crashing into RNG's top tower, leaving Letme at a disadvantage. The tower's cannon fire obliterated 10 minions, only for another wave to arrive shortly thereafter, merging at the first tower. Now, the minion wave naturally began to push back towards VG. Smeb expertly stalled the minion wave, leveraging his superior combat prowess to prevent the minions from entering the tower. Letme found himself utterly powerless. Advancing would mean falling victim to Jace's relentless assault. With a serrated dagger in hand, the early game pressure from the armor penetration was immense for Titan. Reluctantly, Letme opted to summon his jungler for assistance in clearing the wave. Although Xianghua had no intentions of heading to the top lane, Letme's rapid downfall was astonishingly swift. Lu Shiyu felt that if he did not act soon, Smeb would breach the top lane entirely. He rushed over to provide support, determined to prevent Jace from widening the economic gap too easily. Since he was merely there to assist with wave clearing and not for a gank, Xiangwa made his presence known, aiming to collaborate with Let Me to repel the minion-stalling Jace. However, Smeb had no intention of retreating, exuding a brazen confidence that suggested he would not yield easily. Xiangwa furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Smeb appeared invulnerable, which inevitably raised doubts within him. Earlier, Gu Xing had cleared the minion wave and proceeded upward. Thus, the upper jungle should now be devoid of monsters. Calculating the time, Gu Xing had either already descended or returned to base to replenish his equipment. Under normal circumstances, the enemy would not venture into the upper area devoid of monsters. Why was Smeb so obstinate? Xiangwa's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Yin Juanza, retreat for now, he cautioned his teammate. Yet, it was too late. Jace had already switched to hammer form and struck. Attack him, Yin Juanza exclaimed, filled with excitement. But Xiangwa felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. This was bad. Before he could react, a menacing mantis emerged from the shadows. Wawa was visibly thrilled. Gu Xing had executed a counter-ambush. With Let Me having utilized his Q ability, escape was now exceedingly difficult, and the mantis leapt into action. The ferocity of VG's top jungle engagement was unmistakable. After a series of intense skirmishes, Gu Xing and Smeb found themselves with a level advantage over their counterparts, along with varying degrees of equipment superiority. As the 2v2 in the jungle commenced, RNG appeared to have no chance of victory. With no option but to retreat, Xiangwa realized that the Titan, lacking both flash and Q, was caught near the VG turret, facing an inevitable demise. Even a reckless individual like him was not devoid of intelligence. He understood that if he did not sacrifice his teammate, he too would meet the same fate. Reluctantly, Xiangwa abandoned Let Me. Yin Juanza was ultimately taken down by a shot from Jace after a transformation, rubbing his temples in frustration. A year had passed, and the LPL style was entirely different from what he had anticipated. In scrims, Let Me had never encountered such a peculiar jungler. This left Yin Juanza questioning his life choices. Was this truly the current state of the LPL? What troubled him even more was his own development. After his demise, Smeb continued to firmly control the minion wave. What could Xiangwa do alone to manage the wave? Let Me felt that Gu Xing's strategy was quite remarkable, having been ganked twice and losing substantial minion experience. He was likely doomed for the entire game. Yet, Let Me soon realized that he was still too young and too naive. At 7 minutes and 11 seconds into the match, Gu Xing returned to the top lane. This time, Smeb abandoned any flashy maneuvers, opting instead to strike directly at his opponent, intending to eliminate the Titan with sheer damage. Let Me's flash had just come off cooldown, and as he attempted to escape, Gu Xing's flash was also ready. With golden flashes illuminating the scene, Gu Xing delivered the final AQ, claiming the Titan's life. Yin Juanza exhaled a deep sigh, feeling lost in the face of the once again monochrome screen. 3 deaths in 7 minutes, and only 30 minions. Was he to be ganked again? Was this even a game? Gu Xing was indifferent to the emotional state of the opposing top laner. Having secured the kill, he ascended to level 6, acquiring his ultimate ability and the right to evolve. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to evolve or Void Assault. Presently, the delayed burst changes had diminished the benefits of evolving Q for Kha'Zix. While evolving, he was only suitable for securing kills, making it difficult to create suitable jumping opportunities in a professional setting. The remaining WR upgrades were all substantial buffs. Most players would upgrade all WRs during the first 2 evolutions. It was merely a matter of sequence. Objectively speaking, if the game were balanced, Void Spike would be more appropriate. Its formidable harassment capabilities and slow would significantly enhance Kha'Zix's combat effectiveness. However, Gu Xing believed that his current advantage in the jungle was too pronounced. Upgrading or to gain invisibility in the brush was crucial for enhancing Kha'Zix's aggressiveness. He already possessed a warrior jungle item, so damage was not a concern. Upgrading or was a sound decision. The camera focused on Gu Xing, allowing all spectators to witness the transformation of the fearsome Kha'Zix into a red-skinned predator. The effects of evolving were immediate. Gu Xing's mobility skyrocketed as he navigated through the brush, triggering his passive invisibility while gaining an additional 40 movement speed. He once again directed his focus toward the top lane. The strategic decision by Xiangwa to relinquish control of the upper quadrant allowed the Titan to fend for himself. Gu Xing had no reason to abstain from withdrawing Let Me's resources. Xing Gu initiated his ultimate ability, becoming invisible and stealthily maneuvering into the brush behind RNG's first turret, acquiring a second tier of invisibility and hastening towards the tower. It was only when the Mantis approached the defensive tower's range that Yan Juanza finally spotted Gu Xing's presence. Lemmy was taken aback. Despite having placed vision in the brush behind, he had completely failed to notice how the Mantis had approached undetected. Yan Juanza had no time to retreat. He resolutely defended under the tower while attempting to retaliate, unleashing all his abilities upon the first tower attacking Jace. However, Smeb, after executing his damage output, effortlessly distanced himself with a flash, allowing Gu Xing to reap the Titan's life. Ordinarily, the remarkably tanky Titan would be resilient. Yet before VG's jungle presence, he appeared as fragile as a sheet of paper. How could the Titan at 0-4 still contend? The crowd erupted as Hou Ye exclaimed loudly, with Xinggu presenting a grand gift to Smeb, who was making his debut for VG, simultaneously delivering a stern warning to the young Let Me. Welcome to the LPL. 245. This is a horror game. Witnessing Let Me's near collapse, the VG supporters in the audience were elated, their cheers and applause resonating in every corner of the venue. Miller was filled with emotion, remarking on how Gu Xing's evolution of our had an immediate and profound impact. He launched his ambush without the Titan ever realizing. And by the time Let Me became aware, it was too late to retreat. Hou Ye concurred, emphasizing that this is precisely what makes the Mantis so extraordinary in the current version. He can initiate ganks from the most unexpected positions, leaving opponents defenseless. The two watched as the gentleman Jace relentlessly battered the tower's health with shot after shot. Once the defensive mechanism dissipated after 5 minutes, the turret's resilience was significantly diminished, allowing it to be toppled with the assistance of the cannon minions. Gu Xing showed no intention of retreating, appearing eager to partake in the spoils. This was indeed the first blood tower. VG's top lane and jungle would evenly split the economic benefits, each gaining nearly 300 gold. You wouldn't mind, would you, Jinghao? Gu Xing inquired with a grin. Smeb, still not fully comprehending Chinese outside the game, was oblivious to the meaning of mind. Nonetheless, this did not prevent him from exuberantly shouting, Xiaogu, you are amazing. He was more than willing to share the economic reward of the first blood tower with Gu Xing. Smeb understood the principle of sustainable ganking well. To ensure Gu Xing would frequently assist in the top lane, he had to provide some incentive. Otherwise, why would he come? Gu Xing felt a wave of comfort, sensing that his new teammate was quite considerate. With one final claw, he shattered the defensive tower, returning to base with a 4-digit sum of gold. Upon returning, he promptly purchased a pair of mercury treads, equipping himself with vision wards before heading into the jungle. They want to engage me in a fight, Kuro muttered, suddenly raising his voice to articulate a curse. What the hell? Gu Xing quickly switched screens. A battle erupted in the mid lane. Observing Gu Xing's relentless pursuit of the top lane, Xiangguo refused to remain passive. Now he was charging towards the mid lane with a powerful strike. The mid laners were engaged in a fierce exchange, and from the side emerged a blind monk. In a fleeting moment, the swift movements of the chef were akin to lightning. Kuro hastily utilized his flash, fearing that he might be struck. However, the precision of the chef's sonic wave successfully locked onto Karma. As the second echo strike followed suit, Xiaohu entrusted the puppet to the jungler, activating his R command, Shockwave, and sending Kuro soaring into the air. The explosive damage unleashed by RNG's mid-jungle duo was sufficient to reduce Karma to a sliver of health, and the subsequent continuous damage ensured her demise. Gu Xing was left to defend the tower in the mid lane, begrudgingly absorbing another wave of minions. In the next moment, a voice alert echoed in his headphones. Titan was preparing to teleport to the bot lane. Let Me had held on to his teleport tightly, and it was finally time to put it to use. Seizing the opportunity while the Kha'Zix was exposed in the mid lane, he rushed to the bot lane to coordinate a fresh offensive with his duo. The teleportation position was ingeniously placed. While Gu Xing orchestrated maneuvers around the top lane, the chef darted into VG's blue zone to place vision, allowing Titan to execute a perfect flank. Meanwhile, Smeb, having greedily taken an extra wave of minions, was just returning to base to replenish his items and was en route to the bot lane, unable to provide immediate assistance. Kuro had already fallen. No matter how swiftly Gu Xing ran, he could not teleport to the bot lane. He could only relay his skills to his teammates via voice chat. Can we run? Titan was without flash or ultimate. Yan Juanza had been in a fluster during the last tower dive, attempting a counter kill. and had managed to flash away from Smeb's deep-sea impact. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Run, run, forget the tower. Nidalee urged Jack, whose fingers flew with speed as he flashed to evade Hou Ye's corrupted chains, activating rooted vines to slow their adversary. As Hou Ye retreated, his mind raced with escape strategies. The situation was dire, leaving no time for a lengthy explanation. He could only convey his intent in the most concise manner. Go. I'll help you absorb the hook. Jack believed that with his arcane shift and flash, he was more agile than the support's Zyra. If the support were to take the hook, it would likely result in immediate doom. The approaching Titan swung his anchor, targeting the defenseless Zyra. Jack inwardly lamented. The opposing Sisming's misfortune struck Nidalee with bullet storm, dealing thunderous damage and triggering a slow effect. The immobile Zyra consequently lagged slightly behind Hou Ye. Jack felt he could not stop the hook. If he were to assist, he would have to use E to jump back. At that moment, the possibility of becoming the target himself loomed large. Hou Ye was still caught in his dilemma. However, there was no more time for contemplation. The Titan's hook was upon them. Jack was filled with sorrow for his support's impending tragic fate. If someone were to fall, it would undoubtedly be the support's sacrifice. Yet, to his astonishment, the massive and heavy anchor struck him, the one who was desperately fleeing, rather than Zyra. What was happening? Jack was left dumbfounded. He felt as though the anchor had suddenly veered, catching the heel of Ezreal, inadvertently locking him in place. Nidalee was equally bewildered. Originally, when the Titan deliberately cast his hook towards him, he had mentally prepared for his demise. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, the hook ensnared Easy instead. Quick! Let us retreat. Gushing was overjoyed and hurriedly urged Hou Ye. Without needing his reminder, Jack swiftly activated his arcane shift to create distance. As Hou Ye's Varus used his hail of arrows to slow himself, Shimanming unleashed his bullet time, initiating a barrage. Jack flashed out of Misfortune's ultimate range, successfully retreating to the second tower, where he reunited with Smeb, who had come to switch lanes. On the opposite side of the stage, the player's area was stunned into silence. Juanza was bewildered. What on earth just happened? He was at a loss. He had clearly aimed for Janna, yet the hook struck Easy instead. Hou Ye's eyes reflected confusion. He could not comprehend what had gone awry. It was not just them. The staff in the production room backstage also slowed their movements. As they witnessed how the Titan's hook had struck Easy, they were left in disbelief. It's like a magnet, Gupan murmured. He regained his composure, preparing to replay the incident for the audience. OB2 agreed, his fingers deftly retrieving the footage. After a 5-second delay, everyone in the venue and the online livestream witnessed this astonishing scene. The audience erupted into a flurry of whispers. Comments flooded the livestream chat. What is this? How could it hook Easy? What a strange model judgment. Mom, look quickly, the hook can curve. I can't believe Letme was stunned. The guaranteed kill on Janna could escape. I've never seen an ADC get hooked like this. It's too bizarre. In the slow-motion replay orchestrated by the director, Miller let out a sharp breath. It truly could only be described as bizarre how this could connect. He observed closely. The Titan's path was clearly a fraction off from Easy's body, yet it absurdly adhered to the blonde-haired champion. Dade, undeterred by such intricacies, exuberantly shouted that Jack's brilliant maneuver had successfully aided his ally in escaping, while Letme's teleport landed without yielding a kill, forcing him to push the next tower. Smeb attempted to obstruct the enemy, maneuvering to the side to unleash his empowered shot, aiming to obliterate the clustered RNG minions in the backline. If the minions were slain, the opponents could not immediately demolish the tower. Unfortunately, RNG was well trained, preemptively spreading out in different directions, blocking Jace's fire before it reached the minion wave. Hou Ye, having shielded himself behind the minions, was still shaken by the damage from the empowered shot. What kind of damage was this? The match had barely reached the 10-minute mark, and a single shot could reduce my health to half. Why not just ascend to the heavens? Glancing at the scoreboard, he noted that Jace already wielded the Umbral Glaive and the Caulfield's Hammer. In the version prior to the spring split, the Umbral Glaive received adjustments. When activating its effect, it no longer granted a bonus to attack speed, now merely providing an enhanced movement speed effect as a trade-off. On the other hand, the Yumu's Ghost Blade has now become an exceptionally cost-effective item, with its price reduced by 300 gold by the developers. For a penetration-focused Jace, Acquiring Yumu's at an earlier stage signifies an arrival at his power spike sooner. RNG seized the opportunity to dismantle VG's next tower, engaging in a fruitful economic exchange. While Dahl keenly observed the economic scoreboard, noting a current deficit of 28k in gold for both teams, particularly concentrated in the top and jungle positions. The next pivotal moment will rely on their ability to withstand the relentless onslaught from Jace and Kha'Zix. Indeed, Miller nodded in agreement, asserting that the period from now until approximately 30 minutes in will represent VG's prime strength. For RNG to secure victory, they must not fall too far behind economically. Once the game transitions into the mid to late stages, when the front line's resilience increases and can withstand the incessant poke damage from the opponents, that will be the moment RNG's composition can truly shine. He concluded with praise, acknowledging that RNG's strategy of initially targeting the mid lane before pushing down the tower has effectively formed a well-coordinated counterattack. In terms of tactical decision-making, their execution has exhibited considerable coherence. Although Mata has faced criticism for a decline in performance, particularly for selecting Zyra in a critical match, the changes he has brought to RNG are undeniably tangible. He has imparted significant knowledge regarding vision control and team strategies to Hou Ye, essentially assuming a coaching role during the previous season. Consequently, even after his departure, RNG has managed to maintain an operational strength distinct from the lower-tier teams in the LPL. Gu Xing was not surprised. For the first 10 minutes, his focus was primarily on the top lane. It would be unrealistic for RNG to remain passive, devoid of any counterplay intentions. From the current perspective, the price paid to bolster Jace is entirely justifiable. The most robust points for RNG undoubtedly lie in Varus and Orianna. Their dual carries. Should they manage to suppress these two, RNG would struggle to regain control. Gu Xing decisively took action, following the lane swap. He continued to dominate the top half of the map, transforming his influence into a synergy with the duo and the mid laner. This has become a secure zone cultivated over time, with most of his early game energy invested here, even placing numerous vision wards in RNG's jungle. Hou Ye could not stealthily infiltrate this area. Gu Xing had undergone nearly 2 weeks of training matches, gaining insight into the nuances of the current patch. When securing advantageous roles in the early jungle matchup, it is easy to snowball. The reason is straightforward: vision. With the removal of the benefits from the smite ability, junglers can no longer acquire the true sight effect from the feathered bird. Thus, the available means of vision control are limited to control wards, sweeps, and the flower of divination. The drawbacks of the first two are apparent, providing minimal impact during the landing phase. Control wards are scarce due to insufficient economic resources for frequent purchases. Sweeping can only reveal a small area before level 9, making it challenging to eliminate enemy vision. As for the flower of divination, its locations are primarily near the river, and with only 2 available, the reset time is a lengthy 300 seconds. To clear the vision wards in their jungle, the jungler must first traverse through various camps, thereby completely exposing their position to the opposing team. Engaging in such tactics while at a disadvantage is fraught with peril. A multitude of factors make it exceedingly difficult for the jungler to eliminate vision in their own jungle when they are at a disadvantage, implying that their movements could be readily detected by the enemy. For the disadvantaged side, this is undoubtedly a lethal blow. The current dominance of carnivorous junglers is inextricably linked to their control over vision. They are inherently characters with exceptional snowballing capabilities, and with the current meta, they are further empowered. Gu Xing stealthily maneuvered within his jungle, darting through the brush with remarkable speed. After acquiring the Mercury Treads, the enhanced movement speed from his ultimate, our Void Assault, became increasingly formidable. The unique sound effect triggered each time the red-shelled Kha'Zix entered the brush and became invisible, sent shivers down one's spine. "I'll assist you," Gu Xing said to his dual-lane teammates who were rotating to the top lane. "Just don't reveal any vulnerabilities." Jack harbored doubts. VG's bot lane had only Janna's E ability as a form of crowd control, which was also quite inconsistent. Xiao Duan had just used his flash, making it seem improbable to catch the enemy. However, Yu Wenba was quite understanding. Acknowledging the jungler as the voice of the team, he refrained from expressing direct dissent. Gu Xing silently approached the rear of his top tower. The dual lanes of both teams were engaged not far ahead. As for Xianghua, he had just been spotted by Gu Xing's ward in RNG's upper jungle. In the production room, Shen Guanshan was closely monitoring Kha'Zix's movements and quickly pointed it out to his friend, A skirmish is about to erupt in the top lane. Pay attention. We can switch to RNG's perspective. Gangplank promptly shifted the camera to the top lane. Upon seeing Kha'Zix licking his claws beneath VG's turret, he felt a swell of skepticism. How do we catch him? We can't expect to rely on a non-flash Janna to directly engage the enemy. The lead producer was equally perplexed, but he acted swiftly according to the OB4's request. This seems difficult to capture, Miller frowned. In the next moment, he witnessed Kha'Zix activate his recently acquired ultimate, vanishing into the void and moving forward. With a 125-second invisibility duration, Kha'Zix successfully nestled himself into the brush closest to VG's turret. His ultimate's passive was triggered, granting him another bout of invisibility. Kha'Zix swiftly advanced, arriving at the central brush of the top lane, still undetected by the enemy. The passive invisibility mechanism of Kha'Zix's evolved ultimate has a cooldown of 10 seconds within the same brush. However, traversing between different brushes allows for a continuous invisibility effect. At this point, the producer completed the fog of war transition, quickly shifting from a God's eye view to RNG's vision status. Despite many areas being shrouded in darkness, there lay a ward placed by Sun Ming in the central brush to secure lane control. Nonetheless, they remained oblivious to Kha'Zix's presence. They saw nothing. To RNG, everything appeared normal. The producer then switched back to the spectator's perspective. Such a large Kha'Zix is right in the brush. The repetitive activation of the stealth effect sent shivers down the spines of RNG fans. The silhouette of the camouflaged Kha'Zix faded the vibrant crimson of the abyssal skin. Yet it did nothing to diminish the visual impact it had on the audience. Kha'Zix pressed on undeterred, utilizing the stealth to weave through the brushes of the top lane. He was now positioned behind RNG's duo. My word. The exclamations of excitement from the crowd echoed throughout the venue. What an astonishing maneuver by Xingge. Evading all of RNG's vision detection methods, including wards, and executing an audacious flank. The commentator's voice soared. Yet it was drowned out by the successive gasps of astonishment erupting from the audience. One fervent RNG supporter even covered his face with his hands, unable to bear watching the big screen any longer. Entirely invisible, Miller leaned forward against the commentary desk, eyes widened in disbelief. The RNG duo remained oblivious to the perilous situation they were in. Hou Ye, completely unaware, continued to farm, pressing forward during the fleeting moments when minions were low on health. Applying pressure on Jack. What had appeared to be a graceful play from the spectator's perspective now seemed utterly ludicrous. For lurking in the shadows was a Kha'Zix, observing with cold detachment. At this critical moment, Gu Xing issued the command to prepare for a freeze, departing from the brush closest to RNG's turret. The stealth granted by his ultimate allowed him to approach Varus effortlessly. Basic attack, Q, taste their fear. Unbeknownst to RNG, he triggered his passive, invisible threat, causing a slow that rendered Hou Ye momentarily sluggish. Startled by the sudden appearance of Kha'Zix behind him, Hou Ye jolted in his seat, nearly sending his mouse flying. His mind raced with confusion. What on earth? There were wards around me. How did this Kha'Zix sneak up so close? Hou Ye had no time for further contemplation. The VG duo was already upon him. Varus found himself utterly immobilized by Xingge. Dada's voice rose in fury as Jack leapt forward. Yu Wenba epitomized bravery. Essence Flux swept across the RNG duo, grazing Gu Xing and granting his jungle a boost in attack speed. Kha'Zix's claws mercilessly tore into Varus's flesh. With a warrior's jungle item in hand, the damage inflicted upon the squishy target was nothing short of staggering. The RNG duo had no means to restrain Kha'Zix. They lacked even a single hard crowd control ability. Hou Ye's corrupting chains shared the same cooldown as Kha'Zix's ultimate, a full 100 seconds at level 1. However, Gu Xing utilized the cooldown reduction from his jungle item, allowing him to unleash his ultimate early. Hou Ye had cast his ultimate while pushing the bottom lane, and now it was still 7 seconds away from being ready. The RNG duo could only rely on the slowing effects of their two marksmen's E abilities as they desperately approached the turret. The brief skill combo was executed with precision. They refrained from using E and instead pressed forward, unleashing their ultimate. Janna's Stranglethorns swiftly spread across the ground, ensnaring both Hou Ye and Ming. Gu Xing activated the second part of his ultimate, vanishing into the void one last time. Utilizing acceleration, the mantis swiftly positioned itself behind Varus, its claws tearing through wounds. significantly depleting Hou Ye's health. Hou Ye found himself ensnared by the Mantis's passive ability, witnessing Janna's ultimate about to be unleashed, forcing him to use his flash in a desperate bid for survival. Xiao Duan had been anticipating this flash. A subtle smile graced his lips as he buried a seed, unleashing entangling roots towards Varus. Hou Ye skillfully adjusted his position, attempting to evade Janna's control. However, a slight misstep upwards revealed that the vines had ensnared him in the very spot he had moved towards. Panic surged within Hou Ye as he realized it was too late to shift downward. Even when he cast his healing spell, the slow had rendered him incapable of finding sufficient space to maneuver. The vines bound Varus, immobilizing him completely. "Well done, Duan Gu." Gu Xing beamed with delight, singling him out for praise. Even if Janna's had missed, Varus was doomed. The plants activated their slow effect, leaving Hou Ye utterly unable to move. The distinction was that after ensnaring Hou Ye, they could pursue Shimanming's misfortune. Gu Xing landed a strike on Varus, leaving him critically wounded, and then utilized leap to chase after Xiaoming. "Shimanming, where do you think you're going?" He was utterly triumphant, nearly bursting into a jubilant howl. Jack's final basic attack felled Hou Ye, and he too rushed to pursue the support, his demeanor brimming with arrogance, taunting, "You run, Shimanming? Stay here for me." Xiaoming, merely a support, had no means of escape. Gu Xing refrained from claiming more gold, allowing Ezreal's small water gun to gleefully secure a double kill. "How did I perform, Wenba?" Duan Deliang's face glowed with pride as he shamelessly sought recognition, asserting the significance of this play. With 2 kills in hand, Jack's joy was palpable, exclaiming, "Incredible, Duan Gu. You completely outmaneuvered Hou Ye. I've always said no one knows Hou Ye better than I do." Duan Deliang, in his excitement, gestured animatedly, resembling someone about to play an accordion. After a brief delay, the audience witnessed the exhilarating scene of Easy securing a double kill, their enthusiasm palpable as they fervently waved their support items, cheering for VG and their favored players. Xing Gu's gank had once again bestowed an advantage upon the team. Wawa expressed deep admiration, remarking on the Mantis's ruthless gameplay. Miller nodded repeatedly, unable to conceal his exhilaration. This was the allure of the current version of the Mantis, capable of launching surprise attacks from the most unexpected angles. The director promptly replayed the moment. The camera focused on the Mantis, allowing viewers to observe how Kha'Zix flawlessly utilized the brush to achieve consecutive stealth, infiltrating the RNG duo's rear. Additionally, Duan Deliang's crucial prediction with entangling roots was highlighted. "I feel like, when facing the enemy jungler as the Mantis, it's wise to avoid densely packed brush areas." Wawa jested, acknowledging the Mantis's unpredictable nature, appearing out of nowhere. Duan Wangye's was remarkably crafty, Miller noted, recognizing another key contributor. He completely neutralized Hou Ye, leaving no escape opportunity and creating an optimal space for Jack to unleash his damage. The barrage of comments flooded in like a tidal wave. "This Mantis is utterly grotesque." Approaching from the front to flank, Xinggu played brilliantly. "Is this Mantis not nerfed?" In ranked matches, it is widely acknowledged that a well-played Kha'Zix is virtually unstoppable, effortlessly leaping into your midst with a flurry of skills. Even Hou Ye found himself momentarily confounded by the adept maneuvers of his opponent, who, with a mere flick of his stance, seemed to anticipate his every movement. Did no one mention the director's exceptional timing? The seamless transition back to RNG's perspective after Kha'Zix's stealthy ambush in the brush was nothing short of masterful. I found myself fixated on Hou Ye's expression when he was caught. It was a sight to behold, his shock palpable, amplifying the spectacle. Within the players' seating area, Hou Ye's heart raced uncontrollably. The recollection of the recent events still haunted him. The enemy Kha'Zix's unpredictable movements, suddenly emerging from behind to unleash chaos, transformed League of Legends into a nightmarish experience for Hou Ye, whose focus was entirely consumed by the rift. Upon hearing the grim tidings, Xianghua furrowed his brow, clearly pessimistic. They had lost the outer turret. He realized too late to intervene as Kha'Zix engaged, and the arduous journey to the top lane only allowed him to salvage his teammates' remains. In a bid to mitigate further losses, Lu Xiyu resolved to venture into the lower quadrant to secure a dragon. Consequently, the upper half of the map lay barren for RNG, while VG's jungle trio could seamlessly advance with their minion wave, posing a dire threat to the upper turret. The truth was that Hou Ye had encountered Kha'Zix far too infrequently to adapt swiftly. He sought to rationalize his predicament. Indeed, the number of matches featuring Kha'Zix had been limited since the champion's rework, not counting scrims. Hou Ye remained unaware of the true extent of Kha'Zix's post-evolution menace. Meanwhile, Liu and Hou, stationed in the mid lane, urged his teammates to remain vigilant, as their strategy hinged on prolonging the match. He felt his own development in this game was progressing well. If he could smoothly acquire his third item, he would wield substantial control over the unfolding battle. Little did he know, Gu Xing had already marked Xiaohu as the next target for elimination. Jinghao, retreat for now. Their jungler is in the lower lane. Gu Xing instructed his teammates while simultaneously applying pressure on the turret. After switching lanes, Smeb was exerting dominance in the bot lane, promptly withdrawing upon hearing his teammates' warnings. With VG's next turret already demolished, he understood that advancing too far could lead to being caught off guard, leaving him with little chance to escape. Nevertheless, Gu Xing had not forgotten him. Here, take this. He signaled at their own Gromp camp. Smeb's eyes lit up at the sight, eagerly inquiring, is it mine? Can I take it? Of course, if Gu gives it to you. You'd be foolish to refuse, Jack murmured. However, the volume in Smeb's headphones was lowered, rendering him unable to discern Yu Wenba's instructions. Beaming with joy, he hurriedly rushed to farm the jungle monsters to bolster his growth. Wait, Jinghao, pay attention to my commands. Gu Xing, having rewarded Smeb, immediately issued a directive. At that moment, Smeb, in high spirits, had no inclination to decline. After assisting his teammates in demolishing the upper turret and amassing a considerable amount of gold, Gu Xing returned home, acquiring a Caulfield's Warhammer. With RNG South upper lane pushed thwarted, they were compelled to execute a lane swap, relocating their duo to the mid lane. Should they allow Hou Ye, lacking flash, to push alongside Ming, the two immobile champions could very well meet their demise once more. Before Jack Easy has the chance to assemble the duo set of the Ice Fist, it would be prudent for the RNG duo to seize control of the mid lane, which would greatly benefit the entire team. Lemmy has been reassigned to the top lane, where at this stage of the game, he no longer requires resources. Team fights are akin to a grand ultimate ability, complemented by the occasional hook for additional rewards. Thus, the Baron top lane, characterized by its significant disadvantage, is well suited for him to defend, as he is not expected to acquire much farm. Meanwhile, the lower lane, with all its defensive towers intact, is entrusted to Xiaohu, whose performance on Oriana is absolutely pivotal for RNG in the late game. Ensuring a sufficiently safe environment for development is essential. This lane swap before the 20-minute mark is entirely reasonable, with the Baron yet to respawn. Xiaohu in the bot lane need not fret about lacking teleportation and potentially losing ancient resources for the team. Gu Xing is keenly aware of this psychological aspect. RNG has no reason to fear the Nasher. He too is cognizant of the situation. Should the Baron respawn, Gu Xing would hesitate to venture down, fearful of the opposing team seizing the opportunity to rush the Nasher. For now, he can exert influence in the lower half of the map without restraint. As the match progresses to the 16-minute mark, Gu Xing identifies an opportunity. Xianghua has expertly placed vision in the lower quadrant, while Xinggu traverses the river brush en route to mid lane. Despite being invisible, his position is already compromised before entering the brush. Upon seeing multiple warning signals illuminate the minimap, RNG becomes increasingly cautious, and Xianghua is hastening towards mid lane. Hou Ye does not retreat, but remains vigilant, carefully monitoring potential positions of the enemy Kha'Zix, adopting a cautious demeanor. His flash is nearly ready to be executed perfectly. Kha'Zix is close to completing his black cleaver. Eliminating him would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Yet, RNG is reluctant to withdraw. They are at a significant disadvantage, and failing to act now would leave them under immense pressure and challenges once Ezreal acquires his two-piece set. Xianghua plans to turn the tables with a counter-ambush in mid lane. Should Kha'Zix dare to engage, Hou Ye can unleash his ultimate, and the collective damage would surely obliterate him instantly. At that moment, RNG might even threaten VG's first tower. However, as Xianghua positions himself behind their mid tower, Kha'Zix has yet to make an appearance. Lower lane, Hou Ye exclaims urgently, realizing Kha'Zix must have headed that way. Xianghua almost simultaneously grasps the situation. Kha'Zix is employing his ultimate stealth to create a diversion, feigning movement through the brush towards mid lane, while swiftly redirecting downwards once the invisibility effect expires. Professional teams typically standardize their vision placement within the lower river brush, situating wards close to the upper areas. Otherwise, placing wards too close to the walls can create false vision, making it easy for opponents to circumvent. However, it is precisely the position of this ward that presents Gu Xing with an opportunity. Kha'Zix can swiftly return downwards upon entering the river brush from below, evading detection from the upper ward before his invisibility concludes. Xiangguo promptly alters his course and rushes down, simultaneously alerting Xiaohu to retreat quickly. Yanjuanza, prepare to teleport for support. It may be too late. Xiaohu takes a deep breath, witnessing Kha'Zix appearing behind their second tower. Let me, without hesitation, relinquish the advancing wave of minions pushed in by Kuro, retreating to the high ground tower to provide a teleport for his teammates. However, the teleportation required a full 45 seconds to guide. Gu Xing would not allow Xiaohu to survive safely until the Titan landed. Jinghao, quick to act, demonstrated the significance of the jungle monsters he had previously gifted to his teammates. To prevent Xiaohu from becoming suspicious prematurely, Gu Xing deliberately instructed Smeb not to stack the minion wave before the tower. At this moment, Jace was effectively drawing aggro as soon as he stepped into the turret's range. Smeb, unfazed, proceeded decisively according to their plan. The Mantis activated his ultimate to accelerate towards the target. After Jace unleashed a charged shot, he leaped up to absorb turret damage, allowing Gu Xing to output without pressure. Miller's voice quickened, acknowledging that the damage from the duo was indeed staggering. Xiaohu even used his flash to evade Jace's hammer form Q, Skyward Leap. However, after a period of unpressured development, Smeb had already acquired the items Yumu's Ghost Blade and Black Cleaver. Activating Yumu's active acceleration effect, he effortlessly closed the gap to Oriana, striking with thunderous damage that brought Xiaohu's health down by half. The other half was claimed by Gu Xing. In the end, he attempted to knock both adversaries back with his R, but Smeb evaded with a well-timed flash. After enduring the last blow from the turret, Jace allowed the Mantis to claim the kill. Gu Xing quickly used his E to escape, effortlessly. Letme's teleport had yet to even land. The situation had completely unraveled. Miller shook his head repeatedly. RNG's most affluent duo was being systematically targeted by Gu Xing, causing their development to lag significantly. Through the kill on Oriana, Gu Xing successfully reached level 11. He decisively evolved his W, Void Spike, shifting focus to functionality. When Xianghua had just moved towards the bottom lane seeking to assist, he inadvertently exposed himself within VGS vision, while Kuro was thriving in the top lane. Karma had become synonymous with relentless pressure since the mid-game, particularly when facing a cumbersome champion like Titan, effortlessly dancing around with her positioning. Kuro brought the minion wave to the vicinity of the top lane high ground tower, occasionally stepping forward to poke at the turret before retreating with a speed boost. Gu Xing continued to direct his teammates in the side lanes, urging them to demolish the bottom tower and converge towards mid lane, aiming to take down the first tower. Jack also brought good news. His ally had acquired 2 key items. The build path for Ezreal's Iceborne Gauntlet was relatively inexpensive, and with 2 kills under his belt, Jack finally unveiled the 2 most formidable items at the 17-minute mark. Once the Muramana was fully stacked, Ezreal officially entered his power spike. Pushing mid lane, they pivoted towards the Baron Pit, setting up vision to attempt a dragon take. Gu Xing meticulously arranged the strategy, emerging from the side to launch his W. The evolved Void Spike split into 3 smaller projectiles, striking the mispositioned Misfortune and applying a slow effect. Smeb followed up with a shot, reducing Misfortune to a sliver of health. Ezreal's ultimate forced Sona to use her flash. With the mid laner and support missing, RNG could not hold the mid lane, conceding it to their opponents. Wawa raised his voice, noting that the economic gap had surpassed the 5K mark, and at the sub-20-minute threshold, RNG's decline was starkly evident. Miller continued to analyze the situation. With the last line of defense compromised, RNG would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain vision control in the dragon area. Xiaoduan ventured to place wards, while Gu Xing positioned himself at the narrow passage between the jungle and the river, relentlessly using Void Spike to threaten and hinder the opposition. RNG struggled to secure a catch. The Kha'Zix moved through the river with the agility of an eel, proving nearly impossible to restrain, especially given that their team's sole reliable crowd control lay in Nautilus's ultimate. Gu Xing showcased the current version of Kha'Zix's insidious potential. It became evident that Kha'Zix faced challenges in professional play due to his low margin for error. Merely one control ability from the enemy could spell his demise during an engagement. However, the recent delayed patch significantly enhanced his capabilities. His ultimate now allowed for continuous invisibility, which proved remarkably effective for vision control, while his evolved W could impose an 80 slow on isolated targets. The Kha'Zix of today is no longer the bloodthirsty assassin of yore, but rather a harasser and map-controlling warrior in the jungle. As the clock struck 20 minutes, Smeb continued to push the bottom lane. RNG, wary of a potential dragon steal, dared only to send the teleporting Nautilus to handle the lane, yet the combat prowess of the top laners was not even comparable. Smeb boasted a 2-level lead, along with a substantial equipment advantage, including a black cleaver for percentage armor penetration and a Yumu's Ghostblade for fixed armor penetration. Before Jace, Nautilus appeared as fragile as paper. After enduring 2 empowered shots, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. Hou Ye hesitated to approach the bottom lane, fearing VG might seize the opportunity to initiate on the dragon. Thus, a death spiral took shape. Liu Shiyu permitted the bottom lane to be soloed, merely watching as Jace relentlessly pushed forward. Ultimately, RNG's base faced the threat of obliteration. RNG's second tower in the bottom lane stood precariously. Jace's cannon posed a significant threat as he faced off against Let Me. Song Jinghao skillfully capitalized on his advantage in side lane pushing, employing the previously emphasized strategy of stockpiling minions, amassing 2 substantial waves that surged towards the bottom lane's high ground. VG's 4-man squad prepared to hasten towards the dragon. Upon seeing the broadcast, Wawa immediately directed the camera to the dragon pit, predicting VG's intentions. RNG grew increasingly anxious as they huddled together and moved towards the dragon pit, seeking to thwart their opponents. Gu Xing took a direct approach. As he activated his ultimate and became invisible, he shouted over voice chat, "Hou Ye Xing, give me your E." Kuro's cursor remained fixed on Gu Xing's shoulder. Without hesitation, he cast E Inspire upon Gu Xing. The double acceleration imparted a sensation akin to flight. Gu Xing exited the dragon pit and approached RNG's formation, executing a void spike that severely hampered the enemy's movement. Before RNG could react, Gu Xing calmly withdrew, creating distance. Jinghao, continue pushing. We will hold them here. Gu Xing's plan began to unfold. He feigned a dragon attempt to draw RNG's attention to the dragon pit, leaving the opposition with only Nautilus to counter Jace. Smeb thrived in his newfound freedom. You must hold them, he expressed succinctly in simple Chinese, conveying his intent. Upon switching to hammer form and advancing towards the Titan, 3 hammers were unleashed. After the thunderous activation, Let Me was left with but half his health. Yin Juanza had no choice but to retreat to base. Otherwise, Jace's subsequent skill set could easily obliterate him. I can no longer hold the line. Please return quickly to assist. Let Me implored for help. Xianghua also sensed the precarious situation and wished to withdraw promptly. Unfortunately, Gu Xing granted no such opportunity. The warrior's Jungle Blade and Black Cleaver had rendered his cooldown reduction stats quite formidable. W Void Spike would be ready in approximately 6 seconds. Observing RNG's attempt to escape, Gu Xing pursued relentlessly to secure them. As the adversaries prepared to confront him, Gu Xing swiftly retreated. This back-and-forth tug-of-war nearly drove RNG to madness. They could neither flee nor capture their opponents. They had merely just exited the river, with a considerable distance remaining to the bottom lane. Hou Ye, prepare to teleport. The enemy's high ground is falling, Gu Xing commanded. Kuro provided Gu Xing with an acceleration shield, then retreated, using his teleport to head towards the bottom lane. The news of VG's mid and top lanes converging for demolition work brought immense joy to the fans present. At the commentary desk, Miller's voice resonated loudly. Astonished that VG had ingeniously adapted the poke system to serve as a protective umbrella for a 41-minute push, creating favorable conditions for Smeb's split push. RNG could not return. Wawa lamented, as Jax Ezreal leaped into action, the Ice Fist slowing and ensnaring, creating space for teammates pushing the bottom lane high ground. Uzi, unable to contain his frustration, retaliated with a corrupted chain, hoping to leverage his team's numerical advantage to eliminate the 3 opponents in front. However, Gu Xing's reflexes were lightning fast, successfully dodging with a flash. He then launched another void spike. The director employed split-screen technology. one half focusing on the skirmish at the river's mouth between the VG and RNG players, while the other half showcased the progress of the push at the bottom lane high ground. Kuro landed and was already dismantling the enemy turret. Amidst the cacophony, Wawa raised his voice, questioning whether this match would conclude in such a bizarre manner. Let Me attempted to impede VG's mid and top advance, but he was all alone, struck by Jace's cannon shot, losing a significant portion of his health. Yin Juanza gritted his teeth and attempted to intercept his opponents with his body. Unfortunately, a Titan with such poor development possessed insufficient damage. Kuro bestowed shields upon his teammates, while Yin Juanza could not even shatter the shield. Under Jace's relentless barrage, both turrets crumbled. Only the Nexus crystal remained, and the other 4 members of RNG finally returned. Just as Miller breathed a sigh of relief, he witnessed Gu Xing and Jack leaping onto RNG's high ground, contributing to the demolition in their own fashion. RNG's damage output was scattered, insufficient to eliminate all VG members instantaneously. The Nexus crystal's health dwindled. RNG's players, frantic with anxiety, found themselves devoid of any viable solutions. They could only watch as the critically wounded Mantis delivered its final strike, shattering their Nexus crystal into fragments. 246. From where one falls, there shall one rise again. In the moment when the RNG base erupted into a spectacle of fireworks, Miller exclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to VG for triumphing in the inaugural match." The VG supporters below erupted in exuberance, igniting a wave of applause across the audience. In the final decisive play, VG lured RNG into the barren pit, executing a brilliant strategic decision with Jace to achieve a singular breakthrough. The commentator praised their approach, noting the tactical evasion of confrontation to secure victory. Reminiscent of the LCK style, it could be said that this Jace strategy was brought over from the Korean circuit by Smeb. The former top laner, Zhu Xiaolong, had some proficiency with Jace, but emphasized enhancing the accuracy of his cannon shots for poke damage rather than split-pushing capabilities. Smeb, on the other hand, was an entirely different breed. Given an advantage, he could relentlessly torment the opposition through split-pushing. Hou Ye adapted and improved upon the split-pushing system, transforming it into VG's primary tactic for the new season. The emphasis was on reducing dependency on internal communication. Smeb could persistently play solo on the sidelines, not overly involved in team decisions. His teammates merely needed to buy him time. This split-pushing strategy proved to be a swift and effective approach, particularly against blue-collar top laners. Smeb was unrestrained, pushing towers in front of enemy champions with no pressure, generating an inexplicable thrill. Impressive, Jinghao. Gu Xing congratulated his top laner, his face alight with joy. Your early game was well worth the investment. Indeed, Smeb replied contentedly, the opposing side is no match for us. He played the entirety of the match with remarkable ease. The enemy jungler never had an opportunity to target him. It was purely a delightful Jace game. Yu Wenba chuckled, just taking it easy, brothers, so comfortable. VG focused their assault on the top lane. He initially faced pressure in the early game, and though he encountered slight disadvantages, they remained within acceptable limits. Kuro's joy was palpable. Having a jungler is fantastic. Even if I get caught once, it doesn't impact the overall strategy, as long as I support my teammates. On the other side of the players' area, Xianghua gazed at the crimson failure emblem on the monitor, silently cursing as he removed his headphones. With a total of 73 kills shared between both teams, had VG not conceded 2 deaths while pushing for the win, RNG's kill count would have been even lower. The number of explosive kills was minimal. Moreover, throughout the match, there wasn't even a single effective team fight. From start to finish, VG dictated the pace of the game, leaving RNG's formidable team composition with no room to maneuver. Lu Xiyu recognized that the primary reason was the Titan, who was supposed to initiate fights, had collapsed in his development and was pinned down by Jace in the bottom lane, allowing Gu Xing to freely use Void Spike in the river to delay and obstruct their retreat. Otherwise, if the bottom lane minion wave had been stabilized, the Titan wouldn't have had to fear a backdoor attempt, and they could have teleported to initiate a strong frontline engagement, making their defeat unjustifiable. Xianghua pursed his lips, lost in thought. I'm sorry, brothers, let me lament it deeply. He understood all too well that his lane had effectively ended when he recklessly advanced at the 3-minute mark, falling prey to a gank from VG's jungler and top laner, resulting in first blood. Subsequently, The snowball effect from Jace and Kha'Zix rendered him devoid of any meaningful game experience. Ultimately, one could only cower in the rear, watching as Jace's colossal cannon obliterated defensive towers. The damage he inflicted was hardly sufficient to tickle the second lieutenant of Piltover, while wielding the courage of the Colossus. The team fights indeed became more resilient, yet in the landing phase, he was merely a lump of flesh, his damage far inferior to that of the Conqueror. Lemmy's thoughts swirled chaotically, regretting more with every passing moment. If only he could rectify his blunders, perhaps he could prevent being a burden to his team. Noticing his top laner's expression of self-reproach, Xiaohu hastily placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, urging him not to dwell on the past match. For another round awaited us. This was not the LSBL, where one faced a single BO1 each day. Li Yuanhao feigned nonchalance, asserting that overcoming a 1-2 deficit was not insurmountable. Uzi picked up a paper cup and strode towards the backstage, feeling a sense of frustration. The sensation of being powerless, unable to unleash one's strength, was undoubtedly disheartening. He had chosen a team fight composition, yet was dragged by VG into a position where they could not engage, akin to a powerful punch landing on cotton. Upon returning to the lounge, he chanced upon the production team displaying the damage statistics from the previous game. Lemmy cast a glance and felt his face flush. In the entirety of the match, he had only managed to inflict 3,469 points of damage, a significant portion of which was accrued while standing idly as Jace pushed towers. He needn't ponder. He was well aware that countless netizens were mocking him. In the production room, Zhuyi was intently watching the Douyu livestream, and the comments were precisely as Letme had envisioned. In the grand scheme, fate undoubtedly has its own intentions. 3,469? That's truly astonishing. How could a top laner produce such meager damage? What could he possibly do? Would a Titan dare to confront Jace? A hook would surely lead to a brutal beating. Never would I have imagined that this small match was not only won by VG, but also by Ming Kai. It's a double victory. Piglet thanks RNG for their redemption. Clear Love 7. Are you still mocking me for 4,396? The top laner's damage is even lower than that of the jungler. Surely you don't believe that 4396 is being ridiculed for his damage, right? RQQ was ineffective. He couldn't utilize his abilities due to lack of energy. Performing worse than a bronze-level Lee Sin, simply a pretty face. Who would be deemed the MVP? The chief director inquired. Currently, there was no public voting system. The selection of the MVP in the LPL League was essentially a unilateral decision made by the directors. Naturally, they would approach it from a fair and observable perspective, devoid of personal sentiment. Zhuyi shot him a glance. Of course, it must be Brother Xing. Is there any doubt? The MVP for the first match had to be selected from the top and jungle positions. Comparatively, Gu Xing had a higher participation rate. In a match where the support was not roaming, he alone could invigorate the entire game, leading the rhythm throughout. During the landing phase, he executed ambushes, artfully maneuvering to evade vision for ganks. In the mid-game, he transformed into an irksome yet unkillable poke monster, harassing from a distance, leaving RNG with no recourse. In summary, Gu Xing was indeed the optimal choice. The director hurriedly retrieved the pre-made MVP interface for the players, arranging the data accordingly. Let us select this portrait, he decided, choosing the template that pleased his eye the most. In the scene, Gu Xing strikes a one-handed gun pose, his forearm, exposed beyond his team uniform, is fair and subtly muscled, and his lips curl into a bright smile, radiating sunshine. However, lurking in the shadows behind him is Kha'Zix, his carapace shimmering with deep purple light, his agile form exuding an imposing presence. The contrast between the two is starkly pronounced. The battle damage ratio stands at 403, with a participation rate of 100, team damage accounting for 228, and an economic lead of 3,522, excluding the battle damage ratio of merely 7. The other three statistics for the jungler are nothing short of extraordinary. Seated in the VG lounge, Gu Xing gazes at his promotional photo, a sigh of relief escaping him, almost wanting to exclaim his contentment. The somber and aloof style from the World Championship simply did not suit him. This photo, crafted by his LPL compatriots, resonates perfectly with his essence. More importantly, VG currently has a bonus mechanism for small game MVPs. The reward he has secured is sufficient to cover his daily expenses for an entire month. In the center of the room, Hongmi sits on an esports chair, curiously inquiring with his teammates about the strategy for the bottom lane. all while observing Jack's reaction. His suggestion to focus on the upper half of the map, particularly regarding the ADC in the bottom lane, is certainly not an appealing prospect. Yu Wenba's previous performance left him feeling somewhat constrained, stuck under the tower and forced to endure while farming. After finally acquiring his 2 essential items on Ezreal, he had yet to showcase his prowess before RNG's base fell. Hou Ye is uncertain whether Jack can accept this. Facing the duo of Hou Ye and Shy, there is a subtle history of rivalry between the 2 bottom lanes. Nevertheless, as it is merely a regular season match, if Jack wishes to utilize a carry-type hero, he would acquiesce. Yu Wenba, however, is feeling quite dissatisfied. Youthful and ambitious, he naturally yearns to display his raw strength against RNG's bottom lane. However, as he surveys his teammates, he realizes Jack lacks the audacity to demand a stage from a group of star players. Let us continue focusing on the upper lane. Yu Wenba says, reclining in his chair with his hands behind his head, donning an expression of discontent. But please don't let my buddy play Ezreal in the next game. You push too quickly, and I barely get to develop before the game ends. I have no experience at all. A chorus of laughter erupts in the lounge. Smeb and Kuro exchange bewildered glances, perplexed by their teammates' amusement. Gu Xing heads to the drink machine, fills 2 cups with ice-cold cola, and returns to share one with Jack, whispering a few words. Unfortunately, Draven can't be played now. But if Li Jie gets in, I'll ensure he is well-fed and robust. Draven indeed requires a hard support with crowd control to create ample space for damage output. In the current version, soft supports dominate the bottom lane, making the choice of Thresh a considerable pressure in lane, hence not a reasonable option. Let us work on the synergy between the jungle and the team. After all, our level of rapport requires no practice. We are truly in sync. His emotional intelligence is commendable, effortlessly winning Jack's heart with just a few words. I understand. Yu Wenba cheerfully took a sip of cola, instructing you to apply pressure on Smeb, which ironically resulted in a swifter conclusion to the match. After all, as long as victory is within reach, I have no objections. Upon returning to the stage, Gu Xing deliberately observed Let Me's expression. He noticed the veteran, making his long-awaited return to the LPL after a year, appeared dejected, likely still ensnared in the torment of being relentlessly targeted by Smeb in the previous game. This scene further solidified Gu Xing's determination to focus on the top lane in the ensuing match. It was an evident point of vulnerability. It would be illogical not to relentlessly pursue and assault the top lane. After a brief intermission, the 2 commentators regained their composure, now invigorated and welcoming the audience back to the arena, where the second game between RNG and VG was about to commence. In the first match, Smeb showcased his signature champion, Jace, and, with the assistance of Xing Ji's Kha'Zix, he successfully penetrated the enemy base on a single lane. It remains to be seen how RNG will adjust in this match. Doimb was filled with anticipation. However, they were positioned on the red side for this game, which, in some respects, placed them at a disadvantage, complicating their draft strategy. Upon mention of the first game, a small faction of RNG fans immediately erupted in frustration. In their view, VG displayed a lack of sportsmanship. How could League of Legends be played without team fights? They only relied on split pushing to destroy towers. If they had the capability, why not engage in a direct 5v5 confrontation? I believe the most crucial aspect is the rhythm, Miller added, noting that VG had consistently focused on split pushing in the previous game. Xingge frequently initiated plays in the top lane early on, while in the mid-game, he directed his efforts towards restricting RNG's duo carries, effectively neutralizing their strongest point in team fights. Consequently, the top lane titan faced relentless pressure, unable to initiate a frontal engagement. Meanwhile, the combined damage output from the mid and bot carries was insufficient to recklessly engage, thereby creating opportunities for Smeb to split push with abandon. At this moment, amidst a resounding and electrifying sound, the draft panel appeared before everyone's eyes. VG, positioned on the blue side, proceeded to ban Lee Sin as per usual. The Fox was left with no choice but to restrict Echo, with the 2 formidable champions eliminated. Only the top-tier characters Varus, LeBlanc, and Zyra remained. The red side adjusted their strategy by banning Varus. Doimb let out a soft hiss. VG's draft strategy on the blue side was quite intriguing. Unlike RNG's approach in the previous game, they chose not to ban LeBlanc, but instead dismantled the bot lane duo. The Fox paced thoughtfully behind the RNG players. The red side strategy indeed had merit. Both LeBlanc and Zyra are powerful champions in the current meta, yet there exists a disparity between them. Primarily, Zyra has viable alternatives. In the current ranked games, the inventive support champion, Heimerdinger, has emerged with a grasshopper support strategy. This rise is attributed to the recent price reductions of Iceborne Gauntlet and Liandry's Anguish, coupled with modifications to Heimerdinger's W, which has become akin to Zyra's plant summons, thus making him a strong contender. Furthermore, Miss Fortune does not find herself at a significant disadvantage against Zyra. However, no champion currently exists that can perfectly counter LeBlanc. Moreover, the importance of mid lane and support champions in the Rift inherently differs, and LeBlanc's status undoubtedly surpasses that of Zyra. If everything were to be revealed, VG, positioned in the blue side, would undoubtedly opt for LeBlanc, thereby solidifying their advantageous lineup. Fox silently admired the opposing team's drafting strategy, as he had completely overlooked such a solution in the previous match. With the spring season just commencing and the new 5-ban format freshly implemented, no one possessed established BP tactics to emulate. They could only navigate through uncharted waters. Furthermore, Fox originally established his career as an analyst rather than as a drafter. His last coaching stint dated back to the optimistic team during the S5 World Championship, and as everyone is aware, the outcome was less than favorable. This lack of experience inevitably led to some missteps. Fortunately, Hou Ye provided a commendable example. He could directly replicate this in the next match. Let's ban LeBlanc and allow the opponents to pick Janna, Fox concluded decisively. In the first round, Hou Ye allocated the final ban to Shun. Wawa, witnessing the situation, could only chuckle wryly. VG was clearly intent on targeting the top lane, preventing Letme from securing a comfortable champion. The camera appropriately focused on the victim. Yanjuanza pursed his lips in silence. Fox's voice resonated in his ears, suggesting the ban of Jace. Letme struggles with champions like Jace. Should he stubbornly insist on playing them, a calamity might ensue. Respecting Smeb, there was no issue. Miller was not surprised at all. VG seized Janna first, allowing Duke Wangya to select a support hero with sufficient lane strength. Fox devised a countermeasure, locking in Ashe. How about we choose a Kha'Zix next? Uzi must be emphasized in the BP. Moreover, RNG's tactical framework was distinct, currently reliant on a double carry jungle strategy. In the previous game, to prevent their weaknesses from being exploited, they deliberately assisted in character selection during the first round of BP. Yet, the situation still turned out to be a sieve. Given this, it would be better to select a strong champion for their team's carry first. Hou Ye then sought his jungler's opinion, asking, "How about I give you a counter champion?" Guxing pondered briefly before agreeing. "No problem. Let us go with Elise. She can counter Kha'Zix and also gank top lane." Perfect. Hou Ye concurred with this notion. He subsequently secured Syndra for Kuro, ensuring priority in the mid lane and safeguarding Guxing's jungle. RNG opted for Rise, providing control while also being capable of split pushing. As the second round of BP commenced, Fox promptly banished the troll. Whenever top lane tanky champions like the three Phantoms emerge, it heralds the rise of the troll. With his ultimate ability, he can transform the enemy's frontline resilience to his advantage, and his split-pushing capabilities are terrifying. Easily capable of overwhelming a lane, VG banned Makai, seemingly intent on exhausting Letme's champion pool. Wawa sensed an ominous turn of events. As predicted, after RNG banned Jhin, Hou Ye, without hesitation, sent Poppy to the ban list. Only one of the three Phantoms remained, Nautilus. Was Letme still willing to select him? The dismal performance of Nautilus in the previous match was still fresh in everyone's memory. The RNG supporters in the audience were well aware that VG was determined to continue pressuring the top lane. "How are you holding up, Juanza?" Fox noticed his top laner's expression stiffening and casually engaged him in conversation, hoping to alleviate the tension. The formidable champions Jax and the Troll have been banned. Yet there is no cause for alarm. What heroes could possibly overwhelm you? The ever-composed Xiao Wang performs with unwavering stability, and if necessary, he may leave a counterposition for you. There shall be no mishap. Yanjuanza finds himself at a loss for words. Thus, he suggests that Xiaoming select the Grasshopper, while Huohu decisively asserts that in this match, we shall play aggressively and deny VG the opportunity to split push. Malzahar's presence in the support role in the current meta can be attributed to the sheer, unyielding initiation power of his ultimate ability, our Nether Grasp. In simpler terms, the Grasshopper possesses the lane prowess of a soft support alongside the initiation skills of a hard support. truly a dual threat. Observing his team's previous match, where VG employed an exceedingly irritating kiting composition that left him quite frazzled, Hou Ye swiftly alters the strategy to adopt an aggressive initiation approach. Hou Ye perceives Hou Ye's intentions. "Jack, you must play Ezreal. There is no more suitable marksman for this match." He emphasizes to you, "Winba, just focus on steady farming," as the enemy top laner is prone to self-destruction. During a break, Jack humorously remarks that playing Ezreal lacks a proper gaming experience. However, when the team urgently requires him to select a champion that can stabilize the lane, Winba remains resolute in his choice. Hou Ye then seeks out the top laner, suggesting, "Jinghao, how about using Gnar? He can split push and team fight, which would solidify our composition." Smeb finds no reason to decline. Since RNG has left a counter position open for the top lane, Gnar is indeed a fitting choice. Miller's gaze is fixed on RNG's final hero selection, which turns out to be Thresh. He is undeterred and eager for another round. Wawa shouts from the sidelines to uplift the atmosphere. "Wherever you fall, you must rise again." Let Me seeks to prove himself. The compositions are now officially confirmed. The blue side, VG, features Gnar in the top lane, Elise in the jungle, Syndra mid, and Ezreal with Janna in the bot lane. The red side, RNG, boasts Thresh top, Kha'Zix jungle, Ryze mid, and Ashe with the Grasshopper in the bot lane. RNG has incorporated several initiation methods into this lineup, evidently learning from their previous match, though the efficacy remains uncertain. Miller expounds on the analysis. In contrast, VG maintains a composition with minimal initiation tools. Only Syndra and Gnar can attempt to initiate, while the majority of their strategy revolves around kiting and split pushing. I have observed that they truly relish this non-team fight-centric system after their reinforcement. This perspective aligns with Wawa's observations, reminiscent of the LCK style. Korean teams historically shunned initiation, favoring wave management and kiting until they could exploit an opening for a fatal strike. The broadcast transitions to a handshake between the two coaches before pulling back. The camera gradually blurs, and in the next moment, the rift descends. Gu Xing purchases his equipment and, as usual, positions himself defensively in the river. The strength of the level 1 skirmish between the two teams is notably disparate. Let Me, with Thresh's hook and passive stun, can provide immense crowd control during teamfights. Coupled with Uzi's Ashe's persistent slow, being ensnared may well result in an escapability. Thus, Gu Xing merely stands guard, wary of any potential incursions from the opposing team. They are approaching. In the river, Duan Deliang raised his voice to alert, "Retreat, retreat, retreat." Just as he turned around, a flash of golden light caught his eye. The Titan moved forward, and the ship's anchor came crashing down towards him. Fortunately, Xiao Duan reacted swiftly, synchronizing his retreat in time to avoid being ensnared by the opponent. A small group of RNG fans in the stands immediately perked up, waving flags and cheering for their team. They believed Let Me had struck gold with this maneuver. The exchange of flashes between the top lane Titan and the support Zyra was undoubtedly a sign of RNG's triumph. Xiang's eyes lit up. Well done. Astute as he was, he sensed an opportunity had quietly arisen. Invade, and force the spider into the upper area. He instructed Let Me to lead the charge. The numerous RNG members successfully pressured the opponent out of their lower jungle. Gu Xing had no choice but to head to RNG's upper red buff to secure resources. Sensing that his initial goal had been achieved, Xiangguo promptly urged his teammates, "Shizming, be vigilant in the lower lane and trade health. I can gank at level 3. And the spider won't be able to assist." Xiao Ming understood instantly and began to harass the VG duo the moment he hit the lane, issuing a challenge for a health trade. Xiao Duan found himself increasingly vexed. He had already been forced to use his flash at the start, and while retreating through the jungle, he took a detour, causing him to arrive late to set up seeds before the minion wave crossed. Without a sufficient number of plants to bolster his strength, Zyra's early trading potential was not as formidable as anticipated. Yet, if Duan Deliang refrained from trading health, he would be driven far from the minion wave by RNG's duo. Not only would he miss out on minions, but he would also completely relinquish lane control. At that point, he would be at the mercy of the enemy. Xiao Duan found himself in a dilemma. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and engage in a health trade. As a result, Uzi leveraged the range advantage of Ashe to land 2 free auto attacks, successfully lowering Duan's health and seizing lane control to reach level 2 smoothly. Wawa noted the details of Ashe's skill points. Uzi had not chosen to learn Hawkshot. Instead, he opted for Q to emphasize lane pressure. More importantly, Gu Xing's presence was already evident in the upper area, making Uzi's need to scout with E unnecessary. Enhancing his landing strength was of utmost importance to him. Xianghua cleared all 3 camps in VG's lower jungle, reaching level 3 and appearing poised to tower dive. Miller, realizing the situation too late, noted that Xiao Duan was left with only half health and without flash. RNG truly intended to secure a kill. Uzi, from a distance, drew the turret's aggro with his auto attacks followed by W, enchanted crystal arrow, while Xianghua's Kha'Zix leapt in to deal damage. Jack's heal could not save his ally, and Xiao Ming's Q silenced Duan, preventing him from casting any skills. Uzi's auto attacks drained Xiao Duan's health bar completely, claiming first blood and leisurely exiting the turret's range. All the RNG fans present erupted in jubilant cheers. The foreshadowing from their level 1 positioning paid off. Wawa furrowed his brow. This was hardly good news for Jack, who would have to retreat to the second tower and wait for his support to respawn before daring to continue farming. Witnessing the explosive kill in the lower lane, Gu Xing did not remain idle. From the upper area, his focus was naturally directed towards the top lane. Smeb's landing was indeed reliable. After Let Me acquired the seemingly inconsequential skill Q, Song Jinghao demonstrated an overwhelming dominance. Relying on NAR's extended reach, he effortlessly forced his opponent under the turret, amassing a substantial wave of minions. Gu Xing also intended to dive the turret, mirroring RNG's strategy. The anger mechanism of little NAR enabled Smeb to transform into his larger form upon clearing the third wave of cannon minions, granting him a new set of skills. I will take the brunt. You focus on dealing damage. Gu Xing conveyed his intent to Smeb through simple language and signals. Emerging from the brush behind RNG's first turret, he cut off Titan's escape route. He positioned himself closely, landing basic attacks imbued with the burning effect of the red buff on Let Me, while utilizing both W and Q to chip away at Titan's health. The moment Yin Juanza attempted to hook him, Gu Xing unleashed his cocoon. The white, viscous substance ensnared Titan. Transitioning into spider form, he unleashed another flurry of damage, complemented by the substantial burst from Thunder. Smeb's NAR, with urgency in his voice, incessantly dealt damage while applying the stun effect from W, pummel, to maintain control. Just as he was about to withstand the third cannon shot, Gu Xing soared into the air, evading the turret's damage and simultaneously redirecting aggro. Let Me, at only level 2, was utterly powerless. Ultimately, Smeb's colossal NAR executed a successful rock toss, eliminating Titan. Both sides gained advantages in the top and bottom lanes, resulting in a 1-4-1 exchange. Upon securing the kill, Gu Xing gracefully retreated from the enemy turret's range. In his earpiece, Smeb jubilantly exclaimed in his newly acquired rudimentary Chinese, "That felt good." He even managed to secure a kill without using his flash. Gu Xing was equally pleased. In this skirmish, the exchange appeared to be even on the surface. A trade of top laner for support, seemingly favoring RNG as Let Me had teleport available to recover the wave, minimizing losses to minions under the turret. However, he understood that VG was the true victor due to the minion wave. The time from Let Me's resurrection to the availability of his teleport would take approximately 15 seconds, which indeed wouldn't result in a significant loss of minions. Yet, Titan also missed the optimal moment to clear the wave promptly. By the time he teleported to the turret, the fourth wave of minions from both teams had already converged. With the assistance of turret fire, RNG's top lane minions would undoubtedly gain the upper hand, pushing back towards VG's turret. At that point, Let Me's Titan would have no choice but to follow the advancing minion wave to secure last hits, presenting Gu Xing with an opportunity. A spider with a red buff could easily take down a Titan without flash. Let Me was acutely aware of the minion situation. Upon witnessing the returning wave, Yin Juanza's head swelled with anxiety. The haunting memories of his previous relentless training still loomed in his mind. Would this match repeat that nightmare? Let Me sought assistance, hoping to rally support. Yet, both mid laners on either side were equipped with Ghost, rendering them incapable of rapidly aiding the top lane. The only one who could assist him in clearing the wave was the jungler, Xianghua. Could you come help me? Yin Juanza feared repeating past mistakes, wary of becoming the focal point once more. Lu Shiyu was still weighing the pros and cons. After he finished dealing with the small minions, Jack had already been forced into a retreat at the second tower, unable to confront Bin Xian, resulting in RNG's bottom lane also achieving a wave of minion pushback. The distinction lay in the fact that Xiangguo's own Mantis lacked any means of crowd control, while the duo of Frost Archer and Grasshopper had no hard crowd control before level 6. Relying solely on slow effects made it exceedingly difficult to latch onto the enemy and secure a kill. In simpler terms, utilizing the minion wave to catch opponents allowed Gu Xing's Spider to reap benefits far more effortlessly. Thus, it appeared that Xiangguo returning to assist Let Me in defense was the more prudent choice. However, retreating meant sacrificing rhythm. Lu Xiu's upper jungle had already been cleared by Gu Xing, and with the camp refresh interval at 150 seconds, none of his upper jungle monsters had reset. While VG's upper jungle was indeed present, how could RNG's Titan, Rise, and Mantis contend against the opposing Nar, Syndra, and Spider combination? Returning to the upper region with no monsters to farm left no room for invasion. Apart from aiding the top laner in wave management, Xiangguo was left with little else to do. Yin Juanzi, maintain your composure, he ultimately resolved. I will remain in the bottom lane to secure an advantage and assist you later. Let Me felt a chill in his heart. Without the jungler's presence, and with the minion wave pushing back, how could he possibly play? He could only resign himself to fate. Teleporting beside the upper tower, he swiftly cleared the minions beneath it and then retreated to a safer position. I want to farm minions, but surely I can absorb some experience, right? Yet Smeb was relentless. Nor didn't he even wish to grant Titan any experience, leveraging his equipment lead to conceal himself in the brush closest to RNG's upper tower, occasionally tossing boomerangs to chip away at health. Nar's excessive actions elicited cries of dismay from Wawa. Song Jinghao, after securing a kill, also returned to base and teleported back to lane. He purchased an extractor, a longsword, and a control ward. Although the value increase from the mining tool was not particularly high, the lifesteal effect from basic attacks combined with the Doran sword could create a dual lifesteal effect. Titan could engage and deal damage, but Smeb would soon recover his health entirely. Aside from potions, Let Me had no means of health restoration, and he feared that if he forced himself to gain experience, he would be excessively depleted of health, making him vulnerable to Gu Xing's potential dive. Reluctantly, Yin Juanzi retreated further back. Watching the minion wave slowly advance towards VG, each enemy minion perished in the clash of minions, and Let Me's heart bled. Wawa empathized deeply. As if he were experiencing Titan's plight firsthand, immediately shouting in indignation, Smeb is giving no quarter. Miller furrowed his brow. This minion wave was utterly ruined, and Let Me would have no chance to lane effectively. The rustling sounds within the venue intensified rapidly. RNG fans were left dumbfounded. With less than 4 minutes into the match, the upper lane had nearly collapsed. How could they continue? Initially, it seemed Let Me had chosen Titan once again to prove himself. Who would have thought it was merely a repeat of military training? Gu Xing was still dissatisfied. Jinghao, hold the line a bit longer. Do not allow the opponent to develop, he suggested in the voice chat. Smeb possesses the ability to comprehend common in-game terminologies such as lane control and farming, and he immediately signaled his understanding, assuring his teammates that the opponent would inevitably lose at least 3 waves of minions. From the 4th wave of minions at 3 minutes and 17 seconds, Titan ceased to engage with the minion line. It was estimated that this situation would persist until approximately 4.5 minutes. Waiting for Coma's Kha'Zix to arrive in the top lane and commence clearing the secondary jungle camps. Only then would Let Me feel secure enough to approach and farm the minions. Don't eat, Smeb exclaimed, feeling elated upon witnessing Titan's minion deficit, his joy radiating through his beaming smile. He supplemented his minion count with basic attacks, ensuring that RNG's minions remained in a favorable position, albeit not overwhelmingly so. This scenario hindered the enemy minion wave from advancing towards the tower, allowing Smeb to comfortably farm and control the lane in front of the turret. Gu Xing felt confident in his top laner's dominance, returning to clear the river crab and thoroughly cleanse his side of the upper jungle, placing a ward at the blue buff camp. He returned to base to acquire a jungle knife, alongside a dark seal and a control ward, and opted to move downward. During his jungle clearing, Coma's Kha'Zix was likewise not idle, venturing to the bottom lane to challenge the VG duo. However, Jack remained composed, retreating behind to farm with his Q ability, Mystic Shot, avoiding any unnecessary exchanges. At that moment, Coma struggled to find an opportunity, merely using his Void Spike to chip away at health before retreating to continue his development. Xing, having received word of Kha'Zix's second descent to the bottom lane, deduced that his jungle clearing pace was slightly ahead of his opponent. Considering that a jungler's repeated incursions into lanes would inevitably consume considerable time, he sought to exploit this temporal advantage. However, as Xing meticulously monitored the monster respawn timings and arrived at the F6 camp, he heard Jack issue a warning. Hou Ye has used his E to scout your position. The drone, the Hawk Spirit, soared through the sky towards Xing's location. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to neither dodge nor evade, allowing the opponent to discern his movements. Given that Koma had initially cleared the VG's feathered bird before pursuing the rock beetle, he successfully ambushed and eliminated a small segment. As the jungle monsters respawned, VG's lower quadrant was reset from top to bottom, with Xing's movements exposed. RNG speculated that he might descend to apply pressure in the bottom lane. Xiaoming promptly vacated his lane to establish vision in the Tribrush and Dragon Pit, aiming to avoid being ensnared by the spider. Tension enveloped the broadcast room, with staff on high alert. They were attentive to RNG's vision status, and the OB3 was reminding the lead director to ensure thorough coverage. The camera lingered momentarily on the area where Xiaoming had placed his ward, as the spider could utilize its E ability, Cocoon, to traverse walls directly to the dragon. Xiaoming intentionally installed a ward at the Dragon Pit's entrance. This maneuver effectively obstructed Elise's potential gank routes from various angles towards the bottom lane. Gu Pan remained fixated on the screen, overhearing his friend softly murmur that Xing would likely not attempt a gank in the bottom lane and might instead target the top. The lead director concurred, believing it illogical for the spider to venture to the bottom lane unnecessarily, with the top lane appearing to be the most probable option. He was ever ready to switch perspectives. The Spider Queen has concluded her intimate and amicable interactions with the feathered beak, ensnaring the entire family of 6. At this juncture, Little Tiger's Rise inserted a watchful eye through the wall into the camp, once again locating Xing's position. Elise transformed into her arachnid form, increasing her speed as she descended, seemingly intent on farming in the stone beetle camp. However, upon reaching the red zone, she abruptly pivoted, skirting the wall of the VG high ground and retreating upward. The director's spirit was invigorated, a familiar deception. This has nearly become a hallmark of Xing's jungle style. Employed countless times. Remarkably, it has proven effective, elusive, and difficult to grasp, often allowing him to toy with his opponents. He immediately directed the camera towards Xing. The Spider Queen circumvented the vision set by Little Tiger at the Feathered Beak camp, traversing the mid lane and continuing upward. Just as everyone in the director's room assumed Xing was heading towards the top lane, they witnessed Elise traverse the upper river, heading into the enemy's jungle. The director emitted a sound of puzzlement, switching to RNG's perspective. Yet, they found no trace of the spider's movements. The fog of war obscured Elise's form. And after Little Tiger finished placing vision in the VG Feathered Beak camp, he had no additional wards at his disposal. RNG's upper half was shrouded in darkness. The director hastily switched the view to the top lane. The temporal advantage held by Xing now came into play. He had completed his F6 farm and made a detour to the upper half, while the fragrant pot had just cleared the minion wave stuck at VG's top tower. The mantis alleviated Letme's pressure, burrowing into VG's upper jungle through the upper river. Naturally, it was devoid of any presence. The fragrant pot had no intention of counter-jungling. Rather, he placed a ward provided by his green jungle knife between the enemy's blue buff and the magic swamp frog camp. It was clear he aimed to track Xing's position, preemptively preventing the Spider Queen from ambushing Letme through the upper jungle. Unfortunately, his vision placement was fully revealed by a ward dropped before Xing returned to base for supplies. The scene shifted to VG's perspective, where Hou Ye methodically made arrangements. A thick fog of war enveloped the jungle, with only the mantis's silhouette visible, a conspicuous target. The camera zoomed in to observe Xing's movements. The director scrolled the mouse wheel, capturing the entire upper half of the canyon in the frame. The Spider Queen first glanced at RNG's Feathered Beak camp, then scurried to the brush beside the enemy's red buff camp, crouching down while placing a true sight ward beneath her feet. At this moment, the fragrant pot's mantis had established vision, turning away from VG's jungle to farm the stone beetles at the top of his own side. Hou Ye let out a soft hiss, realizing Xing's intent. The commentator Miller also sensed something amiss with the spider's trail. Xing had made a considerable detour. intending to wait for an opportunity as the fragrant pot approached. Wawa's eyes widened in excitement. The fragrant pot was unaware that Gu Xing was lurking in the jungle, still clearing monsters. The RNG supporters present were filled with anxiety. They watched helplessly as the spider set her trap, while the mantis remained oblivious, entirely unaware of the ambush ahead. A few scattered fans could not help but emit low-pitched gasps, yet Xiangguo remained entirely oblivious. The mantis found it challenging to trigger the isolated effect, and the farming of the stone beetles was not particularly swift. He deliberately retained a W ability, waiting for the small stone beetles to split before executing a void spike to eliminate them all. Having accomplished this, Xiangguo promptly advanced towards the campsite of the beak bird, a route he had meticulously planned. The jungle farming progress was inherently slow, and assisting the top lane while also placing wards in the VG jungle led to a considerably delayed second round of farming. Consequently, the stone beetles in the upper half of RNG had already respawned. Starting with the stone beetles, Xiangguo could proceed to clear the jungle from top to bottom, maximizing his developmental efficiency. Meanwhile, Lu Xiyu was contemplating how to torment Jack as he continued his path through the red zone when he noticed a milky white cocoon flying out from the nearby bushes. So close was the encounter that Xiangguo barely had time to press the E key before being stunned in place. Emerging from the foliage was a vividly adorned spider queen. What was going on? Hadn't he the spider just circled around to farm the VG stone beetles? How could it appear here? Before Lu Xiyu could fathom the spider queen's movement trajectory, Elise unleashed her abilities in a flurry. The humanoid form's QW detonated with damage, and upon transforming into spider form, she began to viciously bite with AWA. Xiangguo's health plummeted by more than half in an instant. The doll-like voice rang out loudly. Xing Ji's damage was indeed formidable. The removal of the power of time in the current version led most carnivorous junglers to adopt thunder. Everyone became more fragile, yet their damage output surged dramatically. Furthermore, the addition of the minor talent, Gift of the Verdant, allowed an ambush in the bushes to inflict extra magical damage based on 3 of the target's current health on the next attack. This enabled junglers to produce astonishingly explosive damage. Seeing his health rapidly deplete, Lu Xiyu was instantly thrown into a state of panic. The mantis's enhancements were primarily in the WR evolution mechanism, and the other skills and statistics had not been altered in any way. Originally, it was already challenging for Kha'Zix to win a one-on-one confrontation against Elise, and the isolated effect was wholly ineffective against the queen, who had her little spiders at her side. Moreover, Xiangguo had just utilized his W void spike while farming the small stone beetles. Lacking skills and being caught off guard, he was no match for Xingguo. Xiangguo immediately resolved to flee. Leap was activated to jump downward, aiming to rendezvous with Xiaohu. Xingguo followed closely, relentlessly biting at Xiangguo. The lower the mantis's health sank, the more exhilarated the doll seemed. It appeared he was destined to be caught. The director adeptly captured the chase between the two junglers, also encompassing the skirmish in the mid lane. Xiaohu activated his sprint in hopes of providing support, but Kuro offered no opportunity, executing a flash EQ combo with Syndra to stun the opponent and thwart his advance. Xiangguo flashed away to create distance, but Xingguo followed with a flash auto attack and Q. The Spider Queen raised her sharp mandibles, and her Q, venomous bite, tore through the mantis's carapace, draining the last remnants of his health. Dansha Miller's excitement was palpable, as Xing Ji's bizarre ambush yielded astonishing results. Xinggu truly embodies the adage that great skill comes with great audacity. The audience erupted in praise as he deftly deciphered RNG's vision setup and psychological shifts, launching a surprise attack from the most unexpected location. The fervor among the VG supporters was palpable, their cheers resonating throughout the venue like echoes in a grand hall. In the live streaming room, the number of supporters swelled, with an avalanche of comments flooding the screen. Can the jungler really solo? This diversion tactic is indeed a classic, another name added to Xing Ji's list of victims. Xingguo, my deity. His performance is astonishingly consistent, truly a carry in every match. Do you understand the value of the world's #1 jungler? Mastering rhythm-based and jungle-centric champions is nothing short of divine. Xiangguo is in shambles. He flashed, yet was still soloed. How can he continue in the jungle? Lu Xiyu gazed at the monochrome screen before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After his demise, he finally comprehended how the spider had stealthily infiltrated his jungle. Having a good rapport with Gu Xing, he had meticulously studied his opponent's strategies after VG clinched the World Championship. Xiang Guo was aware that virtue favored employing misdirection, turning vision into a psychological weapon against his adversaries. He also recognized that Gu Xing excelled at leveraging his advantages. Whenever he held a lead in combat capability, he would often ambush in the opponent's jungle, seeking opportunities for a solo kill. However, the convergence of these two tactics left him utterly defenseless. Xiang Guo carefully assessed the situation post-solo kill, ultimately conceding that he was on the verge of collapse. A solo kill is the simplest means of widening the gap in matchups, especially with neutral monsters in play. In the zero-sum game of the jungle, the losses incurred from being counter-jungled were unbearable for any jungler, particularly after the respawn intervals for camps were increased to 150 seconds. The quantity of neutral monsters available to the jungler significantly diminished. Being counter-jungled would result in catastrophic losses. As his thoughts raced, the anxious voice of Let Me echoed through his headset. What am I supposed to do now that you're dead? Yin Juanzi sensed that matters were dire. With their jungler having fallen in the upper quadrant, the remaining group of feathered beasts would inevitably be lost. Upon respawning, they would not venture back to the upper half. Left alone under the tower, how could he face VG's superior jungle presence? Xiang Guo remained silent for a moment, just as Let Me anticipated a perfect solution. The ensuing words fell like a bucket of cold water. You're on your own. I truly have no way to assist you. After a series of deaths, RNG's upper jungle strength was no longer a match for VG. Any further attempts to engage in the upper lane could easily result in a double kill. Xiaohu, peering over the wall, struck his own feathered beast camp with excessive force, only to find the neutral monsters still alive. He quickly signaled to his top laner that the spider had yet to counter the F6, likely seeking Juanzi instead. Let Me inhaled deeply, with no time to ponder further. He hastily used Q, clearing the path, to hook the defensive tower behind him and moved swiftly towards the secluded bush before the second tower. His flash was still a fraction of a second away from being ready. Just moments earlier, Xiang Guo had assisted in pushing the minion wave into VG's defensive tower, only to have it pushed back by Smeb. In the absence of the fragrant pot, Gu Xing decisively maneuvered behind to execute a flawless tower dive. He needed to make a swift escape, arriving at the midpoint between the first and second towers on the top lane. Let Me encountered Gu Xing's spider in a narrow passage. In this position, the Titan should be safe, and while Miller was not particularly concerned, losing some health was inevitable. Gu Xing, dismissing the need to deploy his cocoon, dealt raw damage to reduce the Titan's health, then altered his course to invade the jungle. Let Me had no choice but to return to base. The RNG's upper jungle lacked vision, leaving the possibility of Gu Xing launching a surprise attack uncertain. If he insisted on staying in lane, the consequences could be dire. However, the Titan's return home meant sacrificing yet another wave of minions pushing towards the tower. Miller watched with a pained expression. With the match approaching the 5.5-minute mark, he had only secured 18 last hits. In contrast, Smeb had amassed a remarkable 48 from 8 waves, losing merely 2 minions in the process. The disparity in last hits between the two top laners reached an astonishing 30. And when factoring in that kill, the economic gap soared towards 1,000. Upon calculating the numbers, Wawa was taken aback. His partner Miller continued to emphasize the significance of experience. Let Me had just reached level 4, while Smeb was on the verge of hitting level 6, effectively widening the gap in combat potential during their one-on-one encounter. Smeb was not finished yet. He aimed to showcase his raw prowess in his debut match in the LPL. Skillfully controlling Gnar, he leapt forward, diverting the enemy's 9th wave of cannon minions, which was scheduled to arrive at the top lane at 5:47, away from their intended path, drawing the minions' aggro with his very presence. Consequently, his own cannon wave found no resistance and surged into the range of RNG's first tower. Smeb then slipped into the brush behind the defensive structure, evading the minions' attention. RNG's cannon wave was free to advance, engaging with VG's minions inside the tower's perimeter. Different tactics were employed, yet ultimately they led to the same outcome, a pushback. For the Titan, who was about to return to lane, this wave of cannon minions would be significantly diminished by the tower. As the minion wave advanced towards VG, Let Me was forced away from the tower, confronting the daunting challenge of a level 4 Titan against a level 6 Gnar. How could this possibly work? Wawa pondered his existence. questioning whether the Titan would even dare to glance at the minion wave. Yanjuanza sought every possible means to gain experience. He no longer yearned to secure minion kills. Merely reaching level 6 before the landing phase concluded would be deemed a success. Yet, in the current top lane, there were no safe havens. Lemmy had just returned to the Elite League, and his ability to withstand pressure was evidently not yet honed to perfection. He was not a master of the dog-headed champion, and his unrefined approach to gaining experience was rather clumsy. Smeb could see through it all. He urged Little Nar to once again force the Titan out of the experience zone. Relishing the Titan's flustered and disheartened expression, his spirits soared, exclaiming to his teammates, "This game is mine to carry." The Mandarin was far from perfect, even carrying a hint of humor. Brother Jinghao is simply exceptional. Jack lounged comfortably, lavishing praise. "We're about to obliterate them." Gu Xing, overhearing, feigned discontent, retorting to his teammates mid-jungle, "What about me? If I hadn't repeatedly visited the top lane, would Jinghao be doing this well?" "Old Gu, you're quite impressive too." Yu Wenba promptly turned to commend his teammate, exclaiming how hilariously amusing it was to witness Xianghua being single-handedly eliminated. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a menacing mantis leaped from the brush behind. The camera captured Yu Wenba's head shaking slightly, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly utilized his E ability to retreat, successfully creating distance. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "Spicy hot pot, damn it." Xiao Duan applied the weak status to Xianghua, who also managed to escape unscathed. The audience in the RNG section let out collective sighs of profound disappointment. Once again, they had returned empty-handed. "What can we do?" Wawa shrugged, acknowledging that while RNG's lineup possessed many aggressive options, they would only be effective post-level 6. This was a truth understood by the commentators, and there was no reason for Xianghua to be unaware. His intention was to assist in pushing the cannon minion wave forward. With the advantage of lane control, he could counter the stone beetle that Gu Xing had neglected to farm earlier. He might even secure a dragon. Uzi's performance in the lane was indeed stable, particularly after securing first blood, as he managed to consistently suppress the VG duo. However, that was the extent of his impact. The formidable lane-holding capabilities of Ezreal allowed him to farm comfortably from a distance, undeterred by threats. The difference in minion kills between the two ADCs hovered around 10, a disparity that Jack found perfectly acceptable. Upon noticing Xianghua's presence in the bot lane, Xingge continued to apply pressure in the mid lane. Kuro, with a swift strike, incapacitated Xiao, who before Gu Xing emerged from the side. Utilizing his E ability, he positioned himself next to Rise, transforming into human form to prepare for a cocoon throw. Although Xiao, who timely flashed to evade, he still suffered a significant portion of damage. Kuro, unyielding, unleashed his ultimate directly into the opponent's face. Coupled with Gu Xing's QW skills in human form, the aim was to diminish Xiao, whose health substantially. With little health remaining, Li Yuanhao had no choice but to remain in the mid lane to farm, making it challenging to influence the side lanes. Are VG's jungler and mid laner planning to contest the dragon? Gu Pan quietly inquired of his friend. No, Shun Guanshan confidently replied, there's no opportunity in the lower half. Just focus the camera on the top lane. VG aims to secure the first blood tower. Currently, VG's strength was entirely reliant on their top and jungle duo. Smeb's teleport was on cooldown, preventing him from joining the skirmish. Meanwhile, Gu Xing had not purchased items for some time, accumulating a considerable amount of gold. Additionally, VG's bot lane duo had previously burned through numerous summoner spells, rendering them significantly less effective, and they required extra time to clear the minion wave beneath the tower. Shen Guanshan believed there was no reason for Gu Xing to engage in a team fight at the Dragon Pit against RNG. Instead, heading to the top lane for resources was the wisest choice. The lead broadcaster received a report from OB4, promptly shifting the camera to the top lane. Let me remained under the tower, feeling isolated. Smeb continued to leisurely farm, the two exhibiting a surprising tranquility, in stark contrast to the usual ferocity associated with top lane players known for their brutal clashes. After pushing the wave, VG's mid and jungle, as Shen Guanshan predicted, disregarded the lower half entirely and hastily made their way to the top. Xianghua quickly issued a reminder. Yanjuanza, retreat to a safe location to recall. It's time for us to swap lanes. Lemmy felt immensely frustrated, harboring discontent within. However, no reasonable counterarguments could be found, as the opposing mid-jungle duo pressed forward. Remaining under the turret was tantamount to awaiting demise. This time, Yin Juanza, having garnered experience, deftly evaded VG's encirclement and retreated into the secluded brush to recall, managing to do so without being detected. It was only when Kuro emerged from the shadows that he discovered RNG's first turret was entirely deserted. Jing Hao, understanding the importance of pushing the turret himself, prompted Gu Xing to hasten back to the fountain for replenishing his equipment, succinctly expressing his intent to control the minion wave. Subsequently, the teams exchanged lanes, providing Jack in the top lane with a secure and stable environment for development. Yu Wenba recognized that Gu Xing's advice was well-intentioned and felt immense gratitude, exclaiming, "I'm truly touched. Old Gu, you are exceedingly kind. Who are we to each other?" Gu Xing chuckled. Moreover, the well-being of all is paramount. Upon learning that he would also have minions to farm in the new lane, Jack felt a sense of tranquility. Observing Uzi slowly dismantling the turret while minimizing minion damage, he remained unperturbed, knowing that his growth was assured. Within 20 seconds of Smeb demolishing the first turret, VG's lower turret met a similar fate at the hands of Ashe, marking the official transition into the lane phase. After a brief wait post-recall, Gu Xing, having received sufficient gold from Smeb's turret takedown, purchased the Echoing Void jungle item. Instead of heading to the upper lane, he opted to clear the lower jungle by dispatching the divination flower, thereby eliminating part of RNG's vision in the lower region. Upon witnessing the visual effects of the divination flower, Yin Juanza's expression darkened. Is this never-ending? The landing phase has concluded, and yet you still wish to vex me? Am I merely a sheep for you to fleece? Originally, Uzi had intentionally set up a wave to allow Titan to catch up in development after demolishing VG's lower turret. However, to his dismay, Gu Xing was persistent in his pursuit. Letme's chest heaved with agitation. He could no longer remain beneath the turret. Reluctantly, he retreated to the brush in front of the second lower turret, awaiting Nar's continued advance. Meanwhile, Xianghua made his way to the mid lane, allowing Xiaohu's rise to initiate his ultimate and transport him beside Kuro. In the final seconds before the enemy's flash was ready, they successfully executed an ambush, capitalizing on the isolated burst from the Mantis to secure a kill. Yet, RNG would pay the price of losing their lower turret for a single Syndra kill. After completing the turret, Smeb returned to base to replenish his gear while threatening with his teleport, preventing RNG's mid-jungle duo from launching a four-man assault on the upper lane. Observing RNG's hesitance, he proceeded on foot to the lower lane to continue pushing. Letme now dared not bring the minion wave far from his second lower turret. As Nar's equipment was formidable, Smeb's development could only be described as terrifying. The economic advantage from demolishing two turrets and securing a kill enabled him to acquire the Iceborne Gauntlet by the 9th minute. Nar had now reached the zenith of his combat potential, with each basic attack inflicting a 30 slow. He could render the enemy completely incapable of escape in sufficiently lengthy side lanes. Letme, unwilling to seek unnecessary hardship, chose to remain near the lower second tower, retreating to safety after clearing the minion wave to deny Smeb any opportunity for an ambush. However, Gu Xing was not in agreement. Jing Hao, come with me. He signaled at the RNG's magic swamp frog camp, indicating they could secure a strong kill. Smeb, enticed by the prospect of rewards, complied readily, maneuvering his Nar to the designated location. The vision control previously established by RNG in the lower jungle had expired. As Xianghua ventured to the upper half of the map, the entire lower region fell completely under VG's dominion. After Titan cleared the minions beneath the tower, he was compelled to advance a few steps forward in line with the minion wave's progress. Letme kept a vigilant watch over the darkened shadowy area ahead, cautiously placing a ward in the nearby bush. Detecting no presence, Yin Juanza initially felt elated, yet he maintained the requisite caution, maneuvering close to the canyon's edge to distance himself from the uncertain territory of his own lower jungle. Nevertheless, Gu Xing did not relent. Once the flash was ready, he transformed into spider form and leaped over the wall to land among RNG's minions. Following this, he executed a two-part displacement with Q, arriving beside Titan. Letme, feeling a surge of panic, attempted to use his hook and retreat towards the tower. However, a flash of golden light intervened. Brother Xing flashed to block the hook. The excitement in Wawa's eyes was palpable as he successfully thwarted Titan's plan to return to the safety of the turret. Upon transforming back into human form, the alluring Spider Queen was poised to unleash her cocoon at any moment. Given their proximity, Lemmy could not ascertain when Gu Xing would unleash his control. In a desperate move, he activated our deep sea charge and flashed away. Unfortunately, Nar utilized the magic swamp frog to leap over the wall, with the boomerang striking Lemmy, applying a significant slow effect. The spider recovered from Titan's ultimate and finally cast the cocoon. It hit. Wawa exclaimed. Titan, hindered by Nar's continuous slow, was rendered clumsy and unable to reposition to evade the skills. The spider unleashed explosive damage, allowing Smeb to claim the kill. Miller was at a loss for words, while Lemmy, in frustration, ruffled his hair. In 10 minutes, he had accumulated only 35 minion kills. Are we playing or not? Lemmy's demise in this skirmish could potentially enable VG to dismantle RNG's lower second tower. Wawa reflected on the situation, noting Brother Xing's relentless assault on the top lane. Focusing solely on Smeb for the first 10 minutes, neglecting the mid lane and bot duo. The corpse of Titan before RNG's tower seemed to cry out in indignation. The director even highlighted the economic panels of both teams' players. The economic disparity between the two top laners was an astounding 2,800. Miller's astonishment was evident, considering Smeb's mining blade had yet to explode. The minion kill differential stood at a staggering 66, alongside 2 kills and 2 tower bounties, further augmenting Smeb's substantial economic lead. Once fully stacked, their difference would surely surpass 3K. The live stream was brimming with viewers. The opening match inherently attracts considerable viewership within the league, especially given that both teams, VG and RNG, are highly popular, naturally drawing the attention of a vast online audience. As spectators witnessed Gu Xing's intense training regimen aimed at Lemmy, the chat channel became a flurry of activity. Isn't Brother Xing being a bit excessive? Can we not prioritize game experience? Let's not be overly critical. This is Brother Xing's special welcome gift for Lemmy's return to the LPL. Lemmy, I won't give up. The last time I saw such a disparity in top lane matchups in the LPL was during the encounter between Otto and Gogoing. Where are the teammates? Can someone assist? Can Xiangwa contribute anything? Lu Shiyu was indeed engaged in the game. When Gu Xing targeted Lemmy, Xiangwa unhesitatingly charged towards the top lane. Xiao Ming's lizard leapt forward, using our grip of death to immobilize Jack. The current version of Malzahar shines as a support, showcasing his formidable strength. The suppression lasted a staggering 25 seconds, only removable by Mercury. Before Yu Wenba could even establish his equipment, he found himself unable to resist, merely standing idly. Duke Wong offered R, strangling vines, from the sidelines, but Janna's ultimate required a 2-second delay to activate. Xianghua emerged from the side, wielding his scythe to reap lives. Jack had not yet recovered from the suppression when he was swiftly eliminated by the Mantis. Wawa kept a close eye on the top lane situation, while Uzi fired a magical crystal arrow, hoping to ensnare Duke Wong. Xiao Duan elegantly dodged the enemy's control with a flash, not forgetting to unleash all his skills before leaving, allowing the agitated plant to assist him in clearing the minion wave. RNG expended all the ultimates from their duo, ultimately only claiming Jack's life, which, to be fair, was not particularly lucrative, as Miller objectively assessed. The tower minions were largely cleared by Janna, making it evident that pushing down VG's top tower would require waiting for another wave. Their rhythm relied on the combined efforts of the duo and Ryze's 3 ultimates. Yet the returns were less than satisfactory. Subsequently, Nar's split-pushing may struggle to contain Gu Xing, who returned to base to acquire the Sorcerer's Shoes, replenished the vision wards, and continued searching for Smeb. Currently, the most advantageous player on the team was Nar, and there was no reason to neglect him. Illuminating the lower half of the map with a dense array of wards, Gu Xing created an ideal environment for Nar's split-pushing. Jinghao, you should stalk the lane. Make sure to push slowly. I can protect you when the time comes, he advised, slowing his speech. One of the benefits of slow pushing is that the jungler does not need to assist with every wave of minions. Instead, they can guard their teammate after the accumulated minion wave crosses the river, allowing Gu Xing time to attend to his own affairs. Just as they were about to push forward, he made a sound. Gu Xing's habitual colloquial expression slipped out. He forgot that their top laner was not very proficient in Chinese. What? Smeb was puzzled, not understanding the meaning of that word. Jack, with his loud voice, shouted, "When you push the wave, just call me Old Gu and say help me." Song Jinghao grasped the situation and shifted to another topic. "Can I use that stone for my next move?" Gu Xing was engrossed in observing the minimap when he heard Smeb's clumsy attempt at Chinese, momentarily failing to react. After a brief mental circuit, he realized that their top laner wished to claim the stone crab. Go ahead, he thought. You've already expressed your desire. How could I deny you? Besides, the spider was rather sluggish in farming the stone crab, and once it mastered the art of splitting, it became an arduous task for champions with limited area damage. Therefore, it would be more prudent to allow Smeb to farm it instead. With a distinct advantage and in high spirits, Gu Xing found leisure in teasing his teammates. Peanut, don't you think I treat you better? The simplicity of his words was easily comprehended by Smeb, who, blissfully harvesting the stone crab, eagerly responded, Of course. I haven't had a chance to farm any monsters while following you. He completely disregarded how many small peanuts he had farmed last year, now thoroughly immersed in the delightful dream woven by VG. How comfortable it was here. After 2 matches, Gu Xing had relinquished both kills and towers, even willingly conceding jungle resources, as if he were nurturing a child. The thought made Smeb beam with joy. If every match allows me to secure a 3,000 gold lead in the early game, how could I not carry? After finishing with the jungle monsters, he began to slow push the lane as instructed. Due to recent changes, melee minions now possessed greater health, making it easy to accumulate a wave. This update had a profound impact on the side lanes. It implied that once a champion gained an advantage in the top or bottom lane, they could push the lane slowly and steadily, ultimately advancing towards the enemy's tower with a formidable wave. Accumulating 2 waves made it extremely challenging for the disadvantaged side, such as Let Me in this match. Given the vast disparity in combat effectiveness and the opposing team's possession of a troublesome item like the Frost Hammer, Yen Juanza, after experiencing Gu Xing's relentless training regimen, was now too fearful to stray far from the safety of his turret. He could only watch as the amassed minion wave advanced towards the tower. The impending events were all too predictable. Smeb would follow the minions to chip away at the tower, even though the melee minions would only increase in health and not in attack power as the game progressed. The primary force behind a split push was not the minion waves. As long as the minions could absorb damage, it would take mere moments for Gnar to demolish the tower. In essence, the modified minion values made it easy for the advantages and disadvantages in the side lanes to widen considerably. Let Me was at his wit's end. In less than 15 minutes, I'm trapped inside my bottom lane inhibitor tower. What can I do? He pleaded for assistance from his teammates over voice chat. Can we wait a moment? Let us push the tower first. Hou Ye, faced with a nearly depleted first tower, was reluctant to abandon it. Previously, during a surprise attack, Duan Deliang had cleared the top lane minion wave before fleeing, forcing the RNG duo to wait for an additional wave before they could proceed to assault the turret. I'll come to assist you. Sure. Sunming, unable to bear the sight any longer, decided to return to base and venture down to lend his teammates a hand. However, it seemed he would need several more seconds to reach Let Me. Upon seeing the slow push nearing his inhibitor tower, Yen Juanza, unable to simply idle away, reluctantly steeled himself to confront the situation. Smeb, having accumulated 2 waves of minions, charged forward with determination. He chose not to attack the tower, but instead prioritized eliminating the defenders. Little Gnar swiftly unleashed a 3-hit combo on the Titan, who was preoccupied with clearing minions. Even though Let Me activated his ultimate, Titan's Wrath, to gain a shield for damage mitigation, he could not withstand Gnar's percentage-based magic damage. The commentator, AO, marveled at the situation, noting that Smeb currently held a 3-level advantage, resulting in devastating damage. Let Me's equipment was woefully inadequate. He had only just acquired the remnants of his items and was left vulnerable to Gnar's relentless assault. Miller observed as Smeb boldly advanced under the high ground tower, enduring its cannon fire. The Frost Hammer slowed the Titan, and after executing the 3-hit combo, Gnar further accelerated. According to the theory of the canyon, this equated to Let Me being effectively trapped. Yen Juanza, witnessing Gnar's relentless aggression, felt utterly powerless to resist. His ultimate and flash had already been expended during a gank from Gu Xing, making it impossible to summon the tower's assistance against Gnar. Let Me hastily hooked the high ground crystal with his anchor, activating his E ability, Tidal Surge, mid-flight to inflict a slow on the enemy. Gnar leaped forward, his boomerang striking the Titan once more. Miller gasped in disbelief. Smeb, you dare to jump in like that? The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. From a god's eye view, the diminutive Gnar appeared valiant, leaping beneath RNG's high ground tower to continue his pursuit. It was notable that Shizaming's grasshopper had returned to base and was hastily heading back. Smeb's audacious maneuver seemed outrageous to onlookers. Was he truly attempting to execute a high ground kill before the match had even reached the 15-minute mark? AO could hardly believe it. Such arrogance was hard to fathom. Gnar, now fully equipped with the Black Cleaver and all its components, had a substantial item advantage over the Titan. Seizing the opportunity, Smeb was determined to deliver a punishing blow. Let Me, lacking flash, could only attempt to immobilize Gnar to create an escape window, but it proved futile. Gnar's final auto-attack before transforming obliterated the Titan. AO felt a pang of sympathy for Let Me. This was merely the beginning of his torment throughout the match. Xiaoming arrived at the high ground only to collect the Titan's remains, his ultimate still on cooldown, leaving him devoid of any means to restrain Gnar. After all, Shizaming was merely a support. Against a top laner of such unrivaled level, he posed no threat whatsoever. Gu Xing also arrived from behind, providing cover for his teammates' retreat. Smeb, bolstered by the additional health gained from his transformation, successfully evaded the tower's range. Yanjuan's face turned pale. Being executed under the high ground tower at the 15-minute mark was an unbearable blow. Shizaming was left bewildered. He was aware of his top laner's fragility. Yet he had not anticipated that Gnar would dispatch him in mere seconds. The crowd of VG supporters erupted into deafening cheers, celebrating the remarkable performance of their newly acquired top laner. Hearing the roaring applause, Smeb stood tall and proud, exclaiming, "Brothers, am I not impressive?" His articulation was impeccably clear. This was his most proficient use of Chinese, honed through relentless practice during team scrims, aside from his usual banter and expletives. Awesome, awesome. Kuro's comedic timing was impeccable. Impressive indeed, but Gu Xing expressed his exasperation, reminding Smeb to inform him in advance before attempting to tower dive. Just moments ago, he had been safeguarding the rear. Yet Smeb, without uttering a word, recklessly charged toward RNG's high ground. Upon hearing the jungler's words, Smeb retreated to a safe distance to recall, scratching his head in explanation. I intended to say something, but I was at a loss for words. The opportunity was fleeting, and Smeb was acutely aware that Xiaoming had vanished from their vision, likely returning to assist Titan. Given the lack of communication with his team, he feared that if he hesitated too long to seek Gu Xing's consent, they might miss the perfect chance for a tower dive kill. Gu Xing chose not to pursue the matter further, deciding that they would discuss it in detail after the match. Fortunately, Xianghua had not returned. Otherwise, complications might have ensued. Gu Xing murmured softly. Lu Xiyu did not go back with the support to reinforce Let Me at the bottom lane. Instead, he turned and rushed to the mid lane, hoping to capitalize on Xiao Hu's Rise's EW combo to catch the unpurified Syndra off guard. However, Kuro remained highly alert, clutching his weaklings, Begone, to counter their ambush, stunning the attackers before using flash to escape. Jing Hao, continue pushing down, Gu Xing commanded. I can secure the dragon, though it was merely a wind dragon. It stood as one of the few neutral resources available at that moment, and he had no reason to relinquish it. Smeb readily agreed, returning to base to purchase a Black Cleaver and a control ward before heading straight to the jungle. I want the next red buff. Gu Xing humorously indulged him. Go ahead, eat up, I approve. Truly remarkable, old Gu, Jack grumbled. You're spoiling him. Xiao Duan chuckled nearby. Spoiling? It's not like it's brother Xing's red buff. As the mid-game commenced, red buffs typically went to the ADC to maximize efficiency. And Jack finally realized Gu Xing was simply leveraging the situation for his own gain. Hey, Yuan boss sounds like Lu Mei from Home with Kids, Jack remarked. Smeb, you're really pushing your luck. Despite the jest, Jack did not voice any objections. He had been under pressure, still some distance away from completing his Muramana and Ice Fist duo. Ezreal had yet to enter his power spike, and the red buff's benefits were not as significant compared to Gnar's. The atmosphere within VG's voice chat was joyful and harmonious, in stark contrast to RNG's serious and tense demeanor. Yen Juanza appeared despondent, almost biting his fingers, lingering beneath the high ground tower as they awaited VG's slow push. Let us swap lanes to mid, aiming to extend our advantage to the bottom lane, Uzi suggested. Don't be afraid, Yen Juanza. They won't dare to pressure you again. If I can take down Gnar once, they won't stand a chance in the mid-game team fight. Uzi's development was not too shabby either, with 2 kills and 2 defensive towers under his belt. soon to complete his own 2-item set. Should he secure the bounty for Gnar, there would indeed be hope for leading the team to victory in the upcoming team fight and achieving a remarkable comeback. Let me's expression brightened slightly. Xiao Ming accompanied Hou Ye to swiftly push the mid-lane minion wave forward, subsequently beginning to place wards in the vicinity, with particular focus on the lower half of the map. Striving to gradually reclaim the vision previously lost, they must employ this strategy to exert pressure on Smeb's vision, preventing him from freely executing his slow push threats against the bottom lane's high ground. To this end, RNG summoned Xianghua to join forces with Shi Sunming. Relying solely on Xiao Ming to ward in the dark jungle was too perilous, as a single encounter with the spider could result in a fatal ambush. Gu Xing remained utterly composed, preemptively shattering the enemy's divination flowers in their lower jungle. Thus, RNG could only resort to scanning to broadly eliminate wards. Yet the crucial point was that among the enemy's jungle support, only Xianghua possessed the upgraded version of the red scan. Shi Sunming, merely a support player, had reached only level 8 as the match approached the 17-minute mark, and without an upgraded scan, could only clear a limited area of wards. Relying solely on Xianghua, with a scanning duration of merely 10 seconds, was insufficient to entirely cleanse the VG wards in RNG's lower quadrant. Only the vision from mid to the blue area was reclaimed by RNG, while the lower lane remained firmly under VG's control. Jinghao, you focus on the lane. Gu Xing instructed with clarity, trusting that his allies would follow his lead. He aimed for their top laner to push through unimpeded. Smeb understood the intent, and is confident Gnar advanced alongside the amassed minion wave. Upon reaching the ruins of RNG's second bottom tower, a distant hawk's spirit soared in, illuminating his figure. Ashe and Gragas are coming for you, Jack observed as Hou Ye, initially positioned in mid, turned to rush downwards, quickly alerting his teammates. Gu Xing responded with remarkable agility. Jack, you and Duan Gu push the mid tower, don't leave the lane yet. His instructions were heeded without question, observing his duo rapidly clearing waves in mid. Smeb's Gnar continued his solo push in the bottom lane, allowing Gu Xing to pause and meticulously contemplate their next strategy. In the production room, Zui was still diligently working. Zoom out to assess the situation in the lower half. He commanded with a resonant voice, ensuring the director could clearly hear his directives. The main observer promptly complied, encompassing the entire lower half of the canyon. The 3 members of RNG's jungle moved closely along the blue area, attempting to traverse the jungle towards the bottom lane, aiming to encircle Smeb from behind, creating a pincer movement with Let Me beneath the high ground tower. What is Xingge doing? Zui pondered momentarily upon spotting the spider's movements. From the God's Eye perspective, Gu Xing maneuvered along the upper lane minion wave, retreating into the secluded brush beside RNG's second tower ruins, where a true sight ward lay beneath his feet, ensuring he remained undetected. Aren't you going to regroup with Gnar? Gu Pan queried, struggling to comprehend his intentions, whispering to a friend, Smeb has been sold out. Surely, they couldn't leave Gnar alone to confront both the high ground tower and the entirety of RNG, could they? Shen Guanshan furrowed his brow in deep thought, suddenly pointing at the monitor. As it appeared, RNG's jungle positioning held a flaw. After a moment of reflection, he realized they should focus on Gu Xing, who seemed intent on securing a kill. At the same time, OB3 echoed the same sentiment. As the match progressed beyond the 15-minute mark, the live arena and broadcast were in perfect synchrony, leaving the lead director no time to ponder the situation, hastily directing the camera towards Gu Xing as suggested. Additionally, he employed a picture-in-picture format, allocating a small segment of the screen to showcase Gnar and Titan near the bottom lane's high ground tower. The audience on-site immediately sensed something amiss with the director's decisions, while viewers online began to express their confusion with a barrage of question marks. Wawa surmised that the director's choice of camera angle held deeper significance, especially since he had no alternative but to continue the narrative. Speculating whether Gu Xing was setting a trap, Miller reacted swiftly, sensing a genuine opportunity. In the frame, RNG's jungle trio was fervently making their way forward. Among them, the swiftest was Kong Kong, who, thanks to the speed boost from his ultimate ability, rapidly approached the bottom high ground, choosing the narrow path between RNG's bottom lane and the wolf camp. Shizenming and Hou Ye advanced along the bottom lane minion wave towards the battleground, effectively sealing off both escape routes for Gnar from the high ground. No matter how formidable Smeb was, he was left with no means of escape. Among the duo, The fastest to travel was the grasshopper. Xiaoming had ventured out early, and despite relying solely on his agility, he was not significantly outpaced by Kong Kong. Hou Ye, however, had delayed slightly to manage the mid-lane minion wave, causing his speed to lag behind Shiziming. Nonetheless, with time pressing, Xiaoming did not pause for him, disregarding even the secluded brush. The urgency of the situation left little room for hesitation, as Titan was on the verge of demise, and no one had the luxury of concern. Yet, it was this very distance that afforded Gu Xing an opportunity. He sent Xiaoming ahead, targeting Hou Ye. Wawa watched as Hou Ye drew ever closer to the secluded brush, his breath growing increasingly fervent. The RNG fans in the audience erupted in screams, urging Hou Ye to make haste. Unfortunately, the players remained oblivious to the commotion, just as Hou Ye rounded the corner. Leaving the blue zone and approaching the ruins beside the second bottom tower, Gu Xing seized the moment. With a brilliant flash of golden light, the figure of the Spider Queen materialized before Hou Ye. Cocoon. Hou Ye had been wholly focused on the bottom high ground tower, having relaxed his vigilance after seeing Xiaoming pass without incident. Little did he expect a spider lurking in the brush. The proximity between them left him no time to react. A milky white substance engulfed the frost archer's visage. Although Gu Xing had only leveled his cocoon to 1, its stun duration lasted a staggering 16 seconds. As an ADC, Hou Ye typically would not invest in tenacity runes, meaning that this 16 seconds constituted genuine hard crowd control time, ample opportunity for Gu Xing to unleash his damage. With a swift execution of his skills, he transformed into spider form and lunged at Hou Ye, delivering a rapid succession of blows with his QW double combo. What staggering damage! Wawa exclaimed in disbelief. Hou Ye possessed no magic resistance items whatsoever. Under the dual penetration of his magic penetration runes and boots, Gu Xing was capable of inflicting true damage. Furthermore, his equipment was formidable, augmented by the might of thunder. Even with Hou Ye casting his healing spell, the Spider Queen's full arsenal reduced the Frost Archer to a mere sliver of health. As soon as Han Bing regained consciousness from his stupor, he was mercilessly bitten to death by a small spider. Miller's excited and fervent voice echoed throughout the arena. Brother Xing seized upon the vulnerability exposed during RNG support, leading to Hou Ye's solitary demise, leaving only the jungler and support alive. The fervent cheers and chants from numerous VG supporters created a grand spectacle, instantly sweeping across the audience. The live chat erupted in a frenzy. Ever since the conclusion of the S6 World Championship, a peculiar trend emerged. Someone, it is unclear who, insisted on splitting the character Xing in Gu Xing's name. Whenever he performed well, the chat would be inundated with messages proclaiming Chichu. Such praise had yet to be warranted in the event of a poor performance. Now, witnessing the Spider Queen's accomplishment of eliminating Hou Ye solo, the chat was naturally filled with Chichu. After several waves of messages, other comments finally emerged. Brother Xing is so disgusting. He even let Xiao Ming go on purpose to specifically kill Hou Ye. What was Ming doing? Why didn't he check the bushes for enemies in advance? While the bottom lane is battling at the high ground, you still want to focus on the secluded bushes. Brother Xing, my superhero. What a ruthless spider. The way RNG got cornered was hilarious. They chased until they turned around and saw a massive ADC. Xiao Ming, upon hearing Hou Ye's call, immediately turned back, but alas, it was a moment too late. Gu Xing's kill speed was simply too swift. Before Shi Sunming could position himself to control the spider with a flash, Han Bing had already met his demise. Now, RNG found themselves in a predicament. Could Xiao Ming and Xiang was jungle and support, alongside Let Me's Titan, truly match VG's formidable top and jungle duo? Before they could make a decision, another piece of bad news arrived. Let Me was once again slain under the high ground tower. After building a black cleaver, the Titan was more fragile than mere parchment, crumbling at the first contact with Nar's boomerang. Dada was heartbroken. Through the broadcast's picture-in-picture interface, viewers could easily see how Smeb dispatched the Titan. The entire sequence was unembellished. Little Nar simply utilized basic attacks and his Q boomerang, repeatedly slowing the enemy while hastening himself, ultimately leading to the Titan's demise. Smeb exited the range of the enemy's high ground tower with half his health remaining, his rage fully charged, transforming him into a larger form. Brother Xing was still on his way, leaving RNG unable to take action. The spider possessed the E ability, webbing, allowing her to engage in battle from a distance. Had Xiao Ming used his grasp of death to immobilize Smeb, Even a mantis would have struggled to eliminate the large Gnar within 25 seconds. Ultimately, RNG had no choice but to abandon their encirclement plan. Gu Xing arrived to assist, ensuring Smeb's safe retreat. The director immediately switched the camera to the mid lane, where the VG duo was fervently pushing forward, threatening to destroy RNG's mid-tier tower. Amidst Dada's shouts, another defensive tower crumbled into ruins. RNG had suffered a significant loss. Miller calculated with his fingers, 2 heads from the top and ADC. Along with a mid-tier tower reputed to be a defensive bastion, what a dire loss it was. The doll interjected, emphasizing the critical point that Hou Ye had fallen, marking the demise of RNG's most formidable carry. It was a stunning maneuver by Xing Ge, who single-handedly eliminated him. One cannot help but admire Xing Ge's tactic. Reminiscent of classic military strategies, utilizing Gnar as bait to draw in the adversary before striking decisively. His performance drew high praise, further complicating RNG's already precarious situation. The camera captured Smeb's elation. How splendid for him. Although securing a kill on Thresh may not yield substantial rewards, it certainly holds greater value than merely taking down a cannon minion. However, the swiftness of eliminating Thresh was akin to that of dispatching a cannon minion. What more could one desire? Gu Xing beamed as he accepted the accolades from his teammates, not forgetting to direct commands over voice chat. Push the mid-lane minions forward. Jack, you and the others go seek out Hou Ye to pressure the second tower. With 2 key players from RNG down and their jungler and support lingering in the lower half of the map, only Xiaohu remained in the upper half. If not now, then when? Yu Wenbo, accompanied by his support, dashed towards the top lane. Li Yuanhao displayed quick reflexes, preemptively activating his ultimate, curved path leap, to escape to safety. Yet, the opposing team was intent on pushing the tower, leaving him helpless to intervene. He could only watch as 3 members of VG dismantled the second tower in the top lane, subsequently scouring the jungle for resources. The cries of despair echoed in the canyon as the wind dragon fell into Gu Xing's grasp. My, Shiziming was still lamenting, suggesting a mere glance into the brush would suffice. Had he taken a moment to scout ahead, Hou Ye would undoubtedly have survived. However, a thought crossed his mind. What difference would it have made even if they had spotted Gu Xing? At that moment, the spider had both flash and the ability to leap. And without a coordinated effort between himself and Hou Ye, the chances of executing a perfect burst and control to eliminate Elise were slim. Furthermore, could they rely on Xianghua to take down Smeb while they dealt with the spider? Shiziming sighed inwardly, the instant they revealed a vulnerability while en route. Their ambush on Gnar was doomed to fail. Hou Ye, agitated, wiped the sweat from his hands on his hand warmer. This death, coupled with the time spent traveling back and forth, would cost him a full minute of development. He had initially pressured the VG duo quite effectively, only to see Jack swiftly reclaim his footing by securing 2 towers and a wealth of minion resources. Let us wait and see if we can contest the Baron. Xianghua proposed as a final strategy. When in doubt, hit the Baron. This time, let us disregard Gnar. Yan Juanza, you come with us to the front, and we'll concede the bottom high ground to them. Hou Ye stated. Let me reflected on the painful experiences of the last 2 games, realizing that as long as Smeb initiated his push, it made little difference whether he was present in the lane or not. His development had been so poor that he could not effectively restrict the split push, serving merely as a source of resources, just as Hou Ye had articulated. Let me resolve to regroup with his teammates at the front, aiming for a swift resolution to seize the ancient resources before retreating. Gu Xing also recognized that RNG might be poised for a desperate gamble at the Baron Pit, relying on their formidable team fighting capabilities to engage VG in a decisive clash. Jinghao, keep an eye on their top laner. If he disappears, signal immediately. Smeb persistently executed his solo lane strategy, steadfastly forging ahead with his equipment, adhering to the plan of pushing forward without hesitation. According to the intentions expressed by Redmi, VG had no aspirations of engaging in team battles during this match. Consequently, they deployed a composition lacking substantial initiation control. Their objective was to stretch the gameplay, thereby granting Smeb the necessary space to push the side lanes. Gu Xing was acutely aware that, given the current economic disparity between the 2 teams, Smeb's participation in a team fight would significantly enhance VG's chances of victory. However, he refrained from altering the predetermined strategy, as it was inconvenient to make last-minute changes. Additionally, Smeb faced communication barriers. The essence of Gnar lies in rage management. It must be acknowledged that the concept of rage control is intricately linked to team cooperation. It would be counterproductive for Gnar to accumulate rage while his teammates abruptly initiated a team fight. Nor could the team compel the enemy to engage if Gnar had amassed sufficient rage. In essence, for Gnar to fulfill his role effectively within the team, seamless communication and coordination among teammates are imperative. Should VG and RNG contest a direct confrontation, any miscommunication from Smeb could potentially lead to dire consequences. Brother Duan, before you return to base, please ensure to place a ward around the barren pit. I will join you shortly, Gu Xing instructed. Xiao Duan promptly relinquished all his wards, even placing a redundant information ward, before retreating to the fountain for replenishment. He was indifferent to the possibility of overlapping wards, as RNG had clearly intended to disrupt and control vision, ensuring that VG's sight would not endure. Most importantly, he aimed to create space for Smeb to continue his solo lane pressure by observing RNG's positioning in the front line. The tug-of-war for vision persisted until the 25-minute mark. During this time, Smeb successfully took down the RNG bottom lane's inhibitor crystal, securing a wave of super minions to bolster his assault. And he relentlessly pressured the opposing team without reservation. Ultimately, RNG could no longer withstand the situation. If they allowed things to progress any further, their base would inevitably be overrun, and they would miss the opportunity to secure the Baron. RNG positioned Thresh at the forefront, commencing a focused assault on the Baron with an impressive amount of concentrated damage. The dual carries unleashed a formidable barrage of spells, far exceeding the usual output of typical champions. If they group up, we shall engage, Hou Ye reiterated. Upon spotting Gnar still pushing the bottom lane through their vision, they became resolute in their decision to initiate a team fight to force Gnar back. However, Gu Xing remained steadfast in his resolve to avoid direct confrontation. He continuously harassed from the flank using self-destructing spiders. With his considerable ability power and penetration, every self-destructing spider dealt significant damage to the fragile characters on RNG's side, depleting the life of numerous enemies within the barren pit. Look at me, look at me. Yin Juanza finally seized the opportunity, flashing out of the barren pit to catch VG off guard. He ensnared Kuro with a hook, and in the next instant, unleashed his depth charge. Kuro reacted swiftly, maneuvering Syndra to execute an EQ combo before being knocked up. Thresh was instantly stunned in place, and Gu Xing along with Xiao Duan followed up with their control. First, let us eliminate the Titan. We shall take our time afterward. Before Gu Xing could finish his sentence, Let Me was dissolved. After vanquishing their foes, VG promptly retreated. However, Kuro was unfortunate, as he was ensnared by Rise's control and rendered immobile. The last act of Syndra in her lifetime was to bestow her ultimate upon Hou Ye. The director suddenly employed split-screen technology, dividing the screen to encompass both the push by Gnar in the bottom lane and the skirmish in the river. The commentary reverberated throughout the venue. In a swift exchange at the barren pit, Smeb had already ascended to the high ground. Unable to contain himself, Xiaoming flashed forward, using the grip of death to suppress Gu Xing. The relentless control effects left Gu Xing with no means of countering. The remaining 4 members of RNG surged forward, swiftly overwhelming the Spider Queen. Hou Ye's magical crystal arrow also stunned the small segment. Before his demise, Duan Deliang expended all his skills to immobilize Xiao Hu, enabling Jack to secure the kill. RNG's aggressive strategy proved successful, even achieving a brief team fight victory at the barren pit. But the most critical failure was their inability to eliminate all adversaries. The voice of Wawa was filled with fervor. They had ample control. Yet due to various reasons in the early to mid-game, their development was not particularly strong, having wasted too much time. In their haste to eliminate the opponent, they placed essential skills on a single individual. This resulted in VG still having Ezreal in play. Even with just the ADC remaining, he could still pose a threat to RNG, and Jack was determined not to allow his foes to return to base. All control abilities had been expended. RNG could not detain Ezreal, and could only watch as Jack displayed his prowess. The stage that belonged to Jack had finally arrived. He maneuvered adeptly from the side, using every ounce of his skill to thwart RNG's retreat. Our precision barrage grazed Hou Ye, interrupting his recall. Miller spoke rapidly, his words pouring forth like a Gatling gun, while Smeb was already dismantling the inner turret. The split-screen technology allowed the audience and commentators to see each team's progress in a more straightforward manner. Jack dashed forward with E, and his Q struck the concealed Rengar perfectly. Miller expressed sincere admiration. Xianghua, incensed by his recall being interrupted, leaped forward, intent on eliminating Ezreal, but Jack, clutching his flash, instantly widened the distance. Smeb was preparing to dismantle the crystal. Wawa interjected with a loud exclamation. Yu Wenbo ultimately completed his task, allowing only Xiaoming to return. However, this grasshopper, devoid of flash and ultimate, was utterly incapable of halting Smeb. Dismantle, dismantle. No need to mind Xiaoming. Smeb could win simply by demolishing. Miller shouted in a voice that cracked. The RNG crystal was on the verge of destruction. The moment Uzi returned to base, Smeb landed a basic attack, shattering the nexus. Aside red envelope code. 88363689. 8,800 words. 249. The near playback incident. 2-0. Wawa's voice, tinged with excitement, had become high-pitched. VG swept their opponents aside, claiming a resounding victory to kick off the spring split. It can even be said that both rounds concluded in a similar fashion, and Miller took a breath before speaking, noting that RNG was utterly powerless to counter Smeb's split-push prowess. In the inaugural match of the new season, VG introduced an innovative strategy, employing an effective side lane tactic to continuously stretch and torment their adversaries. The commendations flowed freely, and thus far, the integration of the new recruits appears to be remarkably successful. The staff in the broadcasting room exhaled a collective sigh of relief upon the conclusion of the match. Following were the customary damage statistics, highlight moments, and MVP evaluations. With no anticipated issues looming. Well done. Zui Yi's heart brimmed with joy. Their opening game was nearly flawless. One notable instance involved Gu Xing's clever maneuver to deceive and encircle Xianghua, successfully fooling not only the audience and commentators, but also the director. Fortunately, the timing of the match allowed for a 5-second delay, enabling timely adjustments to avert any mishaps. Overall, the new broadcasting team delivered a commendable performance in their debut. Zui even cast a glance towards the two interns at OB4, particularly acknowledging their commendable skills. Remember the website. Initially, he merely intended for the two to gain some exposure while assisting. To his surprise, their contribution proved genuinely effective. Shen Guanshan gently nudged his friend beneath the table. With everyone providing support, the burden of decision-making felt light, and Gu Pan smiled brightly. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to report such points with confidence. Her social skills rivaled Gu Xing's, as she adeptly engaged in conversation with the broadcasting team, seamlessly transitioning topics from their academic backgrounds to what they had for lunch that day, always managing to find a way to contribute. Shen Guanshan merely echoed her sentiments. Feeling little social pressure, during moments of respite, he glanced at the live footage. The spotlight cascaded down from the dome, illuminating the VG player bench, while the LED screens in the background displayed the word victory. Amidst the roaring waves of applause, Gu Xing removed his headphones and celebrated with a fist bump with his two new teammates. Smeb, visibly exhilarated, rushed over to shake him animatedly. He had harbored considerable concern prior to the match, especially given the team's recent lackluster performance in scrimmages, clearly still in a phase of adjustment. One of the advantages of RNG's all-Chinese lineup is the absence of communication barriers, which notably surpasses VG in this regard. Coupled with the strength of their dual carries and jungler, they rank among the top-tier adversaries in the LPL. Smeb, bearing the prestigious title of a top-tier top laner from the S6 season and the expectations of countless VG supporters, ventured into foreign lands. A loss in the first match would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment. However, the outcome exceeded his expectations considerably, even when RNG attempted to resist. It was on the front lines, failing to impact Smeb's solo push significantly. He utterly dominated the enemy top laner. Winning both games through split pushing brought him immense satisfaction. First victory. Smeb exclaimed exuberantly, "Great job, Gu." He did not overlook the jungler's contributions, as Gu Xing frequently visited the top lane to help him establish an advantage, earning him significant credit. Kuro affectionately ruffled Gu Xing's hair, causing it to spring back up from being flattened by his headphones. Rui Hang, you really enjoyed yourself today, didn't you? Smeb teased his old teammate. Throughout both matches, Kuro had maintained a low profile. The camera shifts to reveal the gank by Xianghua. However, the team has only faced a few deaths overall, managing to escape successfully in most situations. Due to VG's principle of avoiding team fights, the mage chosen has not had much room to showcase its potential. Overall, they neither feed nor carry, indeed appearing somewhat lackluster. Winning is what matters. The notion of being lackluster is rather ungracious. Kuro feigned dissatisfaction in his retort, yet it could not mask the broad smile adorning his honest and good-natured face. He had taken on the role of a utility player in the mid lane, so why would he care about being a carry? Wouldn't it be more delightful to play a hero that can single-handedly change the game, like the Yellow Chicken or Clockwork? For the sake of victory, Kuro was willing to undertake the arduous tasks to alleviate the team's troubles. Gu Xing could not comprehend the communication between the two Korean players. Just as he stood up, he encountered Jack, who approached with a smug grin, asking, "How about that last crucial play?" "Certainly, without your interruption of the recall, we would not have won so effortlessly." Gu Xing draped his arm over Jack's shoulder. Ezreal's final performance near the Baron Pit utterly dashed RNG's hopes of defending their base. Undoubtedly a significant contribution. Yu Wenba immediately rushed to confront the RNG players. "Lu Shiyu, your mother's kiss. That gank in the bot lane nearly scared me to death." He charged forward to deliver a punch to Xianggui's chest, leaving Gu Xing filled with trepidation, fearing Jack's powerful punch might send the frail Xianggui sprawling, resulting in a livestream mishap. Lu Shiyu rubbed his flat chest, gazing at Gu Xing with fierce determination. "We are all in a phase of adjustment this time. We will meet again in the spring split, and I will surely show you RNG's progress." Xianggui recognized Gu Xing as one of the world's top junglers, yet felt a sense of defiance. "I, Lu Shiyu, am no slouch. Why can't we win?" He also wanted to prove his prowess by defeating VG. Gu Xing chose to remain non-committal, diverting the conversation. "Let us gather again before the new year. Will you come?" Xianggui stood there in surprise. "I'm declaring war on you. And you're asking me about a gathering?" Having just finished a match, his mind was still a bit foggy, and it took him a moment to respond, "Sure. Just send me the time and place." Jack leaned in close to his jungler's ear to whisper, even having to tiptoe. "Old Gu, what kind of logic is that?" Gu Xing felt the transition of topics was indeed awkward and abrupt. Perhaps it was due to being in a romantic relationship, he muttered softly. "They say people start to resemble their partners." He shifted the blame onto Shun Guanshan, who was not on the main stage. Looking towards Uzi, Gu Xing noticed a look of helplessness etched on his face. "You played well," he said with a cheerful smile. Uzi's cheeks puffed out, resembling an irate pufferfish. Uzi believed his landing phase had not been problematic, and with Xianggui's assistance, he had established a considerable advantage. However, the mid-game was where things began to falter. In the first match, Gu Xing's Kha'Zix executed a rear attack with our Void Assault, and in the second match, Uzi was ambushed and killed while trying to save his top laner, Nar. Each disruption of rhythm rendered Uzi unable to continue performing. He felt a profound sense of helplessness rising within him. As an ADC, his impact on the dynamics of the match was still too limited. Gu Xing released his grip on Uzi's hand, only to hear Jack still bantering with Xiaoming. "What about Dogecoin? Isn't it still useless against me?" Yu Wenba, brimming with arrogance, laughed so heartily that his mouth twisted. "Shinming, you still lack experience." The playful squabbles that had begun in a pre-match custom room had successfully transitioned to the offline arena. "You'd better scram," Shinming retorted, clearly annoyed. "How many QS have you missed in lane? And you still have the audacity to show off?" Yu Wenba remained unfazed, turning to tug at Gu Xing and Xiao Duan's shoulders, his demeanor exuding bravado. "I have a champion support, do you?" Shinming felt an itch of irritation. Gu Xing merely shook his hand and proceeded towards the edge of the stage to find Let Me. The latter avoided eye contact, his gaze shifting away. Gu Xing was left puzzled. When he shook hands with Yin Juanza, he noticed Let Me's palm trembling nervously, reminiscent of someone longing for affirmation. "Is it really that serious?" Gu Xing mused, feeling Let Me's reaction was overly dramatic. After all, he had only caught him 7 or 8 times. He had even more formidable tactics yet to employ. The training regimen Let Me endured seemed mild in Gu Xing's perspective. However, for Yin Juanza, this was the most humiliating match of his professional career to date, especially as it marked his return to the LPL after a year. It was a disgrace. Let Me felt compelled to retreat and erase all his online presence to avoid the mockery of countless netizens. Gu Xing and Let Me were not particularly close, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he dashed to the center of the stage with his teammates to bow and express gratitude to the audience. The VG fans, upon seeing their favored players, instantly revived, enthusiastically waving their support items. Gu Xing beamed at the audience, waving back and pointing out to the two new recruits. You have quite a number of fans too. The Tiger team, with its legendary history and captivating playstyle, had garnered a significant following. Particularly after the news of their joining VG spread, many casual fans had flocked to their support. Among them, Smeb enjoyed the highest popularity, with banners emblazoned with his cartoon likeness readily visible. Song Jinghao felt a deep sense of gratitude. Having recently joined VG, he was immensely satisfied to receive the local audience's backing. The five jubilantly returned to their seats, and Gu Xing soon received a notification for an interview from the staff. Xinggu, you and Smeb will be interviewed on the main stage, while Kuro will have a backstage interview. Please prepare quickly. Today, Jin Wenhe was busy negotiating sponsorships. But with Li Zhixuan present, translation was not a challenge. Gu Xing handed his peripherals to Jack and stayed at the entrance of the corridor with Song Jinghao to watch the live match, awaiting the host's arrival. The director presented the post-match output panel. The damage numbers were universally comprehensible, transcending language barriers. The opposing Thresh has 5,500 damage. Song Jinghao exclaimed, astonished. I thought he wouldn't even reach 4,000. He recalled that during their lane phase, Let Me had barely touched him, except when diving towers to secure kills, otherwise offering no resistance at all. He joined the team, and in a single team fight, he managed to deal considerable damage. Gu Xing offered a simple explanation, almost at a loss for words. Just take a look at Kuro's damage statistics. The mid laner Kuro had a mere 230 damage. That averages out to a paltry 300 points per minute. For Kuro, who usually excels at dealing damage, this was nothing short of a catastrophic downfall. However, the opposing Xiao, who was hardly any better, barely surpassing the 6,000 damage mark. The fact is, the two games had little to do with the mid laners. They were merely focused on farming in their lanes, with the junglers hardly making an appearance, and the frequency of team fights was pitifully low, creating an environment devoid of opportunities to inflict damage. Yet, this did not prevent Smeb from bursting into laughter. I must remember this damage to tease Hou Ye later. The highlights of the match were fleeting. The total number of kills for both teams barely reached double digits, and only one team fight erupted, with few kill replays available. Once again, the chaotic brawl at the Dragon Pit showcased both teams, along with Na's solitary advance, followed by the MVP selection segment. Gu Xing watched as Smeb, clad in the VG team uniform, graced the screen with a radiant smile. Behind him, the little Na displayed an adorable demeanor, baring his teeth in a fierce pose. The accompanying data panel revealed a damage ratio of 400, with a team damage contribution of 287. The most alarming statistic was the economic lead in their matchup, an astounding 777 gold more than Titan. Well done. Gu Xing applauded his top laner's shoulder. Congratulations on being the first MVP of LPL. Smeb chuckled heartily. A first victory, a dominating performance in the top lane, and an MVP. All aspirations were realized in the inaugural match. The elegant and affable Li Zhixuan arrived simultaneously with host Rendong. Long time no see, Xinggu. The indomitable presence of the unyielding grip shone brightly upon seeing Gu Xing. Shall we take a photo together backstage? Their relationship was amicable. Rendong had previously pulled him for a picture at the start of last summer's tournament and had proudly shared it after VG's championship victory. Gu Xing made a light-hearted quip. Last time we took a photo, it was 4 months before I won the championship. If we take a picture this time, I suppose I must win the MSI in 4 months. Rendong laughed heartily. This is what success brings. Anything said seems to amuse those around. Let us take a look at the interview questions. If anything seems off, just let me know. Rendong handed over the cue card. Gu Xing glanced at it and passed it to Li Zhixuan for translation to Smeb. Post-match interviews in the LPL often follow a formulaic process, and the questions typically lack depth. Naturally, Smeb had no objections after hearing the questions. When they took the stage, Rendong intended to rally the audience for applause in support of the interviewees, to soak in the enthusiastic atmosphere of the Zhengda Square. Yet, before he could utter a word, the crowd was already roaring with applause. This was not only due to the popularity of Gu Xing and Smeb, but also thanks to Li Zhixuan by their side. For some time, VG supporters have not had the pleasure of seeing Lord Hou. Although the official blog of VG Club has become more active since their championship victory, it is evident that they have yet to master the art of engaging their audience, as they seldom share photos of the players and coaching staff during training sessions. Lord Hou also rarely hosts live streams, preferring to remain with the coaching team, absorbing knowledge from Hou Ye. Were it not for his role as a translator and assistant coach during today's draft phase, the audience might have missed his presence altogether. Currently, the online community holds Li Zhishuan in high regard, as he remains the only player in League of Legends history to have won consecutive world championships. Last year, he was a key starter, directly facing and defeating Lee Sang-hyuk, and he gracefully retired, sparing the audience from witnessing Easyhoon being overwhelmed by skilled opponents in the twilight of his career due to declining performance. After his retirement, the majority of memories that endure are Li Zhishuan's glorious moments, which have taken on an even more legendary hue with the passage of time. Meanwhile, passionate VG fans in the audience are vocally chanting Easyhoon's name. Dressed in a suit, Li Zhishuan smiles shyly. Lord Hou is also welcome to the post-match interview stage. Rin Dong, being perceptive, acknowledges the audience's fondness for Easyhoon and mentions him separately. Once the resounding applause subsides, he begins the formal interview. He first poses a question to Su Xing. How does it feel to secure the first victory of the spring split today? Without hesitation, Gu Xing responds that this is his first participation in the spring split and first opening match. Thus, he is quite pleased to have achieved a decisive victory. He only joined the summer split after finishing his college entrance exams, missing the opening as the league had already commenced its third week. This spring marks Gu Xing's inaugural full participation in the regular season, which indeed carries a sense of novelty. For the second question, Rin Dong glances at his notes, noting that VG has demonstrated a markedly different style of play in this match compared to last season. Transitioning from frequent team fights last year to a focus on operational play this year, could he share the reasons behind this shift? Gu Xing explains that last year, Long Gu was present, excelling in teamfight instincts, and the meta at that time emphasized team battles, prompting the development of strategies centered around winning through team engagements. With Smeb joining the team this year, they sought to introduce something fresh, hence experimenting with a split-pushing approach. Gu Xing struggles to contain his laughter as he concludes, affirming its effectiveness, particularly in the LPL. Since the retirements of PDD and Go-Going, the league has seen a rise in pure blue-collar top laners, characterized by their resource-light landing phase and their potential to shine in team fights. However, encounters with LCK teams have often resulted in disadvantages, given the formidable skill of Korean top laners, renowned for their ability to break through defenses. Even second-tier players like Hou Ye have managed to dominate, let alone top-tier players like Sumday, Smeb, and Marin. Apart from the peak Koro one, who could occasionally hold his own against them, others have often found themselves overwhelmed. Smeb's arrival in the LPL, bolstered by the support of elite junglers, has proven to be a game-changer, reminiscent of a fierce tiger descending the mountain to wreak havoc. Gu Xing recalls the intense engagements in the two matches against RNG. Consider the image of the opponent attempting to reclaim high ground, only to be ensnared by their own team, ultimately forced to witness Smeb dismantling their base. Picture the members of RNG, unable to initiate a frontal engagement and being flanked, their faces reflecting the torment of indecision, which brings a wave of satisfaction. The thrill of tormenting one's adversaries is distinctly different from the experience of engaging in a direct confrontation. As VG supporters listened to Gu Xing's response, memories of the evening's match flooded back, prompting subdued yet appreciative laughter. Observing their home team navigating the rift with finesse while unsettling their opponents brought them immense joy. It was Smeb's inaugural appearance on the LPL stage. What thoughts did he have on this moment? Rin Dong finally directed his focus towards the new recruit. After hearing the translation from Hou Ye, Song Jinghao articulated his pre-prepared answer. The encouragement from teammates, the coaching staff, and club personnel had buoyed both him and Rui Xing. And upon arriving at the venue, he was heartened to see numerous fans there to cheer them on. As Hou Ye translated this, the audience erupted in applause and cheers. Smeb's smile grew wider. Securing his first MVP award in the LPL felt remarkably fulfilling. Rin Dong, continuing the discussion, posed the next question. In the mid-game of the second match, there was a moment when Smeb soloed down the lane, preparing to dive the tower and eliminate the Titan, while Xing lay in ambush in the brush. How did the team communicate during that moment? Smeb felt confident in attempting to respond in Chinese, showcasing his linguistic prowess. Was Gu in the brush at that time? He began, but the room fell silent. Gu Xing turned to him, puzzled by his top laner's sudden inquiry. Li Jihuan hesitated, wanting to speak but refraining. Smeb sensed the awkwardness and promptly fell silent. Many viewers in the live stream remained to catch the post-match interview, confident that with a top-tier player like Gu Xing present, viewership would not falter. Upon hearing Smeb's remarks, the chat erupted with question marks. Fortunately, Rendong quickly regained composure and devised a way to redirect the conversation. So, Xinggu was lying in wait in the brush, then what? He provided a segue for Smeb to continue, alleviating the tension. After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Jinghao responded, stating that Gu could use the opposing Titan as bait to draw RNG in, allowing him to seize an opportunity. Smeb elaborated extensively, finally lightening the atmosphere. Rendong swiftly posed the final question. Since arriving in the LPL, did he set any goals for the spring split? Smeb answered promptly. Hou Ye and I joined VG from ROX, and both teams secured league championships last summer. Thus, our goal this time is undoubtedly the championship. The partnership between the top and mid laners of the former Tiger team is indeed a formidable alliance. Having just achieved a resounding victory, Song Jinghao believed there was no reason for their team not to claim the championship. Moreover, if even the LPL cannot be overcome, what hope is there for the World Championship? After concluding the interview, Gu Xing quickly returned to the lounge with Rendong, eager to check the forums and see how he was being lauded. As he anticipated, the atmosphere within the forum was jubilant. How do we evaluate Xinggu and Smeb's performance in the opening match? One can only say they are gods among gods, truly deserving of the title of the world's premier top jungle duo. Let Me appeared almost toy-like in their presence, exhibiting no semblance of resistance whatsoever. It was a performance worthy of a military training manual, utterly ruthless. The key issue seems to be communication problems within VG's top jungle. How could Let Me not withstand this? Their combined output barely reached 10,000, truly a shocking revelation. In addition, Gu Xing stumbled upon discussions surrounding the incident caused by Smeb's post-match interview. It must be said that the netizens were swift, with even subtitled memes circulating. Scrolling further down, he encountered posts analyzing their tactical style transformation. How did VG adopt an LCK style? Have they been influenced by the mid and top lanes? A total of 20 kills erupted in 2 games. Such a matchup is indeed rare in the world. No way. I was looking forward to watching VG's aesthetically pleasing team fights. Who enjoys rigid gameplay? I'm different, as long as it's my supported team. Whether they fight as a group, split push, or win through sneaky tactics, I'm absolutely thrilled. Furthermore, didn't Xinggu mention it was merely an experiment? Even the Tiger team was once known for their brawling. How could they only play passively? As Gu Xing was engrossed in the discussions, he heard Jack inquiring about dinner plans. What are we having tonight? Lu Wenjun had not yet made up his mind. A victory in the opening match was not sufficient to warrant a celebratory feast. How about ordering takeout from Nidalee? Duan Deliang suggested. As that was the maximum price he could willingly pay. I'll go out to eat. Gu Xing waved his phone, displaying a message from his girlfriend, suggesting they handle it themselves. Old Gu isn't around? Jack lost his enthusiasm. Well, let us just settle for the rice bowl place outside the community then. A new rice bowl restaurant had opened outside Hewangshan community, with quite a delightful taste and reasonable prices, making it both delicious and filling. Duan Deliang was thrilled. Rice bowls are such a cost-effective option. Is there any fish-flavored shredded pork? He leaned over to discuss with Eddie. I want green pepper stir-fried meat. Yu Wenba excitedly began to place an order, planning to have 2 servings tonight. Just you? Gu Xing looked at him skeptically. Jack had gained quite a bit of weight since joining VG, though he could now be described as more proportionate. His appetite had not increased significantly, currently falling into the category of 1 bowl being insufficient, while 2 would be too much. Today marks the first victory of the spring season. My friends are ecstatic. And tonight, just wait and see how I flaunt my meal. Jack pounded his chest with bravado. Gu Xing had no time for idle chatter. He requested leave from Lu Wenjun, assuring he would return to the base before dawn, and hurriedly departed the lounge. 2 young women, with bags slung over their shoulders, were softly chatting around the corner of the hallway. Upon seeing him, they promptly raised their hands in greeting. How did I perform today? Gu Xing wanted to show off a bit. Was it impressive? Absolutely incredible. Shen Guanshan sincerely expressed admiration, stating that during our OB sessions, we often found it challenging to keep pace with your thought process. This discrepancy is also the reason behind the frequent errors made by the director. Casual players, even those at a high rank, cannot possibly align their thinking with that of professional players. Last year's summer tournament saw the director often bewildered by Gu Xing's various distractions. From the current perspective of this spring, noticeable improvements have been made. Nonetheless, fully comprehending the significance of each of Gu Xing's actions on the battlefield remains a formidable task. Earlier, while browsing the forum, I came across a post praising your directing, particularly highlighting Gu Xing showing his phone to the two others. However, the responses beneath the post were scant. After all, most viewers are not particularly invested in the director's role, unless a severe error occurs in the OB visuals. Discussions tend to be limited to casual chatter in the bullet comments, rather than dedicated threads. Today, however, was an exception. Comments in the post lauded the director's performance during the opening match, especially appreciating several well-timed scene cuts and prescient judgments that received unanimous praise. The cohort of directors this year is indeed impressive, with Gu Pan's eyes shining like crescent moons, particularly the newly transitioned Lao Zhua, who has shown remarkable planning skills. She and Shen Guanshan made a minuscule yet commendable contribution during OB, and even though there remains a significant gap compared to other full-time employees, the accolades in the comments made them feel a sense of pride and joy. The Zhengdao Plaza is evidently more vibrant than the previous Hangqiao Tiandi, surrounded by a multitude of dining establishments that dazzle the senses. After deliberating for a while, the trio settled on a restaurant specializing in claypot chicken. While waiting for their dishes, Shen Guanshan excused herself to the restroom. Upon noticing his girlfriend's figure vanish from sight, Gu Xing furrowed his brow and turned to seek out his sister. Would she be able to adapt to the internship environment? Gu Pan popped open a can of Pepsi and responded nonchalantly, urging, "You shouldn't always expect her to avoid all social interactions. A little practice can be beneficial. She can't possibly remain withdrawn her entire life, can she?" The internship environment for directors is quite favorable, with few colleagues and generally amiable dispositions. Guanshan herself seemed to enjoy it. She was noticeably less reserved compared to previous outings. She meticulously wiped the utensils with a napkin. Gu Xing remained silent. "Shouldn't we keep this one from returning to LCK?" Shen Guanshan cheerfully inquired as she returned. Gu Pan, maintaining a composed demeanor, interjected with a spontaneous commentary on whether to drink Pepsi or Coca-Cola. Gu Xing, ever the seasoned performer, feigned an expression of disdain, stating, "Let us be honest. Pepsi simply doesn't cut it. I never drink Coke when I'm at KFC." The sibling duo exhibited remarkable acting skills, yet having spent so much time together, Shen Guanshan sensed an odd tension in their expressions, which clearly indicated that their discussion was not merely about soft drink brands. After a moment of contemplation, she refrained from probing further and shifted the conversation to other topics. The viewership was rather intriguing. Upon entering, one realizes the multitude of departments within. Shen Guanshan spoke animatedly about her internship unit, covering everything from on-site lighting to venue applications and cost negotiations. As it was her first internship, everything felt refreshingly novel to her. Gu Pan interjected, mentioning an employee named LKS who was working on the Chronicle of the Alliance's worldview, which introduces the backgrounds of heroes and presents them in video format, a rather intriguing endeavor. "LKS, the letters seem rather peculiar," Gu Xing remarked. "It must be Lux. I have heard my colleagues refer to him that way." Gu Pan took a bite of chicken. "Why not call him Rek'Sai?" Gu Xing quipped unexpectedly. "Or perhaps Ripper Shark would suffice." Gu Pan was left speechless, urging him to be quiet. Gu Xing ignored her, asking, "Do you plan to spend the entire winter vacation in the city? Like you, we will have a break during the off-season before the new year, and our internship will conclude by the time we return to school," Gu Pan explained briefly. "In a couple of months, Seatunen is likely to make significant moves, and I certainly won't have time to spare then." "What kind of moves?" Gu Xing inquired, genuinely curious. Shen Guanshan also turned her head to look at her. "That is certainly not something I can disclose in advance. It's a commercial secret, you understand?" Gu Pan kept her lips tightly sealed, unwilling to divulge any related information. "What about you?" Gu Xing looked toward his girlfriend. "Do you have any plans for when school resumes?" Shen Guanshan rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful, clear eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "I suppose I will continue my studies. The professor mentioned that I should go abroad for an exchange next year, which means I need to brush up on my language skills. The mathematics department at Peking University is second to none domestically, but on a global scale, it falls short. Going abroad for exchange or study is quite a common affair. As for the remaining time this year, Shun Guanshan had yet to devise a plan. Unlike Gu Pan, who had concrete academic arrangements, she lacked clear objectives in other areas. She was now inclined to learn about her boyfriend's work, yet struggled to find an appropriate entry point. There seemed to be an answer lurking in the back of her mind, but she had yet to grasp it fully. By the time dinner concluded, her thoughts were a muddled mess. The two women were staying at a budget hotel, as short-term rentals in the city were exceedingly rare. Sometimes, hotels offered better value. Nonetheless, after paying for accommodation and daily expenses, their internship salaries left them with little to spare. Gu Xing accompanied them to the hotel entrance, reminding them to be cautious and to contact him if needed. Don't forget to check the train tickets back to Ningbo for the holiday. We'll return together for the new year. Got it. Gu Pan waved her hand dismissively. Shun Guanshan, clad in a thick down jacket, resembled a clumsy penguin as she wrapped her arms around her boyfriend's waist, seemingly drawing strength from him. Gu Pan turned away, not wishing to witness their display. Fortunately, she did not remain an unwelcome third wheel for long. A minute later, Shun Guanshan returned, linking arms with her friend as they walked toward the hotel entrance. Oh, your ears are red. Gu Pan glanced at her. It's simply because it's too cold in winter. Shun Guanshan retorted with mild annoyance. After speaking, she lightly brushed her fingers over her lips, where remnants of warmth lingered, distinctly felt in the winter night. Upon returning to the base, Gu Xing found Smeb clutching a bottle of Tsingtao beer and chugging it down. Good heavens, he was taken aback by the other's actions. Are you celebrating your first victory? Smeb snapped his fingers, his cheeks slightly flushed, hinting at a state of inebriation. You truly understand me. The taste of Tsingtao beer remains unchanged. Would you care for a bottle as well? He had often indulged during his time in Korea, seamlessly blending into the culture. Gu Xing promptly declined. As he removed his scarf and stepped into the training room, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food, which chef has decided to cook at our base. He quipped. Jack, engrossed in his ranked match on the Korean server, replied without turning, it's just the leftover portion of my green pepper stir-fried pork over rice. On an unoccupied esports chair lay a transparent food container, within which Gu Xing spotted a lone braised chicken foot. Weren't you boasting earlier that you devoured 2 boxes tonight? Gu Xing chuckled, bemused by the leftovers. Yu Wenba rubbed his round belly, stubbornly defending himself. Do you not understand that overeating can diminish reaction speed? I refrained from stuffing myself just to rank up. Gu Xing settled into his seat and powered on his computer, turning to monitor Jack's progress in the ranked match. Within mere seconds, Yu Wenba's Ezreal lunged at the opposing ADC, attempting to initiate a 1v1 duel. Suddenly, a Lulu emerged from the nearby brush, tipping the scales of their skirmish. Although Jack had a chance to secure a kill, his Q went awry. After his mystic shot was deftly evaded by the enemy, he lost all capability to salvage the exchange, ultimately succumbing to defeat as the screen faded to monochrome. Wasn't that guy supposed to recall? Yu Wenba fumed, slamming his fist on the table. Why is he still lurking in the brush? To be frank, your Ezreal is truly a sight to behold. It's making me want to devour your leftover meal, Gu Xing remarked with an air of impartiality. Why is your Q often inaccurate? Yet you seem to relish connecting your E? Jack turned around, using his large head as a weapon, and executed a rocket headbutt, striking Gu Xing in the abdomen. We're live streaming. Can you refrain from barking? Yu Wenba switched screens to observe the chat reactions. Although he had only recently secured a starting position in VG, he was inherently an influencer with 300,000 followers, and his streaming performance was quite commendable, resulting in a consistently high viewer count, not inferior to that of his support. Xiao Duan. The chat in Jack's live stream was filled with laughter, and moments later, various comments began to flood in. Jack's Q is indeed commendable. It was genuinely amusing when he inexplicably got caught by Letme's thresh hook today. Is Brother Xing still standing there? Can we hurry up and go live? It seems he's already given up. If he can stream 40 hours a month, that's considered a success. Whatever happened to that diligent streamer from last summer? Brother Xing could learn a thing or two from Doim. He always streams after matches. After perusing the comments, Gu Xing quietly returned to his seat, wishing to avoid drawing attention to himself and disrupting Jack's livestream. He opened the notepad on his desktop, realizing that the accumulated streaming hours from the past few months were indeed quite substantial. Gu Xing's streaming contract was held by VG. Truth be told, if he chose not to stream, it would not pose any significant issue, as the club was entirely comprised of his allies. However, the spirit of commitment must not be disregarded. He does not wish to cause discomfort to others. With an abundance of enthusiasm this evening, Gu Xing briefly contemplated before launching the OBS software and logging into Douyu, ready to accumulate some additional streaming hours. Hello, can you hear me? As he activated the live stream, a multitude of viewers flooded in, instantly igniting a lively atmosphere in the chat room. What do you mean I'm actually streaming? Gu Xing remained unfazed by the barrage of doubt in the comments. Why wouldn't I stream? He retorted, from now on, I shall broadcast daily. I am determined to turn over a new leaf. He whimsically declared that he would stream until 4 in the morning. Have you ever seen the sun rise over the Shanghai stock market at dawn? Tonight, you shall experience it. After completing the opening match, the team primarily focused on ranked matches upon returning, making it theoretically feasible for Gu Xing to endure until 4 in the morning. The audience, noticing his genuine demeanor, collectively decided to refrain from skepticism, choosing instead to express their unwavering trust in him. Gu Xing's fingers danced across the keyboard as he swiftly entered his account credentials, logging into the Korean server in mere seconds before the client could even register. Although he had not streamed recently, he had maintained a rigorous schedule of rank training. In just 10 days of acquiring the super account, Gu Xing had played a total of 77 matches. His current score had ascended to 258 points in the Korean server, ranking him 22nd. How about that? One could say the streamer is quite diligent. He boasted to the audience that, including training matches, he averaged 14 hours of practice a day. Previously, he would only practice for about 13 hours. Now, with Kuro, a training fanatic, in the team, he was the first to arrive and the last to leave, tirelessly sipping iced Americanos as if fatigue were a foreign concept. This unintentional catfish effect had inspired the VG team members to double their efforts. Yet, in the live stream, there were always astute viewers who could pinpoint the flaws. 77 matches in 10 days? Sounds like a wellness retreat to me. The manager can play 50 matches in one night. One could say Brother Xing's time management is not quite on point. A novice who has been in the industry for less than a year cannot match the training volume of the aging veteran 7 Sauce. How can you sleep at night? Gu Xing was left both amused and exasperated. At the end of last year, following EDG's quarterfinal defeat, he had filmed a seasonal documentary to provide closure for his supporters, marking the end of a tumultuous year. In it, Abu explicitly stated that Kai practiced 50 matches in one night, which drew skepticism from viewers on the very night the documentary aired. It was evident that completing 50 matches in a single night was simply unrealistic. This notion has since evolved into a running joke. Quiet down, just watch my performance. Gu Xing, eager to avoid disrupting the rhythm of his fellow players, hastily began queuing up for a match alongside 9 others. Given the high player count on the Korean server during the evening, he was placed in a room in under a minute. How did I end up as a substitute? Gu Xing pondered, about to type a request for a position when he suddenly noticed a familiar name. Wang Hou. The ID of his team's jungler prominently displayed LZ Peanut. Little Peanut recognized Gu Xing as well. Though he was uncertain of the meaning behind the initials in the Pinyin ID, he was able to discern Gu Xing's identity solely by remembering the letters. At this moment, excitement was palpable in the room as they engaged in animated conversations. Today, Longzhu secured their first victory, triumphing over KT with a surprising score of 2-1, a shocking upset indeed. Prior to the match, the strength of KT's lineup appeared exceptionally formidable to all spectators. With the S5 MVP, Mata 2, alongside the dual carries from Samsung Blue and White and the veteran captain score, they seemed to be prime contenders for the World Championship, truly a galactic fleet. However, on the opening day, they fell to the new team, Longzhu, astonishing everyone present. Peanut, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, "Xinggu, wait for us. We will definitely meet at MSI." His ambition to make a name for himself soared after defeating KT, significantly uplifting the team's morale. Gu Xing was in the midst of exchanging pleasantries when the inebriated Smeb approached. "Wow, that's amazing." Song Jinghao's expletives flowed effortlessly. "Come here, let me chat with him." Gu Xing pushed the keyboard towards Smeb. With his computer not set to Korean input, Smeb disregarded the setup and began typing furiously, producing a string of letters. The Korean input method allowed him to comprehend the message. Gu Xing only recognized one word, Lanzi. "Please don't curse," he cautioned, anxious that the intoxicated Smeb might cause a stir. Noticing Xiao Xiong suddenly switch from English to Korean, Peanut deduced that an old teammate was conversing with him. Responding with remarkable speed, What was Peanut saying? Gu Xing felt overwhelmed by the Korean text, only able to decipher the commonly used phrases laughter and well played in Korean servers. You still fear me cursing? Smeb burped, his cheeks flushed. I thought you were complimenting me. Gu Xing facepalmed. Peanut, still unaware of the true meaning of Lanzi, remained engrossed in Imp's bewildering teachings. After finishing his chat, Song Jinghao dashed to his seat to queue for ranked matches, eager to capitalize on his slightly tipsy state to boost his Korean server rank. Meanwhile, Gu Xing's rank draft was nearing completion. He didn't seek a position from Peanut, but simply adjusted Ezreal to the selection slot. Jack, pay close attention and learn well. He turned to find Yu Wenba for a chat, eager to showcase how to play Ezreal. Look at this. Jack, with a bottle cap in his mouth, spun his gaming chair to Gu Xing's side, indignantly declaring, Your Ezreal is no match for me. Just as he was about to boast, Gu Xing's voice suddenly faltered. The enemy ADC's ID was unmistakable, SKT-T1 bang. Come on, old Gu, show us your Ezreal. Yu Wenba urged excitedly, fanning the flames. I'm ready to learn. Determined to observe this ranked match, he pulled out his remaining half portion of green pepper stir-fried pork and chicken feet, eager to witness his jungler's gameplay. Gu Xing's expression was one of helplessness. Bang was undeniably a world-class marksman. Last year's World Championship saw Imp struggling to gain the upper hand against him. How could his substitute Ezreal possibly showcase any skills in front of Bang's Ezreal? He cleared his throat, preparing the audience in the live stream for what lay ahead, cautioning them about facing Cuz, a formidable opponent from the high-ranking echelon. The host had not secured his favored position, and should they falter, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon Peanut. A barrage of question marks flooded the screen, reflecting the viewer's skepticism. As the game commenced, Peanut expressed his low expectations in the chat, predicting a likely defeat. He believed that Gu Xing would find it impossible to gain the upper hand against Bang. Peanut was not well acquainted with Cuz, having only encountered him in this new season for the first time. He recalled that the opponent had once reached the pinnacle of the Korean server and now served as a starter for a playoff-caliber team in the LPL. To him, this resume held little significance. All 10 players in this match were high-ranked professionals, with few who had not achieved the highest accolades in the Korean server. Furthermore, in this era, it was absurd to still be wielding the traditional jungle champion, Rek'Sai. Peanut scoffed at the notion. However, just 3 minutes into the match, his Kha'Zix was ambushed in his own jungle by Rek'Sai. Cuz unexpectedly eschewed the red buff, employing an unconventional strategy. Recklessly, Rek'Sai flashed in, launching Peanut into the air with a flawless sequence of moves, combined with the true damage from his E ability, Void Rush, resulting in an instant kill. Gu Xing, who was busy farming under pressure in the bot lane, could not resist throwing a question mark into the chat, dripping with sarcasm. Peanut felt his pride wounded. He resolved to venture into the enemy jungle to regain his honor, hoping to capitalize on Rek'Sai's lack of flash. Yet, Cuz's presence was elusive, rendering him nearly impossible to track. After wandering aimlessly in the enemy jungle, Peanut found his own growth stunted. What is Peanut doing? Gu Xing muttered, exasperated. Why is he searching for their jungler when he could come help me? The pressure in the bot lane was becoming unbearable, especially against Bang. Despite Gu Xing's innate talent, it was unrealistic to expect him to triumph over an opponent without the benefit of systematic ADC training. Otherwise, he might as well take his skills to the marksman role directly. Peanut finally recognized that he could no longer afford to loiter in the jungle and decisively headed to the bot lane to alleviate Gu Xing's burden. However, Cuz's sudden appearance in the top lane resulted in a successful tower dive, once again establishing an advantage for his team. Peanut, visibly troubled, pondered. How can he be so fierce? The realization struck him, something was amiss. The player on the opposing team, wielding Rek'Sai, was astonishingly skilled. Was this the caliber of today's newcomers? As their team struggled to find a breakthrough, Gu Xing began to make his move. Jin, watch me pull this off, he exclaimed, as he skillfully executed his ultimate ability just as his Ezreal reached level 6. A golden barrage of precise projectiles tore through the air, while Gu Xing maneuvered his view in sync with his ultimate. Yu Wenba, engrossed in his chicken leg, slowed his chewing, captivated by the unfolding action. The precise projectiles soared toward the enemy's red zone, and with the vision granted by his ability, Gu Xing clearly spotted Rek'Sai's whereabouts. Just as he had anticipated, Cuz was currently securing the red buff, and without smite. Now, Gu Xing shouted with fervor. The crescent moon glided across the crimson body of the red buff, successfully depleting its health bar. Observing the small red circle beneath Ezreal, Gu Xing couldn't contain his joy. "Did you see that?" he exclaimed with confidence, gesturing to Jack beside him. "I knew the enemy was contesting the red. Is that for real?" Yu Wenbao was taken aback. The barrage of comments flooded the screen with 666 and 233, interspersed with numerous question marks. "We are the junglers." Gu Xing stood tall, asserting that the enemy jungler's position was indeed a specialty. Within the team chat, teammates began to shower him with praise. Xia Weizing beamed with delight. Cuz's position was exposed, and even the crucial red buff was seized by Gu Xing, causing the pressure in his jungle to plummet. Peanut redirected his focus from challenging the enemy jungler to assisting his teammates in establishing dominance across all lanes. The results were immediate. Gu Xing, bolstered by Xia Weizing's multiple offensives in the bot lane and the stolen red buff, managed to regain the upper hand against Bang. "Did you see that?" He seized the opportunity to educate Jack. "Ezreal must develop steadily and wait for his 2 core items. Do you understand?" Yu Wenbao contested, "Nonsense. The essence of Ezreal lies in aggressive plays. How could an Ezreal who shies away from using his E ability claim to master this champion?" Gu Xing was undeniably composed. Aware that he wasn't particularly skilled with most marksmen except for a few characters, he opted to play as a backline ADC. During team fights, he relied on the slow from his Ice Fist to create space, ensuring his skills hit, gradually dealing damage. Despite Cuz employing every trick in his book, he could not claim a share of the spoils from Gu Xing and Xia Weizing. As the victory points climbed once more on the scoreboard, Gu Xing leaned back in his chair with satisfaction. "Did you see that?" He enthusiastically patted Jack's shoulder. "I can outplay Bang as an ADC. Can you?" Yu Wenbao rolled his eyes in disdain. "Come on, Nicola. If it weren't for that stolen red, your tower would have been obliterated long ago." Just as Gu Xing was about to retort, he noticed a private message from Xia Weizing inquiring about Cuz's background. An absolute top-tier jungler, he rated highly, a master of Rek'Sai. Gu Xing had encountered Cuz several times, and it was evident that the latter possessed a unique understanding of the jungle role. IG was clearly aiming for the World Championship this year. The live chat echoed this sentiment, with many netizens praising Cuz for his consistent performance, likening him to a reincarnation of the S5 IG's glory. "When do we face IG?" Gu Xing turned to Jack. "Next Friday," Yu Wenbao pondered. "But we first have to contend with the Snake team this weekend." Currently, the LPL's single-season schedule spans 10 weeks, with each team playing 16 best-of-3 matches, inevitably leading to instances of doubleheader weeks. Gu Xing held the Snake team in high regard. This team, known for its fierce early-game prowess, often faltered during the mid-game, which also reflected their overall performance trajectory throughout the season. At the onset of each season, the Snake team tends to exhibit formidable strength, only to experience a significant decline as the season progresses, culminating in an eventual collapse. It has become somewhat of an enigma. Gu Xing remains vigilant, apprehensive that VG might falter. His instincts have proven accurate. The Snake team executed an impressive early strategy against VG. The renowned Saint Gun engaged in fierce duels with Smeb in the top lane. As one of the few non-blue-collar top laners in the domestic scene, his individual prowess is commendable, ranking him among the elite in the LPL. While Smeb currently surpasses Saint Gun in skill, completely suppressing him is an unrealistic expectation. Soph, the jungler for Snake, has made remarkable strides in his Chinese language skills, enhancing communication with his teammates. This improvement directly enables him to summon his allies for assistance in the jungle at any moment. Gu Xing found himself increasingly frustrated by Soph's frequent invasions, often falling victim to his ambushes. The Vietnamese player eschewed flamboyant maneuvers, opting instead for relentless pressure on Gu Xing. Whenever Gu Xing attempted to retaliate, Soph would promptly withdraw, only to re-emerge with persistent harassment. As a result, Gu Xing's early aggression was nearly extinguished. Soph's approach was annoyingly tenacious, akin to an adhesive plaster that refused to let go, effectively ensnaring Gu Xing in the jungle. The strategic clarity of the Snake team is evident. It appears that if they can neutralize VG's most formidable top and jungle duo, they stand a chance at victory. Their plan in the first game was executed flawlessly. Although Gu Xing developed well individually, he posed little threat to the Snake team's champions on the lane. Without synergy, VG had to rely solely on raw strength. However, a significant vulnerability emerged: team fights. Due to communication issues within the team, VG was unable to replicate the flawless coordination of the previous season. In the rapidly evolving and highly cooperative environment of team fights, poor communication had a substantial impact. VG was left to rely on the innate team fighting instincts of its 5 players. Despite being top-tier competitors within the league, they could not achieve complete understanding. Tiny lapses became glaring vulnerabilities. After losing the team fight, VG was compelled to engage again. Due to St. Gun's pressure, Smeb failed to secure a significant advantage during the landing phase. Split pushing was not a viable strategy. Victory could only be attained through team fights. Yet communication issues led to repeated setbacks. VG persevered for 39 minutes in the first game, only to succumb to a regrettable defeat. In the second match, Hou Ye promptly adjusted the strategy, redirecting the focus from the top lane to the bottom lane, passing the ball to Jack. The root of this change lay in Hou Ye's realization that Snake's bottom lane was vulnerable. Last year's astonishing BO10 had already forced the aging player into retirement. Crystal, already burdened with an injured arm, faced even greater challenges, compelling a complete transition to support. Snake's manager, Wu, famously sought the services of high-ranked Korean player Oak to fill the ADC role. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side. While Oak may have excelled in ranked matches, he struggled to adapt to the pace of competitive play. Furthermore, having just arrived in the country, his proficiency in Chinese was rather limited. Redmi has discovered a breakthrough and will not let this golden opportunity slip away. He has chosen to have Guxing relentlessly target the bottom lane, and the results have been nothing short of remarkable. Oaksley Zygon Shun Mo. The commentator Ziyuan's voice pierced through the air. With Crystal already departed, why would he still flash forward? Guxing executed a clever maneuver to ambush the bottom lane. Oak's Jin, rather than retreating, boldly flashed in front of the VG duo, attempting to eliminate Jack. Yet, upon flashing, he realized he was just shy of the distance needed to strike Yuanba. That mere few yards loomed like an insurmountable chasm, separating Oak from Jack. Choosing to pursue relentlessly, Oak fired his 4th bullet at a minion to boost his movement speed. He chased into the turret, but Jin's attack animation was too sluggish. Just as he intended to attack, he discovered Jack had escaped his range. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Oak stubbornly pursued under the turret, ultimately failing to land a hit on Jack, and was instead obliterated by the turret. The audience erupted in astonishment. Jack could scarcely believe his eyes. What does this mean? Is he throwing the game? Guxing was equally incredulous. Oak's performance throughout was hardly reflective of a professional player's capabilities. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. What a zombie-like operation from Oak. This is truly nauseating. Why would he dare to flash in after Xingdu arrived? I can't believe it. Is this the 1,000-point AD player Jiangzhuo Wolong brought from Korea? I couldn't even pull off such an outrageous play. Has the Snake team fallen this year? Their level is significantly lower than last year. Thanks to Oak's consistent performance, Guxing successfully exploited the weaknesses of the Snake team, gaining a significant advantage in the bottom lane and rendering soft and stubborn tactics futile. By the end, Oak's mindset crumbled, and his increasingly absurd maneuvers left spectators both amused and astonished. VG managed to turn the tide, defeating Snake, and they will face the challenge from IG next week. Aside, as long as this Weibo team doesn't act like fans, the show is genuinely entertaining. 71K words. 229W. 251. Showing off in front of the experts? On the day of the match, Guxing boarded the bus and began scrolling through his phone. The official channels seemed to be hyping up this spotlight battle, disseminating information across various platforms. Benefiting from the clash between the veteran powerhouse IG and the newly crowned world champion VG, discussions rapidly ignited. This year, will the Dog Sun have no problem outlook for the world championship? Absolutely. The dual carries in top lane are no different from S5. Meat Chicken is certainly stronger than back then, and as long as jungler Cuz has half the prowess of Kakao, they can aim for S7. Classic. The Dog Sun always takes off at the start of the season, only to falter halfway through and play dead. To be fair, today there is definitely a chance. VG's play against Snake showed they clearly lack synergy. IG might just steal a point. Haha, VG's 5 players have the raw strength to crush them. Does IG have any advantageous positions aside from Meat Chicken? Hoping Director Song can single-handedly take on 5 opponents. Is it? Do you look down upon me? The rookie Cuz, who took out alone in advance. There are quite a few insidious individuals lurking in the forums. However, the number of casual onlookers and VG fans far exceeds them. They cannot tolerate the excessive praise heaped upon Cuz before the match. And the threads are rife with a variety of sarcastic and straightforward criticisms. Gu Xing is thoroughly entertained by this. Ding Ran leans in and whispers, "Xingge, you must win today." Fudan University has long since begun its winter break, and with nothing to do at home, he decided to join VG for a bit of experience, hoping Ding Jun would stamp his document. Of course, the primary motive was to watch the match from the backstage. What does that mean? Gu Xing is puzzled. I've saved all those posts praising Cuz. If you win tonight, I'll immediately dig up the truth. Ding Ran says, his excitement palpable. Then we can thoroughly denounce them. Gu Xing chuckles at his friend's enthusiasm. All right, I'll do my best. He holds no grudge against Cuz himself. Yet, anyone would feel discontented seeing endless posts extolling their rival's chances of victory, even if Ding Ran remained silent. Gu Xing was determined to present his strongest self against IG today. How's life at Fudan treating you? He curiously inquires about his friend's university experience. After all, had he not embarked on a professional path, Gu Xing should still be alongside Ding Ran as classmates. Pretty good, mainly just the freedom, Ding Ran responds. Invigorated by the thought, I can play games at my leisure. By the way, I've reached Diamond. The team leader, Jin Wonha, sitting in the front row, turns around in surprise. Wow, that's impressive. He remembers the last time he saw Ding Ran. He was merely a mediocre golden tier player. And now his rank has escalated so rapidly, it's nothing short of astonishing. It's all thanks to Xing Gu's guidance. Ding Ran expresses his admiration. That raising dad strategy is simply a magical way to climb ranks. The higher the tier, the more effective it is. Ding Ran diligently checks his teammates' records before entering ranked matches, seeking the most reliable partner, and then dedicating himself to assisting them, funneling resources to ensure they succeed. Is raising dad really a thing? Kuro inquires, holding his usual iced Americano. Ding Ran animatedly explains the concept until Kuro finally understands. Isn't that just me? He doesn't shy away from it. In fact, he takes pride in it. I love raising the support. It makes winning games so much easier. Which is easier to raise for a win, Old Gu or Little Peanut? Jax seizes the opportunity to pose a challenging question. Before Gu Xing can respond, Kuro answers without hesitation, definitely the support. Who's Peanut? I don't really know him. Just thinking about the little rascal who mocked him during last night's ranked match, saying he couldn't believe he lost a game to Snake, makes Li Rue seethe with anger. Next time I have the chance to meet him, I'll make sure he understands. A joyful atmosphere fills the bus, both inside and out. Upon arriving at the venue's backstage lounge, the first order of business for Hong Mi is to hold a meeting to discuss the tactical details for confronting IG. This matter should have been addressed last night. However, they arranged a training match with KT and became preoccupied with post-game analysis, leaving insufficient time for preparation. Fortunately, they managed to compensate for it today at the venue, and the time proved adequate. Last week, IG faced off against NB in a match where they effortlessly secured victory, largely due to the synergy between the mid and jungle roles. Hou Ye brought over a tactical whiteboard featuring the Summoner's Rift, jotting down strategies. The overarching approach relied on the mid laner liberating the jungler. Gu Xing felt somewhat perplexed, questioning if any steps were overlooked. Typically, the standard sequence for mid-jungle coordination involves the jungler first alleviating pressure on the mid lane. Once the mid laner gains lane control, they can roam to assist in the jungle, thereby creating a combined force to extend their advantage to the side lanes. According to Hou Ye, IG astonishingly bypassed this initial step, starting directly by aiding the jungler from the mid lane. It sounded utterly implausible. There were no oversights, Hou Ye sighed, explaining that Rookie's stellar performance in that match completely overwhelmed NB's mid laner, thus negating the need for the jungler's assistance at the outset. This year, NB's roster has been rather lackluster. After the departure of their star player, Ajan, they acquired the unremarkable Wang Wu and former CJ member, Coco, to alternate roles. Both players are experiencing a decline in form, and against a competitor like Song Yijin, who possesses exceptional lane pressure, they were rendered utterly defenseless. The tanky chicken was able to consistently invade the jungle, creating momentum and assisting Cuz in targeting Swift. Lu Qingsong and Lin Weixiang, having just ascended to the top league, were forced to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. Thus, our primary focus today is to ensure that the mid and jungle maintain their competitiveness. Hou Ye turned to Kuro, especially emphasizing you, Rue Xing, to avoid engaging in one-on-one confrontations with Rookie in the mid lane, and to wait for Xiao Gu to arrive. The opposing team was able to secure lane control and effectively roam due to their frequent and aggressive trading. He distributed the IG team data provided by the analytics team to the players. The information varied according to their positions, and Gu Xing tilted his head, wishing to glance at the document in Kuro's hands. However, in order to ensure the Korean players comprehended the information, Hou Ye had specifically translated certain technical terms into Korean, rendering Gu Xing unable to decipher it. It detailed rookies' average trading frequency and time points during the first 15 minutes of the landing phase. Li Jixuan explained that, at present, he had the highest number of active trades among mid laners in the entire LPL, with him often engaging in skirmishes during each level up. For more accurate statistics, I instructed the analytics team to adjust the threshold for collecting trading data to a minimum of 150 health points, reflecting approximately the damage of 2 skills. Otherwise, it would lack reference significance. After all, we cannot count a single auto attack during the landing phase. Easyhoon presented his argument convincingly. Gu Xing caught a glimpse of Song Yijin's effective trading count, an average of 15 times. This figure is exceptionally remarkable, considering that mid laners must return to base for support. And excluding the initial minute and a half of idle time, their actual presence in the lane could not possibly amount to a full 15 minutes. If one were to scrutinize further, it would reveal that Song Yijin engages in trading with the enemy more than once per minute. Particularly in the context of seizing the pivotal third-level nodes, the player Meat Chicken adeptly capitalized on the opportunities presented by NB in both matches, deftly reducing the opponent's health points and establishing an initial advantage in the lane, as pointed out by the esteemed Lord. This exemplifies the allure of data. Li Jixuan, a mathematics major, holds a profound admiration for numerical analysis. Without a systematic team, acquiring such meticulous information would have been unattainable. The realm of esports has long transcended the notion of individual players battling in isolation. A well-structured support and coaching team significantly enhances the competitive performance of players. For instance, upon receiving the duel data from Song Yijin, Gu Xing could devise strategies to adjust his movements, focusing on the mid lane to enhance his performance on the field. Moreover, he is aware that IG lacks the conditions to analyze specific data. For IG, any analyst is merely spouting nonsense. The support staff does not concentrate on the intricate details of in-game statistics. Rather, they are preoccupied with analyzing which nearby food delivery options are clean and sanitary. With analysts serving merely as figureheads, the existence of a dedicated data team is utterly non-existent. In stark contrast, Gu Xing, armed with data support, felt an immediate surge of confidence. The pre-match meeting lasted a mere 30 minutes, during which Hou Ye meticulously reviewed all the distributed materials, ultimately setting the main tone. Today, we shall first endeavor to engage IG in a test of strength through jungle and mid lane synergy, assessing the intensity of our opponents before making necessary adjustments. Following this, the preparations for makeup and security checks commenced. Gu Xing had become quite adept at the various pre-match procedures. After filling a paper cup with ice-cold cola, he heard a knock at the lounge door. Smeb, stationed as the guardian by the door, opened it to reveal a smiling face reminiscent of a steamed bun. Old Song. Gu Xing was pleasantly surprised by the identity of the visitor. Song Yijin greeted the VG team with a smile, and after receiving an enthusiastic headbutt from Jack, he playfully rubbed his abdomen, not forgetting to jest with Gu Xing. Brother Xing, don't be too harsh tonight. Gu Xing couldn't help but smirk at this remark. It was too late. After obtaining the data, he was prepared to give Meat Chicken a taste of reality. Jack, lounging confidently in his chair, declared, "Are you really going to let old Gu take charge? This time, I must teach Gu Yin a lesson." Such confidence. As Song Yijin's attention was drawn away by Yu Wenba, it was noteworthy that Kid's skills were not to be underestimated. The young player had previously hindered his team during the World Championship and often faltered in critical moments. To claim he is a top-tier marksman would be sheer nonsense. However, he is certainly not inept. Although his early career saw him as a mere backdrop to Smile and later Uzi, Kid has managed to maintain his position among the top ADCs in the league, exhibiting a quality akin to that of an inspector. Essentially, the only players capable of defeating him are the elite ADCs of the LPL. Gu Yin truly falls short. Jack was now fired up, and it was imperative to deliver a thorough lesson. Yu Wenba's aspiration this year is to pursue the glory of Imp from the previous season. Setting a modest goal, he aims to outplay every ADC in the LPL league. He is affectionately referred to as VG's Golden Mountain Finder. As a young child, becoming a frontline goalkeeper is an essential threshold he must cross. Otherwise, if he cannot even triumph over a kid, what hope is there for championship glory? It's up to you, Jack, Song Ye shrugged, but our new jungler is no pushover. The proficiency in Chinese of the meat chicken is commendable, effortlessly employing various everyday expressions, much to the envy of Smeb and Kuro. Meanwhile, Xiao Duan remained the curious observer, inquiring, "Is it true that UIG are invincible in scrims?" This remark piqued the interest of many in the lounge. Since the spring season commenced, VG had not arranged any scrims with IG, primarily due to their habitual tardiness. A half-hour delay for a 2 o'clock practice match was commonplace, and it was not unusual for them to step out for a meal midway through. Their lackadaisical training attitude had deterred Hou Ye from wanting to schedule practices with them, as VG, given their current capabilities, could easily find better alternatives. They had learned about the scrim arrangements through other teams in the league. With a shy smile, Song Ye remarked, "It's just average. About a 70 to 80% win rate." "Wow, that's impressive," Yuwenba exclaimed. Achieving such a win rate in scrims certainly places them among the league's strong contenders. Upon hearing IG's exaggerated scrim results, Gu Xing felt an increased sense of urgency, preparing diligently for the evening's battle. "It seems there's no good juice for you today." Song Ye. After bidding farewell to Song Ye, he sat at his seat, using his long fingers to continuously knead a warm pack, warming his fingertips to maintain his optimal state. Their match was scheduled at 7 o'clock, necessitating a wait for the two preceding teams to conclude their games. The officials were aware of VG's substantial viewership, as aside from the opening match, 13 of the remaining 15 spring matches were scheduled at 7 o'clock. The other two BO3 matches were reluctantly placed on weekends at 5 o'clock to honor the first championship team of the region. The advantage lay in guaranteed viewership, while the downside was VG's prolonged wait time. They had to arrive at the bustling Central Plaza by 4 at the latest, and then wait backstage for the 5 o'clock match to conclude. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side today. The 5 o'clock showdown featured IM and Wei. While WE's playstyle was decent and not overly drawn out, they struggled against IM, known for their turtle-like defense. In a surprising twist, WE's head coach, Hou Ye, began the draft by trying a trick, allowing the strongest champion, Camille, to be picked by IM. What was that about? Jack was baffled, wondering why they would dare to leave the steel shadow available. Gu Xing was equally perplexed. Hou Ye lounged comfortably with his legs crossed, commenting on the match. "That's just Hou Ye for you. There's no way to rein her in. She loves to pull off quirky strategies in drafts, though she is certainly better than Chris." During the first half of S5, LGD's nominal head coach was indeed Hou Ye, who was replaced by the delivery coach Chris in the latter half. However, the true power behind the scenes remained with Hou Ye, who had collaborated with both coaches and thus held some authority in evaluating their professional capabilities. Nevertheless, Gu Xing suspected that a degree of subjective bias colored these assessments. Due to the incident involving a report, Redmi was unable to attend the S5 World Championship. He felt that even if the newly transitioned coach, Hou Ye, were to be compared with Chris, would undoubtedly choose the former. Smeb was in high spirits, even beginning to fantasize about the upcoming match, wondering if IG could let him play as Camille, given that he hadn't had much enjoyment recently. Jack, sitting nearby, chuckled, thinking otherwise. Malphite was not reckless and would surely not allow such a slip. Yuwenba had previously trained with IG's first team and had interacted with the coaching staff, including Malphite. It turned out that Malphite was not responsible for the onstage draft phase. However, IG's performance last year was dismal. Even though they reached the top 16 in the Global Championship the year before, they had produced numerous grim moments, managing to at least experience the World Championship. The 2016 season had them perilously close to relegation. During the winter transfer period, Su Xiaoluo, in an effort to provide an explanation to the boss and his son, dismissed Chris, leaving Malphite to step up as head coach. He was a genteel and affable individual, quite introverted, yet undeniably skilled, with a well-structured draft strategy. He was not one to indulge in tricks like Hou Ye. The consequence of releasing Camille was that in the first match, they were repeatedly pulled by IM, ultimately suffering a narrow defeat in a team fight over the Elder Dragon at 49 minutes. With amazing JS Camille dealing nearly 1,000 true damage to Hou Ye's arteries. In the second match, Hou Ye finally witnessed Camille's power and wisely opted to ban her, choosing a more conventional lineup for the lanes. It was evident that we was indeed qualified to act as gatekeepers for the World Championship last year. IM underwent a reverse reinforcement during the previous transfer period. The original jungler, Avoidless, chose to join a secondary league team, the very one that had recently been the talk of the town, Suning. IM's steadfast turtle strategy was undoubtedly linked to Avoidless' strength. He consistently managed to buy time for the team in the early game through vision control and counter-invasions, creating an optimal environment for his three-lane teammates to develop. The newly appointed jungler, known as Ben 4, had encountered the opposing team when Gu Xing sent Song Yijin away. At first, upon hearing Ben 4 speak, he mistook him for Little Tiger, as his voice was strikingly similar. The newly reformed IM displayed mediocre synergy, and facing Hou Ye, who had retained all their players during the winter transfer period, it became challenging to triumph without any tricks during the draft phase. Nevertheless, IM managed to hold on until 8 o'clock in the evening, only to suffer a regrettable defeat after being reversed from a 2-0 lead. Jack was nearly starving. He rubbed his belly, seemingly seeking solace for his rumbling stomach, wishing for a swift conclusion. He suggested a banana to maintain focus, tossing the energy snack purchased by the team leader over to Gu Xing, stating that they would feast on hot pot after today's match. Jack hurriedly peeled the banana and devoured it eagerly. By the time the live host, Yu Shuang, conducted the entrance ceremony for both teams, he still had not swallowed his food, his cheeks bulging like a hamster. The audience in the front row noticed Yu Wenba's unusual expression, erupting into laughter. Until the camera switched to the commentary booth, Ziyuan was still engaged in light-hearted banter about Jack. After an exhausting match that lasted a full 3 games, it was only natural that the VG players felt a bit peckish. One must admit that our Doritos are quite effective at staving off hunger, and his eloquence seamlessly provided a moment to promote the sponsor. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyan was perusing her notebook, which she used to record various intricate details. Today's focal battle featured VG against IG, both teams having undergone significant roster changes this season. The distinction is that VG recently clinched the World Championship, acquiring some heavyweight recruits. In contrast, IG's jungle and support positions have been filled with promising newcomers. Ziyuan spoke confidently, noting that both teams seem to have developed a commendable level of synergy. Although VG faced some challenges against the Snake team, they ultimately secured victory, while IG had previously dominated NB with ease. The centerpiece of this matchup would be the jungle duel, as Xingge faced off against the fledgling star jungler Cuz. Just as Su Xiaoyan was about to elaborate, a deafening roar erupted from the audience. The majority of attendees were VG fans, whose sheer numbers created an overwhelming atmosphere. The director presented a comparative analysis of the jungler statistics for the season. Thanks to 2 dominant performances, Cuz had a slight lead in various metrics, excluding participation rates. To be frank, the sample size here is rather limited, as the 2 teams collectively played only 3 BO3 matches. Ziyuan attempted to steer the conversation, suggesting they focus on the impending BP. As soon as he finished speaking, the BP panel appeared before everyone's eyes. IG, having priority in choosing sides for this match, opted for the blue side and promptly banned the Lee Sin. The current professional scene still adheres to patch 71. Moreover, due to the staff preparing for the upcoming Lunar New Year holiday, the subsequent updates to versions 72 and 73 will not be implemented until after the festive period, meaning that all matches leading up to the holiday will be conducted under the fixed environment of patch 71. Redmi had no choice but to accept the fixed ban on Kha'Zix. IG then proceeded to eliminate the hyper-strong champion Varus from the pool. Upon seeing this, Su Xiaoyan recognized an opportunity for her own strategy, her eyes lighting up. Ever since VG's coach, Hou Ye, employed this tactic against RNG, numerous teams have sought to replicate it with great success. The primary concern remains the exaggerated strength of LeBlanc, which grants an advantage of invisibility to the blue side. Malphite, too, was not one to overlook a valuable tactic. Redmi found himself helpless against this move. It is widely acknowledged that Song Yijin excels with champions like LeBlanc and Kha'Zix. Though LeBlanc's gameplay has evolved significantly post-rework, Redmi still hesitated to release her. IG then turned their attention towards Xingge, opting to ban the Rengar, effectively disrupting the jungle food chain. Originally, everyone refrained from utilizing the lion dog, a hero of bug-level proportions in the jungle. Instead, They unleashed the mantis and employed equally ferocious carnivorous junglers like the spider and blind monk to counter it. However, Malphite, breaking the norm, decided to proactively disrupt the existing jungle ecosystem. Hou Ye approached Guxing and inquired if they should ban the opposing Rek'Sai. In their previous encounters against IG, they had consistently placed the excavator in the ban position, showing respect for Cuz's prowess. After all, he is an exceptional specialist, well-versed in his roles. Hou Ye sought Guxing's opinion, noting that if their jungler insisted on allowing it, he would not impose a ban. "Don't be a white crescent moon, Hou Ye," Jack exclaimed, his face filled with trepidation. A low, ominous laughter echoed through the team voice chat, as everyone seemingly recalled We's reckless actions from earlier that night. Guxing, having witnessed Cuz's formidable Rek'Sai, felt confident in facing it. However, he did not wish to burden his teammates excessively, as Rek'Sai's ability to gank laners is notably formidable. Thus, he deemed a direct ban more appropriate. In their first encounter with Cuz, he could not afford to underestimate or act with arrogance. IG swiftly selected Zyra, a choice that did not surprise Su Xiaoyan, as all eyes were now on VG's first two picks. Ashe and Syndra. Ziyuan's voice rang out clearly. VG unabashedly locked in their duel carries early on. Ashe is currently a highly potent marksman, boasting considerable influence over the jungle, making her a sensible choice for Jack. The selection of Syndra served dual purposes, to secure a pick rather than a ban, preventing the opposing team from acquiring a character with excessive mastery, and to ensure mid-lane control, laying the groundwork for the strategies previously established by Hou Ye. In response, IG opted for Xun and Jin, both being distinguished representatives of their respective positions, choosing to reserve core mid-jungle picks for the subsequent round. Without hesitation, Hou Ye secured a versatile Gnar for top laner Smeb, who could excel in both landing and team fights. Although Smeb's Rumble and Jace appeared to be stronger selections, facing Xun proved to be quite challenging and could lead to precarious situations. Thus, the mobility of Gnar felt more comfortable. During the second round of bans, VG targeted the jungle, first sending the spider to the ban position. After IG banned the troll, they subsequently restricted Olaf as well. The initially subdued Su Xiaoyan, lacking enthusiasm, noticeably increased her pace as she analyzed VG's selection strategy. In retaliation, IG ultimately banned the blind monk, with both sides nearly exhausting the pool of jungle heroes. Out of a total of 10 bans, 6 were allocated to junglers, highlighting the significance both teams placed on the jungle, as neither wished to suffer losses, as Ziyuan explained. Hou Ye proceeded to lock in the support role, leaving Guxing's jungler as a counter. VG secured misfortune for Lord Duan, creating a perfect duo with Ashe, poised to relentlessly pressure IG's bot lane once they reached level 6. Just as Ziyuan finished analyzing VG's selection strategy, an unexpected character appeared in IG's selection frame. "Qiyana?" Su Xiaoyan exclaimed in disbelief. "What is this? Playing Qiyana in front of Xinggu?" The audience erupted in astonishment, and the live chat flooded with excitement. The fiery spirit is truly remarkable. In ancient times, there were those who dared to display their skills before the master. And now we see a bold player choosing Qiyana in front of Xinggu. If we purely consider audacity, I must admit I am quite supportive of Cuz. It takes considerable courage to select Qiyana in the presence of world champions. Xinggu, let them have it. Isn't this a tad overly confident? Do they truly dare to show their true selves? To utilize Xing Ge's signature style against him is indeed exhilarating. One wonders if this will grant him a sly victory. Guxing was also taken aback by IG's unusual character selection. He did not anticipate that Cuz would actually dare to go for it. "Old Gu, if they are boldly challenging you, shouldn't you teach them a lesson?" Yu Wenba was still stoking the flames of excitement. Indeed, Smeb remarked in his clumsy Chinese. This is nothing short of a provocation. Guxing, his fingers clenched, felt his competitive spirit fully ignited. There was a murmured acknowledgement from Hou Ye behind him, affirming that Qiyana was indeed a commendable choice. With 6 ferocious junglers removed from the pool, the remaining options were relegated to niche characters and the 3 primary jungle cores. The inherent strength of jungle core heroes was not in question. However, the extended spawn interval of jungle camps to 150 seconds had diminished their dominance. The main drawback being that they struggled to achieve a lead over the rest of the field, although they outperform characters like Gragas that have been significantly nerfed. For IG, Qiyana was simply perfect. The team's overall composition lacked substantial crowd control and physical damage, rendering them unable to utilize Nidalee. Among the remaining characters, Qiyana possesses an advantage against Graves, and her selection would serve to frustrate Gu Xing, preventing him from playing Graves effectively. Fortunately, I had preemptively chosen Misfortune, and Hou Ye felt relieved for his foresight. Had he opted for Malzahar, it would have posed a far greater challenge. VG's Nar contributes partially to magical damage, while Syndra and Kha'Zix deliver pure AP output. At that juncture, Gu Xing would be confined to physical heroes, as otherwise, IG could easily counter with a plethora of magic resistance items. Hou Ye's choice of Misfortune granted Gu Xing some flexibility in hero selection. Once IG completed their selection of Qiyana, they chose Orianna for the tanky chicken, which is also one of his signature skills. Now, we await Xing Ji's choice of hero. The arena resonated with the sound of hero locking. The wild will instill fear within them. The alluring wild huntress made her entrance, eliciting a cacophony of cheers from the crowd. VG fans waved their support sticks, rallying behind Gu Xing. Nidalee. Ziyuan expressed his surprise, stating that Xing Ji's Nidalee is indeed exceptional, and as a jungle core powerhouse, she excels in early to mid-game jungle farming and invasions. More importantly, VG's upper lane possesses formidable control, providing Nidalee with ample opportunity to shine. Su Xiaoyan added. The 10 players exchanged heroes, and both teams secured their lineups. Blue side IG, top Shun, jungle Qiyana, mid Orianna, bot Jin, and Zyra. Red side VG, top Nar, jungle Nidalee, mid Syndra, bot Ashe, and Misfortune. To be fair, VG's lineup feels rather nostalgic, Ziyuan chuckled, reminiscent of the S6 World Championship system. Cuz audaciously opted for Qianjua, a choice that recalls the remarkable performance of Xing Ji's Qianjua last year, which undeniably earned the title of the world's finest. One wonders how he intends to demonstrate his prowess in today's match. Gu Xing, while tossing a hand warmer, mentally simulated strategies. In the team voice chat, Xiao Duan continued to engage in light banter. Jack, is the opposing support someone you know well? Yuanba paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Yes. He's a level 2. He hesitated, aware that some matters were best left unspoken during the match. In any case, just keep pressing Bao on. He rephrased. Just as Jack finished speaking, the monitor flickered, signaling the official arrival in the Summoner's Rift. 252. Deception and tension. An incessant cacophony of signals filled Gu Xing's ears. Let us maintain our defensive positions and refrain from invading, he commanded his teammates, with the Ice Archer providing invaluable vision in the jungle during the early game. They could discern Cuz movements without needing to engage in a level 1 invasion. Furthermore, since their championship victory, Gu Xing preferred a cautious approach against teams that were not contenders for the title. There was no need for reckless maneuvers. IG shared this sentiment. The opposing team's 5 heroes boasted long-range capabilities and various crowd control abilities, making an incautious venture into VG's jungle a dubious choice. Cuz habitually tapped the scoreboard while communicating with his ally, Rou Ji. Jin Gu, be more active during the landing phase. I aim to secure the mark. Rou Ji promptly responded, rest assured, I will pressure mid to assist you. With this assurance, Cuz felt at ease and glanced at the scoreboard to scrutinize the ID of the opposing jungler. Virtue, you must shine in this match. He was eager to make a name for himself. Confronted by the world's strongest jungler, Cuz understood that a victory would bring him a torrent of accolades. Gu Xing, however, was oblivious to Cuz's thoughts and had no interest in uncovering them. He was aware only that his opponent would pay the price. From a distance, concealed in the bushes far from the upper red buff camp, he launched a spear towards the camp at 1 minute and 39 seconds. Just as the jungle monsters were set to spawn, the spear struck the red buff with a dull thud. Gu Xing refrained from enlisting Smeb's assistance in jungling and even instructed the bot lane duo to create a diversion. Jack and Duan Delion unleashed a barrage of attacks on the blue buff, expending a considerable amount of mana in the process. They timed their descent to the bot lane perfectly, maximizing their deception. However, before the seasoned jungler, adept in human psychology, could hastily conclude that Gu Xing's leopard woman would inevitably start in the lower jungle, Cuz, though a newcomer to the professional arena, had amassed considerable ranked experience and had previously fallen for such tricks. Naturally, he was reluctant to place unwarranted trust in VG's smokescreen. Yet, as doubt took root in his mind, Gu Xing had already achieved his objective. Without any teammates to assist, the leopard woman faced considerable challenges while jungling alone. After finishing the red buff, She had lost a significant amount of health. Just as she was about to move downward, she heard her mid laner signal. There's a ward here. Kuro marked the location of the feathered bird camp to alert Gu Xing. The vision placed by Song Yijin serves as a standard ward during the mid lane phase, providing protection against ganks while also revealing the opposing jungler's position. Given that Gu Xing is utilizing the highly mobile Nidalee, it is quite challenging to detect the movements of Nidalee when the ward is positioned in the nearby brush. Such a placement is easily circumvented. Therefore, it is more prudent to position the ward within the jungle camp, as long as the cougar is farming. Her location will be visible. Gu Xing momentarily halted his movement, ensuring he was outside of IG's ward detection range, before shifting his attention to the mid-lane duel. As anticipated from both data and prior impressions, Song Yijin was indeed playing aggressively. Maneuvering as Orianna, he exuded an enchanting presence, repeatedly attempting to bait Kuro's Syndra into using her abilities. However, Kuro displayed remarkable composure. After missing a Q, Dark Sphere, at the start, he retreated behind the minion wave, allowing Song Yijin to take control of the lane. This is also why the chicken could place a ward at VG's F6 camp. Although Kuro was confident in his champion's strength and felt he could compete with Song Yijin, there was no necessity. The task assigned to him by Hou Ye was to maintain stability. Gu Xing quickly devised a counter-strategy and continued to maneuver his Nidalee. He took a deliberate detour, consciously avoiding the feathered bird camp, advancing through the narrow path between the red zone and his own high ground to the mid-tier tower, and then proceeded downward. While Song Yijin pressed forward, he kept an eye on the opposing F6. Noticing no activity, he promptly relayed the information to his jungler. "Haven't you started on the feathered bird yet?" Cuz mumbled. This moment weighed heavily on Cuz's internal judgment, leading him to believe that Gu Xing had commenced his jungle route from the lower half, hence his delay in farming the feathered bird. Typically, with the addition of 2 smaller monsters to the F4 camp this season, it has become a delightful spot for Nidalee. With her short cooldowns and area damage, clearing the feathered bird is a breeze. In Cuz's perspective, if Nidalee began in the upper half, there would be no reason for her not to clear F6. Unless Gu Xing was deliberately concealing his route. Before Cuz could fully contemplate this, he overheard the bottom lane player exclaiming about something. Having just embarked on his professional journey in the LPL, his command of Chinese was on par with VG's Korean players, and with his teammates speaking rapidly. He could only await the chicken's translation. Kid remarked that the opposing bottom lane was playing timidly, completely relinquishing the minion wave. Song Yijin's words proved to be the final straw, prompting Cuz to conclude that Gu Xing was indeed jungling from the lower side. Otherwise, there was no reason for VG's duo to play so cautiously. Even if they allowed the minions to push to the tower, Gu Xing would not be able to ambush VG's bottom lane, as Ashe and Misfortune lacked reliable crowd control in the early game. If IG's duo had a substantial minion wave to rely on, they could even outnumber and overwhelm them. Only with Gu Xing farming upwards from the start would VG's bottom lane refrain from seeking traits, obediently guarding the tower to farm and develop. As the match progressed to 2.5 minutes, Kiana's first layer of wolf spirit mark emerged. The river crab. Cuz beamed with delight, feeling the hand of destiny upon him. The IG bot lane was under pressure, and the lower quadrant possessed ample strength to secure the swift crab for him. "I shall claim it shortly." Cuz immediately reacted, urging Yijin to draw closer. The chicken responded promptly. Gu Xing's determination to farm upwards prompted Song Yijin to descend, aligning himself with his jungler, thus providing sanctuary for Qianju to secure the mark. Yet, from the omniscient perspective, an entirely different scene unfolded. Xing finished farming the magic swamp frog, successfully reaching level 3, and made his way to the mid lane. Zhe Yuan's voice rang out loudly, and Rookie seemed entirely unguarded. Continuing to position himself downward, the director zoomed in on the action. Gu Xing dashed towards the mid lane, skirting the wall of VG's lower jungle. Cuz had also just attained level 3, entering the river to collect the swift crab and gain the mark. The two junglers were separated by a mere wall, a straight distance of less than 1,000 yards, yet neither had detected the other's presence. Jack unleashed the hawk's spirit into the jungle. Su Xiaoyan noticed the movement of the ICADC at the edge of the frame and quickly alerted the audience. As the bottom lane had to wait until 2:17 for the first 3 melee minions of the second wave to fall before reaching level 2. The VG duo opted for a strategy of leaving the lane near the tower, resulting in a slightly slower clearing speed. It wasn't until 2:40 that they finally leveled up, immediately acquiring the ability to unleash the Hawk Strike. A drone zipped across the river, successfully revealing Qianju's position. Gu Xing's lips curled into a slight smirk. The opposition was still too young and too naive. The three-layered fog he had set successfully misled the enemy regarding his location. The third wave of cannon minions in the mid lane had converged, and both mid laners were about to hit level 3. Gu Xing lay in wait in the shadows near the VG's side, ready to freeze at any moment. The chicken remained blissfully unaware that Xing was right beside him. Zhe Yuan's heart raced. The scattered IG fans in the audience ceased waving their support sticks, their eyes glued to the big screen in anxious anticipation. They watched helplessly as Song Yijin leaped into the enemy's trap, just as Gu Xing had gathered the data. The chicken relished the opportunity to exchange blows with the opposing mid laner upon reaching level 3, thereby solidifying his dominance over the mid lane. This occasion proved no different. The moment he hit level 3, Song Yijin surged forward, casting his magic puppet in an attempt to harass Syndra. Kuro's face lit up with excitement. He combined his dark sphere with basic attacks to slay the last melee minion, successfully reaching level 3. Telekinesis allowed him to retrieve the sphere from the ground and hurl it directly at the head of the clockwork mage. Song Yijin remained calm and collected, convinced that Kuro would suffer losses in this exchange. By sacrificing his Q and basic attack to the minions to reach level 3 and counter him. How could Kuro possibly prevail? But in the next moment, he realized something was amiss. The vision placed at the VG's feathered bird had yet to reveal Gu Xing's presence. If the leopard woman were to begin her journey from the lower quadrant, she would undoubtedly ascend to level 3 and venture forth to jungle. Song Yijin was well aware of Gu Xing's prowess and understood the high level of proficiency the opponent's leopard woman possessed. Her jungle clearing speed could not possibly be slow. With Nidalee opting not to clear the F6, where could she possibly be? In a moment of panic, the chicken could not afford to deliberate. Instinct urged him to flee, but it was already too late. Syndra unleashed her telekinetic orb, slowing down the clockwork, subsequently proclaiming, "Weaklings, begone." Ziyuan habitually articulated the hero's abilities in full. At this moment, his words were clear, yet could not conceal the excitement in his tone. The chicken had no room to evade, merely retreating into his puppet to gain a layer of shielding. "Brother Xing is on the move," he shouted. From the shadows of the fog of war, the leopard woman hurled her javelin, piercing through darkness and walls, aimed at the clockwork. Song Yijin's heart skipped a beat as he spotted the javelin emerging from the flank. The stun duration of Weaklings, begone, lasted a full 15 seconds, leaving him vulnerable to the javelin's impact. In the next moment, a bear trap appeared behind him, and the agile Nidalee transformed into a cougar, lunging at him ferociously. The leopard woman unleashed a flurry of strikes, and the clockwork's health dwindled dangerously low. In the current version, jungles were primarily dominated by dual thunder strikes, with explosive damage that was nothing short of terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Song Yijin's health was reduced to a mere 13. The chicken hastily activated his sprint, yet the trap behind him restricted his retreat, forcing him to flash over it. Cuz, having just finished off the river crab, was hastily making his way toward the mid lane. Ziyuan spoke at a rapid pace, pouring forth his insights, while Kuro kept up with him, his speed surpassing that of the chicken. The red buff that Gu Xing possessed worked wonders, successfully applying a slowing effect on the clockwork. The leopard woman flashed forward once more, transforming back into human form, continuing her relentless assault. Syndra cast another dark orb, but Song Yijin managed to sidestep the skill with deft footwork. However, Kuro's intentions were clear. He merely aimed to stifle his movements. Brother Xing's final auto attack claimed first blood. Ziyuan's voice soared, while Cuz could only bear witness to his teammate's demise. The audience erupted in a wave of exhilarated cheers. VG fans, witnessing Gu Xing's initial strike yield results, clapped and cheered with even greater fervor. Cuz blinked, confusion evident in his gaze. "My." He quickly apologized to his mid laner, voicing his inner turmoil. Why was Virtue down there? Song Yijin pursed his lips. "You're asking me?" He typically focused on his lane, lacking the energy to assist Cuz in speculating the enemy jungler's position, merely relaying information. Having previously heard Cuz conclude that Gu Xing was jungling from bottom to top, Song Yijin had no doubts and chose to lean downward out of trust in his teammate. Who would have thought it would lead him directly into Gu Xing's crosshairs? Cuz felt a wave of self-reproach wash over him. He calmed himself to reflect, finally grasping a hint of understanding. Gu Xing had cleverly employed a series of misleading information to obfuscate his judgment. "You are utterly despicable," Cuz gritted his teeth. Having just entered the professional arena, he was already experiencing the treacherous nature of its inhabitants. The ranked matches he excels in are entirely different from this game. In casual matches, even in the prestigious Korean server's highest tiers, one rarely encounters teammates who deploy such an abundance of deceptive information solely to mislead opponents about the jungler's positioning. Cuz has been dominating the ranked scene, amassing victories across multiple accounts that likely total around 7,000 or 8,000 points. However, this is his first encounter with the terrifying nature of professional competitions. After securing a kill, Gu Xing reflects on the naivety of the youth. In the professional arena, one must not easily trust any strategic guidance derived from indirect information. For instance, earlier, the duo from VG feigned an early jungle engagement, depleting their blue resources without resistance, thus pushing the minion wave to the tower. Gu Xing, meanwhile, skillfully navigated around the vision provided by the wards placed by the tank. Everything was subtly orchestrated to lead Cuz into misjudging his jungle intentions. Before Gu Xing could ponder further, he heard Kuro calling for him. "Come quickly to farm the wave." To a jungler, this was akin to a divine revelation. Without hesitation, he turned back and devoured the entire wave, including the cannon minion. Witnessing the somewhat dubious maneuvers of the leopard woman, Su Xiaoyan was left bewildered. Gu Xing secured first blood and cleared the mid lane, while Kuro made a substantial sacrifice. Ziyuan chimed in, teasingly remarking, "There's no help for it. Gu Xing is the seasoned veteran, and Kuro, being new here, must contribute some offerings." Kuro, however, did not perceive himself as at a loss. He and the tank had secured 15 last hits, which accounted for all the minions before reaching level 3. During the process of eliminating Song Yijin, he expended merely one summoner spell to achieve a first blood assist worth 200 gold, pushing the remaining minions forward. Kuro was also able to gain experience. In contrast, the tank languished in the fountain, missing out on a cannon minion and 3 ranged minions without teleportation. This death was particularly detrimental for Oriana, as Ziyuan impartially assessed that the tank was low on gold and could only return with a dark seal, continuing his lane while expending both summoner spells, implying he might soon face peril. Cuz could only mournfully farm the waves, clearing the minions that approached the tower. Meanwhile, Gu Xing seized the opportunity while Qiyana lingered mid to clear another river crab in the upper quadrant. After that, he did not continue farming but returned to base. With 3 groups of jungle monsters, a river crab, and a substantial minion wave, Gu Xing returned to base and promptly acquired Sorcerer's Shoes and a control ward. Notably, Cuz had secured a mark, primarily due to sheer luck, as the wolf spirit fortuitously captured the bottom lane, where IG had secured lane control. Nevertheless, Gu Xing maintained a positive attitude. He was indifferent to Cuz's fortunate streak, for the forthcoming moments would not be dictated by luck. Gu Xing was resolute in ensuring that his opponent's passive stacks would remain permanently at 1. He set forth directly to the top lane. The broadcast then shifted to showcase both top laners. Zito was being severely pressured by Smeb, his health dwindling below half, leaving Su Xiaoyan somewhat surprised by the lane dynamics. Song Jinghao's use of Gnar in the early game isn't particularly dominant. It is often said that longer reach is advantageous, yet in reality, Little Gnar possesses merely a range of 400 yards. Shin possesses an exceedingly exaggerated base damage. Once taunted, the Q Spirit Blade followed by 3 strikes can nearly deplete half of an opponent's health. Nonetheless, at present, Smeb holds an undeniable advantage. One of the reasons for the offensive and defensive shift in the top lane can be attributed to the impeccable performance of several seasoned veterans from VG. Cuz mistakenly believed that Gu Xing was initiating a jungle route from bottom to top, which significantly impacted the top lane. At that moment, Zitao was apprehensive that Gu Xing would rush to the top lane for a gank. The little Gnar managed to build up his rage normally, and during the 3rd wave of minions, he transformed just in time, possessing W, battering, which provided an opportunity to collaborate with Nidalee for a potential kill on Shun. Left with no choice, Zitao had to allow the wave to push towards him, controlling it slowly in front of the tower to farm. Unexpectedly, Gu Xing had no intentions of clearing the upper jungle, and Smeb, with a deceptive display of prowess, skillfully misled him. Now, as Zitao sought to regain control over the wave, Smeb refused to comply. He stockpiled a significant wave of cannon minions to deliver to IG's tower, forcing Shun, lacking rapid wave clear capabilities, to resort to basic attacks to gradually eliminate the minions. Failing to manage the minion wave promptly, the fourth wave converged at IG's tower, creating a counter-push. Zhao now found himself compelled to advance along the minion wave, gradually moving out of the protective range of the tower. Ziyuan took another glance at Nidalee's position, while Gu Xing prepared to pay a visit to the top lane, where Qiyana had also arrived. Cuz commenced his route from top to bottom, navigating through the blue buff, swamp frog, and red buff for a rapid level 3. In his efforts to assist Shun in clearing the wave, he circled back, eliminated the 3 wolves, and made his way towards the top lane. From an omniscient perspective, the clash between the top and jungle players was imminent. Qiyana was one flash ahead, and Su Xiaoyan scrutinized the combat potential of both sides, furrowing her brow. Yet Gu Xing had an additional pair of magic penetration boots. Cuz remained blissfully unaware. He assumed that Nidalee was absent, even if she were present. She would have just cleared the upper jungle and not yet returned to base to convert the first blood economy into combat power. However, Gu Xing took an unconventional route, leaving mid to clear a river crab, leaving the remaining 2 camps in the upper half untouched, and directly returning to the fountain to replenish. At that moment, Nidalee, utilizing her passive, Prowl, to accelerate through the brush combined with the movement speed from her magic penetration boots, had already reached the bush closest to VG's first tower. Entering the brush just before the minion wave could push back, Smeb was continuously auto-attacking minions to stack his rage, feigning an attempt to prevent the minion wave from resetting at the mid lane tower. Ziyuan's gaze was fixated on the situation in the top lane. As Zhao moved in for the taunt, Cuz emerged from the triangular bush, flanking Smeb. The wolf spirit's fervent domain expanded, and Qiyana connected her flourish onto Nar. IG has taken the lead, Ziyuan exclaimed. Smeb, recovering from the taunt, swiftly threw out his boomerang and, instead of retreating, advanced boldly. Little Nar caught the boomerang, infused with substantial damage, successfully transforming. Battering. Nar struck powerfully, aiming to incapacitate both IG's top and jungle. Cuz executed Q, rain of arrows, to sidestep, successfully evading the crowd control. However, Zhao could not dodge the ability and was rendered immobile. Suddenly, a dark crimson spear shot forth from the surrounding brush. The posture of the character jolted abruptly, a sudden sense of panic gripping their heart. Yet, they found themselves devoid of any capacity for resistance, helplessly witnessing the spear penetrate their being. Nedry emerged from the thicket, bestowing a healing touch upon Nar before swiftly preparing an ambush. Xing Ji's damage output was alarmingly high, and the character's health was dwindling rapidly. Su Xiaoyan's voice was urgent. The 18 points of magic penetration provided by the sorcerer's shoes signified an absolute burst of power in the early game. The fierce claws of the leopard woman tore at Shun's physique, relentlessly diminishing his vitality. Realizing the dire situation, the character hastily employed a flash to create distance. However, they found themselves ensnared by Xing Ji's red buff, their movement speed considerably hampered. Ziyuan was abuzz with excitement as Smeb executed his ability to follow up, inflicting further damage upon the opponent. Song Jinghao, bolstered by the health gain from transforming into Mega Nar and aided by Gu Xing's healing, managed to withstand the onslaught without succumbing immediately. His forward movement not only sought to close the gap with the character, but also to distance himself from Qiyana. Once more, Xing Gu lunged forward, combining forces with Nar to eliminate Shun. Observing Cuz relentlessly pursuing from behind, Gu Xing quickly advised Smeb to take cover in the brush. To ensure comprehension, he indicated the nearest bush with a mark. In a moment of desperation, Smeb disregarded contemplation and obediently dove into the foliage. As Cuz attempted to pursue, he hastily placed a ward in the brush. Just as he caught sight of Nar's massive form, Gu Xing promptly placed his own ward in the thicket. His was a true sight. In version 6.22, the original true sight ward was supplanted by the control ward. The distinction lay in the fact that the current true sight not only revealed the enemy's false wards, but rendered them ineffective. The thicket was once again shrouded in darkness. Qiyana had merely loosed an arrow when Nar was visible, insufficient to deal a fatal blow. Cuz, having not returned to base for replenishment, possessed only trinket wards, rendering him incapable of breaching the defenses established by the true sight. His W ability, Lupin Frenzy, had also cooled down, leaving him devoid of any final means to scout the brush. In pursuit of Gnar, the leopard woman transformed back into her human form, utilizing basic attacks imbued with red buff damage to keep him at bay. Cuz, resolute, unleashed his newly cooled Q ability, Dance of Arrows, leaping into the brush. However, upon entry, he was met with a blinding flash of golden light. From the commentary booth, Ziyuan let out a shrill exclamation, reminiscent of the legendary commentator Wawa, as Smeb flashed into the adjacent line bush, aiming to further obscure Cuz's vision. The arena erupted with cheers and gasps. The audience watched in disbelief as Smeb played a game of hide-and-seek among the 3 bushes on the top lane. Cuz's forehead throbbed with tension. After Smeb's flash, he lost sight of Gnar once more. As the leopard woman hurled another spear in his direction, Cuz realized that retreat was no longer an option. Resolutely, he flashed to evade the spear and seamlessly entered the bush where Smeb lay concealed, attempting to exchange blows. Yet, upon entry, he was greeted by a colossal boulder. As Gnar's stone projectile struck Qianju, it imposed a slowing effect while he continued to retreat, creating distance. Su Xiaoyan's voice became increasingly shrill and piercing, making it difficult for Cuz to catch up. Operating Qianju, a basic attack reduced Gnar to a sliver of health, yet Cuz pressed on relentlessly, undeterred. Gu Xing, trailing behind, flailed at him in a frenzy. Although the javelin missed its mark, the damage from the sorcerer's shoes on the leopard woman was not to be underestimated. The output had already diminished Qianju's health bar to its utmost limit. At this moment, Cuz's furrowed brow finally began to ease. Smeb had maneuvered into a corner. The current lane lacked any cover, forming a curved rectangle. Upon reaching the boundary, Smeb could no longer advance, making him an easy target to pursue. If he could secure this kill, at least the loss wouldn't be too devastating, Cuz thought to himself. However, just as he was about to take Gnar's life with a crossbow shot, he noticed a vibrant green aura emanating from his opponent, brimming with boundless vitality. Gu Xing's savage charge had cooled down, granting Smeb a much-needed heal. Ziyuan shouted in excitement. The clash between the jungle and top lanes had dragged on for quite some time. The leopard woman's savage charge originally had a cooldown of 12 seconds, but due to Gu Xing's blue buff, it had been reduced to approximately 10 seconds. As the battle commenced, the healing signaled VG's counterattack. Just as the fight was reaching its climax, another heal extinguished Qianju's final hope of forcefully claiming a kill. Cuz watched in despair as his basic attack hit Gnar, leaving him with but a sliver of health. Yet, he had no opportunity left to inflict further damage. Gu Xing shifted forms, and AQ dispatched Qianju. Ziyuan's voice grew hoarse as he exclaimed, "A 0-for-2 trade. VG triumphs magnificently in this jungle skirmish." Smeb and Gu Xing's flawless synergy toyed with IG's jungle and top lanes. He lavishly praised them, declaring them the pinnacle of contemporary jungle top duos, their coordination and execution reaching unparalleled heights, particularly in the final moments of the engagement. Witnessing Gu Xing secure a double kill, the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers, a tidal wave of sound. Wow, Smeb is incredibly astute. He played the brush to perfection, dragging it out without dying, his execution on point. Gu Xing's counter-ambush was absurd, akin to having wall hacks, predicting the opponent's movements ahead of time. And that true sight ward was utterly outrageous, completely denying Qianju's vision. What was Cuz doing? He let the top lane fall apart. The broadcast camera appropriately shifted to the top lane minion wave. Zeta and Cuz had been so preoccupied with fighting that they neglected to manage the minions. A significant number of IG's minions had just stalled at the turret. If no one intervened shortly, the minion wave would remain stranded at that position for several minutes. One could only imagine the awkward predicament Zeta would soon confront. Backstage in VG's lounge, Ding Ran was beaming with delight, almost ready to slide in joy. "Gu Xing, you are my deity." His face flushed with excitement. He fervently waved his fists in the air, urging, "Keep it up, annihilate them." In less than 4 minutes, the fierce female leopard has claimed 3 heads, leaving me perplexed as to how the opposing team intends to proceed. Ding Ran could clearly hear the internal communications of VG. "You are truly remarkable." Smeb chuckled, his command of complex Chinese limited to imitating phrases used during practice matches. "Incredible, incredible." Song Jinghao seized the moment to take credit, exclaiming, "Wasn't my flash play top-notch?" Gu Xing promptly offered praise. "Ah, indeed, Jinghao, your on-the-spot reactions are simply exceptional. The opposing top and jungle duo must be feeling quite overwhelmed, Duan Delion grinned, his legs involuntarily shaking with excitement as he recorded the cooldowns of enemy summoner spells. How can they possibly continue playing like this? On the other side of the player area, Zito wore a sullen expression, remaining silent. He felt frustrated. Inviting Cuz to the top lane was meant to assist in wave management, yet it had instead led to a significant disruption in momentum. Cuz was plagued by guilt, alongside a mixture of astonishment and panic. The rhythm control exhibited by Gu Xing on the battlefield was an absolute contrast to their encounters in ranked matches. The opponent seemed to have completely deciphered his intentions, laying countless traps. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Beads of cold sweat formed on Cuz's forehead as he revived, purchasing equipment and moving back up the lane. He understood that if the minion wave was stuck, Zito would be in dire straits. Adhering to the principle of rectifying one's mistakes, Cuz resolved to make amends by assisting in wave management. Though the cost was steep, there were no jungle camps left for him in the upper half of the map, and helping with the wave would be a pure waste of time. Gu Xing was swiftly farming from top to bottom, while Ziyuan kept a keen eye on the leopard's movements. Suddenly, he halted near the F6 camp. Nidalee stood motionless in the great horned bird's territory, appearing as though she were idling. Just as some spectators began to question this, Su Xiaoyan provided clarification. Gu Xing is timing the mark of Qianjue. The first wolf spirit mark was captured by Qianjue at 2 minutes and 48 seconds, with a cooldown of 75 seconds. This meant that at 4 minutes and 3 seconds, the wolf spirit would once again become active, with both river crabs having been slain and not yet reset. The wolf spirit would only pursue the great horned bird as its target. Gu Xing was meticulously timing the appearance of the mark at 4 minutes and 3 seconds. As the wolf spirit's icon appeared above the great horned bird, Gu Xing wasted no time in eliminating it before dashing downward. Simultaneously, he was engaged in frantic calculations. The next appearance of the wolf spirit would be at 5 minutes and 18 seconds. However, there would be no suitable jungle camps in the canyon at that time. He could only wait for the first set of qualifying camps to appear before the wolf spirit would apply its mark. With the refresh interval for jungle monsters now set to 150 seconds, F6 would undoubtedly respawn later than the river crab. Moreover, there was a notable difference in the respawn times between the swift crabs. The river crab was the earliest to be cleared, thus naturally respawning the fastest. This indicated that the wolf spirit would be marked above the river crab at 5 minutes and 48 seconds. Gu Xing's computational prowess was truly astounding. Managing to operate while pulling the jungle and switching screens to monitor his teammates, all the while calculating the mark of Qianjue as if he were a human machine. What he must accomplish now is to establish an advantage in the lower area before the wolf spirit marks again, thereby preventing the enemy from contesting the mark. He continues to clear the jungle until the clock strikes 5 minutes and 45 seconds. The opportunity arises. Xinggu stealthily positions himself in the brush above the mid lane. His movements remarkably covert. IG, believing he has been clearing the jungle uninterrupted, remains insufficiently vigilant about the upper section, allowing him to remain undetected in this position. Upon witnessing the chicken wanting to secure a last hit, Kuro seizes the moment and decisively strikes. Syndra unleashes her basic attack on the minions, reaching level 6 before anyone else, then utilizes her Q and R on the clockwork to strike a decisive blow, subsequently casting her ultimate to incapacitate the enemy. With no mobility to counter Syndra's forceful stun, the chicken, even upon realizing the precariousness of his situation, finds himself rooted and unable to escape. The javelin shot from the side brings despair to Song Yijin. With a muffled thud, the leopard woman swiftly reduces the clockwork's health to below 40%. She pounces, triggering a thunderous strike that seals his fate. The fourth kill. Ziyuan exclaims loudly, declaring that Xinggu is on the verge of invincibility. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoyan, ever watchful of the Kiana mark, quickly adds that the wolf spirit's mark has appeared on the river crab, leaving IG's mid laner unable to contest it. Without a hint of effort, Gu Xing effortlessly claims the swift crab. Cuz can only resign to the reality of yet another mark falling into enemy hands. Feeling that the match has completely deviated from his expectations, his heart sinks into an endless abyss. 253, Iron-Headed Brat. Gu Xing does not relent in his pursuit of the enemy jungler. He intends to make Cuz aware that selecting Qiyana in his presence will come at a grievous price. After finishing off the river crab, Gu Xing proceeds to the bottom lane to assist his duo in applying pressure to the opponents. Duke unleashes a barrage of attacks, and Xing Gu hurls his javelin. In the central zone where both teams are positioned, a low-health cannon minion remains. The child, lost in thought, believes everything is fine. However, the moment the javelin is thrown, a bolt of lightning descends from above, obliterating the cannon. Q smite. The venue reverberates with Ziyuan's fervent voice. Xing Gu's unexpected throw spells trouble for Kid. With the cannon's demise, no barriers remain between Gu Xing and the child. Under the onslaught of Misfortune's gunfire, Kid fails to evade. Caught by the javelin, he is taken aback. His health plummets by 40% in an instant. What monstrous damage is this? The child curses inwardly. Seeing his opponent switch to leopard form and relentlessly pursue him, hastily using flash to evade the impending onslaught. Xing Ji's javelin is remarkably impressive, Ziyuan exclaims joyfully, as the leopard woman flows effortlessly under his command. However, Jack on the player bench suddenly furrows his brow, sensing something amiss. Wait, Lao Gu. You must be doing this on purpose, right? The more he thinks, the more it makes sense. Did you feign a Q smite to dirty my cannon? If it were merely to force a flash, Gu Xing could have adjusted his positioning and thrown the javelin afterward, sidestepping that cannon. Yet, his jungler did not take such action. Jack now harbors doubts. Gu Xing ponders briefly and responds with a question of his own. Then shall I refrain from coming to the bottom lane in the future? At that moment, he did not ponder deeply. Seizing the opportunity to utilize Q to confound his adversary and enhance his skill accuracy, he acted purely on instinct. Yuanba quickly changed his tone, exclaiming, Wait, old Gu, you haven't secured a kill, so why not collect a toll for your passage? I can assure you, the trade-off between a cannon and the opposing ADC's flash is something Jack can discern. The health of IG's duo was perilously low, necessitating a return to base for replenishment. Standing in the spectator's viewpoint, Su Xiaoyan could predict VG's subsequent maneuvers from the distribution of personnel within the canyon. And it appeared that Xing Gu was poised to claim the dragon. The tanky chicken had just respawned, and the young player was low on health. In the entire lower quadrant, there was nothing to hinder the leopard woman from controlling the dragon, as Gu Xing and the duo focused fire on the water dragon. Cuz was not idle. Qianzhu opted to venture into the upper quadrant to trouble Smeb, attempting to mitigate losses. Ziyuan initially believed that Nar was in peril, given that his flash had yet to recharge. As long as Jisai's Shin landed a taunt, he would have no trouble dealing damage thereafter. Yet, Song Jinghao showed no signs of intimidation. Smeb held his ground beneath the tower, seemingly impervious to the damage from IG's jungle, which was insufficient to eliminate the Nar equipped with the purple rainforest fist. Ziyuan realized that Cuz's development was woefully inadequate, with arrows striking Smeb to little effect. 6 minutes in, with one layer of marks, Qianzhu shot 3 arrows at Nar, barely managing to reduce his health by a notch. Even though Jisai's Shin successfully taunted him, Smeb emerged from the crowd control with half his health intact. Cuz was not ready to concede, attempting to continue threatening Nar. As a result, Smeb retaliated with a 3-ring attack, significantly reducing Qianzhu's health. Nar immediately transformed, yet Qianzhu still would not retreat. Su Xiaoyan could hardly believe her eyes. Cuz was being reckless. The level 5 Qianzhu brazenly entered the range of VG's outer tower, raising his crossbow to continue firing. This action left Jisai utterly bewildered. He had already considered retreating, but he did not expect his jungler to be so audacious. Intent on slaying Smeb, with his own health dwindling, he hastily had to shed the tower's aggro and cast our secret technique. Compassionate Soul Descend, to shield Qianzhu from damage. Smeb paid no mind to Qianzhu, instead rushing towards Jisai, who was in the process of channeling his ultimate. Little Nar, leveraging the movement speed gained from his earlier 3-ring attack, closed in on Shun, with his boomerang striking repeatedly to build up fury. Jisai was growing frantic. By channeling his ultimate, Shun effectively rendered himself immobile, unable to perform any actions. All he could do was watch helplessly as his health slowly diminished. Qianzhu, why aren't you finishing him off? Cuz urged, eager to conclude the encounter. Yet, he truly lacked the necessary damage. The arrows incessantly struck Nar, gradually chipping away at his health. However, Smeb's fury visibly escalated with each attack and blow he endured. Once his fury reached its peak, Nar let out a mighty roar, his seemingly foolish exterior transforming into a fearsome visage, muscles rippling as he raised a cloud of dust, sending IG's jungle crashing against the wall. Xinjiu skillfully evaded Na's ultimate with a flurry of arrows, yet Shen was not so fortunate, pinned against the wall and rendered immobile. Helplessly, he watched as Na unleashed a barrage of blows, culminating in his demise from a thrown boulder. The cacophony from the audience erupted, filling the venue with an unyielding fervor. A misstep from IG's jungle coordination was glaringly apparent. Su Xiaoyan's astonishment was palpable. A 2v1 situation had unexpectedly turned against them, and Smeb remained unscathed. Na transformed, gaining a surge in health, and Cuz dared not pursue further, retreating with reluctance. The supporters of VG responded with an overwhelming cheer. Smeb maintained his composure, executing a flawless maneuver that capitalized on IG's tower dive error to secure a counterkill. Ziyuan's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, signaling a dramatic shift in the dynamics of the landing phase. Na's matchup against Shen only grew more favorable over time, and with Brother Xing preparing to counter. Smeb's successful retaliation under tower pressure undoubtedly skewed the power balance in the top lane. Marvelous. Gu Xing had just claimed the dragon, and the news from the top lane brought him immense joy. Well done, Jinghao. Smeb squinted, grinning at the audacity of his opponents, daring to tower dive against him. After nearly a month in the country, his profanity had become impressively fluent, effortlessly flowing from his lips. The atmosphere within VG's voice chat was filled with joy and merriment. In stark contrast, the scene at the opposing player's bench was quite different. The juxtaposition of human emotions was starkly evident. Zeta gazed at the monochrome screen, leaning back against his chair, instinctively brushing his bangs aside. He appeared despondent and helpless, exasperated by the jungle's mismanagement. If you insist on killing Na, you should at least inform me, he lamented, unable to comprehend what his jungler was doing. Had he retreated just a tad farther, he would not have been pursued and slain. This coordination could only be described as abysmal. After lowering Na's health, one sought to escape while the other aimed to engage, resulting in a serendipitous gift to Smeb. Cuz currently understood only a handful of Chinese words, struggling to grasp Zeta's lengthy sentences. Yet, he could intuitively sense the essence of the complaints being voiced. He rambled in Korean, his words carrying a hint of confusion. Song Yijin had just returned to mid lane, seizing the moment to double as a translator. Cuz asserted he could easily tank the turret, urging Zeta to deal damage. Once Na was slain, he could reach level 6, allowing both to escape. The tone of the meat chicken's voice fluctuated as he spoke. Xinjiu, nearing level 6 at just over 6 minutes, was undeniably linked to his 2 prior deaths, while Cuz had accrued substantial experience merely through farming. Zeta, upon hearing the translation, was left speechless. How was he to know you needed to hit level 6? He soon discovered a message in the team chat. IG Cuz, Eternal Hunters, 77 to level 6. Cuz had specifically shared his experience points prior to the tower dive. Who could possibly have seen that? In professional players' chat channels, messages were primarily used to track summoner spell cooldowns or, in rare instances, to propose 1v1 duels or solicit assistance for a pentakill. Who had the time to monitor experience discrepancies? Beneath everyone's nose lies an open mouth, does it not? Cuz has come to realize that his actions were excessively reckless. Regret weighs heavily on his heart, a profound sense of remorse. Had there been no mishap in the collaboration with his teammate, Smeb would have been relentlessly targeted under the tower, unable to transform in time before meeting his demise. If he could only eliminate Nar, Cuz would gain a layer of passive mark. Yet now, everything has turned to dust. His passive remains stagnant at just 1 layer. With no opportunity to catch Nar, Cuz is compelled to await the spirit wolf to capture neutral monsters. However, his predicament is only growing more dire. Gu Xing returns to base to purchase the Echo of Lethality jungle item, his equipment splendidly extravagant. After setting out, he heads straight to the upper river area. First checking the river crab. Discovering that Cuz has yet to clear it, he graciously takes over to allow his opponent a taste of the swift crab's benefits. During this process, he reminds his mid laner to be mindful of F6, as the enemy is likely to come soon. Gu Xing strives to provide the simplest and most direct instructions, urging to remember to conserve abilities. Kuro readily acknowledges the advice, just as Gu Xing had surmised. Cuz is indeed en route. Previously, Gu Xing had captured the meat chicken right at the 6-minute mark. Subsequently securing the river crab, and destroying the Spirit Wolf's mark on it. The Spirit Wolf's next capture would occur at 7:15. With Qiyana only possessing one layer of passive, the Spirit Wolf's targets remain the dual river crabs and the beak bird in the VG jungle. The river crabs have already been taken down by Gu Xing, leaving only F6 as an option. Gu Xing declares that he will thwart Cuz's good fortune. By controlling the mark, he leaves his opponent with no alternative. If Cuz wishes to gain passive layers, he must venture into the VG jungle. Cuz is indeed tempted to come and seize it by force. However, he finds himself at a dead end, unable to catch any prey or collect marks. Qiyana is rendered ineffective. Go, remember to coordinate your ultimate with mine. Cuz signals to the meat chicken for assistance. He dares to invade the VG jungle despite the disadvantageous matchup. Relying on his superior skills, Hou Ye's Syndra had previously employed her ultimate during the takedown of the meat chicken. Conversely, Song Yijin still retains his R ability. Cuz too possesses his R Spirit of the Lamb. Should a confrontation arise, he believes he could hold his own against VG. After receiving affirmative confirmation from the meat chicken, Cuz deftly avoids the vision of the VG upper river crab altar and silently slips into the enemy jungle. The commentators, including Ziyuan, have also noted Qiyana's unusual movements. Cuz remains undeterred. He wishes to sneak in and steal the mark. The game time reaches 7:15. The Spirit Wolf has set its sights on the beak bird. Cuz entry into the VG jungle triggers a chain reaction in the mid lane. The director zooms in to capture the unfolding scene. Kuro immediately activates his sprint, skillfully maneuvering Syndra toward the F6 camp. Su Xiaoyan takes a deep breath, with the meat chicken also utilizing his sprint, hastening towards the jungle. Just as Cuz begins to pull the monster, he sees Syndra charging towards him. "Please, don't come over." His expression reflects sheer terror. However, Cuz, lacking any control skills as Qiyana, found himself utterly powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Syndra advanced, using her force of will, to lift the great vulture into the air. Kuro hurled the jungle monster aside, allowing the lurking Rengar to execute a skill combo and claim the great bird. Throughout this, Cuz remained incapable of retaliating. Ziyuan raised his voice. Another mark had fallen into enemy hands. How was Qiyana supposed to navigate this situation? Enraged and humiliated, Cuz sought to teach the opponent a lesson. He set his sights on Rengar, believing that if he could slay the feline, he might seize the bounty and turn the tide in his favor. Cuz deliberately left an opening, activating his wolf spirit frenzy and leaping forward with dancing arrows, aimed directly at Syndra. Kuro, seeing him expend his mobility, immediately countered with a QE combo, stunning Qiyana. Rengar, striking from the side, hurled his spear, piercing Qiyana before transforming and lunging at her. Cuz had anticipated Rengar's advance. The meat chicken placed a puppet upon him, granting an additional shield, while VG's jungle duo lacked Syndra's ultimate, failing to eliminate him instantly. As Qiyana recovered from the stun, she immediately blessed the ground beneath her. Our sheep spirits rest, protecting her from lethal damage. Qiyana began to whittle down Rengar's health, while the meat chicken commanded the puppet to assist in damage output. Ziyuan sensed that the situation was precarious. VG's jungle duo had unleashed their damage, but now faced a skill vacuum. Sheep Spirit's rest lasted a total of 4 seconds. Syndra's weak combo could not be executed effectively. At that moment, the long silent IG fans stirred, their eyes glimmering with excitement, erupting into cheers. Rengar, however, remained unfazed. As a fully developed champion, he had ample confidence in his abilities. Timing carefully, Cuz threw fearsome presence at Rengar, landing 2 rings with basic attacks before pressing S. As Sheep Spirit's rest concluded, everyone within the vicinity received healing. At that moment, Cuz unleashed his final arrow, igniting Rengar's fearsome presence for explosive damage. Rengar transformed back to human form, healing himself, and unleashed his spear, striking Qiyana squarely, refreshing his ultimate before reverting to Puma form. Ziyuan spoke rapidly, akin to a Gatling gun, as the meat chicken seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate. The clockwork sorceress twisted the surrounding space, preparing to send all nearby enemies flying. Song Yijin executed his timing flawlessly. If Rengar aimed to slay Cuz, he would need to engage in Puma form for close-range damage. Should he cast his ultimate now? Should Rengar insist on killing Cuz, he would be caught in the shockwave. The meat chicken's damage would suffice to eliminate him. If Rengar chose to flee, Qiyana could follow up with Q, dancing arrows, to secure the kill. Regardless, Song Yijin believed Rengar was doomed. Yet, he had miscalculated one critical detail. This was the jungle. The surroundings were rife with walls and dense foliage. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene, and Rengar vanished before IG's jungle duo. The shockwave from the clockwork sorceress met with empty air. Xingge flashed back into the red buff camp, just a wall away. Ziyuan, observing from a godlike perspective, could see everything clearly. Cuz reacted swiftly, sending a ward through the wall. It was then that he realized the crux of the issue. The wall was too thick, and his Q ability, raining arrows, could not leap over it. Cuz had already used his flash in a previous ambush, and it had not yet cooled down. Only the beefy champion had a flash available to pursue. However, what if Song Yijin flashed over, and Nidalee utilized her W ability, Pounce, to jump back? Cuz had just been hit by a spear, and with Nidalee's passive still affecting him, her W would extend the distance of her leap, allowing her to easily traverse the thick wall separating the red buff from the raptor camp. The time for contemplation was fleeting. As thunder rumbled, Gu Xing executed his smite on the red buff, securing health restoration, and then leapt over the wall to pounce. Cuz couldn't he reach the red buff with his smite, and thus failed to gain the healing effect. Ziyuan's voice boomed. The designers at Riot intentionally constructed this wall to be quite thick, ensuring that junglers could not simply smite the red buff from behind it, thereby safeguarding the defending team's interests and preventing them from losing the red buff without any chance to contest. Now, however, it left Cuz in a most uncomfortable position. Without any means of health restoration, he could only withstand Nidalee's abilities with his own body. At the 7-minute mark, with Echo and Boots of Mobility, Nidalee's burst damage was a veritable nightmare for the fragile Qiyana. The scattered cheers from the few IG supporters in the audience abruptly ceased. In the next moment, the VG fans erupted in thunderous applause. A complete turnaround. Kuro managed to land a basic attack, successfully securing the kill on Cuz. Ziyuan transformed the commentary booth into his personal stage, his face flushed and voice rising in fervor, while the remaining meat shield attempted to take down Gu Xing. But the damage was insufficient. The thunder from the meat shield had already been triggered before, and with the ultimate ability having missed, the damage simply was not enough to eliminate Gu Xing. The effect of Oriana's command, dissonance, had just faded, and the meat shield had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, Smeb could arrive at any moment. Su Xiaoyan finally seized an opportunity to interject, making her presence known. The damage from both mid laners posed no threat to one another's lives, so they were forced to distance themselves. Ziyuan summarized the clash between the junglers. Cuz had suffered a significant loss. He failed to secure a mark, wasted his ultimate, and lost a life. The barrage of comments flooded the livestream. IG hasn't taken a single kill yet. Can they even manage? Cuz, the so-called water bottle discount, being toyed with by Gu Xing in the jungle, is akin to bullying a pig. Someone rescue him, please, I'm crying. I've said it before. Don't provoke Gu Xing before the match, or you'll end up regretting it. Kuro snatched up a free kill, his face beaming with joy. Truly you shine, Gu. He was indeed a master of flattery. Before him, Cuz appeared to be merely an apprentice. The last new term was something Li Ruihong learned from Jack, and it felt refreshingly novel. As Gu Xing returned to base, he boasted to his teammates, I only need to use 50% of my strength to take him down. He believed he had finally grasped the situation. Cuz possesses remarkable talent. However, he struggles to fully realize it. His playstyle exudes a distinct rank essence, showcasing ferocity in ranked matches. Yet, on the professional stage, he often resembles a reckless child. For instance, during certain skirmishes, many seasoned junglers would prudently opt to avoid conflict, instead choosing to exchange resources to mitigate early game disadvantages. In contrast, Cuz is determined to engage in battle. When facing formidable opponents, this approach is tantamount to handing over kills, merely hastening the game's pace artificially. Moreover, the IG team is notoriously known for their lack of discipline and propensity for unpredictability, lacking the capacity to help Cuz rectify his detrimental habits. Gu Xing can easily identify numerous flaws in Cuz's gameplay, which is undoubtedly fatal in a professional setting. As Gu Xing cleared his upper jungle, he intended to assist in the bot lane upon returning to base, only to observe on the mini-map that the two teams' duos had converged. Switching views, he witnessed the newly leveled 6 Ashe unleashing a magical crystal arrow, targeting the previously flashed Kid Yushin. Kid, unable to evade, found himself immobilized and had no choice but to use his cleanse. Su Xiaoyan, mirroring her partner's urgency, unleashed a barrage with Misfortune's ER combo. Even with cleanse dispelling the stun, amidst the hail of bullets, the short-legged champion Jin had no chance to escape. Jack's initial AQ secured the kill. Su Xiaoyan shook her head in disbelief, lamenting the situation. All three lanes and the jungle were ensnared in disadvantage, and Ziyuan struggled to contain his rising smile. Unsure how IG would navigate the impending challenges. After securing the kill, Yuanba boasted in voice chat, "How about that? Am I impressive?" "Oh, but this isn't solely my achievement," Gu Xing retorted. "If you hadn't pressured the bot lane to force out the flash, could you have secured that kill? Had Kid Yushin possessed his flash, he undoubtedly would not have fallen. That must credit you with 13 points. Yuanba maintained his cheerful demeanor. "We've got plenty of minions here. Old Gu, feel free to come by often." Gu Xing redirected the conversation. "Brother Duan, you and Jack should push the bot lane wave. Let us execute a lane swap." "What?" Jack was having a great time and was taken aback by Gu Xing's suggestion of a lane swap, especially since they hadn't even demolished the first tower yet. Under normal operational circumstances, the advantageous side would typically aim to claim the enemy's first blood tower before strategizing a lane swap on both sides. Gu Xing's decision was somewhat unconventional. The enemy's Qiyana will place a mark on the lower river crab. If you two lack ultimates, you won't be able to engage in team fights. Gu Xing provided a rational explanation. Currently, both river crabs and VG's herald had been cleared. The wolf spirit had no available jungle creatures to capture. The first eligible spawn among these three camps would only be marked when the lower river crab spawns at the 9-minute mark. If VG's duo arrives without their ultimates, their combat effectiveness would visibly diminish. Should IG insist on contesting, they risk creating a significant mess. Therefore, Gu Xing proposed an early lane swap for both top and bottom lanes, allowing Smeb's Nar to utilize his absolute lane control to assist Gu Xing in securing the river crab. Upon hearing Gu Xing's reasoning, Jack and Duan had no objections. They eagerly anticipate the downfall of Qianjue. "Old Gu, your tactics are truly despicable," Jack chuckled, "but as the aggressors, we find great pleasure in it." When Cuz witnessed VG's sudden decision to swap lanes, a wave of despair washed over him. "Give me a break. Is this how the game is played?" Having learned from past experiences, Cuz refrained from recklessly claiming the river crab. Instead, he retreated to the top lane, placing the sheep's spirit mark upon Jack. Hoping to coordinate an offensive against Yuanba with his teammate, Megan flashed forward, and Jack deftly evaded her with a swift application of healing. Su Xiaoyan immediately praised him, remarking on Jack's confident maneuvering. Yuanba skillfully conserved his abilities. If he could use his heal, he certainly wouldn't need to flash. Sometimes, that caution pays off. And this time, he truly managed to pull it off. "Huh," Jack scoffed. "You think you can control me with just your precious blue?" Xiao Duan chimed in supportively. "That is simply impossible. You only used Q and not E. The opponent is still too inexperienced." The remark nearly choked Jack. Cuz's attempt to engage in the top lane had failed, but Gu Xing would not let this opportunity slip away. He launched an attack on the defensively positioned Zeta under the tower. He was perplexed by Zeta's reluctance to leave the safety of the tower. However, it was evident that IG would not receive any reinforcements. Without hesitation, Gu Xing teamed up with Smeb to eliminate Zeta. Meanwhile, the bottom tower was on the verge of destruction at Smeb's hands, prompting the leopard woman to return to base and retrieve her kill book. Ziyuan reflected on the situation, realizing that Xing Gu was poised to dominate the game. The broadcast timely displayed the economic statistics of both teams. As the match reached the 10-minute mark, Gu Xing had already established a staggering 2,200 gold lead in his matchup. With such an advantage bestowed upon the leopard woman, Qianjue was effectively rendered powerless. Gu Xing left no room for error, sweeping through the jungle like a relentless locust, clearing both jungles entirely. Previously, when the jungle monsters respawned every 100 seconds, players could still survive by stealing a few camps while Nidalee was preoccupied. However, that strategy was no longer viable. With a 150-second reset time for camps, Gu Xing could efficiently clear out every single monster, leaving none behind. Cuz soon realized that his jungle had been thoroughly invaded by Gu Xing. The terrifying snowball effect of the current version was once again on display. The disadvantaged side could not eliminate the divination flowers, lacked the funds for true sight wards, and with levels below 9, their scanning was severely limited. Cuz found it impossible to remove the multitude of wards littered throughout his jungle. Every move he made was laid bare. Xing lay in wait within the bushes of IG's blue area, poised to ensnare Cuz. Cuz, now somewhat disoriented, was aware that VG had eyes everywhere. Unable to catch anyone or farm monsters, his prospects for survival appeared grim. His mind clouded. The moment he stepped into the blue area, a spear shot forth from the bushes. Cuz could not evade it, and struck, his health diminished to half. Xing shifted forms and lunged directly at him. Even if Qianjue unleashed his ultimate, escape would be futile. There was no one around to save him. Ziyuan expressed his astonishment, remarking that Brother Xing's damage output as the leopard woman was astonishingly high. A simple yet effective combination of moves was sufficient to severely wound Cuz. As the match approached the 22-minute mark, IG's outer towers had all fallen, with the economic disparity between the two teams surging past the staggering threshold of 10,000 gold. Cuz, too, had only managed to secure a single stack of his passive. In an exaggerated tone, Ziyuan exclaimed that he wouldn't be able to capture any more passive stacks until the conclusion of this match. Facing such an overwhelming disadvantage, Qianjue found himself utterly powerless. Whether it was the river crab or the VG's sharp-beaked birds, they were no longer within his reach. Cuz passive stagnated, while Gu Xing's kill book stacks continued to rise. This was largely due to IG's ability to accelerate the pace of the game even while at a disadvantage. Once they sensed that hope was lost, they would immediately seek confrontation, striving to hasten the game's conclusion. Like moths drawn to a flame, IG charged into VG's formation. Ziyuan discerned their intentions. All 5 players aimed to seize the moment, attempting to eliminate Brother Xing. The IG players were driven to madness by Gu Xing's relentless torment, harboring a tinge of resentment. They understood their imminent defeat, yet desperately sought to sever Gu Xing's kill book stacks, hoping to avoid becoming mere background characters once more. After all, being relegated to mere supporting roles had nearly evolved into an IG tradition, and no one wished to be remembered in such a manner by the audience. However, Gu Xing remained remarkably composed. He promptly purchased the Zhonya's hourglass, anticipating that someone might attempt to disrupt him. During the team fight, upon noticing the enemy team aligning their sights on him, Gu Xing activated his stasis. The golden figure successfully evaded a potentially fatal ambush. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of VG showcased their prowess, swiftly clearing the battlefield amidst the chaos. Ultimately, Brother Xing executed a flash QE in leopard form, slaying Qianjue. As Ziyuan let out one final, desperate roar, the cold and emotionless voice of the announcer echoed throughout the canyon, declaring a complete annihilation. With 25 stacks, Brother Xing fully stacked his kill book, preparing to secure the Baron alongside his teammates. The desperate shrieks of Nashor sealed IG's fate. In the final team fight, Cuz didn't even get the chance to unleash his ultimate, as Kuro's Syndra incapacitated the enemy from afar. Just as Misfortune's ultimate began to rain down, Gu Xing delivered a spear that sent Qianjue back to the fountain. The overwhelming team fight concluded with Jack securing a quadruple kill. 254, a tutorial match. 1-0. Ziyuan's resonant voice reverberated through the venue, as VG exhibited unparalleled dominance, thoroughly crushing their opponents. Su Xiaoyan chimed in, acknowledging that in this pivotal jungle matchup, Brother Xing undoubtedly held absolute superiority, causing the adversaries to suffer immensely. The VG fans in attendance pounded their cheering sticks. Banners adorned with cartoonish player avatars fluttering in the air, their faces beaming with joy as cheers and applause filled the arena. Cuz removed his headphones, his expression a portrait of despair and helplessness, his gaze revealing profound confusion. The monitor lingered on the score screen, the disheartening 0-8 data painfully piercing his eyes. Not only that, but he had genuinely managed to secure only a single passive stack. Since the moment of the river crab at the 2:30 mark, Qianjue found himself unable to capture any further opportunities for 25 long minutes. He was relentlessly pursued and eliminated by Gu Xing, his own jungle shrouded in darkness, leaving him too intimidated to venture forth. Is there truly such a vast chasm between virtue and myself? It certainly did not manifest during the ranked matches, where I often claimed solo kills against him. Cuz, who entered the match with high hopes, began to question his very existence. He had anticipated showcasing his prowess on the professional stage, intending to impart a lesson to Gu Xing. Yet, he found himself utterly outmatched. Were it not for IG's aggressive mid-game strategy of trading kills, cuz felt he would have struggled to secure even 2 assists. On the other hand, Gu Xing was all smiles, finding this victory significantly easier than he had expected. "'Cause his no punching bag," he muttered, lamenting that he hadn't fully savored the thrill of his kills before the match concluded. Kuro, affectionately draping an arm over Gu Xing's shoulder, remarked, "How about that? Our performance was stellar, wasn't it?" Gu Xing, patting Kuro's chest with genuine admiration, could only acknowledge that they operated on an entirely different level. While Kuro may not excel in a pure landing phase against a champion like Meat Chicken, the match itself transcended mere 1v1 encounters. Otherwise, it would be more aptly named a solo competition. Li Ruixing's greatest strength lies in his willingness to sacrifice for his teammates, a true supporting character that elevates the main star. Few professional players in the mid lane can replicate his unique playstyle, and his execution is exemplary. Emerging from the LCK League, he has mastered the art of synergy and obedience to commands. Whatever the directive, Kuro follows without hesitation. The results were immediate, as he and Gu Xing's numerous coordinated efforts against Meat Chicken thoroughly suppressed him, rendering him unable to roam freely in the jungle or assist in side lanes. "This is how we shall play from now on," Kuro beamed, guiding his esteemed teammate backstage. "I'll showcase my skills. You just focus on carrying." Gu Xing readily agreed. He was gradually acclimating to Kuro's economic-centric playstyle, which was proving quite effective thus far. As Gu Xing farmed minion waves, he continuously widened the economic disparity in the jungle, initiating a snowball effect. In the current meta, with a focus on aggressive junglers and the removal of the benefits from Smite, the exit of the Eagle Eye buff has heightened the significance of vision control, amplifying the importance of snowballing. Essentially, the team that secures an early advantage can leverage vision and enhanced combat prowess to obliterate their opponents, leaving them without the means to retaliate. Viewed through this lens, VG's success, bolstered by Kuro's remarkable economic strategies and Gu Xing's fierce playstyle, unexpectedly aligns with the current meta. As soon as the lounge door swung open, Ding Ran darted out, snatching Gu Xing from Kuro's side. "You were incredible, Brother Xing," he exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, vigorously shaking his friend's shoulders. "Your performance as Leona was simply phenomenal." Upon receiving commendations, Gu Xing's face lit up with delight, unable to contain his joy. We had only just begun to earnestly engage in the match, yet the opposing team faltered unexpectedly. I must say, their Qianju pales in comparison to mine. Hongmi affectionately patted their jungler's head, remarking on their ferocity. "Why do I feel that in terms of strategy and execution, you and the opposition are on entirely different levels?" "What a statement," interjected the team leader, Jin Wenjun. "What caliber is Brother Xing at? And how can the opposition even compare? It's simply incomparable." The television screen in the room displayed highlights from the previous match. In the climactic final team fight, Yu Wenba's Frost Archer delivered a magnificent performance, securing 4 kills while the Frost Arrow rain beautifully pierced through the enemy formation. Jack continued to muse to himself. "I played quite well this match. If it weren't for Brother Xing taking down Qianju first in that last clash, I might have achieved a pentakill." Currently, he was the least distinguished player on the team, with 4 teammates boasting significantly greater past honors and fame than he. Unwilling to remain anonymous, Yu Wenba, having secured a decisive victory in this match, began to boast about his prowess. Duan Deliang teased from the sidelines. "Didn't you say you would crush their support?" They hardly died at all. Among IG's mid-game assault, Bao Lan remained the most composed. As a newcomer, he was still acclimating to the accelerated pace of the team's disadvantage. Cuz had joined the team out of necessity. As Qianju, he needed to farm, yet venturing into IG's jungle often led to his demise. In contrast, Bao Lan had considerably more options available to him. As long as he refrained from placing wards, he was less likely to become the focus of enemy fire. After all, a classic tradition of IG is the scarcity of ward placements on the map, making it quite the rarity to have ample vision. In this regard, Bao Lan had indeed progressed compared to veterans like Shi Kuku, yet having just ascended from lower-tier leagues, he still had ample room for improvement. With his ward placements exhibiting flaws, this, paradoxically, rendered VG unable to decipher his movements, failing to grasp Bao Lan's warding logic, and several ambushes passed them by. Throughout the match, Bao Lan only fell 3 times, making him the player with the least number of recalls to the fountain on the entire IG team. Jack, reflecting on this, felt a surge of irritation, determining to educate him properly in the next match. Following the highlights of the team fight, The scene shifted to the MVP selection results. Without a hint of suspense, Gu Xing beheld his new promotional photograph, facing the camera with confidence. His arm grasped the chest of his team jersey, adorned with a radiant golden star above VG's silver emblem. Behind him, Nidalee exuded a graceful strength, her eyes revealing a wild beauty. With an average gold per minute of 502, a positional gold lead of 5,977, and a participation rate of 783, Gu Xing successfully secured his second MVP title of the spring tournament. Simultaneously, the live broadcast's comment section surged with activity. What an incredible Leona. I don't understand how Cuz fans dare to compare him to the FMVP. Are they truly taking ranked matches seriously? Brother Xing's strikes are indeed heavy. Cuz must be utterly befuddled. My assessment is to increase the intensity. In the presence of Xinggu, selecting Qianzhu likely stems from Liang Jingru's audacity. Having sung this song on numerous occasions, the first layer of Qianzhu, passive throughout the match, is truly a rare sight. Could this be the lowest layer count in the history of professional competitions? When it comes to combat, Qianzhu resembles a guasha practitioner, donning a full set of attack speed gear, yet failing to even chip away at Nadar's health. Indeed, she is akin to a campus belle. Gu Xing remained oblivious to the audience's discussions, his thoughts occupied with how to penalize Cuz. With the opponent opting for Qianzhu in the first match, he was compelled to respond. By the time the staff arrived to announce the preparations for the next match, Gu Xing had formed a preliminary strategy in his mind, quietly confiding in Hou Ye along the way. As the head coach was responsible for the draft phase, it was imperative for him to communicate with Hou Ye. Otherwise, making decisions on stage could catch their team off guard. Are you sure you want to proceed with this? Inquired seriously, casting a glance at his jungler. Gu Xing nodded affirmatively. In the initial encounter between the two teams, he played conservatively, as his foremost duty as a professional player was to secure victory. Until he fully grasped the opponent's capabilities, it was prudent to adopt a cautious approach. However, upon realizing that Cuz was, in fact, a feeble novice, Gu Xing felt no obligation to hold back. With a fire ignited within him, he sought an opportunity to unleash his frustrations, his eyes gleaming with determination as he sought the coach's approval. After all, suppressing such emotions was uncomfortable. Wouldn't you agree, Hou Ye? He never concealed his youthful spirit. If the opposing team intended to provoke him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Not responding was simply not in Gu Xing's nature. Hou Ye, witnessing this, readily consented. All right, just perform well, and I'll make the arrangements. He had consistently encouraged his players to cultivate confidence, not just in words, but in action. Since Gu Xing expressed his desire to execute a grand play, Hou Ye had no grounds to oppose him. As he stepped onto the stage, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Gu Xing, smiling, waved at the crowd before settling into his seat and donning his headset. In stark contrast, the IG players were far from jubilant. Anyone who had been thoroughly defeated would struggle to find joy. Notably, Cuz's expression was the most somber. In the first match, he had witnessed the vast chasm between him and Gu Xing. The intensity of the professional arena was nothing like that of ranked matches. His initial confidence had morphed into anxiety midway through the game, now evolving into a state of deep unease. Cuz was left uncertain about what Gu Xing would concoct in the next round. It was this unresolved tension that proved most tormenting. The broadcast shifted focus to both junglers seated on stage. Ziyuan, still enthusiastically commentating, noted Gu Xing's seemingly good spirits, highlighting how the previous match's Nidalee had epitomized dominance, truly illustrating the essence of your jungle. I farm. Presently, IG needed to be wary of the mental state of their two rookie players, as Su Xiaoyan remarked, having navigated their first BO3 with relative ease, now facing a disheartening defeat against VG. If their morale faltered, it was likely they would struggle to recover swiftly. Ziyuan offered his insights accordingly. I believe the most crucial aspect is to maintain a calm mindset and refrain from overthinking. He spoke eloquently about his views, reminding us that VG is, after all, the world champion, and IG need not set their expectations too high. New players, upon their initial arrival, almost invariably have to pay their dues. Individuals like Xinggu are a rare exception. Currently, we are still in the regular season, and IG has ample opportunities to experiment and allow newcomers to progress steadily and groundedly. As soon as he finished speaking, the BP panel reappeared on the large screen. The next match commenced. Su Xiaoyan perked up as VG chose the blue side this time, initially banning the lion dog. IG, in turn, swiftly restricted the steel shadow, both being standard bans for the current version, thus causing no surprises. Hou Ye paced behind the players' seats, discussing with his teammates, while Xiao Gu expressed his desire to carry a game, suggesting that our BP strategy might require slight adjustments. Before he could finish, Jack interjected with a grin, saying, Hou Ye, I must say, your words do not sit well with me. Old Gu has carried every game. Duan Delion glanced at him, sensing that their ADC was on a promising path. I concur, Kuro asserted with conviction. Xiao Gu can play freely, and I will support him unconditionally. Smeb had no objections either. He had already enjoyed a thrilling performance in the previous game and was still relishing the pleasure of outmaneuvering the opponents. Song Jinghao understood it was time to play a supportive role for the team. After receiving his teammates' agreement, Hou Ye opted to ban Varus as per usual while his mind raced, contemplating how to adapt their selection strategy moving forward. IG's head coach, Malphite, faced a dilemma of whether to ban LeBlanc or Janna, and without hesitation, he opted to restrict the former. Both teams had already revealed their fixed bans, and Ziyuan was quite curious to see if there would be any changes in the final ban of the first round. In version 71, 5 major overpowered champions occupied a significant amount of ban space. As teams delved deeper into their understanding of the version, it became customary to employ a strategy of 2 fixed bans and 1 flexible ban in the first round. The overpowered champions typically have 2 bans, allowing for the release of relatively less exaggerated champions like Janna. This leaves each team with 1 flexible ban, which can be utilized to limit the opponent's core heroes, disrupt their favored strategies, or target potential breakthroughs. Such variability also reflects the tactical priorities of each coach. VG chose to ban Syndra, limiting the impact of Ruji in the mid lane. Ziyuan quickly realized something was amiss. Cuz Rek'Sai had been left open, he was astonished that VG, in their final ban of the first round, could truly surprise him so greatly. In all of Cuz's previous matches, opponents had invariably chosen to ban Rek'Sai, and VG was certainly deviating from the norm. Su Xiaoyan felt a wave of astonishment. Was it possible VG intended to first pick Rek'Sai? Ziyuan joked, but internally, he already had the answer. It seemed VG deemed Cuz's performance in the first game too subpar to warrant sacrificing a ban slot against his signature champion. Ziyuan refrained from voicing this opinion, knowing it could offend. Currently, I find myself as a commentator with a modest background, lacking the formidable influence of the renowned Higher brothers. Their extensive experience allows them to speak candidly, a luxury I cannot afford. On the opposite side of the stage, the IG players watched in bewilderment as their opponents opted to ban Syndra, subsequently releasing Rek'Sai. After a brief moment, the young commentator snapped back to reality, chuckling, "Rookie, you are truly impressive. The opposing team would rather allow Cuz Rek'Sai than target you. No wonder you are Song Yijin." The seasoned player took a deep breath, contemplating. Is this a subtle way of flattering me? Who truly cares about VG's ban position? His intention was simply to alleviate the pressure on his teammates during the draft phase, allowing himself to secure a favored champion. However, to his surprise, VG disregarded the other IG players and directed their focus solely on him. Syndra and LeBlanc lay unceremoniously in the ban slots. Was he to play Orianna once again? Cuz remained silent, his lips pressed together. What does this mean? Do they look down on me? He clenched his knuckles, producing a sound that echoed his frustration, flames of anger igniting in his eyes. The anxiety that once resided within him transformed into fury at being overlooked. Sheng Yuan, if the opportunity arises, may I have Rek'Sai? Cuz inquired of Malphite, his tone resolute. If granted this champion, victory was assured. He possessed unwavering confidence in his Rek'Sai. In casual matches, his Void Burrower had traversed the rift with unparalleled prowess, instilling fear in players across both Korean and Chinese servers. In ranked games, his Rek'Sai consistently maintained an impressive win rate exceeding 90, a true testament to his skill. Arguably the finest excavator in the ranked arena, Malphite had no reason to refuse. He swiftly banned Kha'Zix, aiming to minimize Gu Xing's influence in the jungle. The blue side, VG, promptly secured Zyra, while Su Xiaoyan raised her voice, and IG decisively locked in Rek'Sai and Ashe. The rapid selection of the digger elicited excited cheers from the few IG fans present, who held unwavering faith in Cuz Rek'Sai. After all, this top-tier player had first entered the public eye with the unstoppable Rek'Sai. Some felt that the previous game's Qiyana was perhaps an overreach. That was Gu Xing's most proficient champion, and no one understood Qiyana better than him. By insisting on picking her, Cuz seemed to be recklessly charging forward. To the IG fans, Cuz Rek'Sai was no different. How could VG dare to let such a formidable champion slip through their fingers? The broadcast camera focused on Gu Xing, whose lips curled into a slight smile, his expression radiating joy. This was precisely what he had awaited. Cuz selecting Rek'Sai, Gu Xing was determined to leave a lasting impression on his opponents. VG first secured Shun, allowing Smeb to acquire the current version's most supportive top laner. The commentator paused momentarily before raising his voice. Qiyana. Xinggu is set to counter IG with Qiyana. A wave of excitement surged through the audience, and Su Xiaoyan gasped, realizing that VG intended to build their strategy around Xinggu. In version 7.1, Qiyana was not particularly popular, as the three primary jungle core champions had been weakened due to extended respawn times for jungle monsters. In this match, both teams selected their champions in succession, clearly indicating a certain significance. The viewers in the live stream exhibited a remarkable breadth of imagination. Virtue. Today, let me teach you the nuances of playing Qiyana. Here comes the teaching game for the unparalleled Qiyana, a battle of champions indeed. Xinggu, please don't be too harsh. We often see each other. I have a premonition that tonight we'll witness a calamity. Upon seeing Qiyana's avatar in the opposing team's champion selection, Cuz felt a surge of heat in his breath. Having just stepped onto the professional stage, he retained the fervor of a passionate youth. Sensing an air of destiny surrounding this confrontation, the voice of his head coach echoed in his ears. Eugene, let me take the lead. The clock seems a bit too passive. What do you think about Rise? Malphite, somewhat shy, had a brotherly relationship with Hou Ye, having worked together since their time at KT. Now that he had just secured his position as head coach, he often sought the opinions of his mid laner during the on-the-spot draft phase. Song Yijing glanced at the current compositions of both teams, pondered briefly, and then made a decision. Let's go with Rise. I will try to roam as much as possible. He realized that Kuro was not inclined to engage him directly today. Even in the first game, opting for Syndra, he avoided a head-on clash, making his intentions painfully clear. Every time Song Yijing advanced, there was a high probability that Gu Xing was waiting on the side. Hou Ye had learned from past mistakes. He was not prepared to waste time trading blows with Kuro in lane this time. Collaborating with Cuz seemed the more prudent choice. As both teams entered the second round of the draft, IG targeted the mid lane, banning Karma and Kuro's signature champion, Aurelion Sol, while VG restricted ZZ's options by banning Makai and Thresh. Malphite's fourth pick was to secure Misfortune for Baolan, intending to synergize her with the icy champion, Ashe. To limit Zheng Duliang's Janna, Hongmi remained unfazed, having anticipated this move. Kuro, you can handle the Ice Queen, right? Li Ruixing readily agreed. Did IG really believe that banning Karma and Aurelion Sol would confine them? Such delusion. When it comes to being a tool for the jungler, Li Ruixing firmly claimed the second position, leaving no room for anyone to assert they were first. The Ice Queen had fallen out of favor during the S6 World Championship due to the prevalent kiting compositions, where initiating fights proved challenging. Furthermore, against traditional mages, the Ice Queen inevitably faced the drawback of underwhelming late-game damage output. Now, with the shift to a more aggressive jungler version, the top-lane trio of legendary champions made a comeback. The Ice Queen could still serve as a viable support option. Jack, why don't you use Caitlyn? We can attempt a fast push, Hongmi suggested, moving behind Yu Wenba, confident that he would lend support. He wouldn't squander such a splendid opportunity. Since Gu Xing intended to utilize Qiyana to punish Cuz, Hongmi decided to engage in some strategic experimentation, preparing a backup plan. Let's see if Jack can execute a fast push. If we lose, there's no loss. If we win, it's a tremendous gain. Yu Wenba was quite pleased with this notion. Just as he was about to provide Jack with some insightful guidance, Hongmi handed him a pillow. Rest assured, buddy, Caitlyn is formidable, Jack assured with a pat on his chest. I know. Gu Xing chuckled. Were you not the 5-kill Caitlyn leading the charge back then? Jack's eyes sparkled. Those are but ancient tales. I assure you, it was not mere boasting. In my heyday, the lane was my dominion. Lin Weixiang and Sure Yi were like mere baskets to me. As he regaled his teammates with tales of his past glories, he proceeded to lock in his champion. After reviewing the roster, Malphite had no choice but to select Poppy for Zeta. Unfortunately, the other two titans of the Trinity were banned. The remaining options, Jace, and Rumble were indeed bold choices for Zeta. However, Malphite was skeptical. Having spent 2 years at IG, he was well acquainted with Zeta's temperament. When asked about his champion pool, Zeta would claim proficiency across the board, yet the reality was that his mastery was quite limited. It could be said that his champion pool resembled a field filled with vegetables. In contrast, Poppy was a dependable choice, unlikely to falter. The team compositions were finalized. On the blue side, VG fielded Shun in the top lane, Qiyana in the jungle, Syndra mid, and Caitlyn paired with Zyra in bot. The red side, IG, presented Poppy top, Rek'Sai jungle, Ryze mid, and Ashe alongside Caitlyn in bot. Observing the complete rosters, Ziyuan continued his commentary, noting that VG's strategy revolved around a pure double marksman setup supported by 3 utility champions. Their success hinged on the performance of Xing, Gu, and Jack. The stage was set, and provided the double marksman developed effectively, their mid to late game team fight composition would be formidable. Su Xiaoyan chimed in, emphasizing that IG must focus on early to mid-game tempo. Should Rek'Sai drag the game into the late phase, his impact would be significantly diminished. Their crowd control abilities were superior, granting them dominance in skirmishes. Before departing, the VG coaching staff offered final words of encouragement. Hou Ye leaned in towards Kuro, sharing insights on Syndra's playstyle. Hongmi reminded the team of the tactical adjustments required, stressing the importance of focusing on the lower half of the map. If we can get Caitlyn's tower-pushing momentum rolling, we shall remain invincible. Gu Xing nodded slightly. I understand. Rui Xing and Jing Hao, make sure to watch for my signals. Smeb's proficiency with Shun was beyond reproach. The focal point lay in the execution of his ultimate. If one were to assess his ultimate's effectiveness, it was likely to be less impressive than his previous performance against the opposing top laner. This remark elicited laughter within the voice chat, recalling the astonishing tower dive executed by Zeta and Cuz that culminated in a solo kill. As the team gathered in the backstage lounge to review highlights, they marveled at the spectacle once more. Let us go. Let us go. Jack rallied his teammates, aiming for a decisive 2-0 victory. I'm starving. Given the previous match between Hou Ye and IM had dragged on excessively, he communicated succinctly with the 2 new recruits, instructing them to take their positions in the lower half of the defensive zone without fear. Logically, a long snake formation at the outset would be quite reasonable. However, leaving a single champion to guard a jungle area could lead to peril. Yet, Gu Xing remained unconcerned, for IG had chosen Rek'Sai as their jungler, whose inherent attributes precluded any possibility of an early level 1 invasion. This allowed Gu Xing to boldly accompany the duo to the bottom lane. Duan Deliang maneuvered as Zyra, lingering near the mid lane, continuously planting passive seeds on the ground. This would enable him to activate the seeds with his abilities and seize level 2 when the minion waves clashed. Suddenly, IG attempted to interfere. Duan noticed 3 of the enemy's bottom jungle emerging from the brush at the edge of his vision and promptly reported to his jungler. Gu Xing swiftly leaped into IG's line of sight from behind, instilling fear in the adversaries. The IG bottom jungle hesitated, deterred from making any rash moves. Cuz had anticipated that Zyra might ascend to the lane to arrange her seeds. He intended to bring his duo to disrupt her efforts, trampling the seeds to alleviate the early lane pressure. However, the hidden Gu Xing forced them to abandon their plan. With VG's 3 ranged champions and the surrounding seed support, any forward movement from Cuz would surely cost him a significant portion of his health. As the match reached the 1 minute and 10 seconds mark, losing health due to consumption and subsequently returning to base to replenish would undoubtedly hinder their progress. Reluctantly, Cuz conceded and turned to the upper half of the map to execute his jungle path. Seeing the opponent retreat, Gu Xing continued to assign tasks to his teammates, urging them to push the bottom lane swiftly, aiming to send the minion waves in within 2 cycles. He also instructed Rui Xing to do the same. He was planning a grand maneuver. To expedite the pushing, Gu Xing even refrained from requesting his teammates' assistance in the jungle, starting alone from the red buff in the lower half. Qiyana's jungle clearing speed was commendable, though slightly taxing, especially with the armor reduction. Gu Xing pushed his jungle efficiency to the limit, resulting in a substantial loss of health. Nonetheless, he remained indifferent. After consuming a potion, Gu Xing took a circuitous route through the lower triangular brush, entering the river. The director promptly focused the camera on Qiyana in the canyon. Is this a divine strategy from Xingge? Zhe Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Qiyana arrived at the edge of the brush where the bottom lane met the river. Activating her Q ability, Dancing Arrows, she leapt over the wall into the IG jungle. Was she really going for an invasion at level 2? Su Xiaoyan's voice rose in urgency. IG had prepared defenses, but failed to discern Qiyana's movements. The director shifted the view to the vicinity of the dragon pit, where an IG vision ward had been placed in advance. However, Gu Xing had not traversed the route through the dragon pit, remaining entirely concealed within the enemy's shadow. My goodness, Xing Ji's trajectory has outwitted the opponents. Zhe Yuan marveled. Cuz, caught off guard, was still busy clearing the F6 camp. The experience from the jungle camp had yet to be diminished, allowing any 3 groups of jungle monsters to elevate the jungler to level 3. For a Rek'Sai player, F6 represented an invaluable resource, requiring minimal effort to clear for substantial rewards, and Cuz was no exception. After clearing the camp of the sharp-beaked bird, he delved underground, hastening his pace as he advanced towards the lower half, intending to indulge the frog princess. With a single blow to the magic swamp frog, Rek'Sai, now at level 3, possessed a rudimentary combat capability, making it feasible to attempt to capture the VG duo, who were precariously positioned. Cuz had a splendid vision. Yet upon his descent into the depths, he found himself enveloped in darkness, with a visibility of merely 250 yards, rendering him blind to his surroundings. The audience, observing from a godlike perspective, had access to Gu Xing's location information, revealing that Qiyana was lurking in the grass beside IG's blue buff camp. Whispers of discussion rustled through the crowd, unbeknownst to Cuz. The auditory detection offered no feedback. It was only when he neared the blue zone and unleashed a shockwave towards the frog princess's camp that he discovered an adversary emerging beside him, relentlessly attacking with crossbow bolts. Cuz hastily placed a ward. The moment he spotted Qiyana, astonishment washed over him. How did this individual slip in unnoticed? He had no time to ponder. Qiyana's wolf spirit's frenzied domain had already unfolded, her basic attacks, imbued with the red buff, striking him with ferocity. Xing Ji's fervor for war is about to stack up, Zhe Yuan exclaimed. Rek'Sai has no means of resistance. Like the majority of players, Cuz had opted for QW in the first 2 levels. Without E-Burrow, he was unable to approach Qiyana. Surely, he could not simply flash to thrust his opponent upwards? Under the relentless output from the long-range Qiyana, Cuz found himself overwhelmed. Where are my teammates? Someone please assist, he implored. Yet, the duo in the bot lane remained oblivious. Even if they understood, they could not arrive. The VG duo, bolstered by the formidable pushing combination of Misfortune and Zyra, had already pushed the second wave of minions into IG's tower. The partnership of the young boy and Bao Lan was incapable of providing support in the jungle. I can't come either. Song Yijin felt powerless. The rise he controlled lacked the pushing capability of the Ice Lady during the initial levels. The tank could only watch as Kuro pushed the minions in, equally at a loss. Cuz was flabbergasted. Unable to descend to mid, could a level 2 Rek'Sai truly contend? He immediately resolved to retreat. However, Qiyana, empowered by the red buff, continued to cling to him, attacking fiercely. Recognizing that returning to the tower was not a viable option, Cuz reluctantly expended his flash. Watching Qiyana gallivanting in his jungle, he seethed with frustration. For a champion like Rek'Sai, being forced to flash at level 2 signified a dire predicament. Tomorrow's update will be at 10 p.m. Aside V5 seems truly doomed, as they appear unable to qualify for the World Championship. Witnessing Cuz's desperate escape with a flash, the VG fans in the audience erupted into laughter. The sheer number of them created quite a resounding wave. Yet, Xing Ji's plans to force the opponent's flash were far from over. He intended to sweep the lower jungle clean. Ziyuan's voice resonated with an astonishing intensity, transforming the 3 camps in the IG's lower jungle into his personal garden, prompting the VG duo to lend a helping hand. Jack and Xiao Duan had successfully pushed the minion wave to the IG's turret. They refrained from depleting the enemy's health at the turret, as it was still the early stages of the match. Although the lower lane turret lacked protective mechanisms and was relatively fragile, Misfortune wielded only a Doran's blade, rendering her attack power and speed rather mediocre. Consequently, this wave of minions would scarcely chip away at the turret's health. The duo opted to traverse the river and infiltrate the enemy jungle. The VG duo successfully regrouped, sacrificing their landing time to assist Xinggu in lowering the health of the jungle monsters. This allowed Qiyana to clear the IG camp in a remarkably brief period. What an imperial treatment this was, Ziyuan exclaimed, treating Xinggu as the absolute core to nurture. The VG duo did not hesitate to expend their skills. And with Misfortune and Zyra's innate damage capabilities, Xing Ji's counter-jungle maneuvers became exceedingly effortlessly securing the jungle monsters. As time ticked to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the wolf spirit commenced its first hunt. Since Cuz had previously consumed IG's Rift Herald, the wolf spirit could only choose between the upper and lower crabs. When the mark appeared atop the lower swift crab, Gu Xing felt an exhilarating rush, almost bursting into laughter. Was luck on his side in the previous match? Not to be outdone. While countering the enemy's lower jungle, he also secured a layer of mark. Ziyuan's joy was palpable. This unconventional level 2 invasion had yielded bountiful rewards. Rek'Sai was in turmoil. Su Xiaoyan immersed herself in Cuz's perspective, feeling as if her heart were bleeding. With limited economy, he could only purchase a pair of boots upon returning to base, and after replenishing his health, he was unable to advance further downwards. As there was merely a single group of stone beetles in his upper jungle, the level 2 Rek'Sai dared not directly invade the VG upper jungle for resource exchange. And without flash or burrow, recklessly entering the enemy jungle could easily lead to disaster if ambushed. Left with no choice, Cuz could only clear his own stone beetles first, aiming to reach level 3 before attempting to venture into the enemy jungle for some resource exchange. However, upon stepping into the enemy's upper half, he heard Zeta's warning, "Shun is coming for you, run." Fearing that his jungler might not understand, he seamlessly switched to English, exclaiming, "Run, Cuz, run." Smeb, relying on Shun's formidable landing prowess and his own solid skills, easily seized lane control from Zeta and could now advance to provide support ahead of time. The childlike Ahri deftly unleashed her Spirit Rush at the opportune moment. The drone soared through the air, precisely locating Gu Xing's position. Qiyana had finished clearing the IG lower jungle and acquired the mark from the lower crab, dashing towards the upper jungle with fervor. Witnessing the enemy upper jungle rapidly approaching to secure their territory, Cuz gritted his teeth, filled with indignation. Yet unable to confront them head-on, he had no choice but to retreat, consuming the upper swift crab as he departed. However, this modest gain scarcely compensates for the losses he has endured. In the Team S voice chat, Jack continues to boast, "What do you think, old Gu? If it weren't for us, you would have been reflecting in the upper half." Had the VG duo not ventured into the IG's lower territory to assist Gu Xing in swiftly clearing the jungle creatures, Qianzhu would undoubtedly have faced considerable delays. This would have afforded Cuz the opportunity to exploit a timing advantage, potentially snatching away 1 or 2 groups of jungle monsters to mitigate losses. Gu Xing is well aware that the duo has made significant sacrifices to establish a jungle advantage for him. "You two focus on your development down there. I will come to assist shortly," he assures them. Yu Wenba craves this assurance, and immediately, his expression transforms into one of satisfaction as he concentrates on last hitting, eagerly anticipating Gu Xing's arrival. As Gu Xing rushes back to his upper jungle, he clears out all the jungle monsters, resulting in Cuz only securing 3 groups of jungle creatures and a river crab in the first round. Ziyuan evaluates the losses. Yet the more pressing concern is that he currently finds himself with nothing to do. It's only 3.5 minutes in. With the jungle monster reset time adjusted to 150 seconds, Cuz must wait another minute before he can witness his own sharp-beaked bird respawn. During this minute of inactivity, he is rendered powerless, unable to take any action. When Gu Xing had earlier forced him back home, Cuz lacked even the funds to purchase an additional control ward. Now, he can only wander aimlessly, striving to provide vision support for his teammates with his mere presence. In truth, this is of little utility. Hou Ye, come over and grab the blue. He marks his blue zone. Having already secured a blue buff from invading IG's blue area, he can afford to grant his jungle monsters to the mid laner. Initially, Kuro instinctively declines, saying, "No need for me. You can keep it." Hou Ye understands that Gu Xing possesses a blue buff, and taking it away would inevitably result in overlapping effects. However, jungle monsters provide both experience and gold. Kuro is reluctant to take the blue so early, aiming to ensure his jungler's development. "Hurry up," Gu Xing urges, "you will need it soon." Upon hearing this, Kuro sheds his mental burden and dashes over to collect the blue buff. After Gu Xing cleanses the Shadow Wolves, having successfully cleared 6 groups of jungle monsters, he ascends to level 4 and begins to devise his next strategy. Hou Ye, I will head to the enemy's F6, push your lane, and come protect me. Although Kuro does not understand why the sharp-beaked bird camp is referred to as F6 domestically, he had specifically studied relevant league terminology during his Chinese lessons, so he is not surprised. Thanks to the blue buff he acquired from the jungler, he continuously casts Q, Ice Shard, to clear minions. The tanky chicken groans in distress. Indeed, Rise's minion clearing efficiency improves significantly upon leveling up. Yet, this comes with evident drawbacks. It consumes mana. Currently, the Rune Mage cannot spread the surge effect using a single E, spell surge. He must either use dual E's or secure kills on minions with E. A combination of dual E and Q inflicts a substantial area of damage on minions, requiring a hefty 120 mana, without having crafted the Tear of the Goddess. Rise's mana pool is far too inadequate to support such frequent expenditure, despite Song Yijin's formidable landing prowess. He found himself at a distinct disadvantage against an Ice Maiden relentlessly pushing the lane with the aid of a blue buff. To make matters worse, at precisely 4 minutes and 7 seconds, a wave of cannon minions arrived at mid lane. Song Yijin astutely recognized the implications of his opponent's unabashed push. If Kuro could push the minion wave entirely in, he would be granted an opportunity for a free roam, provided he returned to mid lane before the minions reset at the VG tower, ensuring no loss on his part. To preempt any potential threats, the tanky jungler began to signal for assistance, urging his ally, "Come quickly and help me clear the minion wave." If the enemy chose to roam, Cuz could assist in clearing the wave, thus liberating him. Should they remain in lane, the tank would finish off the cannon minions just in time to return home and purchase the Tears of Goddess, effectively creating a no-cost opportunity for a reset. Cuz was more than willing to oblige. He found himself aimlessly wandering the jungle, with no sight of any monsters to slay. Now, with the mid laner requesting his help to push the lane, he could also gain some experience to mitigate his previous losses. However, shortly after his arrival in mid lane, he was startled to see Gu Xing leap in from behind. In all honesty, the minion clearing efficiency of both junglers was relatively comparable, yet the circumstances of their output were starkly different. Cuz Rek'Sai was a melee champion. To clear minions effectively, he had to position himself aggressively, making him vulnerable to enemy harassment. Moreover, he lacked flash. If caught by the Ice Maiden and Qianju, he would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. As a result, Cuz had to maneuver very cautiously. Gu Xing, on the other hand, was undeterred and appeared determined to assist in clearing the minions, even managing to dirty 2 minions with his crossbow bolts. Upon witnessing the movements of the VG jungler and mid laner, Cuz finally grasped the reality. They were aiming to secure his feathered bird, since he had cleared the F6 camp after starting red. The feathered bird was the first group of jungle monsters to have reset. More importantly, the F6 would bear the wolf spirit mark. The river crabs had yet to reach their respawn timer, meaning the wolf spirit would exclusively hunt the feathered bird. Cuz accurately predicted the subsequent actions of the VG jungler and mid laner, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. In a moment of overzealousness, as he moved slightly forward to hasten the minion clear, Gu Xing unleashed a barrage of attacks. As the cannon minion wave irreversibly advanced towards the tower, the VG jungler and mid laner shifted their focus upward. Cuz could only instruct Song Yijin to clear the remaining minions beneath the tower while he braved the situation alone, attempting to safeguard the F6 with his smite. At 4 minutes and 34 seconds, the F6 family emerged. The distinctive wolf spirit mark immediately appeared above them. Gu Xing sought to secure this camp imbued with the passive ability, and Ziyuan's rapid speech did not detract from his clarity. He was acutely aware of Rek'Sai lurking nearby. Thus, he exercised caution, pulling the monsters closer to the river and applying his E ability, Fearsome Presence. The triad of damage from Qianju, combined with Smite, annihilated the great feathered bird while it still possessed 600 health points. This amount exceeded Cuz's capacity to contest. With the second mark secured, Su Xiaoyan's voice rose in pitch, exclaiming that Gu Xing's start was nothing short of fortuitous. The chat channel of the live broadcast was abuzz with activity. I am utterly amused. Brother Xing secured 2 layers of marks in merely 4.5 minutes, surpassing Cuz's entire game passive accumulation of 27 minutes. Do you see? This, indeed, is the essence of Qianjua. Cuz, take a good look and learn. What can Cuz, who is merely dabbling in Qianjue, truly achieve? He lacks the capability to grasp its essence. Do you understand? Brother Xing's mastery of Qianjue is formidable. He boldly confronts Rek'Sai, showcasing a level of skill that is truly unparalleled. Upon countering the great bird, Gu Xing observed Song Yi completing the minion wave and preparing to venture into the jungle, disregarding the remaining 5 small birds. After all, 5 would not suffice. He initially intended to return to base to replenish, converting the over 1,000 gold he had into combat prowess before resuming his jungle activities. However, the youthful spirit of the eagle once again descended upon him. Spotting him and Kuro on their return to base, an ingenious idea struck Gu Xing. He remained still, continuing to channel his recall, watching the wolf spirit affectionately linger beside the sheep spirit. As soon as the eagle spirit's vision marker vanished from above, Gu Xing swiftly canceled his recall and hastened toward the lower half of the map. Rek'Sai may attempt to counter jungle. Hou Ye, prepare to teleport and assist me, Gu Xing commanded. Kuro, who had just returned to the fountain, promptly shifted screens to observe the situation. As Gu Xing predicted, Cuz indeed intended to initiate a counter jungle. The youthful spirit of the eagle clearly witnessed VG's jungle reading the recall. Based on the jungle statistics previously exposed by Qianjue, Cuz deduced that the opponent had not farmed the lower jungle. If not now, then when? Securing the jungle monsters would transform a dire situation into a manageable disadvantage, allowing him to gradually regain footing and potentially turn the tide. Cuz stealthily descended underground, circumventing VG's minion waves, traversing the river into the enemy jungle. His target was the sharp-beaked bird. As he emerged and sent the F6 flying, scratching the sharp-beaked bird with his claws, he was met with a chilling sight. Qianjue appeared from the narrow passage between the river and the mid-lane, seemingly intending to flank him. Cuz felt an overwhelming surge of trepidation. Didn't you just recall? Yet, the urgency of the situation left him no time to ponder how Gu Xing had outsmarted him. Upon noticing Brother Xing behind him, Cuz wasted no time planning his retreat. Fully understanding the terror that Rek'Sai embodied in such circumstances, the excavator was currently behind in levels and lacked flash. Gu Xing's Qianjue had at least 2 layers of marks, ensuring his damage output significantly exceeded Cuz's. Moreover, Song Yi's mana had been depleted by that wave of cannon minions. He was presently soaking in the fountain. There was no one to assist him. Cuz attempted to flee, only to find it quite challenging. Gu Xing placed a ward in the river, and in the next moment, a brilliant azure light illuminated the area. Kuro teleported in, aiming to flank Rek'Sai in unison with the jungler. Su Xiaoyan, not daring to be remiss, narrated the unfolding events within the canyon. As Brother Xing's dance of arrows surged forward, applying a chilling slow effect, the wolf spirit unfurled its domain, viciously tearing at Rek'Sai. Observing that his escape route was blocked, Cuz hastily made his way toward the dragon pit, intending to take a detour through the tunnel to evade his pursuers. However, as he dove into the dragon pit, Gu Xing, having cooled down his ability dance of arrows, leapt down as well. By sheer misfortune, the arrows struck the rear of the earth dragon. The earth dragon, which had been resting in its lair, erupted in fury, soaring into the air with a flap of its wings. The resulting shockwave hurled both junglers against the walls, further distancing Cuz from safety. The duo from IG sought to rush over for support, but they were a moment too late. Ziyuan could predict the imminent events, his expression tinged with excitement. Ice claws extended before Cuz, who wore a look of despair. Unable to evade, he could only watch helplessly as the ice maiden immobilized him, allowing Qianjue to deplete his health completely. First blood was drawn. In the absence of a clear target, Qianjue typically marked the opposing jungler with the passive of her sheep spirit. Gu Xing was no exception. This successful kill on Rek'Sai granted him the coveted 3rd layer of marks. The VG supporters in attendance waved their rallying items enthusiastically, showering applause and cheers for the first collaboration between their mid and jungle players. Su Xiaoyan frowned, realizing Cuz had been far too careless. He had completely fallen for Gu Xing's feigned recall. The camera focused on Gu Xing, and the audience noted his beaming smile. Surely, the opposing team was far too easily deceived. Gu Xing quickly returned to the jungle, sharing his joy with teammates along the way, embodying the essence of a true novice. Had his opponents been seasoned veterans, his ruse would likely have failed spectacularly. Those who had spent ample time in the professional arena were well acquainted with numerous common tactics, and would not fall for such tricks easily. Yet, Cuz was a genuine rookie. Gu Xing, observing the opponent's straightforward playstyle, conceived the idea of using a fake recall to outwit them. As expected, Cuz had not overthought the situation and unwittingly stepped into the trap. Nicely done, Gu and I Ku. Kuro exclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. I knew following you would lead to good fortune. The previous wave of cannon minions in the mid lane had seen Gu Xing yield a few minions to Kuro. It seemed Kuro had suffered a slight economic loss. However, having secured the blue buff ahead of time and netted a first blood assist worth 200 gold, he not only mitigated his loss, but actually profited significantly. Kuro's calculations were astute. The economy he relinquished to Gu Xing could easily be compensated from other avenues. It was undeniably a wise investment. He understood that a narrow perspective was detrimental to growth. Is this all you've got? Gu Xing maintained his characteristic sunny disposition. Though his words were undeniably harsh, today, I shall ensure Rek'Sai overcomes his addiction, clearing the sharp-beaked birds and armored beetles at home. He returned to base equipped with attack speed shoes and a green jungle knife, selling the reusable potion to purchase a true sight ward. His equipment was impressively luxurious. By the time he departed, just 5 minutes and 20 seconds had passed. After a brief contemplation, Gu Xing opted to rush mid-Hou Ye. I'll assist in pushing the lane. Then we should prepare to head down. He quickly devised a plan. Kuro, possessing a grand vision, naturally would not oppose. At 5 minutes and 27 seconds, the 9th wave of minions transitioned in the mid lane. Ordinarily, a solo lane that has absorbed all the experience from the first 8 waves would ascend to level 6 upon the defeat of the first minion. Kuro had previously shared a portion of the minion experience with Gu Xing, but he also garnered an assist in the process. In this ebb and flow, he too achieved level 6 while clearing the current wave of minions. Observing this, the tanky chicken dared not act recklessly, carrying the summoner spell Ghost and lacking Cleanse. Any overly aggressive positioning could render him vulnerable to an instant kill from Lyssandra's frozen tomb. A significant number of minions were naturally funneled into the turret. Cuz had no time to assist the mid laner with the minion wave, as he was preoccupied maneuvering Rek'Sai in the lower jungle. Seizing the rare opportunity to catch Gu Xing in the mid lane, he hurried to farm the magic toad and the 3 wolves in his lower quadrant, hoping to slightly bolster his economy. After all, venturing into the mid lane would be futile. With his flash still on cooldown, should he assist with the minion wave? If VG's jungler and mid laner harbored malicious intent, he would have to retreat to base for healing. Given this predicament, it was more prudent to farm additional jungle camps. However, that was merely a temporary solution. Relying solely on jungle farming, it would be exceedingly difficult for Cuz to recover from the substantial early game disadvantage. Presently, he lacked flash and had no control over the situation, compelling him to wait for an opportune moment. Ziyuan, observing from the spectator perspective, vigilantly monitored the movements of Gu Xing and his allies, ready to relay any signs of activity. As VG's jungler and mid laner pushed the minion wave towards the turret, they brazenly advanced downwards in front of the tanky chicken. Gu Xing's movements were akin to a blatant signal, indicating to IG's duo that he and Kuro were heading to the bottom lane. If they were unafraid of death, they could remain under the turret. After finishing his own 3 wolves, Cuz quickly retreated from the jungle. Although it was his territory, the combination of VG's Syndra and Qiyana was exceedingly formidable. Cuz dared not even glance in their direction. He could only allow the bottom lane to continue absorbing pressure while Smeb's Shun in the top lane reached level 6. Vanishing from sight, poised to use his ultimate to support the bottom lane at any moment. At that point, even if he were in the bottom lane, Smeb's ultimate would turn it into a 5v3, rendering the turret useless, and they would still fall. Cuz currently wished to avoid conflict, harboring no intentions of confronting Gu Xing directly. Witnessing his jungler abandon him, the child marksman hastily released his last stock of hawkshot. Observing VG's jungler and mid laner advancing towards the bottom lane, instilling a sense of panic within him, he hurriedly retreated with his precious blue buff, hiding in a secluded brush. Too fearful to emerge. The cannon minion wave in the bottom lane was 10 seconds slower than that in the mid lane, and was now precisely pushing towards IG's bottom turret. Kid watched helplessly as minions were dispatched by his own turret, nearly driven to the brink of fury. A complete wave of cannon minions could yield upwards of 200 gold in just last hits. Considering the loss of both gold and experience, the child marksman felt a profound sense of loss. Not to mention, Misfortune and Zyra could chip away at the turret's health. Within the span of a single cannon wave, the turret's health had dwindled to half. Recognizing the steadfastness of IG's duo, Gu Xing understood that a tower dive for a kill was unfeasible. Instead, he opted to accompany Kuro to secure the Earth Dragon. At this moment, the director shifted the camera to IG's Scuttle Crab Camp. As the dragon was on the verge of being slain, the match reached the 5-minute and 55-second mark. Qianju's Wolf Spirit launched another assault. Having already accumulated 3 layers of passive, the Wolf Spirit targeted the 4 non-buff camps of the enemy. The F6 camp had been cleared by Gu Xing, while the other 2 camps in the lower quadrant were claimed by Cuz. The only standard camp remaining was the Stone Beetle at the top. Su Xiaoyan, observing the distribution of heroes on the minimap, felt a sense of relief for Cuz. Brother Xing was far removed from the Dragon Pit, and could not instantaneously traverse to the uppermost part of the map, allowing Rek'Sai to safely finish the jungle camps and disrupt Qianju's seamless rhythm of capturing marks. The first 3 layers of marks were stolen too swiftly by Gu Xing. This time, the Stone Beetle was secured by Cuz, which, to a certain extent, could indeed delay Qianju's development. Yet, Gu Xing was well aware that this mark would be spawned at the Stone Beetle camp at the top of the map. He did not mind if Cuz cleared it, for it originally belonged to IG's jungle. Gu Xing was setting a trap. He lay in ambush in the brush behind IG's lower tower. During this time, he communicated with the top laner. Jinghao, are you ready? Hurry and push the top lane. Smeb, having just returned to base to craft a Tiamat, cleared the waves with remarkable speed, dispatching the minions with ease. All right, just call me if you need anything. The minion waves in both side lanes mirrored each other. As Song Jinghao finished clearing another wave of short lanes, the lower lane's Jax was nearing the IG lower tower with his minions. Kid could no longer contain himself. He could not afford to miss another wave of minions. Otherwise, the disparity between the AD carries in the lower lane would widen to an unimaginable degree. With a determined grimace, he pulled up Baolon, intending to leave the secluded brush in front of the second tower and return to the first tower to continue farming. With Eagle Strike still on cooldown and lacking any means to scout for vision, he could only forge ahead with trepidation. At that moment, Gu Xing noticed the Wolf Spirit icon at the IG Stone Beetle camp had vanished from the minimap. Prepare to freeze. He immediately raised his voice to ensure his top laner could hear the command clearly. Smeb did not hesitate, hiding behind the VG top tower to ensnare Qianju with his ultimate. The compassionate spirit descended. Shen casted his mark, emanating a deep purple glow. Upon seeing Qianju appear with a thick white shield in sight, the IG team voice chat erupted into a frenzy. They had not anticipated Gu Xing as patience, lingering in the lower lane for over half a minute, determined to find an opportunity to ambush. Don't worry, I can support. Zitao positioned the minion wave at the tower and quickly teleported to the IG lower tower. However, the current version's teleportation channeling time required a full 45 seconds. Could the IG duo hold out for that long? The answer was a resounding no. Ziyuan activated his machine gun mode once again, outputting a flurry of words as Brother Xing, buoyed by the shield provided by Shan, leaped forward to tank the tower damage, directing the assault onto Kid, with the mark of fear applied. Qianju's straightforward AQA reduced the health of the Ice Champion by nearly 40. Amid his urgent commentary, Kid's health continued to dwindle. Before reaching level 6, the IG duo lacked any hard crowd control skills, rendering them unable to thwart the damage inflicted by Shinga and VG in the bot lane. Kid, driven by a fierce will to survive, attempted to heal but still sought to struggle. However, a shot from Jax Caitlyn, coupled with Gu Xing's damage, swiftly claimed his life. The remaining Baolon seemed hardly capable of evading the impending doom. Smeb's Shin ultimate landed perfectly, taunting and controlling Baolon, who had just used his flash to escape. Gu Xing, with relentless precision, leapt forward, his crossbow firing incessantly, effortlessly securing the kill. The entire IG duo fell, and Zeta had yet to teleport to safety. The initial channeling time was already slow, and compounded by the fact that he was reacting late. He was nearly 3 seconds behind Smeb. Zeta hastily cancelled his teleport. He dared not land. Ziyuan cried out in despair. VG's for members had sustained minimal damage, and should Zeta have teleported down, he would have faced certain demise. With the battlefield cleared, Cuz still had not made his appearance. A glimmer of strategic cunning shone in Gu Xing's smile. His baiting strategy was to lure Cuz to the Stone Beetle camp to contest the mark a location sufficiently distant from the bot lane. The unique skill mechanism of Qiyana's Wolf Spirit mark ensures that even after the target monster is cleared, the Wolf Spirit icon remains on the minimap for 15 seconds. With this knowledge, Gu Xing was able to deduce critical information. He had just observed the mark at IG Stone Beetle Camp vanish, realizing that Cuz had cleared the monster 15 seconds prior. Thus, he decisively commanded an assault on IG's bot lane. Gu Xing knew that Rek'Sai was equipped with nothing but boots. The enemy, having suffered severe jungle invasions, lacked the ability to tunnel between camps. It would take at least 20 seconds for Cuz to traverse from the Stone Beetle camp at the top to the bot lane. This meant there was a window of at least 5 seconds of opportunity. Gu Xing's audacity to engage stemmed from his certainty that Cuz could not possibly reach the bot lane in time. The absence of Cuz suggested he had assumed the bot lane was lost and had no intention of heading there, opting instead to contest VG's jungle for the frog and 3 wolves. 1 mark, 2 jungle camps. And Shun's ultimate in exchange for 2 IG bot lane kills and Poppy's teleport. It felt like a resounding victory for Gu Xing. Quick, take down the tower, Jack urged, eager to push the pace. With no one left to hinder Yu Wenba's advance, Caitlyn's bullets had already reduced the tower to a sliver of health. Duan Deliang, displaying keen awareness, pulled Smeb back, distancing themselves from the tower to avoid splitting the local bounty. They aimed to funnel all the gold into their team's absolute core. The dual marksman, Baolon gazed at the black and white screen, his expression one of deep grievance. At this point in the match, he had yet to receive a shred of assistance from Cuz. He and Kid had remained in the bot lane, grappling with the relentless pressure from Gu Xing and his VG teammates, barely able to catch a breath. Oh dear, Baolon muttered, feeling wronged. Having ascended from the City Heroes Championship, he had never witnessed such aggressive tower diving tactics. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Surprisingly, my teammate has yet to arrive, which is quite infuriating. Cuz, capable of interpreting the nuances of tone and the emotions therein, pressed his lips together with increasing tension. The bot lane was besieged by 4 opponents, and with all teammates absent, how could I possibly assist you? The young lad, however, maintained a commendable mindset, even offering words of encouragement to his allies. No worries, Rookie is developing splendidly. He will undoubtedly carry us. Trust him, he is our pride at IG. The child's knack for flattery was truly remarkable, and most importantly, his tone exuded sincerity. This conviction stemmed from his heart, an aspect that is exceedingly difficult to imitate. Others simply cannot replicate it. His words indeed elicited a chuckle from Song Yijin. No problem, once I shake off the Ice Maiden, I'll come to support you. Just as the words left his mouth, an expletive slipped out. Damn it. The child swiftly switched screens, fearing for Song Yijin's safety. To his dismay, he witnessed VG's Ice Maiden coordinating with Qiyana, who flanked from IG's Wolf Camp, launching an assault on the meat chicken within the mid-tower. Lyssandra's Glacial Path drew near, and with a flash into WR, Frozen Tomb, she immobilized Rise. Basic attacks triggered Thunder, swiftly diminishing the meat chicken's health. Moreover, the ultimate's 15-second stun rendered Song Yijin utterly helpless. Gu Xing leaped forward, executing a full combo, and successfully claiming Rise's life. This is utterly unreasonable. The meat chicken, overwhelmed with frustration, felt his chest heaving, his round face puffing up. The control chain was terrifyingly effective. He could not retaliate in any way, not even managing to activate his shield before being slain. Ziyuan continued to shout excitedly as the match reached the 7-minute mark, with both teams racking up kills at a ratio of 4 o'clock, and Xinggu participating in all engagements. Cuz prideful Rek'Sai had completely lost his way in the early game, failing to mount any effective resistance and merely absorbing damage passively. The demise of IG's team spirit. The meat chicken finally unsettled all the spectators present, both in the arena and online. Their dissatisfaction with Cuz was palpable. Is this truly the Rek'Sai with a 90 win rate, ranked first in Korean servers? What a joke. How can he be beaten so badly while using his signature champion? Cuz performance. Rek'Sai is playing like a scorpion. Does he need to reach level 6 before attempting to gank? I can't believe it. Cuz Rek'Sai is worse than the factory manager. He claims to know how to jungle, but it seems he only knows how to wander aimlessly in the jungle. Gu Xing remained oblivious to the prevailing public sentiment regarding Cuz. He set his sights on another group of feathered creatures soon to respawn in the jungle. As the only wild monster meeting the standards for wolf spirit hunting, the F6 had just reset, and bore a mark. Under Kuro's protection, Gu Xing successfully claimed it. He watched as the hunting mark transformed into energy, filling Qiyana's essence. With the fourth layer of his passive active, Gu Xing wore a radiant smile. He knew that the real show was about to begin. It was time to demonstrate how to dominate Rek'Sai. Tomorrow's update will still be at 10 p.m. As a side note, the weather is sweltering, so I have taken a short leave. It is a perfect opportunity to adjust my schedule. Tomorrow, I will continue with the 10 p.m. updates. 8K words, 62W256. Overcoming internet addiction. As Brother Xing returned to the city, he crafted the Bloodblade jungle knife, and within a mere 7 minutes, his equipment was remarkably advantageous. The exuberance of Ziyuan was palpable. While Cuz found himself utterly at a disadvantage in the jungle, Su Xiaoyan glanced at the equipment panel and couldn't help but exclaim. Rek'Sai hasn't even laid eyes on the Bambi's melted core, let alone the great jungle knife. The director adeptly displayed the current economic standings of each player, further igniting a raucous uproar from the audience. Brother Xing was leading by a staggering 1,500 gold. 3 kills, coupled with the first blood tower share, along with a few scattered jungle monsters and mini-bosses, rendered this 1,500 gold gap rather unsurprising. Numerically speaking, the disparity that Gu Xing had established was not as pronounced as that of the previous match with the leopard woman. However, it is crucial to note that he was wielding Qiyana, the so-called late-game jungle deity, whose percentage damage enhancement from her marks renders all tanks virtually obsolete. Securing such an advantage for Qiyana in the early game made IG feel more tormented than when facing the leopard woman. At the very least, if they could eliminate Nidalee, they might disrupt the rhythm and retain a chance for a comeback. Yet, the growth potential of Qiyana meant that even if IG managed to kill her once or twice, they could not diminish her formidable impact in mid to late game team fights. Just as IG found themselves in a state of desperation, the transition phase officially commenced. After pushing down the bottom tower, Smeb remained in the lower lane to farm, while Jack and Duan Deliang ventured to the upper lane to continue exerting pressure on their foes. Gu Xing was preoccupied with his main objective, to amass gold to expedite the combat capability of the dual marksman, who was Shun, merely a tool to engage with his ultimate and absorb damage up front, hardly someone he was well acquainted with. Gu Xing cleared his own lower jungle, claiming the red buff before turning his attention upward. He infiltrated the enemy's upper jungle, first dispatching the divination flowers at the entrance. Upon discovering that Cuz had previously placed wards near the red buff area, he boldly ventured in to clear the vision and subsequently placed his own wards. It was akin to a version of the valley's magpie occupying the nest, as the jungle creatures in IG's upper quadrant had already been cleared, and Cuz had earlier secured his own red buff. Gu Xing's thieving actions faced no resistance. Jack, just push the lane, I'll cover you from the side. Gu Xing signaled to his teammates not to fear. He had vision over several choke points in IG's upper jungle and had taken the liberty to clear out the tunnels set by Cuz. Thus, even if Rek'Sai reached level 6, she would be unable to utilize her Void Rush to traverse to the upper map. Gu Xing had effectively established a stronghold here, transforming IG's upper jungle into an impenetrable fortress. Nothing could escape his keen observation. Yuanba was able to push freely towards the enemy's upper tower, working in concert with Xiao Duan to steadily diminish the tower's health. Witnessing the audacity of his opponents, Kid felt powerless, forced to swallow his indignation and remain under the tower to farm. As he watched Jack dismantle their defensive structure right before his eyes, he seethed with resentment, thinking, how dare this little brat flaunt himself before me? You're not coming with me next time I order food. Seafood shall be my sole choice. As the match clock ticked to 8 minutes and 20 seconds, the situation in the upper lane took a drastic turn. In the midst of the fray, Duan Deliang's jealous strategically planted seeds, activating the QR dual skills of the plant, and with a swift strike of skill damage unleashed a thunderous blow, leaving the IG duo severely weakened in the blink of an eye. Where's the jungler? Come help, Bao Lan exclaimed in desperation. At that moment, the cannon minions were about to clash near the IG tower, and for a professional player well-versed in the nuances of minion waves, Duan Deliang's intention to exchange health was glaringly apparent. Once the IG duo's health was sufficiently diminished, as the cannon minions converged, Gu Xing would be able to maneuver around and coordinate with his teammates to execute a tower dive, leading to the certain demise of both opponents, thereby causing a significant loss of minion waves. Moreover, with Jack utilizing the cannon minions to absorb damage, the first tower could very well be obliterated. Realizing the urgency, Baolon hastily called for his teammates. The meat chicken was still nurturing his growth in mid lane, unable to shake off Kuro's Frost Queen for the time being. Zitai was engaged in minion trading with Smeb in the bot lane, and his teleport was still on cooldown, rendering him incapable of providing assistance. The only hope for a rescue lay with the jungler. Cuz, having gleaned his teammates' intentions through translation, thought to himself, "Just a moment, I will be there shortly." Perspiration beaded on his forehead from the tension. Initially, Cuz intended to head to mid lane first, using his freshly acquired flash to collaborate with the meat chicken to eliminate Kuro, thus liberating the mid lane before seizing control of the upper vision and alleviating the pressure on the duo. However, Kuro's steadiness surpassed his expectations. The Frost Queen remained safely behind, continuously launching Q, Frostbite, to clear minion waves with her high area damage. Even though the blue buff had faded, Lyssandra's passive, Iceborne Bloodline, periodically reduced the mana cost of her next ability. Relying on this passive, Kuro did not need to advance, and her wave-clearing speed remained unimpeded. More importantly, her positioning was consistently conservative, with the entire upper half of the map under Gu Xing's control. Cuz was compelled to initiate an attack on mid lane from the lower side. Lyssandra's positioning left Rek'Sai with no opportunity to strike. Should Cuz force an engagement from below, Kuro would have ample time to react and could easily escape using E-Glacial Path. Furthermore, Gu Xing's Qiyana was positioned in the upper half of the map. If they were to be ambushed in return, the fallout would not solely affect Cuz, but would also drag the meat chicken down with him. Thus, Cuz was reluctantly obliged to abandon his plan to gank mid. "This is far too cautious," he muttered to himself, shaking his head. In this second BO3 of the professional arena, Cuz finally recognized a distinct difference between this and the ranked games in which he excelled: the frequency of health exchanges. Whether in ranked matches or scrims, players tended to be more relaxed, often engaging in mindless health exchanges to apply pressure on their opponents. This would provide junglers with numerous opportunities to capitalize on low health enemies in lanes, allowing them to strike decisively. However, once in a formal competition, even the most reckless players in the professional scene reined in their tendencies, exhibiting a level of restraint that was almost palpable. Even IG, renowned for their aggressive playstyle, demonstrated a significantly lower frequency of health exchanges in matches compared to their ranked games. With the reduction in health exchange frequency, junglers found it increasingly challenging to gank. The question of whether it is easier to target a low health or full health opponent is likely self-evident. Currently, Cuz remains the quintessential player in casual matches, struggling to adapt to this style of play. The mid lane presents no opportunities for ambush, and with the meat shield unable to provide assistance. How can he rescue the duo on the brink of despair? In this critical moment, Cuz has a sudden inspiration. The commentator, Ziyuan, oblivious to the player's psychological state, diligently narrates the unfolding events on the battlefield. Jungle spirit marks from Qiyana refresh once more, with the hunting grounds located in IG's wolf camp. Ziyuan glances at Gu Xing's position, noting that he is still lingering in the upper zone, seemingly unable to make it in time. Cuz hastens to the shadow wolf camp, occasionally switching to observe the top lane. The childlike Ahri shoots an eagle spirit, successfully spotting Gu Xing near IG's red zone. Noticing that VG has yet to target his duo, Cuz grits his teeth and chooses to farm the jungle monsters first. He recalls the misstep he made last time due to the stone beetle mark and the resulting ambush. After a couple of minutes, Cuz regains his focus. He deduces that the opponent is likely timing their attack based on the disappearance of the mark, realizing they cannot reach the bottom lane within 15 seconds. He decides to turn the tables by pulling the jungle monsters to the mid lane at the maximum distance. He waits until their aggro is about to fade before executing the large shadow wolf with his smite. Subsequently, Cuz ignores the two smaller wolves and swiftly moves towards the upper half of the map. The spirit mark is attached to the large jungle monster, and as long as it is killed within 15 seconds, the mark will automatically dissipate. Cuz cleverly exploits this, utilizing his jungle pulling skills to bring the shadow wolf to the mid lane for elimination. This allows him to rush to the upper zone at the fastest pace. By the time VG receives the information about the mark's disappearance, he has already made it to the top lane. In doing so, he not only saves IG's duo under the turret, but also positions himself to ambush Gu Xing. Cuz is no fool. He understands that VG's vision is concentrated in his upper jungle, so he avoids traversing through the jungle entirely, instead hugging the high ground wall towards the top lane. Advancing alongside the minion wave towards the first turret, Cuz makes a significant detour to reach the top lane and safeguard his teammate, Su Xiaoyan, whose expression is tinged with anxiety. However, it becomes clear that Gu Xing's objective is not the IG duo at all. The director suddenly shifts the camera, ultimately focusing on the mid lane. From a bird's eye view, Gu Xing is crouching in the bushes next to IG's Razorbeak camp, while Nidalee and Syndra has pushed the cannon minions to the enemy turret. Song Yijin is there, blissfully farming, completely unaware of Gu Xing's position. Is VG really planning to engage the meat shield? Ziyuan can hardly believe it, and all IG players, including Rookie, share the same incredulity. Kuro's ultimate is still on cooldown, and Smeb's ability is likewise unavailable. What gives VG the audacity to target Song Yijin, who possesses both a flash and a ghost? Yet, Gu Xing is determined to proceed. As he observed the wolf spirit marker vanish from the small map above the IG-3 wolf camp, he recognized that an opportunity had arisen. The Ice Maiden cast her glacial path, near Rise, initiating with W, Frost Ring, to freeze him in place, followed by a basic attack that unleashed a chilling shard to slow him down, while the thunderous rumble of the assassin simultaneously commenced the onslaught. Zhe Yuan's voice brimmed with fervor, and in the next heartbeat, his eyes widened as he raised his tone. Was the damage dealt by Qiyana truly astonishing? The audience erupted in a chorus of gasps. After Gu Xing activated the wolf spirit's frenzied domain, the seemingly unremarkable AQA managed to reduce the meat shield's health to below 40%. The combination of 4 stacks of marks and the Bloodblade passive produced an exceedingly terrifying damage output. It must be said that everyone was oblivious to Qiyana's damage potential at the 8-minute mark, given her equipment and the number of marks. Encountering such an early-game powerhouse was exceptionally rare, leaving them with scant reference samples. Song Yijin was startled by the sudden appearance of Qiyana from behind. Assessing his own health and positioning, he concluded that escaping with just his legs and a flash was unrealistic. There was only one path left, to activate his ultimate and flee. Without hesitation, Song Yijin decisively unleashed Path of the Arcane, with the teleportation point nestled within the protective range of the mid-2 tower. He then employed EW to control the Ice Maiden, who was tanking the turret, before detonating the 2 layers of runes on her with Q, Overload, acquiring a shield to mitigate damage. Surely, he could escape, right? Song Yijin felt an inkling of uncertainty. Qiyana's output was beyond imagination, and he truly lacked confidence. The fearsome aura surrounding the assassin indicated her escalating attack speed, seemingly poised to detonate the meat shield before it could board the teleportation circle. Zhe Yuan's voice boomed, his pace quickening. Kuro showed no intention of retreating, fiercely pressing forward with basic attacks to inflict damage. Song Yijin's rise bore the goddess's tier lunchbox, his health not particularly ample. Yet every basic attack upon him had some effect. Could he possibly escape? Su Xiaoyan leaned forward, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. The Path of the Arcane was on the verge of forming. Just as the teleportation circle prepared to carry Rise away, Gu Xing released his final arrow. Following a basic attack, he immediately followed up with Q, Rain of Arrows, freshly readied in the Wolf Spirit's domain, masterfully canceling the attack animation. Gu Xing maximized the damage output. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene, and Rise materialized behind the IG mid-2 tower. As Song Yijin landed, he swiftly realized that the threat was far from over. He promptly activated Q, Overload, hoping to trigger the lunchbox passive and restore health through mana consumption. However, Qiyana's basic attacks and the 2 arrows from Rain of Arrows soared through the air, piercing Rise's form after traversing over 1,000 yards, draining the last remnants of his health bar. The Rune Mage collapsed, lifeless. Just in time, Zhe Yuan bellowed. Qiyana's basic attack, following the Path of the Arcane, struck Rise, delivering a visual spectacle. The broadcast shifted back to the mid-1 tower. The Ice Maiden, who had been tanking the turret from start to finish, was left with scant health. Yet, just as a potentially fatal cannon shot descended, Qiyana blessed the earth. Our Spirit of the Lamb. All life within the area was spared from death. Kuro, demonstrating frugality, skillfully avoids unnecessary waste while embracing the essence of the sheep's spirit, steadfastly enduring the damage from the turret and retaliating with basic attacks. Just as the blessing of the sheep's spirit is about to descend, he deftly retreats beyond the turret's reach. Thanks to the health restoration from the sheep spirit, Kuro withstands the final cannonball strike without succumbing, retreating to a safe distance with a sliver of health remaining. The mastery exhibited by Xinggu is truly remarkable. Su Xiaoyan expresses genuine admiration, having slain Rise while safeguarding his own Ice Maiden, executing a clever diversion that leads to his triumph. The arena reverberates with unceasing cheers. VG supporters, beaming with joy, vociferously rally behind their favored players. The chicken-headed player, hand on forehead, feels overwhelmed, having fallen twice in quick succession. His Rise has fallen far behind in development. Yet, Gu Xing, emboldened by his kill, refuses to vacate the mid lane, instead launching arrows to diminish the health of the mid turret. Once the defensive mechanism expires, the turret becomes exceedingly vulnerable under Qiyana's formidable attack speed. Friends, come defend the turret. Song Yijin hastily signals for assistance to clear the wave. Cuz, feeling frustrated, wonders how Virtue has found his way to the mid lane. As he progresses upward, he begins to strategize how to secure additional kills during a counterattack. To his surprise, Gu Xing deviates from the expected playstyle, stealthily making his way to the mid lane to ambush the chicken-headed player. Devious, utterly devious. Cuz anger surges within. How could such a cunning and treacherous individual exist? In the midst of this strategically charged game, nothing is more disheartening than being outsmarted. Cuz realizes that in these two matches, he has been outplayed like a fool by the opposing jungler. Undeterred, as he prepares to leave the top lane, he instructs the newly leveled 6 child to attempt a decisive ultimate to catch the VG duo. The enchanted crystal arrow is perfectly aimed. However, Duan Deliang possesses flash. Effortlessly, he evades the Ice Maiden's ultimate, proudly displaying the VG team emblem above his head. This scene elicits uproarious laughter from the audience, mingling with shouts of excitement. Cuz Rek'Sai, left with no options, retreats from the top lane. Meanwhile, Gu Xing revels in delight, finding amusement in toying with the novices. His laughter echoes, questioning how someone could be so gullible. Duan Deliang, equally amused, beams, I was merely pretending to deceive him, and yet he truly fell for it. At the 8-minute and 20-second mark, the exchange of ultimates during the skirmish was intentionally orchestrated by Xiao Duan. His aim was to create an illusion of a tower dive for the next wave, enticing the opposing jungler to come defend the top lane. Gu Xing's true target was, in fact, Song Yijin. If this entire plan goes undetected, the chicken-headed player is in for a harsh lesson. Even if discovered, with his ultimate and flash at his disposal, Gu Xing can still escape. Meanwhile, the duo in the top lane can seize the opportunity to strike. Regardless of the outcome, VG stands to gain significantly. However, Cuz opts for the most detrimental course of action for IG, believing in the fierce exchange initiated by Duan Deliang, and foolishly rushes to the top lane. This time, Gu Xing must impart a lesson to his opponents, allowing Cuz to experience the allure of the professional arena. The two of you are truly repugnant. Yuanba glanced around, preparing to glare at his own jungler, nearly deceiving his comrade in the process. When Duan Deliang underwent his transformation, he perceived it as a fortuitous opportunity, failing to disclose the entirety of his scheme. Jack, at that moment, was naively convinced that Gu Xing would indeed assist him in apprehending enemies and pushing towers. Little did he realize it was merely his own wishful thinking. Upon introspection, Yuanba recognized that, in the presence of a champion jungler, he was akin to a blank slate. The opponent had ensnared him in a bewildering trap, and he, like Cuz, was destined to fall for it. Jack was overwhelmed with apprehension. Just as he spiraled into anxious thoughts, Gu Xing's voice suddenly emanated from his headset. Jack prepared to push the lane towards the tower. Yuanba swiftly focused his attention and heeded his teammate's instructions to advance the minion wave into IG's turret. Gu Xing, observing the upper jungle, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. This time, Cuz dared not traverse a lengthy detour along the high ground wall to return to mid lane, for such a delay would result in the mid tower being demolished by Qianju. He could only choose to cross the jungle directly to the mid lane to defend the tower. However, Gu Xing had strategically placed ample vision in IG's upper jungle, effortlessly tracking Rek'Sai's movements. He witnessed the excavator descending, promptly retreating from mid lane and charging up the river towards the top lane. The two junglers sprinted in opposite directions. Gu Xing was aware that Cuz had not appeared in the upper quadrant for the past 2 minutes, making it impossible for him to set up vision in the river in time. His presence would remain undetected by IG, with boots of attack speed in hand. Qianzhu's running velocity was astonishing, and soon he was encroaching upon the top lane, while Gu Xing was still rallying his team. Jinghao, prepare yourself. Smeb and Zeta's Poppy, having been in a prolonged solo lane, were itching to make their mark. Upon seeing Gu Xing's signal, they retreated after pushing the wave. Zeta, noticing Shun's disappearance, instinctively sensed something amiss. Be cautious above. No sooner had he spoken than Qianzhu emerged from the brush behind the first tower. He bore the shield from Shun's ultimate. The situation mirrored that of 3 minutes prior in the bot lane. Gu Xing led Smeb in a ranged ambush, aiming to flank IG's duo. Wait for me, wait for me. Zeta's voice was sharp. I'm on my way, I can reach. Last time, he had cancelled his teleport and failed to land, but with a cooldown of merely 200 seconds, aided by the Insight Mastery's reduction of summoner spell cooldowns. It was nearly synchronized with Shun's ultimate. Witnessing the young one in distress, he hastily cast his shield to protect his teammate. Kid was ensnared beneath the tower, unable to escape as Gu Xing deliberately circumvented the upper river brush, leaping from the barren pit with Dance of Arrows into IG's jungle, then utilizing Explosive Ball to bounce over the wall to the brush behind the first tower. The enigmatic trajectory caught IG completely off guard. Now, they could only trust that Zeta would arrive in time. Yet, with Gu Xing's equipment, the remaining health of IG's duo was perilously low and they were virtually at his mercy. This time, Ziyuan pronounced the death sentence upon IG's duo, the arrows flying forth with ease, effortlessly sending Kid back to the fountain. Only Bao Lan remained, desperately fleeing for survival. Gu Xing had reduced his opponent to a mere sliver of health, just as he was about to secure a double kill. When he heard Jack's plea, "Please let me have the kill," this request prompted Gu Xing to lower his arrow. After all, it was not a crucial kill, and he preferred to grant it to his ADC. Jack was overjoyed. "Thank you, old Gu." He calmly maneuvered as Misfortune crouched down, aligning the rifle's sights. The crosshair hovered ominously above the head of the enemy marksman from 1,000 yards away. Let the bullets fly." Bao Lan chuckled wryly, removing his hands from the keyboard to take a sip of water. Lacking any means of resistance, he could only watch as Misfortune's bullet pierced through his health bar. Double kill. The commentator Ziyuan was ecstatic. Not only could VG secure kills, but they also claimed the outer tower. The momentum for Misfortune was soaring. In under 10 minutes, 2 outer towers had fallen, creating an ideal rhythm for her. Jitai felt utterly stifled, forced to cancel his teleport once more. He sensed that throughout the match, it would be challenging to deliver a single impactful TP. Cuz, appearing as pale as a ghost, felt the weight of the situation. Gu Xing had made a miscalculation, running to the top lane to demolish towers and eliminate foes, rendering himself a mere jester. After returning home to purchase Azonia's Hourglass, he ventured to the enemy's blue buff camp. His control over IG's jungle was now superior to Cuz, as he was aware of the general respawn times of all the jungle monsters. The F6 camp was the next location of the Wolf Spirit. The VG duo, having switched to mid lane, was exceptionally dominant, pushing the cannon wave to IG's tower and allowing Xing Ge to claim his 5th passive stack. Su Xiaoyan observed the fallen state of IG's jungle, realizing that Cuz dared not venture upward, forced to defend the mid and bot lanes instead. Cuz felt a bit embarrassed for achieving nothing in the first 10 minutes as Rek'Sai. He aimed to capitalize on the moment when Janna's flash was down to initiate a gank in mid lane. Rek'Sai tunneled in from below, flashing in to knock Janna airborne. Ziyuan was grinning broadly, yet Xing Ge was lying in wait. The arrival of Qianzhu left IG's bottom jungle trio with no escape route. Xing Ge's damage was terrifying. 3 arrows swiftly reduced Kid's health to half. Duan Deliang's Janna was ultimately taken down by the child prodigy. Yet, Gu Xing faced no pressure in his output. After Cuz Rek'Sai burned his flash, IG was left without hard crowd control. It was entirely Qianzhu's domain. Arrows rained down rapidly upon IG's bottom jungle. With agile movements, he relentlessly pursued and battered the 3 opponents. Qianzhu unleashed his full potential, as if he were a war god. Su Xiaoyan could hardly contain her astonishment. For Gu Xing to play so boldly without his ultimate was a testament to his extraordinary skill. Ziyuan quickly chimed in, noting that Jack was also capitalizing on the momentum to deal damage. IG struggled to withstand the might of VG's dual marksmen, retreating in disarray while expending their escape abilities to withdraw to the tower. In the next moment, he raised his voice, indicating that above, an ice claw had emerged. Kuro had just teleported to the flank at the F6 camp. Gu Xing and Jack had delayed long enough to successfully await Li Ruixing's arrival. The Frost Maiden triggered her second E and charged into IG's mid-tower. The Frost Ring connected with our Ice Tomb. The formidable control skills ensnared all three adversaries. Brother Xing leaped forward, arrows beginning to reap the remnants of enemies. Amidst Ziyuan's fervent shouts, Gu Xing claimed a triple kill, Cuz gazed vacantly at the monochrome screen. The director even provided a contrasting shot between him and the beaming Gu Xing, which instantly escalated the barrage of comments in the live chat. I am truly at my wit's end. What is Cuz doing? After enduring for over 10 minutes, finally managing to set the pace, only to disrupt his teammates. This is genuinely amusing. Who just claimed Cuz was ineffective? Step forward. After this play leading IG to a 3-for-1 exchange, what more can the small black fans say? This Rek'Sai is simply extraordinary. Does he really think the professional arena resembles his ranked games, where he can just emerge and be toyed with by Brother Xing? Why isn't the meat chicken roaming anymore? Don't blame Cuz alone. Kuros Ice Queen has already teleported in. What are you doing with your Rise lingering in the top lane, binding the Earth Spirit? Hehe, where was Rek'Sai when the mid lane was tower dived and killed twice? Can a 0-2 Rise truly keep up with the Ice Queen's rhythm? VG's successful ambush in the team fight rewarded Brother Xing with his 6th mark. Ziyuan's words brimmed with a longing to leave work early, as Jack flattened the mid lane first tower, widening the economic gap between both teams. The match had merely reached the 14-minute mark, yet the economic disparity soared to a staggering 55k. IG crumbled once more. Cuz eyes glazed over, dazed and disoriented. His mind a muddled mess, clueless about his next steps. He resembled a player who had just suffered consecutive defeats in ranked games. Recklessly, he ventured into his own jungle, hoping to steal a couple of camps to bolster his development. However, Gu Xing's vision caught him off guard, lying in wait and apprehending him perfectly. Caught in the act, Gu Xing joyfully leaped forward, arrows once again piercing the Void Rift's body, inciting the foe's furious roars. A Rex without flashes is merely a piece of meat on the chopping block. With 6 marks in hand, Gu Xing essentially acquired a free passive from Blade of the Ruined King, making it effortless to deal percentage damage to the freshly acquired Cinderhulk jungle item. In mere moments, he dispatched the enemy. In the cold, emotionless voiceover, Qiyana had already achieved godlike status. Another Dansha. Ziyuan's voice resonated with fervor, as Brother Xing accomplished his godlike feat in just 14 minutes, even faster than the previous game. Several fans covered their faces, unable to bear witness to the impending brutality. Their sentiments were not unfounded. As IG perceived the situation collapsing, they reverted to their familiar mid-game chaos mode. Unfortunately, VG denied them even the opportunity to exchange kills. Gu Xing's ultimate repeatedly saved his teammates, while he and Jack unleashed a torrent of damage from their range advantage. Brothers, help me kill Balon. Yu Wenba specifically targeted his former support, ensuring every ultimate was reserved for him. Kill him 5 times, and I'll treat you to hot pot tonight. As Balon ventured out to place a ward, he was met with the full force of Jinx's ultimate, losing half his health. This left him on edge. Gu Xing also meticulously controlled the vision in the jungle. Despite Balon's unpredictable warding patterns, VG remained the dominant side. In this match, there was no deliberate attempt to target the opposing support. To facilitate Yu Wenba's financial gains, the 4 teammates began to take turns lurking in the jungle, tracking the movements of Balon. Eliminating the enemy would not only thwart IG's plans for vision control, but also allow them to enjoy a complimentary hot pot feast, an exquisite win-win situation. Akin to Qin Shi Huang gazing into a mirror. As the game reached the 20-minute mark, Balon's record had plummeted to 0-5-1. Jack, having exhausted his monetary capabilities, was thoroughly satisfied. Once Gu Xing saw that the hot pot was secured, he hurriedly led his team to slay the Baron. Did Cuz really intend to bargain for a steal? Ziyuan observed Rek'Sai's movements with astonishment. Such a notion was utterly unrealistic. From an omniscient perspective, the excavator traversing the jungle, a territory laden with VG's wards, towards the barren pit was akin to offering a free kill. Gu Xing, without hesitation, leapt into the pit and executed a 5-arrow kill. Cuz was genuinely eager to hasten the conclusion of the match. Given that IG had no other means of turning the tide apart from contesting the Baron, he decided to give it a shot. If he succeeded, they would continue. If not, it would be a swift demise. Gazing at the monitor, which had turned black and white for the 8th time, Cuz wore a bittersweet smile of relief. as if liberated from his burdens. Empowered by the Baron buff, VG's super minions surged forth under the leadership of their heroes, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon IG's stronghold. In IG's final, feudal resistance, Gu Xing secured a quadra-kill, leading his team to a total annihilation of the enemy. Merely 22 minutes and 8 seconds into the game, VG shattered IG's nexus. A record-breaking 257, 2-0, Ziyuan exclaimed, marveling at how VG swiftly clinched 2 consecutive victories, securing their 3rd win of the spring split from IG. He felt a surge of joy. The commentary salary was calculated based on a best-of-3 format, regardless of whether the teams played the full series. Initially, upon witnessing Hou Ye and IM battling for 3 hours, he feared a long night ahead. To his surprise, VG eliminated their opponents with such decisiveness, akin to autumn winds sweeping away leaves. Ziyuan was clearly elated. Su Xiaoyan also shared in the joy, congratulating VG on their impressive 3-game winning streak, securing the top spot in Group A. The camera once again focused on Gu Xing. In the frame, the young man removed his headset and exchanged high-fives with his teammates, his face radiating a bright smile. In today's 2 matches, Xinggu exhibited unparalleled strength and prowess, and Ziyuan's enthusiasm for an early dismissal surged as he recognized the sheer brilliance of the jungle core strategy with Nidalee and Qiyana. The VG supporters on-site were jubilant, applauding and cheering for Gu Xing. Whether they were longtime fans who had followed his matches since last summer or new admirers who had joined after his championship victory, they all possessed a certain understanding of his hero pool. Currently, it appeared impressively comprehensive, with no signs of hindering the team's draft. However, if one were to categorize the heroes, the 3 jungle core champions undoubtedly stood in a league of their own. The ferocity of the invasion style and the sensitivity to development exhibited by Gu Xing is unparalleled in the global League of Legends esports scene. His hero characteristics align seamlessly with his gameplay, often resulting in astonishing moments. In comparison, while Gu Xing's champions such as Lee Sin and Elise are formidable in their own right, they tend to lack the late-game impact necessary to turn the tide in team fights, appearing less effective than a fully farmed jungle carry. In today's match against Cuz, he once again demonstrated the invincibility of his jungle carry heroes. Regrettably, during the final team fight, Gu Xing shook his head in disappointment, lamenting that time had not been on his side, or else he could have achieved a pentakill. He first eliminated Cuz Rek'Sai in the Baron pit before assisting his teammates in dismantling the enemy base, during which he secured 4 kills, effectively a pseudo-pentakill. Fortunately, the jungle monster respawn interval has been extended to 150 seconds, which led Jack to express sympathy for Cuz. Had it remained at 100 seconds, it might have instilled a psychological shadow over him. In reality, the difference is negligible. With a 150-second respawn, Cuz might struggle to find any monsters to farm at all. Gu Xing shrugged. After some contemplation, Yuanba realized that this was indeed the case. Although Qiyana, as a jungle carry, does not clear camps as swiftly as Nidalee, with a 100-second respawn, it is challenging for her to clear both the opponents and her own 8 camps without pause. However, with a 150-second interval, she has ample time to invade and thoroughly empty the opponent's camps. The extension of Jungle Monster Reset times diminishes the development efficiency of jungle carries in even matchups, while simultaneously allowing slower clearing champions the opportunity to emerge in the jungle role. Nonetheless, when it comes to the snowballing speed after gaining an advantage, the current version with the 150-second jungle respawn time is indeed the most terrifying. The disadvantaged team struggles to secure even jungle monsters. Coupled with the rise of champions like Lee Sin and Rek'Sai, this has led to a dominance of Predator-style champions. As Gu Xing left to shake hands with the IG players, he caught a glimpse of Cuz's expression, revealing a satisfied smile. Observing the opposing jungler, he felt that the initiative to combat internet addiction was, on the whole, quite successful. The camera then shifted to the IG side, where Cuz appeared dejected, slumped over his desk with eyes slightly red. In this match, his performance stood at 0-8. Over the 2 games, he had failed to secure a single kill while dying a staggering 16 times. One could argue that Cuz's proficiency with Qiyana in the first match was not particularly high, allowing him to find excuses for his defeat against Gu Xing. However, in this match, he selected Rek'Sai, a champion he prides himself on mastering. The impressive win rate of 90 with this champion in S6 highly competitive ranking matches speaks volumes. Before stepping onto the professional stage, Cuz was brimming with confidence, believing himself to be the world's foremost Rek'Sai player. The reality of being thoroughly outplayed by Gu Xing's Qiyana was a bitter pill to swallow. The stark contrast between his aspirations and the reality left him unable to accept the situation. The initial exuberance and pride of entering the professional arena had been utterly shattered by Gu Xing's prowess. Cuz appeared utterly disheveled. His dark hair tousled haphazardly by the headset perched atop his head, creating an impression of chaotic disarray. He was grappling with unprecedented setbacks so soon after embarking on his professional journey. Recently, he found himself averse to even the sight of the champions Qianzhu and Rek'Sai, lest he reopen old wounds. It must be said that Cuz possesses considerable talent. Ziyuan, ever the encouraging voice, reminded the audience of the rookie's humble beginnings in their own competitive scene. Lamenting that a collapse of spirit would be a misfortune from the commentator's perspective, it was evident that Cuz had yet to acclimatize to the rhythm of the professional arena, and facing off against Xinggu in his second match was hardly fortuitous. Ziyuan expressed hope that Cuz would take the time to meticulously analyze and learn from his defeats. For only through such reflection could he achieve substantial growth. He concluded with well wishes for Cuz, hoping he would flourish and carve out a remarkable career for himself. Meanwhile, Gu Xing exchanged a handshake with Rou Ye, who, despite having dealt him several blows during the match, approached Cuz with a smile. The dejected young man slowly rose to meet him, extending his hand for a greeting. Gu Xing had little to say to Cuz. Their attempts at communication were limited to English, and he found no desire to formulate words, opting instead to pass by without further engagement. To be fair, Cuz was not lacking in skill, his mechanics were solid. Yet his straightforward thinking and naivety made him susceptible to cunning tactics that could easily deceive him in the professional landscape. Whether he would evolve into a formidable player remained contingent on the guidance of the coaching staff and his own dedication. Naturally, this was of little concern to Gu Xing, who preferred to remain uninvolved. Jack was still engaged in jovial banter with the IG players he was close to. Balon suspected that VG was deliberately targeting him in the second game, as each time he ventured out from the high ground to establish vision, he was swiftly discovered by the enemy, resulting in a barrage of attacks. He found it hard to believe that there were no ulterior motives at play. As he bore no grudges against VG's other players, they had no reason to seek his discomfort. The only possible instigator he could think of was Jack. Just as he contemplated seeking an explanation from Yuanba, he noticed the latter approaching with a smug grin, boasting that in order to slay him 5 times, he was treating the team to a lavish hot pot feast, which would surely cost at least 1,000 yuan. What do you think, Longo? Isn't that a generous gesture? Jack declared triumphantly, making it clear that other players of lesser acquaintance would not receive such treatment. Balon, infuriated and ready to retaliate, glanced down at his slender arms and legs before wisely deciding against it. Kid, however, was unconcerned by such matters, leveraging his robust physique. He playfully patted Jack on the back and seized the nape of his neck, shaking him back and forth. You may have bested me in the game, but in reality, you're not so easily managed. Yuanba, seeking assistance, turned to Gu Xing, who helped him extricate himself from Jack's grasp. He then dashed to the center of the stage, bowing in gratitude amidst the audience's laughter. What hot pot restaurant shall we dine at tonight? Smeb inquired with curiosity. How about that place called Western House? He recalled that when he and Kuro first arrived in the country, Ding Jun had taken them there for a welcoming meal. For Song Jinghao, this Korean player, hot pot was one of the most widely accepted forms of Chinese cuisine, and he felt quite favorably about that particular establishment. Jack inhaled sharply in surprise. Wait. Song Jinghao, are you truly intent on emptying my wallet? Yuanba is quite generous. But the cost of the luxury hot pot is simply exorbitant. If we were to treat the entire training department, even adding a 0 to the previous budget might not suffice. After having defeated Balon 5 times, Jack believes such extravagance is unnecessary. Gu Hang rolled up the peripherals and entrusted them to a teammate, while he himself awaited the post-match interview host at the entrance of the backstage corridor. A television nearby continued to broadcast the post-match analysis panel. Upon glancing at it, he was utterly taken aback. Immediately after the match, Gu Hang had rushed to celebrate with his teammates and Han Ti had the chance to review the detailed statistics. Now, however, it was undeniably astonishing. Cuz Rek'Sai managed a mere 522 damage throughout the match. In stark contrast, Gu Hang himself had delivered a staggering 570 damage. The disparity was over fourfold. As a jungler, consistently mingling with monsters, it is typically not as easy to accumulate damage compared to laners. Nevertheless, Gu Heng's damage still stood unparalleled. Unbeknownst to him, the damage statistics had sparked a significant uproar in the esports broadcasting room. 522? That truly cracks me up. 7 Zhang's 396 only gets more impressive the more I look at it. Rek'Sai's 522 damage must have largely come from the underground Q shockwave. Cuz himself is merely a shockwave, fittingly matched. Let us not be petty. Can Cuz truly be called a shockwave? After the highlight moments, Gu Heng once again saw his photograph grace the screen. The official team had captured numerous posed shots of him, and each time he received the MVP title, a new one was displayed, seemingly to appease his supporters, for he is currently the most formidable star player in the league, and they naturally extend certain privileges. Behind him, the spirits of Qianzhu and Yangling appeared to be in perfect harmony. The statistics were equally astonishing. A 334 contribution to team damage and an economic lead of 554 over his opponent. Each figure was remarkably exaggerated. Before Gu Heng could indulge in a moment of self-admiration, Yu Shuang approached briskly in her high heels. After a brief greeting, she whisked him away to the stage. Welcome to our post-match interview segment. Today's guest is Virtue player Gu Heng. As soon as he grasped the microphone, he was met with thunderous applause from the audience. His supporters were exceedingly pleased with his performance today. Many had previously lauded Cuz before the match. Had Gu Heng faltered in this face-off, he would have inevitably become a stepping stone for Cuz's rise in popularity. Fortunately, he secured 2 decisive victories, showcasing a terrifying gap against his opponents. After Yu Shuang inquired, as usual, about Gu Heng's feelings following the victory, she finally got to the crux of the matter. In the first match, Cuz selected Qianzhu. What were your initial thoughts? With a beaming smile, she turned her head towards Gu Heng. Surprised, Gu Heng replied sincerely, to be honest, I truly did not expect him to choose Qianzhu, especially against a top-tier Qianzhu player like him. Gu Xing extolled Cuz's courage and confidence, deeming him a fearless newcomer. Naturally, it was reasonable for him to be somewhat more aggressive in his approach. In response, I opted for the same hero in the second game, and it now appears that my proficiency with Qiyana surpasses that of my opponent, Gu Xing remarked, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing his words, the audience immediately echoed their agreement. Moments earlier, when the MVP results were announced, they had been seated in the audience. An economic disparity of 8,000 in the matchup. Was that even normal? Yu Shuang then shifted to another topic. In the second game, Xingge set a new record for jungle kills in the LPL. Do you have any thoughts to share with everyone? She inquired enthusiastically. Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback. The host had rushed in, and he had the chance to glance at the question card before being pulled onto the stage, thus unaware of any record-breaking achievement. Noticing his confusion, Yu Shuang elaborated, explaining that the previous record was set by Clearlove7 in 2015, where he secured 15 kills with Rek'Sai against VG. Gu Xing, preparing for the high-stakes matches in 2015, had been too preoccupied to watch games, only catching up during the World Championship, MSI, and the LPL Spring and Summer Finals. Therefore, he was unfamiliar with Ming Kai's jungle kill record. However, he found it absurd that anyone could achieve 15 kills with Rek'Sai. Is there any fairness in that? Dandy, what were you doing? While pondering this, he heard Yu Shuang continue. Xingge, today your Qiyana achieved 16 kills, surpassing 7 Jiang to become the top kill record holder for junglers in a single match, and placing second overall. He was aware of the first place, Unstoppable's 20 kills with Kalista against Royal Club in 2014, leading the team to the first ever reverse sweep in LPL history. Gu Xing had watched that match live, where Uzi was on the opposing side. It had even led to Zhou Kuer's pre-match jinx, claiming Unstoppable couldn't play Yasuo, only for him to dominate with 20 kills, thoroughly outclassing Korn. Returning to the present, Gu Xing, under the expectant gaze of Yu Shuang, pondered briefly before responding. To become the creator of the jungle kill record is undoubtedly a source of great joy. However, learning that Ming Kai's record was set against VG, I look forward to returning the favor when we next meet EDG. Upon uttering these words, a ripple of excitement surged through the venue. Gu Xing occasionally made audacious statements during interviews, yet most spectators did not perceive them as rude or offensive. Instead, they fostered a sense of justified bravado. In the backstage broadcast studio, Hou Ye was elated. The first significant match after the Lunar New Year would feature VG against EDG. The promotional team had been pondering how to ignite the audience's enthusiasm post-holiday, and unexpectedly, Gou Xing's comments during the interview served as an advertisement for the match. Hou Ye was thoroughly pleased. As the post-match interview concluded, Gou Xing handed back the microphone and swiftly returned to the dressing room. He had been hungry for most of the day, and now, with a rumbling stomach, he hurriedly pulled his teammates towards Nidalee hot pot, not far from Jingda Square. The rich, blood-red broth of the tomato pot made Kuro's mouth water. Li Rue often rose early, sometimes dragging the team leader to Nidalee near Songjiang University Town, where he exclusively savored the tomato soup, a peculiar quirk of his. The group paid little heed to conversation, prioritizing the need to fill their stomachs. Gou Xing sought to reward his weary stomach after a long day of toil, allowing himself the leisure to check his phone afterward. His partner and Gu Pan had missed the opportunity to witness the live event in person, returning to their hotel room after a regular day of internship at the headquarters. After watching the live stream, Shen Guanshan was ecstatic and sent multiple voice messages to congratulate Gou Xing. She had long been displeased with Cuz, who had been showered with praise. Before the winter break, while watching the spring tournament draw, she incessantly warned Gou Xing to go all out against Cuz. Now, witnessing her boyfriend's two dominating matches, where he played Kha'Zix with unparalleled ferocity, she felt utterly satisfied. When they initiated a video call, Gou Xing could clearly see the joyful expression on Shen Guanshan's face, which kept his own lips curved upwards. After chatting for a quarter of an hour, he excused himself when she prepared to rest, diving into the forums to surf. "Brother Xing, look." Ding Ran excitedly approached, eager to take credit. "I've unearthed all the pre-match posts praising Cuz." Without needing a reminder, Gou Xing had already observed the impact of the Luo Yang shovel. Ding Ran posted a simple yet profoundly emotional question mark in a thread discussing loans, successfully elevating previously buried posts to the forefront, igniting a fierce battle among VG fans. Before the match, all praise for Cuz, and now after the match, it's like a discount on water bottles? Cuz fans and that puppy truly are absurd, even as professional players. They're still bragging about rank points, which is utterly hilarious. Brother Xing completely tore apart Cuz' facade in those two games, showing no mercy whatsoever. I was puzzled. Wasn't he, Brother Xing, and Jack merely casual players? Both were once top figures in the S6 national server. How did they not have as many ardent supporters when they first joined VG? Now, some still try to compare casual high-ranked players with professionals. The reality is that professional players often struggle in ranked matches, but with a bit of tactical coordination in competitions, they can leave you utterly bewildered. It must be said, most professional players were once casual kings before their careers began. Although many now flaunt their diamond statuses, they too had once reached the pinnacle of a 1,000-point rank. The puppy adhered to the principle of lying low in adversity, remaining silent in the face of numerous disparaging memes while biding his time to strike when the tide turned. Consequently, the VG fans dominated the discourse, with even many casual players joining in to denounce the puppy for its earlier unsporting conduct. Gou Xing genuinely relished the spectacle. His fingers continued to scroll down, revealing various edited images from the art troupe. After the match, Cuz' disoriented figure slumped over the table became a ubiquitous source of material, adorned with various humorous captions and witty opinion below. It must be said that the current talent for humor in the community is unparalleled, managing to amuse Gou Xing on several occasions. Just as he saved two images, he noticed Jin Wenhe approaching him. "What is up?" Gou Xing inquired, puzzled. "Hey, Xinggu." Jin Wenhe replied with a shy smile. "Could you do me a favor? Our VG accounts across major platforms have recently been bustling." Upon hearing this, Gou Xing nodded in understanding. After clinching the championship, VG experienced the sweet taste of traffic. Previously neglected accounts began to be revitalized in an effort to increase the club's popularity and influence. However, our operations lacked creative content, typically revolving around player highlight reels or short videos of match entrances. Initially, this was quite fresh, but it soon waned, with views and comments steadily declining. Jin Wenhe expressed his frustration. They had no substantial experience to draw from, and the audience had grown weary. Currently, no esports club in the country has engaged in frequent interactions with fans through various online videos. Clubs like RNG and EDG have official Bilibili accounts with around 10,000 followers, often resembling dormant accounts, surfacing only occasionally before major tournaments. VG had no models to emulate and could only navigate forward through trial and error, encountering setbacks along the way. Our operations team devised a plan, and Gene Wonha finally got to the point. They wanted the players themselves to appear on camera and shoot some lifestyle videos. The first one we're planning to have you do, he said, patting Gu Xing on the shoulder, is to film the environment of the VG League of Legends division base. Viewers should find it quite appealing. In this era, there exists a regrettable barrier between the esports realm and the general public. People remain oblivious to the club's living conditions, daily functions, and the players' training regimens. If a video introducing the esports base were to be produced, coupled with Gu Xing's inherent popularity, VG's operations believed it would be difficult not to gain traction. Will it take up too much of my time? Gu Xing did not immediately agree, but instead inquired about his primary concern. I don't have the time to study how to shoot videos. Don't worry, Gene Wonha assured him, thumping his chest. The operations team will provide the general style and script for the video. You only need to hold the camera and give a brief introduction to the base, improvising as you go. The rest will be handled by other staff. Once Gu Xing saw that everything was arranged, they agreed upon a filming schedule. After a satisfying meal, everyone returned to rest and recuperate. Even the training fanatic Kuro refrained from excessive practice. This was mainly because, after facing IG, VG's remaining schedule before the new year would be relatively light. The other two opponents within the group were NB and QG. The two teams shared a deep-rooted history. The schism between Doimb and the jungler indirectly led to the infamous 1-minute BO5 incident, which remained vividly etched in memory even a year later. Due to acquisition matters, the two sides had transformed into bitter rivals, glaring at each other upon meeting. However, the commonality between the two teams lies in their rather mediocre strength at present. Particularly in Group A, which boasts a number of formidable teams, both NB and QG find themselves perilously close to the relegation zone. For VG, the prowess of their adversaries is hardly noteworthy, warranting no elaborate preparation or study. Redmi has even begun strategizing for the intergroup matches post-New Year. The training department at VG eagerly anticipates the arrival of the year-end festivities, and indeed, their expectations are met. The two teams fail to exert significant pressure on VG. Since joining QG this year, World May has performed reasonably well, yet he still appears rather inexperienced when faced with Gu Xing. The entirety of QG essentially hinges on Doimb's three core items. If he can carry the team, victory is within reach, but should the veteran falter, defeat is inevitable. Consequently, World 6 has adapted his playstyle to a nurturing approach, emulating the tactics of the clumsy chicken from the World Championship, focusing all efforts around the mid lane. As the game progresses into the mid-game, he is eager to funnel all jungle resources towards Doimb. However, relying solely on the mid laner proves insufficient in team fights. Smeb fixates on Doimb, effectively suffocating the latter's output potential. Only after Gu Xing and his teammates neutralize the remaining four foes can they allocate time to confront Doimb. In a predictable outcome, VG secures their fourth victory of the league with a 2-0 scoreline. NB, on the other hand, features familiar faces Lin Weixiong and Lu Qingsong. Aware that their raw strength cannot match VG, they devise a particularly ruthless strategy, targeting the bot lane, specifically aimed at Jack, the most inexperienced player on VG's roster. Yu Wenba, having been coddled by the opposition multiple times, grows increasingly discontent. He refuses to be overshadowed by his former subordinate Lin Weixiong, resulting in an even more aggressive playstyle. Lu Qingsong's Thresh is indeed formidable, and Jack consistently performs well with his Q. Their synchronized efforts culminate in Yu Wenba falling prey to a well-timed hook. NB seizes this opportunity to snatch a game from VG. However, in the subsequent two matches, Gu Xing and Smeb unleash their full might, launching relentless assaults in the upper quadrant, utterly dismantling NB's defenses. The once mighty Kuro finds himself an easy target, and Jack reorients his mindset to regroup. VG, rallying with unwavering determination, effortlessly claims the next two games, concluding the group stage with an impressive 5-game winning streak before the holiday season. As the vacation approaches, Gu Xing's final task is to pick up the camera and follow the directives of the operations department colleagues to film a base introduction video. 258. As the year-end approaches, Brother Xing, you stand in front to tour the base, while we have another camera following behind to capture supplementary footage, instructs the operations team. comprised of individuals from VG headquarters who typically do not work in the training department. Due to their relative unfamiliarity, the operations staff treats Gu Xing with utmost respect, wary of offending the club's rising star. Gu Xing, however, remains amiable. With the holiday break nearing and the team on a winning streak, he is in high spirits. He gently confirms the filming process with the operations team before clearing his throat to face the simple camera lens. 3, 2, 1, the operations staff counts down. Gu Xing adjusted the camera with a radiant smile, greeting everyone enthusiastically. Hello, I am Virtue, the jungler for VG. And today I will present a video unveiling our club's base, offering a glimpse into the inner workings of our esports team. He swayed the camera to showcase the villa before him. This is the VG League of Legends Division's headquarters. Behind us is the training ground for our second team. And in front is the Dota 2 division. Occasionally, we gather for meals together, where the banter flows freely. Mastered from Rock, we easily dominate the LOL esports scene. As Gu Xing reveled in his moment, he added, except for Ming Kai, I concede he is the only one who can match me in playful jibes. His innate confidence shone through, undeterred by the camera's presence. Pushing open the door to the base, Gu Xing first captured the imposing silver-white VG logo at the entrance. The establishment comprises 3 floors. The first floor primarily serves as the training and dining area. He took a few steps to the right, entering the dining room. Here, the staff regularly provided milk and snacks, and the meals were quite delectable. One glance at Jack's inflated physique would confirm that. Gu Xing then turned towards the training room, the focal point of interest. The layout was deceptively simple, featuring a row of computers along the wall designated for the players, where live streaming also takes place. His tone became more exuberant as he continued. Dear viewers, you may have noticed our chairs are rather unique, right? The cameraman, trailing behind, finally noticed the distinction in chairs. They were a gift from my family and are incredibly comfortable. I can sit here for over 10 hours without fatigue. Gu Xing's smile radiated warmth. The cameraman suspected he was merely boasting. And this keyboard, Gu Xing raised his Ferrari red device, beaming at the camera. You can undoubtedly see the difference in keycaps. This is something you cannot simply purchase. He set the keyboard down and gestured towards his personalized mouse pad emblazoned with his name. The remaining items on the desk were small trinkets, which Gu Xing introduced sequentially. I have placed a potted plant on my desk. It provides a pleasant distraction during training breaks. Beside me, Kuro has left his coffee cup. A testament to his obsession with iced Americanos, the man hardly sleeps. Li Rui Xing was seated, engaged in a ranked match to sharpen his focus. Upon noticing Gu Xing filming him, he shyly waved at the camera. On the other side of my desk sits Smeb, an avid fan of girl groups. He has adorned his monitor with various signed photos of his favorites. Additionally, the monitors of our 2 Korean players were littered with sticky notes, inscribed with Chinese gaming terminology for team communication, which they casually reviewed to reinforce their learning. Prior to filming, Jin Wenhe had secured consent from the other players, allowing Gu Xing to film freely. Jack, a card enthusiast, occasionally indulged in Yu-Gi-Oh! His desk also featured a figurine of Yugi, which he zoomed in on for a close-up. There was nothing particularly special about the nearby segment, save for an official plush toy of Thresh, which was quite adorable. The toy had been cartoonishly styled, transforming the once intimidating Thresh into an endearing little pet. Behind the players' bench lies the coaching team's technological setup, where Hou Ye and Hou Ye are stationed. Gu Xing diligently captures the workspace of Hou Ye with a camera, intending to review the training match later with a projector, suggesting that a larger screen would facilitate a more convenient analysis. Just as he finishes speaking, a drowsy voice emerges from behind. Is that old Gu Li and Ganshima? Gu Xing turns to find Yu Wenba at the staircase, his eyes half closed as if just roused from slumber, resembling a familiar, bloated steamed bun. Recording a video? Jack suddenly recalls that Jin Wenhe had notified them a couple of days prior. Oh goodness, don't film me. He hastily shields his face with his hands, though regrettably, he fails to cover it entirely. A high emotional intelligence remark would suggest his hands are too small, while a low emotional intelligence one might comment on his head being too large. Observing Jack's reluctance to be on camera, Gu Xing promptly shifts the focus. Let us take a look at the dormitories upstairs, folks. He strides confidently up to the second floor, the resting quarters for the players, where he occupies the inner room. As the other players remain asleep, Gu Xing refrains from capturing their images, instead retrieving his keys to unlock his own door. Some have labeled me as the VG Team's tyrant, which prompts me to clarify. I too have a roommate. Presently, Ding Ren shares this room with me. He dashed off early to practice mid-sniping in the CSGO division, yet the unmade bed and suitcase bear witness to his presence. Gu Xing stands at the doorway, first filming a panoramic view of the room before leading the cameraman inside. The dormitory is arranged according to his preferences, adorned with numerous Cho posters on the walls. The cameraman sweeps the lens over the space, capturing the snacks Gu Xing has placed on the bedside table. He produces a bar of Damori dark chocolate, waving it before the camera. This is my good luck charm. Consuming a piece before the game heightens my focus. He cannot elaborate further, merely stating that those who understand will comprehend. On the bed rests a SpongeBob plushie, a gift from Shun Guanshan, complimenting the gigantic Patrick star presented to him on his birthday. I suspect you might be quite eager to see this, Gu Xing states, opening the wardrobe to reveal an impressive collection of limited edition signed team jerseys. These had been showcased during a previous livestream. The jerseys are neatly organized into sections by team, showcasing nearly 20 distinct color variations, a vibrant spectacle that highlights his social anxieties. Compared to last time, there are several new additions, including the Dragon Ball jerseys sent from Korea by Xiao Huaxing. Gu Xing pulls one out for a brief display. It is indeed quite appealing. The Dragon Ball livestream logo is emblazoned on the chest, featuring a majestic blue dragon glancing sideways, exuding an air of arrogance. The back collar bears Peanut's flamboyant signature. Suddenly, Gu Xing pivots the conversation, declaring, however, the most striking design remains the VG jersey, available for purchase in our Team's Taobao store. If you're interested, feel free to browse. The operations guy behind him discreetly gives a thumbs up. Gu Xing's eloquence and command of the topic surpasses all expectations. Originally, he assumed that professional players were reserved individuals, akin to the quiet types he had encountered in the operations department, who would struggle to articulate themselves in front of strangers. Ultimately, they would record a brief video, reciting their lines verbatim with a look of resignation, as if compelled to perform. In the predominantly introverted and reserved realm of esports athletes, Gu Xing stood out as an anomaly. He spoke freely, sharing his thoughts as they came to him, confident that he could edit the content later without concern for the final product. A few well-timed quips would suffice. The dormitory featured a private restroom, and Gu Xing often found solace there. He took his role seriously, believing that work warranted compensation, and that utilizing the restroom during work hours was a form of earning. The restroom was an amusing retreat. Upon leaving his room and returning to the corridor, he encountered Smeb, who was ambling outside in slippers, a bottle of Qingdao beer in hand. "This is our club's new drinking buddy," Gu Xing whispered to the camera. He recalled a phrase from Sung Hoon, rephrasing it to express that Imp's departure had little impact on them, as the team still had its share of drinkers, notably Korean ones. Unfazed by Gu Xing's remarks, Smeb, unaware of the context, assumed Gu Xing was complimenting him and waved cheerfully. The cameraman nearly paused in disbelief at the exchange. After securing a victory in the spring season's opening match, Ming Kai had delivered a memorable quote during a press interview, stating that Pawn's departure had little effect on them. Sung Hoon's knack for creating memes was unparalleled in the global esports scene. His casual comments often produced remarkable entertainment value. The operations team, however, decided to omit that segment from the footage, ensuring it remained unreleased. Gu Xing and Ming Kai shared a close bond. They often teased each other during streams, with Gu Xing's Korean server ID whimsically transformed to Little Bear Shrug. Yet, the club preferred to keep such banter discreet, as public displays could stir controversy. Although VG was currently unparalleled in the domestic League of Legends scene, there was no need to provoke other clubs, especially since all teams competed within the LPL, where everyone was familiar with one another. Maintaining cordial relations was paramount. Gu Xing ascended to the third floor, where the filming location was situated on the left. Occasionally, brief clips were shot here, equipped sufficiently to meet basic needs. He glanced around briefly before darting into the adjacent room, a storage area housing spare equipment for the players. Should their frequently used peripherals malfunction before a match, they could easily replace them. Gu Xing fondly remembered that the first set of equipment he had used during his trial at VG had been retrieved from this very place. Now, he had grown accustomed to the scene, almost becoming a veteran who relished teasing newcomers. Lastly, he ventured into the trophy display room at the end of the corridor. Upon entering, he was greeted by several sealed glass cabinets. Initially, The room had been devoid of any trophies, but he chuckled as he approached, noticing that the shelves were now filled with potted plants. However, times had changed. The Silver Dragon Cup, the Demacia Cup, and the awards garnered by the club at last year's year-end ceremony were all proudly showcased within the glass cases. In just 6 months, the room had been transformed into a splendid display. Amidst the countless aspirations of numerous competitors lies a coveted artifact. As Gu Xing directs the camera towards the grand centerpiece of the room, a colossal glass cabinet housing a resplendent silver cup, the Summoner's Trophy. This was the primary motive behind the club's request for Gu Xing to film a base visit video. Just days prior, Riot Games had finally dispatched a replica of the Summoner's Trophy to VG. Given Riot's usual efficiency, such a swift production of the trophy was unexpected. Yet the persistent urgings of Genie Ba could not be ignored. Since it was not an overly complicated task, Riot managed to expedite the creation of a replica to send to the VG base. The operations department seized the opportunity for Gu Xing to film a video, showcasing the trophy's exquisite design. The Summoner's Trophy is undeniably breathtaking. Gu Xing brought the camera closer, capturing every intricate detail of the trophy. The distinction between the replica and the original lies solely in its size and material. The replica measures only 60 of the original, a special edition crafted by the club. Soon, the players will receive their custom versions, which will measure just 25 of the original scale. The material has also been altered to a silver alloy plating, adorned with blue glass. Nonetheless, it remains an eye-catching centerpiece, the brightest gem in the trophy display room. Additionally, a small difference exists. The base of this replica is inscribed with our team information, symbolizing the club's ownership. Gu Xing tilted the camera downwards, revealing the inscription, Vici Gaming League of Legends World Championship 2016 Champions. This serves merely as an appetizer. The main attraction will be the championship skins released in April. Gu Xing expressed hope that everyone would show their support when the time comes. He concluded the segment by stating, "If this episode garners over 30,000 likes, the next installment will feature a short film documenting the team's matchday workflow." Having wrapped up the filming, Gu Xing sighed in relief as he switched off the camera. "Brother Xing, your video skills are simply remarkable." The operations team began to flatter him, asserting that this episode would undoubtedly be a hit. "Oh, it's nothing. Your creative input was exceptional. I merely added the finishing touch." Gu Xing exchanged compliments before bidding farewell and heading downstairs to meet Jack. They had an appointment to keep. Currently, the Seven Wolves have 8 members embarking on their professional journey: Gu Xing, Jack, Xianghua, Shi Sunming, Xiang Song, Beethoven, and Gao Tianliang. Among them, Beethoven and Gao Tianliang are competing in the secondary league, with the former serving as a mid-lane substitute at Suning, while the latter is a starter for VGP. The remaining 6 have all made their mark on the LPL stage. One can only say that the caliber of the S6 domestic server is indeed high, producing a substantial number of core players for the league. All of them are currently in the Shanghai area, facilitating communication and camaraderie. With the new year approaching, the Seven Wolves naturally planned a gathering. Gu Xing reserved a table at a Huayang cuisine restaurant. Though they hail from diverse backgrounds, the Huayang culinary style, known for its balanced sweet and savory flavors, is unlikely to disappoint as a dining choice. Just as Gu Xing met up with the others at noon, Jack approached, promptly confronting Lu Qingsong. "You little rascal, using Thresh to hook your buddies, are you?" Yu Wenba gritted his teeth. In the inaugural match against NB, his initial performance led the team into a dismal predicament. Had it not been for the remarkable recovery in the subsequent 2 games, Jack would have felt compelled to convene a meeting that evening. Lu Qingsong, feeling the pressure, quickly tucked his neck in while maintaining a cheerful facade, retorting, "Do you understand my prowess?" The champion Thresh, when wielded skillfully, truly embodies invincibility. Lin Weixiang, on the sidelines, appeared to mediate between Jack and Lu Qingsong, while surreptitiously seizing the opportunity to mercilessly tease Jack. Shi Sunming rapidly joined the fray, seeking personal vengeance by unleashing a barrage of blows upon Yu Wenba, venting the frustration from their earlier defeat in the opening match. Gu Xing and Xianghua, meanwhile, observed from the periphery, occasionally offering strategic advice to their friends engaged in the skirmish, suggesting they target Jack's underarms. Stop. That's enough." Yu Wenba, overwhelmed, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, signaling his defeat. As a group scurried to the restroom to wash their hands, Gao Tianliang took the opportunity to share his recent experiences in the secondary league, with Gu Xing tied for second with Wiem. That's impressive. Gu Xing expressed his astonishment at VGP's accomplishments. PDD's establishment of Wiem a year in advance now seems to align them closely with the capabilities of VG's second team. Let us keep pushing forward and aim for a breakthrough. He encouraged the newcomers. Receiving such praise, Gao Tianliang beamed sincerely, quickly adding, however, securing a championship in the playoffs and ascending to LPL is quite challenging. We plan to focus on the promotion relegation matches after the new year. The formidable presence of Suning this year has introduced a shark into the small pond of the secondary league. What were the compositions of the teams in the LSBL? Many were composed of internet cafe squads or teams hastily assembled by affluent local patrons. Additionally, there were some second teams from various first-tier clubs, such as VGP and OMD. However, a colossal entity like Suning had never been seen before. With a total of 12 teams in the secondary league, the combined assets of the investors likely pale in comparison to a single hair from Suning. The entry of significant capital into LSBL undoubtedly aims for tangible results, as the players acquired are both seasoned and stable, making it unchallenging to secure a spot in LPL through practice. The remaining teams, however, must prepare diligently for the promotion relegation matches. See how clever I am. Beethoven mused proudly. If all goes well, we shall face off against Xinggu this summer. Lin Weixiang cast an envious glance at his friend. Beethoven's decisions during the transfer period were indeed sagacious. Currently, his level of play might render a direct transition to LPL somewhat daunting, given the plethora of formidable mid laners in recent top leagues, with few teams having a mid lane that could be considered a weak link. Had Beethoven attempted to trial last winter, he likely would have garnered little interest, at best securing a substitute role with no immediate prospects of playtime. Yet, competing in LSBL is well within his capabilities, and he ultimately chose to join Suning as a substitute. The starting mid laner, Dian, possesses commendable skills but is nearing retirement. This presents a golden opportunity for Beethoven. As he supports Suning in their pursuit of LPL, he is poised to become the starting mid laner once Dian steps down. Lin Weixiang has now come to understand Beethoven's strategy, feeling that his friend is remarkably astute. Brother Xing, which teams in the LPL relegation zone do you think will exhibit instability? Gao Tianliang sought the opinion of his esteemed seniors. He was just a step away from directly asking Gu Xing to discuss who might be the weaker team. This was not a public setting. Gu Xing was dining and chatting with a group of friends, thus feeling little restraint. He knew that none present quite matched the criteria he had in mind. Sipping from his small bowl of lion's head meatballs, he remarked that the strength in Group A was generally robust, and even if they fell to the relegation zone, they would still be formidable. The weakest teams within the group were QG and NB. The former had swept through the LSBL last summer to ascend, and if Doimb, the head of the secondary league, were to participate in the relegation matches, he would likely be quite ruthless. The latter, once a dominant force in the LPL, was the Rainbow team, whose players, despite aging and declining performance, found the secondary league teams far too simplistic, a battle of an entirely different caliber. I feel optimistic about Group B, Gu Xing succinctly analyzed. GT should be relatively manageable. They have only one mainstay in the top lane, Jingguang, and as we know, the top lane is often a lonely road, with limited influence on the overall game. If they prepare diligently, they stand a good chance. He suggested waiting for Long Gu to return after the new year to discuss further with Endless. VGP's coaching staff comprised a mix of retirees and those seeking re-employment. After retiring, Long Gu returned home to marry, while Endless, who had been replaced by Imp during last summer's competition and struggled to find a position in the transfer market, ultimately decided to pivot to coaching. Manager Lu Wenjun, honoring the bond of brotherhood, despite Endless' previous shortcomings, chose to assist him by appointing him as the assistant coach of the second team, overseeing VGP during Long Ji's sabbatical. The two former professional players possessed extensive competitive experience, but were somewhat lacking in theoretical data analysis. However, with a data team led by Xie Tunin, they were able to execute a form of dimensionality reduction even in the LSBL. Shi Sun Ming, with a pair of chopsticks, picked up some braised tofu and curiously glanced at Gao Tianliang. How is SAT faring after their relegation last summer? He was genuinely intrigued. After all, only a handful of teams drop down through the promotion and relegation matches each year. They often become renowned in a different light, leaving a lasting impression on the players' minds. Gao Tianliang exchanged a glance with Beethoven and couldn't help but chuckle. SAT is at the bottom again. They're about to be relegated once more. Both had never played in the LPL, and witnessing the top league teams suffer such harsh defeats after relegation was understandably amusing to them. In the secondary league, even if you were a dragon, you had to lie low. The LSBL was not as simple as it seemed. Xiang was suddenly interjected. Isn't the Wings owner furious? Confused, Gu Xing asked, what does that mean? What does Wings have to do with this? Xiang Hua, having entered the industry early, was well versed in the various gossip and news circulating in the community, and, seeing Gu Xing's curiosity, elaborated on the backstory. The remaining members of the Seven Wolves were equally oblivious, listening intently while they ate. Wings had been the Dota 2 TI champions last year, with a level of competition akin to the World Championship, and the team was colloquially known as the Guardians of the Nation. In this day and age, the esports clubs within the realms of League of Legends and Dota 2 often overlap. Teams such as VG, NB, and IG have dual divisions coexisting simultaneously. The owner of Wings, having secured a championship, sought to venture into League of Legends to garner additional attention. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him, as the team he invested in, SAT, faced relegation from the LPL shortly after his acquisition. One can only imagine the financial loss incurred. Lin Weixiang, with his pronounced brows twitching, recalled the unfortunate example of the gluttonous Jia. After a year of participation, Jia had lost a staggering 1 million during the transitions from TGA to LSBL and back to TGA. The owner of Wings, purchasing a ready-made LPL team, would find his expenses multiplying exponentially. Indeed, Xiang Hua remarked, merely the price of that slot from the previous year would have exceeded 10 million. Should it fall from the LPL to TGA, it would be tantamount to throwing money into the void. The slots for the City Heroes Championship are not particularly valuable, as anyone can form a team to compete. Should SAT truly descend to TGA, the funds invested in their slot last summer would be entirely squandered. The championship prize for Dota 2 does not significantly benefit the clubs, as the majority is allocated to the players. I suspect that the owner is nearing a financial crisis. Xiang Hua took a bite of his stir-fried dish, pondering whether the national hero, Shen Yi, could be retained. This owner seems to possess a touch of misfortune, as Gu Xing impartially assessed. However, one must wonder whether the officials will modify the promotion and relegation rules in the future, as the current structure poses a substantial risk for investors. Investing heavily in an LPL slot, yet under existing regulations, 2 teams are destined to be relegated each year, implying that certain clubs will inevitably incur significant losses, which would likely displease investors. The LPL does not possess the caliber of events like the English Premier League, where relegation merely invigorates the competition. The LPL is different. If investors suffer considerable losses and cease to funnel money into it, the worth of players and various commercial endorsements will stagnate, hindering the growth of the industry. I have heard that next year, there will be a cessation of the promotion and relegation matches, locking the slots to ensure profitability for LPL positions. Xiang Hua, ever well informed, turned to Gao Tianliang and Beethoven, urging them to strive diligently. The two, attentively absorbing the wisdom of their senior, nodded vigorously, interpreting the encouragement as motivation for their own efforts. Just as they were about to express their determination to double their efforts and hone their skills, Lu Xiyu interjected with a remark. If you two remain in the lower league for your entire careers, it would truly be a disgrace. Xiang Hua erupted into laughter. The atmosphere at the table momentarily descended into awkwardness, as no one knew what to say next. Xiang Hua found this perplexing. Why not laugh? Gu Xing, sipping on orange juice, nearly choked. He cleared his throat and decided to speak, recalling that last spring, he was the sole LPL player in the group, whereas this year, there were 6. By next year, we should strive for full representation in the LPL. Gu Xing gestured for everyone to raise their glasses in celebration. Following the championship victory, Gu Xing subtly began to assume the role of team leader, with everyone eager to heed his counsel. Noticing Gu Xing's initiative, Gao Tianliang and Beethoven promptly followed suit. The crisp sound of clinking glasses resonated throughout the private room, dissipating the awkward atmosphere. As we approach the festive season of the new year, how about scheduling a few ranked matches in the first district? Yu Wenba is eager to participate, having not returned to the familiar grounds of Ionia for quite some time. Wouldn't it be delightful for everyone to return home and enjoy a round of battles in the Rift? What a splendid idea. Gu Xing's eyes sparkled at the thought. The computer at home struggles with the Korean server's speed, so playing a couple of games on the domestic server would be quite enjoyable. Oh, I wonder what Ionia has become now, Lu Qingsong sighed, lamenting that many old acquaintances are likely no longer around. The days when the dual-server king would compete for the top spot in Electric 1 are now mere memories. With a significant talent drain to the Korean server, the decline of Ionia's top division was inevitable. After agreeing on a rough schedule for their ranked team play during the new year, the group filled their stomachs before bidding farewell. That afternoon, Gu Xing packed his belongings and went to pick up his sister and girlfriend, intending to board a train to Ningbo to commence his holiday. Upon finding a spot in the carriage and assisting with the luggage on the overhead rack, he noticed Shun Guanshan retrieving an eyeglass case from her canvas backpack. "What do you think? Is it pretty?" she asked as she took out the glasses. "Gu Pan took me to get these this morning." Gu Xing was puzzled. "But you're not even nearsighted. Why do you need glasses?" Seated in the same row, Gu Pan, closest to the aisle, turned her head and remarked, "You just don't understand, do you? Guanshan, put them on so Gu Qi can see." Gu Xing couldn't help but silently scoff. "What's the deal? Are those tactical goggles like the ones used by the little tiger? Are they supposed to reveal the combat power of our opponents?" Shun Guanshan adjusted the glasses, feeling a bit uncomfortable at first as the frames pinched her nose, but soon turned to face her boyfriend. "They do seem a bit different, huh?" Gu Xing furrowed his brow in contemplation. His girlfriend's features were initially sharp, and those unfamiliar with Shun Guanshan might perceive her as assertive. However, with the addition of the gold-rimmed round glasses, her facial features were softened, allowing her to evade many trivial troubles stemming from superficial judgments. "Moreover, I feel it might be psychological," Shun Guanshan murmured. "Wearing glasses gives me a sense of security. Viewing the world through the lenses feels distinctly different. This phenomenon is likely subjective." Shun Guanshan believed the glasses suited her quite well. "Quite beautiful," Gu Xing candidly praised. Shun Guanshan smiled, casually tracing her boyfriend's hand with her fingers. His long fingers exuded agility, lacking the delicate softness typically associated with femininity, instead embodying a robust strength. Shun Guanshan was curious about his physique, her fingertips tracing the lines on his palm. Gu Xing was at a loss regarding this peculiar habit of hers, feeling a slight tickle, but allowed her to indulge in her whims as he scrolled through news on his phone. The aftermath of last week's decisive victory over Cuz lingered on, with discussions still ongoing in the forums about Cuz's ranked match history. It was astonishing to discover that since facing VG, he hadn't played a single game with Rek'Sai for an entire week. For a distinguished graduate of the Blue School of Excavation, this was nothing short of incredible. The comments under the post reached into the hundreds. The situation appears dire. Will Cuz truly succumb to despair? With the malevolent virtue at the helm, UOIG a jungler. It is, unfortunately, the case that a hero, once the pride of his repertoire, fails to secure even a single kill in professional matches. Is it not reasonable for him to feel despondent? It seems that no team will bother banning his Rek'Sai in the future, as Xingge has inadvertently saved a ban slot for the other 10 LPL teams when facing IG. What a remarkable feat. Yet, his resilience remains inadequate. Does anyone fluent in Korean have a word for Cuz, urging him to master Chinese and bolster his fortitude? The community seems to welcome him warmly. Nevertheless, discussions surrounding Cuz are scarce. Following a disheartening defeat to Gu Xing, he has been gradually forgotten, like a discarded tool. Many netizens are engrossed in the current state of the LCK, LPL's greatest rival. The Dragon Ball team currently leads the standings by a considerable margin, and their synergy is remarkably impressive. SKT has entered a period of stagnation, plummeting even beneath KT to occupy a mere third place in the league. This has exhilarated the online community. Could it be that SKT is on the verge of losing the Spring Championship for the first time in 3 years? With Peanut and the two elder Xians effortlessly carrying two newcomers, is the LCK doomed? It feels as though this year's MSI will surely see a Korean representative from the domestic scene. Yet, my perspective is to refrain from taking loans. SKT has never missed an MSI, including the 2014 All-Star event, and the regular season has only just begun. There is still ample time. Indeed, a BO3 is not the same as a BO5. With Faker wielding his wolf staff, will he not devastate the LCK? The comments regarding the LCK are mostly rife with sarcasm. Following VG's first championship, netizens express a sense of pride, looking down upon the Korean region. After Gu Xing perused the posts, the train arrived in Ningbo. Upon returning home and setting up his internet connection, he began streaming, re-entering the long-lost telecommunications district. Yet, in his first ranked match, something felt amiss. What has become of Ionia? Tomorrow's update will still be at 10 p.m. We strive for a more diurnal routine. As Gu Xing muttered to himself, he typed a message urging his support to maintain a more secure position. Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. The support Thresh, in a moment of folly, ventured into the enemy jungle to place a ward, only to gift away a kill. Under normal circumstances, this would raise no suspicions. Players often experience fluctuations in performance, and it is not uncommon for professional players to have matches with 0 kills and numerous deaths. Gu Xing could not chastise his ranked teammates for not performing flawlessly, as he himself was far from perfect. However, the Thresh prior performance was truly outrageous. As Gu Xing played the jungler, he took the opportunity to observe the lanes while farming, searching for potential gank opportunities, which led him to notice a few troubling signs. At the 5-minute mark, after a skirmish, both bot lanes retreated to their fountains to recuperate, relying on his early death for a swift revival and aided by the speed boost from his boots. Thresh was the first to return to the bottom lane, confronted with a freshly reset minion wave at the midline. The support chose to employ skills to diminish the health of the enemy minions. However, being merely a Thresh, his wave clear speed was as sluggish as a tortoise. By the time the opposing bottom lane returned to the lane, Thresh had only managed to eliminate 2 minions. Yet, the trajectory of the minion wave was thoroughly disrupted, pushing toward the enemy tower. For an ADC lacking an advantage, such a minion wave was exceedingly uncomfortable, rendering them susceptible to being cornered by the adversary. Thresh's actions seemed utterly incongruous for someone of this rank. Regardless of one's primary role being support, any player with a modicum of understanding regarding minion waves would never push the wave forward alone before their ADC arrived on the scene. At that moment, Gu Xing couldn't help but admire his ADC's good temperament, as they didn't even scold Thresh. To be honest, even a player in Gold Wound T have managed that wave handling. He was streaming, occasionally chatting with the audience, while Thresh continued to throw himself away repeatedly. Each time the enemy was on the verge of death, he would use his Fate's call to push them away, making his actions appear peculiar, as if he feared letting the opponent perish, always rushing to save the dying. Suddenly, the sound ceased. Just as he was halfway through clearing his own stone bug camp, he noticed 2 formidable figures emerging from the grass nearby, taking advantage of Gu Xing's lease and being in a skill cooldown period. They executed a flawless combo of crowd control and damage, instantly obliterating him. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in his eyes. How could they be there? Fortunately, Gu Xing's attention was not overly focused on the stream while jungling. Otherwise, being caught off guard would surely lead to public embarrassment. He hastily switched screens to check the barrage of comments. The live chat was bustling. Wow, playing a horror game? That gave me a shock. Haha, even Brother Xing has his off days? You walk by the river often. How can you avoid getting wet? It's just how it is. Something's off. Brother Xing has a significant advantage here. The enemy has no vision, and they dare to invade the jungle like this? Do they assume there are no teammates around? It's as if the enemy is playing with wall hacks. Brother Xing has scanned several times and hasn't caught anyone. Is someone spying on Brother Xing's stream? Initially, Gu Xing thought the same. Many streamers with considerable followings frequently encounter such situations, where opposing players can discern their and their teammates' movements by tuning into the stream. He pondered for a moment, then switched to his OBS software, repositioning his camera to overlay the mini-map, rendering it impossible for the enemy to glean his teammates' positions through the stream. However, it proved ineffective. Gu Xing still sensed something was amiss. His team had evidently secured vision control, yet the enemy appeared to be acutely aware of every move they made. Were it not for his and the other 3 teammates' relentless efforts, the team would have likely crumbled long ago. He opted to type and inquire whether any of his teammates were streaming. Although Gu Xing's national server ID was not frequently seen, his notoriety made players eager to exchange a few words with him. Only the support Thresh remained silent. The other 3 claimed they were not streaming. Gu Xing furrowed his brow. In a mid-game team fight, he executed a spinning kick, sending an enemy about to unleash their blood rage into the waiting embrace of his teammate, the top laner known as Douyu Yu Shao Si. As the formidable champion Renekton unleashed his swift onslaught, he executed a flawless flash into the fray, mercilessly dispatching his adversaries and swiftly closing in on the enemy formation, resulting in a remarkable pentakill. Witnessing the annihilation of their foes and the impending acquisition of the Baron, Thresh, in a moment of resignation, abandoned all pretense and began to solo push down the side lane, brazenly offering up kills to the enemy. An actor, Gu Xing resolutely concluded, recognizing that this fool was essentially providing intel to the opposition. In the previous team fight, they had been outnumbered 4-5. But fortunate Gu Xing had managed to restore Renekton's fury with a timely kick, allowing the enemy to spiral into a state of confusion as they swung wildly, nearly granting them victory. The remaining 3 teammates were not oblivious. Upon witnessing Thresh's antics, a flurry of question marks flooded the chat channel. The ADC, likely feeling like a mere pawn, had previously endured Thresh's underhanded tactics in silence, but now, witnessing the blatant sabotage, could no longer contain himself and began to express his heartfelt sentiments regarding Thresh and the enemy's lineage, eliciting tears of empathy from all who read his words. What a coincidence! Gu Pan leaned against the doorframe, a vibrant orange in hand, teasingly remarking, "Gu Xing, don't you dare blame the loss on the actor. Loss. This match is ours for the taking." Gu Xing retorted defiantly, gesturing to the screen, asserting that Thresh's frantic attempts to throw the game could only be interpreted as an act. Gu Pan leaned in for a closer look, and indeed, it was true. Despite Thresh's absence, Gu Xing's team maintained a robust composition, replete with crowd control, frontline, and damage dealers. Given their equipment advantage, they could triumph even in a 4 versus 5 scenario. As Gu Xing asserted, Thresh's blatant sabotage could not alter the outcome. His attempts to provide intel were rendered futile. With the Baron buff in their possession, they pushed forward boldly, compelling the enemies to engage in another team fight. Gu Xing's sonic wave struck a minion, followed by a flash to place a ward, chaining into a second Q, leveraging the mechanics of his champion to cast his abilities mid-air. With a deft maneuver, he executed his signature virtue-style spinning kick, effortlessly transitioning into a seamless combo. Yu Shaoxi wasted no time, ruthlessly striking with a precise outer circle attack, swiftly eliminating the enemy ADC. With a significant advantage established and the enemy ADC dispatched, the tide of battle shifted overwhelmingly in their favor. After obliterating the opposing team once more, Gu Xing's 3 teammates bombarded him with question marks beneath his feet. The golden icons, accompanied by a distinct sound effect, reverberated throughout the rift. It must be noted that question marks are indeed a universal expression, used when encountering an actor like Thresh or witnessing Gu Xing's astonishingly smooth combos. Each variant of the question mark illustrates the player's sentiments in different contexts. The rift was stirred by Gu Xing's spinning kick, while Gu Pan observed this spectacle calmly, still savoring her orange. After demolishing the enemy base, Gu Xing, upon arriving at the post-match screen, eagerly entered the live stream to see how the audience was praising his performance. The number of flattering comments was indeed substantial. Yet there remained a multitude of viewers whose focus was elsewhere. Brothers, there are women. What an intriguing situation. The voice is quite pleasant despite the absence of a face. It seems that the appearance is not particularly appealing. I am unsure of the details, but it appears that the individual has experienced the aftermath of World War II, as evidenced by their unperturbed reaction to the impressive spinning kick performed by Brother Gu. Gu Xing paused momentarily before glancing at his sister, noting the lack of enthusiasm from the audience. "See, the netizens claim your reaction is too subdued." He wore a sheepish grin, eager for compliments. "Isn't it just a matter of having hands to execute this maneuver?" Gu Pan stood at the edge of the live streaming camera, perplexed by the viewers' reactions, as she found the task to be devoid of difficulty. Observing Gu Xing's facial expression, she shifted her tone, donning a smile. Nonetheless, it is indeed commendable that Gu Qi managed to win against the actor in a 4-6 match. "Here, a small reward for you, the fragrant Xiangshan Red Beauty," she declared, extending the remaining half of the citrus fruit in her hand. Gu Xing took a bite, the flesh of vibrant orange, bursting with juice, reminiscent of jelly, and exceedingly sweet. Xiangshan is a county under the jurisdiction of Ningbo, and the Gu family operates a store, engaging in the fruit trade. Each winter, they procure a substantial quantity of red beauties, which Gu Xing relished during his childhood. Once the live stream concluded, Gu Pan realized her brother was still broadcasting and hastily corrected herself. "Send a box to the neighbors. Don't forget." "I know, I'll go in a moment." Gu Xing waved his hand, signaling his understanding. After she departed, he turned back to the camera, addressing the netizens, "That's my sister, my biological sister, mind you. Are you aware of the renowned Zhou Huimin from Shanghai?" The comments section erupted with question marks, alongside a few skeptical remarks. "With a nickname like Shanghai Zhou Huimin, she must be quite attractive," Gu Xing retorted. He gazed at Gu Pan's face, one he had seen daily for 18 years, and despite feeling somewhat weary of it, after a prolonged absence of half a year, he found her undeniably beautiful. Perhaps distance truly enhances beauty. In the presence of the audience, Gu Xing was fiercely protective of his sister. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, "In my eyes, she ranks third in beauty. There's no higher position to bestow." The comments flowed rhythmically, although the viewers had yet to witness Gu Pan's true appearance. Witnessing Gu Xing's praise and observing his features led them to believe in her beauty to a considerable extent. Consequently, humorous banter about brother-in-law began circulating in the chat, seemingly attempting to bestow the nickname Mystic upon him. Seeing the netizens push their luck, Gu Xing chose to ignore them. Opening the client application paused on the settlement screen, pondering how to handle the actor. His experience in this regard was limited, as he seldom encountered actors in his daily life. This industry once wielded tremendous influence. Ming Kai, once dubbed the Old Director, was notorious for the electric 3 Black plus G troupe, which dominated over half of the strongest king slots in the area. However, during Gu Xing's ascent to the top bureau over the past 2 years, the number of actors in Electric One's ranks had dwindled to nearly zero. Owing to the fierce competition, Ionia, represented by streamers such as Seven Wolves and White Windmill, formed a high-ranking group, clashing with the likes of Dopa and the Shy from Korea, all striving for the coveted title of the #1 in the national server, transforming into fervent score-chasing fanatics. This surge in competition raised the quality of matches in Electric One's king ranks to unprecedented heights, effectively barring new actors from entering. At the forefront of the rankings, one finds either exceptionally gifted prodigies poised to embark on their professional journeys, or well-established streamers who maintain a semblance of dignity, eschewing the antics of actors. During those 2 years, the most prevalent term in the realm of League of Legends was point manipulation, wherein 2 high-ranking players, each boasting over 600 points, would team up to exploit the system's mechanics. This strategy allowed them to accrue points more efficiently. Winning brought substantial rewards, while losses incurred minimal penalties. Although this practice faced criticism from numerous casual players, it nonetheless operated within the confines of the rules, as Riot Games had not explicitly prohibited such behavior. Gu Xing had little to say on the matter. At the very least, point manipulation did not severely detract from the gameplay experience, as players still had to rely on their true skills to secure victories. In stark contrast, actors fundamentally disrupted the balance of the game. What vexed him further was the realization that this group of players had now stooped to targeting him. How could the Ionia crew have descended to such a level? After pondering for a considerable time, Gu Xing found himself at a loss for solutions beyond reporting them for account bans. Suddenly inspired, he muted his microphone and dialed a number. "Hello? Gu Xing here, sitting on my bed." The voice on the other end spoke in Mandarin with a Wuhan accent. "What's up, Xiaogu? Hey, Ming Kai. I thought I'd wish you an early new year and also hope for your success in the upcoming IM competition." Gu Xing fabricated a casual opener, genuinely expressing his well wishes. The IM, or Intel Extreme Masters, had already sent out invitations, and EDG was among the invited teams, set to compete in Poland shortly after the Lunar New Year. Despite IM's gradually diminishing prominence in the League of Legends scene, it remained an international event. Gu Xing's sentiments were heartfelt. There was a brief silence from the other end. "If you have something to say, hurry up, or I'm hanging up." Gu Xing then recounted his recent encounter with actors, seeking advice from Ming Kai, who had once been in a similar position. "Don't disgust me," Ming Kai retorted. "I've long since washed my hands of that business." Years ago, during the national server's competitive era, he had allowed his top player, Zika, to perform poorly in a match, successfully propelling himself to the top of the leaderboard. However, after the tumultuous times had passed, the former champion had indeed distanced himself from such tactics for many years. "Seriously, I'd like to know how you would handle this situation if you were in my shoes." Gu Xing humbly sought his counsel. The background noise on Ming Kai's and suggested family members were chatting, and after a moment's contemplation, he began to speak slowly. "After all these years, the skills of actors on the national server have undoubtedly advanced significantly. Back in our day, it was overt. Now, it's much more subtle, making it challenging to discern their intentions. Even if you report to the authorities, the fallout from account bans can be messy. Gu Xing wholeheartedly agreed, recalling the recent instance with Thresh as a prime example. Had the player not realized victory was unattainable, he would not have so brazenly thrown the game. Often, a solitary action or two could not definitively indicate whether a player was merely underperforming or truly acting. If one were to act indiscriminately and inadvertently harm an innocent party, would Gu Xing not become the very target of account bans? What should I do? Gu Xing felt utterly bewildered. Ming Kai proposed an idea, suggesting that since actors primarily engage in high-level matches, and the player base in lower ranks is too vast to encounter directors, they could instead gather all the Apex players together. Upon hearing Ming Kai's words, Gu Xing swiftly devised a comprehensive plan in his mind. They could establish a group chat, and during the festive holiday, anyone wishing to play ranked matches could simply call upon others in the group to assemble more players online for a game. The high-ranking matches suffer from a scarcity of concurrent players, thus providing a unique opportunity for the production teams to pair directors and actors together. As long as there are enough players, the likelihood of encountering a production crew can be diluted. The logic was simple yet effective. Moreover, even with a minuscule chance of matching with actors, they could devise subtle strategies to unsettle them. Gu Xing's spirits soared, and after expressing his gratitude to Ming Kai, he promptly ended the call. He immediately began rallying players, first heading to the Seven Wolves group, where he laid out his entire plan. Jack responded swiftly, exclaiming, "Let's go." The production team is utterly arrogant. Do they really think they can disregard us? Even old Gu is on their radar now. How audacious. Lin Weixiang chimed in. We were supposed to play on the national server during the new year anyway. How can we enjoy the game if we don't clear out the production crew? Excitement surged through the group. Though there were only about a dozen individuals in Seven Wolves, their connections were extensive, knowing numerous teammates and streamers. Gu Xing's previous social anxiety began to dissipate as he had cultivated numerous relationships within the community, rarely making enemies. He could converse amicably with most domestic players and enjoyed solid friendships. He even knew veterans like Dong Xiaosa, a prominent figure from the early days of the game. Although Dong Xiaosa seemed to be enjoying a leisurely retirement now, his connections remained formidable, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he could rally a crowd at a moment's notice. Furthermore, opposing the production teams was a harmless endeavor for most. Renowned streamers would welcome assistance in rectifying the high-ranking matches, as encountering actors during their live streams diminished their audience engagement. Viewers grew weary, finding it uninteresting, and even questioned the integrity of their rankings, suspecting collusion with production teams. Smaller streamers were equally eager, as several established professional players were among the Seven Wolves. And if they could indeed match with them and showcase a few spectacular plays, they could attract followers and boost their popularity, far more enticing than facing actors. Professional players accustomed to the Korean server had to resort to the national server due to poor internet quality at home. They too wished to avoid encountering actors manipulating match outcomes, which would sour their festive mood. Gu Xing, buoyed by his standing, rallied the group with fervor, quickly establishing a chat group of nearly 100 members, aiming to ensure the smooth operation of the Ionia Apex matches during the new year. However, Lu Qingsong raised a concern. The production teams likely won't confront us directly during this period, but what happens when the holidays end? We cannot perpetually play on the national server. Once these leading professional players retreated, the production teams would undoubtedly retaliate. Gu Xing typed a reply. This is the best approach we have for now. We shall take it step by step. We only need to unite and avoid disturbing the current crew, ensuring that it does not affect the normal gameplay. At present, this was all he could do. Gu Xing was merely a professional player. Even though he stood as a prominent figure in the domestic esports scene, he remained a player. The responsibility of maintaining the gaming environment rested with the officials, not with him. He had no intention of assisting the authorities in covering their shortcomings. He merely wished to avoid the troublesome encounters with actors during his gaming streams. In the new group chat, a few individuals were encouraging Gu Xing to come up with a fitting name for their conversation. Eventually, they decided to let the exuberantly imaginative world sister take charge. With a flourish, she christened the group Ionia Will Not Perish. The name, drawn from a classic line of this version of the character, sounded somewhat cringeworthy yet aligned with the aspirations of the group. New members occasionally joined the chat, creating a lively atmosphere. Gu Xing perceived this as a platform fostering friendships among streamers and professional players who had previously been strangers to one another. He also noticed someone entering with the nickname of the EDG youth training team, attempting to recruit younger high-ranking players, proclaiming they could arrange trials. Gu Xing paid this little heed, shutting off his stream and heading to his own shop outside the community. On the way, he sent a message to his girlfriend, "I'll bring a few citrus fruits. Just stay home and don't move around." Shen Guanshan quickly grasped the situation, responding with a question mark. The emotional undertone of this inquiry differed markedly from the previous encounters they had shared in the canyon. Gu Xing hurriedly carried a box of citrus fruits to his girlfriend's home. Upon entering, he was met with a light-hearted flurry of punches from Shen Guanshan. To characterize it as an expression of anger would be misleading. It was more akin to playful banter. "I just watched your stream," Shen Guanshan inquired with concern. "Are you all right?" "Of course, I'm fine," Gu Xing replied, placing the cardboard box in the kitchen, retrieving 2 fresh fruits to slice open and enjoy. Even if the actor ultimately succeeded in helping the opposing director win, that account would still face consequences. It was the production team that would incur the losses. He had already submitted a report to the officials, and on his way to his girlfriend's, he noted that the rhythm of the anti-actor sentiment was already gaining traction. Gu Xing was currently a unique star within the LPL, and any hint of controversy could provoke a flurry of posts. During his stream, he encountered an intentionally subpar support character, Thresh. Even though Gu Xing won that match, his supporters did not let him off easily. Various reporting methods were mobilized, determined to bring him to account. "Try this, it's quite sweet." Gu Xing offered a piece of the sliced citrus. "By the way, when will Uncle and Auntie return? I haven't seen them in a year." He recalled that the last time he had seen Shen's parents was during the previous New Year. Just as Shen Guanshan placed the citrus in her mouth, the sweetness spread, only to be swiftly followed by an unexpected bitterness. This fleeting taste was momentary, quickly dissipating. "They divorced last month. They probably won't return to Jinhai this new year," she candidly replied. Gu Xing was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an unusual sense of embarrassment. "I'm sorry," he managed to say. Shen Guanshan feigned indifference. "It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to this way of life." After the passing of her grandparents, her parents ventured to the capital in pursuit of their ambitions, subsequently offering her little emotional support, opting instead to send money whenever issues arose. This lack of familial warmth contributed to her developing a character marked by social anxiety. Now, Shen Guanshan has reached adulthood, sustaining herself comfortably at Peking University through her scholarship, and has found a romantic partner, thereby liberating herself from her parents both materially and emotionally. However, she occasionally feels a pang of inferiority and envy when witnessing the warmth of the Gu family, perceiving flaws in her own family and character. Strangely, these negative sentiments intensified rather than diminished after she solidified her relationship with her boyfriend. Gu Xing noticed her facade of strength hiding fragility and attempted to offer a gentle kiss as a form of comfort. Unfortunately, as he leaned in, their teeth collided. Shen Guanshan, unable to contain her laughter, quipped, "Are you even capable?" Gu Xing defended himself, attributing the mishap to his lack of experience. After all, they had barely kissed a handful of times since dating, and such clumsiness was to be expected. Yet this moment dispelled any lingering melancholia in the air. Eventually, they shared a kiss, tasting hints of citrus, before retreating to Shen Guanshan's bedroom to rest. "I didn't bring Patrick Star back. His size makes it inconvenient to travel with," she explained, revealing a palm-sized pink star instead. "This is a new toy I bought. It fits perfectly beside my pillow at night." Gu Xing observed the decor of her room, filled with various competition books from high school and some university course materials, alongside a group photo from the provincial math competition, where he and Shen Guanshan smiled brightly at the camera. As he reminisced about their experiences at the CMO in Ingtan, he was interrupted by his girlfriend's eager voice. "Come here." She patted the edge of the bed. Gu Xing was puzzled by her intentions, fearing she might inadvertently apply too much pressure and send him off to the hospital in celebration of the new year. After some negotiation, he reluctantly agreed to lie on his side across her lap, allowing her to enthusiastically massage his head. What he anticipated to be a disastrous experience turned out to be quite pleasant. "Do you often run at school?" he asked, eyes half closed in contentment. Shen Guanshan took the opportunity to caress his face, her fingers gliding down the bridge of his nose as she absently replied, "Yes, I started with 1 kilometer, gradually increasing my pace and distance. Now I can run 3 kilometers without any trouble." No wonder, Gu Xing thought, shaking his head. Resting on her lap, he felt a subtle firmness, Not the kind of muscular legs one might expect, but certainly not spindly either. They were comfortably balanced, making it quite pleasant to rest upon. Shun Guanshan's fingers playfully kneaded and caressed his face, occasionally brushing over his Adam's apple, sending delightful tingles down his neck and limbs. Upon opening his eyes, he met her focused and bright gaze behind her golden-rimmed glasses. "Would you like to join us for the New Year's Eve dinner?" he softly inquired. No. Shun Guanshan instinctively declined. During the festive season, Gu's family is not merely a household of 4. Rather, it encompasses numerous relatives from 7 aunts and 8 uncles, residing in various districts of Ningbo. This annual gathering, which has predominantly involved dining out in recent years, is nothing short of a calamity for Shun Guanshan, who grapples with social anxiety. Moreover, given that the couple has yet to reach the stage of discussing marriage, accompanying Gu to partake in the New Year's Eve dinner feels decidedly inappropriate. Observing her firm opposition, Gu Xing refrains from further persuasion. It is also impractical for him to skip the family dinner to be alone with his partner, as relatives, eager to see him thrive in the outside world, anticipate his presence during the New Year celebrations. Perhaps returning early could be a solution. Shun Guanshan's gentle touch awakens a sense of drowsiness within Gu Xing, leading him to a tranquil slumber. Amidst the immersive sounds of his headphones, Jack's exuberant shouts resonate. "Kill him, bro." Gu Xing's character, a mantis, leaps into the air, its scythe harvesting the lives of adversaries like the Grim Reaper. Following the defeat of the enemy monk, the tally of kills reaches 35-22. Though it appears the score is closely matched, the actual disparity in defensive towers and last hits is substantial. After annihilating the opposing team, Gu Xing guides his comrades to secure the formidable dragon. The economic gap is conservatively estimated to exceed 10,000. The outcome is clear. Following the demise of the enemy monk, the opposing team promptly surrenders. "Victory!" Yu Wenbo exclaims joyfully. "You, the director today, have triumphed. I, Liu Benwei, shall devour the computer screen." The monk, who initially sought to manipulate the game for points, is left bewildered as his team's base crystal shatters into fragments. Gu Xing grins with delight, his heart brimming with the joy of triumph. Recently, their self-organized efforts to rectify the gaming environment have proven remarkably successful. Concurrently, numerous high-ranking players queue together, significantly reducing the likelihood of pairing with directors and actors. Furthermore, upon observing Gu Xing and other professional players returning to the domestic server during the new year, most production teams wisely opt to halt their activities temporarily, avoiding the ensuing frenzy. Occasionally, some stubborn individuals remain undeterred, eager to continue filming. In this match, Gu Xing finds himself once again in the same team as the actors. But the other 3 players joining him are Jack, Little Tiger, and Saint Gunbrother. To put it bluntly, excluding the actors, this lineup, after a period of synergy, could easily compete at the World Championship level. Even without the actors, their raw skill is sufficient to secure victory. The actors, having given away over 10 kills, are rendered insignificant, and as long as they endure the landing phase, the detrimental effects of stream sniping are minimal. The operational gap between both sides is insurmountable. 4 top-tier professional players manage to turn the tide, leading to a counterattack against the director. As for the points, not a chance. Back and forth. The director will need to play 2 more games to recoup the losses. Meanwhile, Jack, back at his home in Huanggang, glances at his phone and is instantly elated, as Tianai has caught an actor and has already gathered evidence for a report. Li Yuanhao, with his distinctive voice, cackles joyfully. Gu Xing rushes to see the developments. Following the official commencement of the operation against production teams, the forums erupt with celebration, as individuals eagerly track the IDs of Gu Xing and others, awaiting the opportunity to expose actors engaged in foul play. Several streamers and directors from Hou Ye found themselves on the same side, after vanquishing the opposing players with ease. They felt a surge of exhilaration and collectively decided to surrender after just 20 minutes with 4 votes. The director, compelled by overwhelming odds, lost a match, and a friend recorded the moment, which brought laughter to Gu Xing. Now, having just concluded their match, a new post has surfaced. Justice will prevail. Brother Xing's tactic is truly despicable, yet I find it quite delightful. The director must have been overjoyed to see the actors on the opposing side, never imagining that even with familiarity, they could be defeated. Honestly, with Brother Xing, Jack, and Little Tiger, even my grandmother could win a match. The director enjoys messing with others, so he shouldn't be surprised when they retaliate. The program's entertainment value is undeniably high under Brother Xing's guidance. Domestic professional players have begun rigorous training to learn how to lead novices to victory. The director aimed to capitalize on the New Year's Eve lull to boost the actors' ranks, only to encounter 4 formidable opponents. In reality, the current situation in the Electric One production team is not at its most rampant. The emergence of streamer betting has yet to occur, and the financial stakes involved in the production have not reached a level where one would risk everything. Hou Ye, alongside a cadre of professional players and streamers, could contain them through sheer skill and teamwork. The challenge was not as formidable as initially perceived. Noticing the time, he bid farewell to his temporary teammates, wishing them a happy new year in advance, and changed into his attire to join his family for the New Year's Eve dinner. Upon arriving at the hotel, Hou Ye donned a warm smile and engaged in conversation with relatives and friends he had not seen in ages. The relatives from the Gu family were free from sordid tales, sharing similar temperaments with Hou Ye's parents, displaying an amiable demeanor. When they saw Hou Ye, they eagerly approached him with inquiries about the esports scene. His parents occasionally shared snippets of information they had, their pride unmistakably evident in their words. Younger relatives who played League of Legends were particularly thrilled to see Hou Ye, clinging to him and insisting on autographs and photos before bombarding him with questions. Hou Ye felt relieved he hadn't insisted on bringing his girlfriend. Otherwise, the sight of these unfamiliar children would likely have left Shen Guanshan feeling like a quail. As the New Year's Eve dinner drew to a close, Hou Ye excused himself early, packing a few signature dishes from the front desk to take home. In the area around Galu, the Jiaobao Mountain Street still allowed fireworks, and he relished the crisp sounds of firecrackers as he made his way back to the Gushi community. Holding his phone flashlight, he hurried upstairs, and upon reaching the top floor, he noticed the Shun family's door gently ajar, bright lights spilling out, and the laughter from a spring festival gala skit resonating warmly within. "What did you have for dinner?" Hou Ye asked, removing his coat. "McDonald's." Shen Guanshan pointed to the packaging on the coffee table. "You needn't have brought anything back. I'm not starving." Hou Ye, spotting the Coca-Cola logo, found himself feeling more favorably towards the fast food. "Try a bite while it's still warm. That restaurant does a wonderful job with sea cucumbers," he said, opening the food containers. The enticing aroma wafted up, mingling with the ambient light. "If you find the Spring Festival Gala uninteresting, feel free to use my computer to play games while I eat and watch," Shen Guanshan offered. Noticing that his boyfriend's attention was not on the gala's program. Hou Ye has never been particularly interested in the Spring Festival Gala. Noticing his girlfriend's approval, he decided to open his computer. "By the way, don't you enjoy playing Qianzhu?" He recalled the nuances, pondering whether the current version of Qianzhu is particularly weak in jungle clearing. Shen Guanshan, savoring a sea cucumber, nodded vigorously in agreement. Without the healing from Wolf Spirit Frenzy, and with a significant reduction in armor, she now had to tread carefully while clearing the first 6 camps, fearful of being struck down by wild monsters. "How about I teach you how to pull a monster?" Hou Ye said eagerly. As he had a few tricks up his sleeve, Shen Guanshan pulled up a chair and sat beside her boyfriend, her curious eyes fixated on the screen, anxious not to miss any detail. Pulling a monster isn't merely about bringing it close to the next camp, Hou Ye explained with conviction. "You must time the monster's attack interval. Do you understand what I mean? To acquire the monster's health without taking damage, one must ensure the monster follows closely and that it does not delay your ability to auto-attack." He exhibited great patience, providing an analogy. "Suppose you pull the monster to the left, and you move left as well, but if the monster is in the midst of an auto-attack, it will remain stationary." Shen Guanshan recalled the clumsy wind-up of the monster's attack and nodded in understanding. "If the monster does not follow you, you'll have to wait for it to enter your attack range before you can auto-attack. However, by then, the monster's attack interval will have reset, allowing it to launch its next auto-attack immediately. This exchange of auto-attacks between you and the monster will yield no benefits, merely resulting in a futile dance around each other. This principle applies not only to melee but also to ranged characters," Hou Ye elaborated further. "For instance, Qianzhu's W now inflicts a crippling effect, which can slow the monster's movement and attack speed. You can seamlessly integrate this with the pulling technique I just described. A little experimentation will yield significant improvement." Shen Guanshan's eyes lit up with realization. While playing in the jungle may not involve as many intricate maneuvers as lane play, pulling monsters is indeed an art. Sometimes, after the first round of jungle monsters, there can be a discrepancy of 100 health points between jungle players, which could lead to cascading effects during initial ganks and skirmishes. Shen Guanshan glanced at Gu Xing, who was passionately engrossed in his explanation, his focus unwavering. Outside, fireworks exploded in the night sky, the glass providing no barrier to the thunderous sounds of the firecrackers. Her attention involuntarily shifted from the screen to Gu Xing. Were you even paying attention? Gu Xing turned to her, noticing her prolonged silence, and their eyes locked in mutual gaze. Continue, I'm listening, Shen Guanshan replied, her focus returning as she beamed a bright smile. Seizing the moment while Gu Xing turned back, she pulled out her phone and captured a photo of him. In the room, it was just the two of them, and Shen Guanshan wished to freeze this moment in time. But as time cannot be halted, she settled for preserving the instant with her camera. Gu Xing imagined that throughout the New Year holiday, the headlines would be dominated by stories of himself and other players valiantly opposing the production team. However, as the holiday drew to a close, a significant announcement emerged. EDG released a statement declaring their withdrawal from the Poland IM event due to passport issues. This act was akin to igniting a powder keg, birthing a momentous event in the annals of Chinese esports history, the Blitz on Poland. I apologize for the slight delay today and the increased word count. I shall continue at 10 tomorrow. Yesterday, Senshu's decisive move in the match bore a resemblance to the Easter egg I shared during the S6 finals. The principle behind both maneuvers involves a two-part cue to scout ahead, allowing the blind monk to unleash his abilities mid-air. The distinction lies in Canyon's aerial smite shattering a shield, whereas Xiao Gu utilized W-flash to scout. With 400 words and 934 W. This chapter concludes the birth of the national electricity scene and the arrival of a focal battle. Xinggu, could you provide your thoughts on EDG's withdrawal from the tournament? At the gathering, fellow classmates expressed curiosity about their plans, noting that the club's statements seemed almost frivolous. For a moment, Gu Xing found himself at a loss for words. He was not an employee of EDG and had no insight into the club's intentions. Moreover, even if he were privy to the details, it would be imprudent to divulge them openly, leaving him to speak in riddles. Those who understood would understand. Any attempt on his part to discuss EDG might soon lead to sensational headlines crafted by marketing editors desperate for clicks. Proclaiming the foremost figure in domestic League of Legends, esports lambasts EDG for their disgrace. Before Gu Xing could voice anything, Ding Ran astutely redirected the conversation, remarking that EDG's situation was singular. He had never witnessed fans so fervently storming an embassy. His words elicited laughter from the group, with many of those interested in League of Legends esports joining in. EDG's withdrawal statement claimed they could not compete due to visa issues. Yet, instantly, Zhu Zai charged at the Polish embassy, shifting the blame for the visa predicament onto them. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Despite having decimated a significant portion of their fan base at last year's World Championship, EDG had no trouble rallying to confront the Polish embassy. In no time, the embassy's official social media was inundated with chaos, leaving bystanders in astonishment. This moment would be referred to in esports history as the Blitz on Poland. The Polish embassy was not to be trifled with. They promptly followed EDG's official account and asserted they had not received any visa application materials. At this juncture, the ramifications of their withdrawal had officially transcended boundaries. To provoke a foreign embassy into issuing a statement is, by any measure, a remarkable feat. Perhaps the most audacious in the history of the industry. Faced with the embassy's rebuttal, EDG released another statement attributing their lack of materials to issues with the Shanghai residence permit, claiming they had been unable to file the necessary reports in time. The formidable Zhu Zai, alongside a throng of curious onlookers, flocked to the Shanghai Police's official account to press for answers, compelling them to clarify that obtaining a residence permit was straightforward and posed no difficulty. At this point, it became evident to discerning observers that EDG was fabricating excuses. They were merely deflecting the audience's inquiries with various justifications, all of which were subsequently debunked by official sources, revealing their true desire to withdraw from competition. This ignited the fury of netizens. I perceive that EDG is acting with deliberate intent. Previously, a classmate who sought to verify Gu Xing's claims was fervently convinced of the validity of his reasoning. If they had no desire to compete, they could have withdrawn much earlier. Now, when they wish to abstain, they also prevent other clubs from participating. Such audacity The IM tournament is increasingly marginalized, and its dates coincidentally clash with the spring tournaments of various leagues. It is entirely reasonable for some teams to choose to withdraw from IM to avoid jeopardizing their league standings. For instance, teams like SKT, SSG, and C9 have all issued statements declaring their exit from the Polish IM. However, they promptly clarified their intentions upon receiving the invitation, allowing other teams from the same region that were eager to participate to step in, thus ensuring ample time for visa arrangements. In contrast, EDG delayed for over half a month, all the while watching the competition draw near, with fans eagerly anticipating their journey to Poland to face off against international teams. Fans had prepared everything: seats, snacks, and beverages, only for the official account to announce at the last moment that they could not participate due to visa issues. This left other LPL teams, who aspired to gain experience in international matches, with no opportunity to compete. The EDG owner is rather amusing. Ding Ran eagerly approached Hou Ye, brandishing his phone to read the news, only to respond to the onslaught of criticism by questioning whether detractors wished to ruin Chinese esports. Hou Ye interjected with a sardonic remark about the lack of EDG's marketing prowess. The owner's comments only served to fan the flames. Following a series of lies that have fueled public outrage, EDG has become irredeemable in the eyes of the netizens. At this juncture, remaining silent would be the wisest course of action. If they can withstand this wave of public scrutiny, as the spring season resumes, any improvement in their performance could allow this incident to fade into memory, as the fervor will inevitably shift to other topics. Yet, the EDG owner insists on making an appearance, further exacerbating the situation with incendiary comments, positioning himself directly against public sentiment. Hou Ye cannot voice his opinions, yet he can certainly enjoy the spectacle. Opening the trending topics reveals that the top posts are filled with comments regarding the EDG withdrawal incident. The art troupe continues to maintain a steady output, effortlessly crafting humorous edits that never fail to amuse. Hou Ye observes that some individuals have humorously altered images of EDG players, portraying them in ludicrous outfits, as if they were genuinely preparing for an invasion of Poland. Moreover, a particularly witty individual has suggested that the instigator of this fiasco is Hou Ye, as the Polish and Indonesian flags are inversely arranged. Perhaps Wei Shen genuinely could not tell the difference and submitted the wrong visa documents. Hou Ye struggles to suppress his laughter, diligently saving various memes. Of course, the majority of netizens continue to lambaste the EDG owner. The phrase "do you wish to ruin Chinese esports?" has proven to be remarkably effective in terms of entertainment value. In a certain light, it indeed aids the team in drawing considerable attention, prompting many to direct their ire toward him. Chinese esports? Now that truly brings me amusement. EDG has always been adept at waving the banner of a tiger, exuding such grandiosity. If this term had been employed following EDG's championship victory at the S5 mid-season invitational, I might have accepted it. But now, do you truly think you are deserving? In a moment of mischief, one is admonished not to speak out. If you do, you are labeled as a critic. Such is the logic of the situation. A humorous anecdote arises. A team renowned for its contributions to the World Championship quarterfinals laments that the criticism they face has tarnished the reputation of Chinese esports. Recently, after a disappointing defeat, one might ponder whether, given such a disposition, it would be better to retire from the scene altogether. As the online community mockingly extracts the central two characters from Chinese esports, they replace them with National Electric, humorously ridiculing EDG and bestowing upon them a new moniker. Hou Ye glanced at his phone, catching sight of his girlfriend, who was intently focused on the rotating platter at their round table. Just as she reached out to steady it, a classmate across the table, oblivious to her actions, began to shift the platter. Shen Guanshan instinctively withdrew her hand. "What would you like to eat?" he whispered, tilting his head towards her. Taken aback by his sudden attention, she hesitated, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and coughed lightly. Once their classmates had finished serving themselves, Hou Ye kindly steadied the platter for her. She quickly scooped a couple of pieces of crab into her bowl, murmuring to herself about how unfriendly the rotating platter was for someone like her, especially in gatherings with less familiar classmates. Every time she wished to move the platter, she had to scan the table, ensuring no one was reaching for food before daring to turn it. If all else failed, she would simply eat what was directly in front of her. Hou Ye chuckled softly, nodding in agreement with her sentiments. Indeed, the table is quite the challenge. He too took a piece of the spiced crab, savoring the dish, which is renowned in Ningbo cuisine for its tender, sweet meat and rich crab roe. Just after he spat out the shell, a classmate approached him, requesting a photo. "I never expected one of our classmates to become a world champion," the enthusiastic peer exclaimed, giving Gu Xing a friendly pat on the shoulder. "I'm a true fan now. When the champion skin releases, I'll definitely support you." As everyone had filled their bellies, those who noticed Gu Xing taking a picture quickly clamored to gather around him. This gathering during the winter break revolved entirely around Gu Xing, who became the absolute center of attention, much like a moon surrounded by stars. In a sea of diligent university students, the emergence of someone who deviated from the norm to pursue a professional esports career, achieving remarkable success as the league's first champion and FMVP player, was bound to draw attention and become the focal point of conversation. Gu Xing, ever charming and composed amidst the adulation, effortlessly tended to the feelings of his classmates, ensuring no one felt neglected. He would occasionally initiate conversations, engaging with others. "Doesn't he resemble a grand peacock?" Gu Pan whispered to a friend from the outskirts of the circle. Shun Guanshan, gazing at her boyfriend, radiant and animated in the midst of his peers, could not help but smile, her heart softening. She retrieved a piece of dark chocolate from her pocket and savored it. Much like during their school days, she nestled in a corner, quietly observing Gu Xing sharing laughter and conversation with his classmates, her mind filled with dreams that once seemed unattainable. Yet now, those dreams had come to fruition. On the eve of Gu Xing's departure from Zhenhai, he hurriedly arranged to secure a house with his parents. Lacking financial acumen, both he and his family were uncertain whether their savings could appreciate at a rate surpassing the mortgage interest. Thus, Gu Xing opted for a full cash payment. Currently, the property prices in Zhenhai are relatively low, hovering around 10,000 yuan, excluding the areas surrounding the town center. Although his prize money from the World Championship had yet to arrive, it was sufficient for him to make a one-time payment for the house. However, with the prevailing system of pre-sale properties, he would have to wait until summer to officially take possession and commence renovations. The 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom residence brought a radiant smile to his mother Gu Mu, as she tenderly caressed Gu Xing's head with her calloused palm. "From now on, you and Pampan won't have to squeeze into a shared room. Your father and I will occupy one room, while the two of you can each have your own. The smaller room can be reserved for your streaming endeavors," she exclaimed, brimming with joy as she began to envision their future. Just a year prior, Gu Mu had never dared to dream that she could bask in her son's success so swiftly. "In a bathroom. I am utterly tired of the daily morning struggle of waiting in line to use the toilet." The relief in her voice was palpable as she expressed her liberation from the discomfort of 4 family members sharing a single bathroom. Especially during the humid summer months in Ningbo, the decoration in the model room is quite appealing, she praised sincerely. "This place is splendid." The warmth emanating from his mother's palm was particularly comforting amidst the winter chill. Gu Xing draped his arm over his sister's shoulder. "Look at that. Thanks to your elder brother, you'll have your own room when you return home for holidays. Shouldn't you express some gratitude?" Gu Pan pouted in mild discontent. Having grown up in modest circumstances, she had a keen awareness of financial matters. Yet, witnessing her brother nonchalantly withdraw over 1,000,000 yuan to purchase a house left her profoundly astonished. As she contemplated the grand plans that Xie Tunin would soon unveil, a flicker of hope arose within her. Perhaps she might one day catch up to Gu Xing. Upon returning home, Gu Xing habitually turned on his livestream. Throughout this half-month holiday, he had consistently logged onto the national server, embodying the role of a model player in maintaining the harmony and stability of Ionia. Following the collective efforts of professional players and streamers to counteract rival teams, many production crews opted to withdraw, biding their time until their leader returned to the Korean server. Initially, Gu Xing believed that opportunities for engagement would dwindle after the actors went silent. However, to his surprise, an unexpected delight emerged. A multitude of professional players flooded back into the high-ranking segments of the first district, significantly elevating the average quality of ranked matches. It became commonplace to encounter several idle professional players in a single game. The quality matches in Ionia quickly sparked fervent discussions among viewers. Numerous content creators on Bilibili began producing various commentary pieces on high-level matches, eager to capitalize on the trending topic. Furthermore, the exceptional skills of the professional players were on full display, showcasing mesmerizing gameplay that delighted audiences. During the festive season, compilations of highlights featuring the players from the first district proliferated, with Gu Xing's blind monk videos alone surpassing 1 million views. If it weren't for EDG's unexpected antics, he felt that the League of Legends community's trending topics during the new year would have been entirely dominated by him. After finishing 2 ranked matches, Gu Xing returned to the results screen and saw that he had ascended to the pinnacle of the rankings with 777 victory points, instantly breaking into a satisfied smile. Glancing at the time in the lower right corner of his desktop, he estimated that dinner would be served shortly. So he chose not to queue again and instead engaged in casual banter with the livestream audience. Did you see that? I've already secured my streaming hours for February in advance, adding an impressive 22 extra hours. He beamed as he showcased the data from the Douyu backend to his viewers, reveling in the moment. Who will dare claim I'm just a lazy streamer from now on? Gu Xing finally felt vindicated, even taking the opportunity to criticize his teammate. Look at what Jack is up to. He pointed at the still unopened live stream of Yu Winbao, noting that his last broadcast was on January 29th at 15:57, which meant it had been over half a month. The bullet comments erupted in laughter. A few of Yu Winbao's devoted fans, who had gathered to watch the stream, felt a twinge of irritation at Gu Xing's teasing, yet they found no grounds for rebuttal. Jack was indeed a quintessential lazy streamer, adhering to the principle of only broadcasting when absolutely necessary. In the recent joint protest against the Electric One production team, Yu Winbao had made significant contributions, managing to play 4 or 5 ranked matches a day during the holiday. However, he still refused to stream. If fans wanted to see him, they had to seek out him through other broadcasters, inadvertently supporting them. It wasn't until the end of each month that Yu Winbao would frantically make up for his streaming hours at the beginning of the month. It was nearly impossible to catch a glimpse of him. Moreover, he was contractually obligated to stream only 40 hours a month, and there was no possibility of adding even an extra hour. Jack's perspective was refreshingly straightforward. I stream to earn money, and since I can make a living playing professionally, why should I bother with live streaming? If it weren't for the streaming contract being out of his hands, Yu Winbao likely wouldn't even meet the 40-hour requirement. After offering his sharp critiques of his teammates, Gu Xing deftly steered the conversation back on track. I'll be returning to the base tomorrow. This should be my last live stream on the domestic server for the time being. He spoke earnestly, noting that many players were also hurrying toward the city of Shanghai, and it was likely that everyone would be withdrawing from Ionia, while the protest against the production team might be coming to a close. Gu Xing was resolute in his belief that they would return. As a player, there is not much I can do. Ultimately, we must rely on the officials to implement stricter punitive measures. Privately, he had spoken with Jean Ebal regarding the issues with Electric One, who merely stated that appropriate solutions would be forthcoming, but did not clarify what those solutions would entail. Gu Xing decided to indirectly apply pressure during his live stream. This year's World Championship is being held domestically, and all teams will need to utilize our servers for training. We can't allow actors to run rampant, can we? His concerns were grounded in reality. The S7 season marked the first time the LPL region hosted the World Championship, and if it were poorly executed, the repercussions would be severe. At the very least, measures to address actors' misconduct were essential this year. Having expressed his thoughts, Gu Xing then heard his mother calling him for dinner, and he waved goodbye to the audience in the live stream. The viewers, however, were reluctant to see him go. As of tomorrow, Ionia shall once again fall under the dominion of those insufferable actors. The Fervent Youth series has reached its conclusion, alas. Why must professional players depart for the Korean server instead of indulging in the domestic server during the festive season? The disparity in version updates is quite apparent. These competitive players must adapt to the new version ahead of time, while the domestic client remains stuck at version 71. Even as the competitive arena will soon transition to version 73. How are they expected to cope? After perusing the barrage of comments, Gu Xing decisively disconnected the stream. The following noon, he boarded a train bound for Shanghai, resolute in his intent to focus on training. Gu Pan, seated beside him, was engrossed in her computer. Curiously, Gu Xing leaned over to discover a CG video. What is this? He inquired. It's a rework video for Warwick, Gu Pan replied, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. We need to utilize the intermission during the competition to showcase their promotional material. Gu Xing suddenly comprehended. Warwick, the werewolf, is set to receive a rework, with his Q ability transforming into a skill that adheres to targets, which appears quite intriguing. However, the domestic server has yet to update due to the New Year holiday, thus denying Gu Xing the opportunity to experiment with the changes. Yet, Based on the ranking data presented on Korean server websites, the rework's reception seems less than favorable. The hero's ultimate ability is vulnerable to crowd control, and his substantial lifesteal leaves him particularly susceptible to grievous wounds, severely limiting his effectiveness in high-tier matches. Are you aware that a pair of new champions is about to be released? Gu Xing sought to extract information. I heard from Vincent that they are modeled after him and his girlfriend. He's been quite boastful about it lately. Riot Games frequently draws inspiration from its employees for creative concepts. Founders like Rise and champions such as Talia have their own characters within the league. Gupan nodded slowly. LKS is responsible for liaising with the translators. He mentioned they are based on Vastia lovers, but the specifics of their skill set have yet to be unveiled. I've heard it might involve a combination of feathers. The Vastia are home to characters like Ahri and Rengar, each possessing substantial playability, which piques Gu Xing's anticipation. Sounds rather cool. He mimicked the flamboyant tone of a well-known designer. Vincent has certainly struck gold. Vincent's capabilities are exceptionally notable. Upon returning from the S6 World Championship, he was promoted to the position of player manager for Riot China, where he primarily oversees communication with LPL players. This year's World Championship is once again hosted domestically, and should he excel, further promotion is likely. Within Riot, such rapid ascension is akin to soaring to great heights. Upon returning to the Shanghai training facility, Gu Xing first took a shower. Descending to the training room, he was taken aback to find Kuro seated with an iced Americano. Goodness! Did you not return home for the new year? Gu Xing exclaimed, noticing the plethora of plastic coffee cups strewn across Li Ruihong's desk. Indeed, Kuro nodded. We don't place as much emphasis on the Lunar New Year there, so I opted to remain at the facility. In Korea, the Mid-Autumn Festival and Christmas hold greater significance. Although the New Year is a major holiday, its importance and meaning are evidently different from those in China. Kuro had only recently arrived from Korea and preferred not to make the journey back, instead choosing to relax and enjoy his time in the training room. Throughout the entire holiday, he played 220 ranked games, soaring to 7th place in the Korean server. Remarkable. Gu Xing sincerely praised him, commenting on his astounding energy, questioning if he had ice Americano coursing through his veins. Not at all, Kuro humbly replied. My proficiency in Chinese has improved, though my accent still presents some challenges, nevertheless. I can be understood. I merely play for fun. His modest demeanor did not escape Gu Xing's notice, who inwardly scoffed, casually playing 220 ranked games in just 14 days? Why not ascend to the heavens? Witnessing his teammates' industriousness, Gu Xing felt compelled to forego rest, and promptly booted up his computer to acclimatize himself to the new version on the Korean server. In the early stages of the season, following significant alterations, the designers were merely patching up issues. Consequently, these changes affected the game's intensity, subsequently altering the overall gaming environment. During a conference held after the holiday, Hongmi emphasized the rising and falling priority of various champions. Utilizing a projector, he displayed the detailed modifications of the version on a screen for all to see. Not every player meticulously reviews the patch notes, especially during the New Year holiday when several domestic players were engaged in version 71 of Ionia. Hongmi had to deliberately stress the concepts of champion strength and weaknesses post-patch 73. The 5 major overpowered champions in version 71 were all subject to nerfs. Qiyana's second Q damage was reduced by 20, her slow effect was diminished, the mana cost for E increased, and the duration of her stun was shortened, with the added attack speed only applying when hitting champions. Even her R ability, Hextech Ultimatum, faced a reduction. Remarkably, all 4 of Qiyana's abilities were nerfed within a single version, an unprecedented event in League of Legends history, underscoring the terrifying level of her overpowered status in version 71. However, based on the current data at our disposal, even after comprehensive nerfs, Qiyana continues to dominate the top lane, undeniably positioned as a version T0 champion. Continuing his discourse, Hongmi noted that Rengar shared a similar fate. In version 73, the dash distance of his Q was shortened. The crowd control immunity effect of his empowered W was removed, and the duration of his R's camouflage was reduced. Nevertheless, akin to Qiyana, Rengar still retains a high priority. At this juncture, the topic shifted as he addressed Gu Xing, mentioning a jungler who has recently received a buff, nearly on par with Rengar, Graves, right? Gu Xing nodded in understanding. I've been practicing him lately. The enhancement for Graves was not a direct increase in skill values, but rather a correction of mechanics. Previously, his passive, True Grit, could only be refreshed by basic attacks on non-minion units. Now, it can be refreshed through both basic attacks and skills. While seemingly unremarkable, this alteration significantly benefits Graves, allowing him to maintain his passive while traversing the jungle, even using smoke grenades to strike monsters from behind walls, thereby enhancing his jungle strength considerably. In a meta dominated by aggressive junglers, a fully stacked True Grit-equipped Graves can confidently navigate the jungle, leaving opponents utterly helpless against him. Relative to other champions, the Mantis has experienced comparatively minor nerfs, primarily with a significant reduction in the potency of its Q skill. Nonetheless, given that Kha'Zix is seldom chosen to evolve his Q in professional play, this adjustment is rather inconsequential. Hou Ye shrugged nonchalantly while Gu Xing perused the documents before him. Following the completion of the jungle modifications in version 73, the landscape has transformed into a battleground dominated by Graves and Rek'Sai, with champions like the Mantis and Lee Sin trailing closely behind. The overall environment of carnivorous junglers vying for supremacy remains unchanged. LeBlanc has received a slight nerf. It must be said that the alterations to mid-lane champions are indeed minimal, with changes being almost imperceptible compared to version 71. Hou Ye circled an area on the screen with a laser pointer, noting, "This is a point you must pay attention to, Ruixing." The Ghost Poro, which thrived during the S6 Summer Split and World Championship, has finally suffered at the hands of the designers in version 73. The once instantaneous full movement speed bonus upon activation has been modified to take 2 seconds to reach its maximum value. However, teleportation still holds a low priority in the mid lane. Kuro has his own thoughts on this matter. Excluding champions like Karma and Frost Queen, mid laners generally do not take teleportation anymore. Hou Ye explained that with the nerf to Ghost Poro, teleportation remains relatively unappealing, as Riot is encouraging mid laners to opt for Ignite or Heal instead. Kuro's expression changed instantly. What does this mean? Are they discouraging roaming offlane? That simply won't do. How can they prevent him from assisting the jungler? Li Ruixing felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Moreover, Kuro is acutely aware of his own shortcomings. His landing has consistently been a weakness, akin to a world-class goalkeeper. Isn't Riot being a bit cruel here? Gu Xing noticed the discontent on his mid laner's face and quickly placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Worry not. There are few exceptionally strong mid laners in the LPL. You will be just fine. Currently, the only universally acknowledged landing powerhouse is Song Yijin. The anticipated rematch between VG and IG1T occur until April. There's plenty of time ahead. As for the bottom lane, no ADC champions have received any nerfs, including Varus, which leaves one to ponder Riot's rationale. Hou Ye chuckled lightly at this point. For champions like Camille and LeBlanc, who are exceedingly overpowered, one would expect the designers to make some adjustments to their stats, if only to justify their salaries. Yet, when it comes to Varus, there hasn't been a single modification. Jack, upon hearing he wouldn't need to practice any new champions, reclined in his chair with a grin, revealing a slightly protruding belly. After returning from the new year, he had gained a bit of weight, gradually evolving into a younger version of the barrel. The support role has seen a notable nerf to Zyra. Her Q now consumes more mana, and the first target selected after activating her plants will no longer indiscriminately target enemy champions, but will instead focus on the nearest unit. This adjustment is indeed quite severe, as Zyra's mindless poke during the landing phase will experience a dramatic decline. It is noteworthy that Lulu has been enhanced, and Redmi has showcased the modifications. Recently, I have been exploring the potential of the swing position. In summary, the 73rd version has not dramatically altered the game. The 3 lanes and the jungle remain unchanged, with only the strategy for the mid lane undergoing modifications that may place greater emphasis on lane strength. The rest consists of adjustments based on hero statistics. Coaches have begun to instill confidence, assuring everyone to remain at ease and familiarize themselves with their roles during regular training, as we can still maintain our competitiveness. In his view, as long as there are no drastic changes to the jungle, the prowess of our esteemed player, Gu Xing, will not be indirectly diminished, thereby ensuring VG's strength remains adequately supported. Post-holiday life has become exceedingly routine, marked by monotonous training day after day. Time flies, and before one knows it, February 27th arrives, marking the commencement of VG's first match in the intergroup round-robin. Their opponent is none other than EDG, a team recently embroiled in scandal. Updates will continue tomorrow at 10 in the evening. On a side note, the dual carry of TSB remains exceptionally formidable, boasting 7,200 words and 1,006 W. As Gu Xing settles into the bus, he dons his headphones, plays White Windmill, reclines in his seat, and peruses news on his phone. The online forums are as lively as ever. He notices that VG has inexplicably gained a new influx of casual fans, simply because they are set to face a team named EDG. The impact of the Polish incident has been overwhelmingly significant, compounded by the fact that EDG has faced various forms of disdain since its inception, following their announcement to withdraw from IEM. The online community has been relentlessly digging into the team's dark history, mercilessly reviving past controversies. As the match approaches, many naturally find themselves opposing EDG, rallying to support VG. VG, charge forth. Justice shall prevail. Today we are all VC fans. Let us lend our light to VG, give them the strength they need. It all hinges on how fiercely Xing Ge strikes. Will he be able to replicate the iconic series from last year's World Championship? Perhaps even deliver another 43-96, ruthlessly eliminating the competition. To be fair, in inter-team matches, when still holds strong, it's unrealistic to expect him to pick Lee Sin and throw away the game. Today, loyal Wii fans temporarily become VC supporters. Xing Ge is simply the best. Crush EDG. When will the anti-forum reach 60E? Get out of our space. I observed RNG fans cheering for us on our official blog. Jack plopped down beside Gu Xing, bewildered by EDG's current unpopularity. What can we do? Gu Xing shrugged, mimicking a bear's gesture. EDG stirred up trouble, inadvertently elevating the intensity of this match. Initially, both teams were among the most popular within the LPL, attracting considerable attention. Following the Polish incident, VG happened to be the first team to combat EDG, garnering support from many casual fans. Aren't we just being roasted over a fire? Xiao Duan expressed his frustration. If we lose, who knows how many people will berate us? We're merely tools for their victory. It's infuriating how the officials have manipulated everything. Regardless of the outcome, this highly anticipated match is destined to generate considerable discourse surrounding the LPL League, likely leading to a surge in trending topics. As Xiao Duan aptly remarked, the encounter between these two popular teams is bound to fill the coffers of the officials. One can only imagine how wide Jean Eba's smile is at this moment. Kuro, having just joined the team, felt a wave of anxiety upon hearing the pre-match chatter from his teammates. Don't be anxious, Ruehong reassured him. You've faced Ruiken before. Remember how you handled him quite decisively during last year's quarterfinals? Kuro reminisced about that series, where he roamed the map with the Dragon King, leaving Scout utterly helpless as he remained ensconced in the mid lane while his teammates engaged in playful banter on the side. As his mood lightened, he suddenly heard Li Jixuan casually remark, Ruiken's prowess isn't formidable at all. In my opinion, he's merely a lesser faker. Kuro shuddered at the mention. Please, don't say that. He interjected, hastily cutting off his assistant coach. Let us not even bring up faker. I can handle Scout. Li Ruehong's phobia seemed far from resolution. Realizing his misstep, Hou Ye's gaze reflected a hint of regret. He intended to offer further clarification, but was interrupted by a hearty voice from the bus entrance. Haha, we're back. A short, stout man bounded up the steps to greet everyone. Long Gu? Gu Xing exclaimed, beaming as he embraced the newcomer. Congratulations. Newlywed Zhu Xiaolong radiated joy, his face aglow with happiness. It's been too long, brothers. Here, have some wedding candies. He opened a bag and distributed bright red-wrapped sweets to the crowd. The two new recruits met Zhu Xiaolong for the first time since returning to the country, though they had crossed paths numerous times for scrimmages last year and exchanged pleasantries. Upon hearing of his recent marriage during the new year, they congratulated him in somewhat broken Mandarin before eagerly accepting the candies. I arrived in Shanghai this afternoon and couldn't wait to rush over to watch your match, Zhu Xiaolong said, settling down as the bus began to move. Isn't that generous of me? Generous? Jack interjected with a raised eyebrow. How could you not invite us to your wedding in Changsha? Longo quickly clarified, I intended to invite you all, but with so many people, it was simply unmanageable. In the end, my wife and I decided to host a few tables this weekend instead. The wedding coincided with the new year, making scheduling quite challenging. Zhu Xiaolong felt hesitant to invite only a select few, ultimately opting to host a gathering back in Shanghai instead. Did you see the kids from the second team? Jean Wenha, seated in front, turned to inquire. After a brief tour, Zhu Xiaolong admitted, "I'm still getting acquainted, but during my break in Changsha, I watched their training matches remotely. They possess considerable talent, especially in the mid, jungle, and top lanes, and their execution is commendable. We aim to seize the final opportunity to ascend to the LPL this year." As the newly appointed head coach of the second team, he was brimming with enthusiasm, confident that success was within reach. The return of Long Gu subtly shifted the focus from the imminent clash with EDG, as the bus was filled with laughter and lively discussions about the trivialities of married life. Upon arriving at the competition venue on the 9th floor of Zhengda Plaza, the enthusiastic cheers from numerous fans tightened Gu Xing's resolve, prompting him to collect his thoughts. Kuro took advantage of the time before the match to recline in his gaming chair, taking deep breaths to calm his nerves. Expectations from the public for VG's match today were high, placing the entire team in the spotlight. He was determined not to falter. Fortunately, the match between VG and EDG, of such caliber, was scheduled for the prime time of 7 p.m., allowing ample time to endure the preceding BO3 match and adjust his mindset back to a state of readiness. He even had time to savor a piece of dark chocolate from Gu Xing to maintain his focus. The earlier match at 5 p.m. featured RNG facing off against GT, a contest anticipated to be a one-sided affair due to the disparity in team strengths. However, the unfolding of events proved to be unexpectedly dramatic. Aware of their inferior hard power, GT opted for an unconventional strategy, releasing the still formidable champion, Kled, to bait RNG into securing him for Let Me to use. This allowed Jin Gong to select Fiora to engage in a 1v1 confrontation. Let Me's proficiency with Kled was commendable, yet Jin Gong surpassed him. With Kled nerfed in patch 7.3, the champion could no longer increase attack speed when unable to use E to escape. This left Kled vulnerable against Fiora in the early game. To stand a chance, Kled needed to stun Fiora with E, but Fiora SW could perfectly counter and retaliate. As GTS captain, Jin Gong was in peak form, executing dazzling maneuvers, and after a fluid solo kill in the lane, he seized control of the top lane. Smeb watched intently from the lounge, and upon seeing Fiora activate her ultimate, utilizing her mobility and small displacements to exploit Kled's weaknesses, he couldn't help but exclaim in his native tongue, "This guy's Fiora is impressive." Long Gu wore a serious expression. He understood that VG's aspiration to ascend to the top league hinged on dragging down LPL's weaker teams. He had heard Gu Xing's suggestion to take GT down a peg, yet as he observed the match, he felt it was not so straightforward. Jin Gong's caliber would certainly not falter against other strong teams in the LPL. Wouldn't a relegation match be an unfair contest? Could Zoom withstand such pressure? Zhu Xiaolong sensed the dilemma. Duan Deliang stepped out for a restroom break, returning with damp hands that playfully tousled Jack's hair. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yuanba, in a moment of relaxation, was taken by surprise as their support audaciously splashed water on his face. "Have you seen that Eboi from EDG?" The typically reserved Duan Deliang couldn't stifle his laughter. "I just ran into him in the bathroom. His shoulders are so slender, making his head look almost the same size as yours." Manager Lu Wenjun chimed in with a tease. "Well, it seems today we have a showdown between two big-headed ADCs. You two might as well each select a Draven and choose the absurd April Fool's skin to play with. I believe the viewership would undoubtedly skyrocket." The atmosphere in the VG lounge is filled with a palpable joy. That particular Draven skin, introduced last April Fool's Day, is so comically outrageous that a mere glance evokes laughter. It pairs quite amusingly with Yuanba. "Come on, my friend will never use that hideous skin. It completely lacks the fierce essence of Draven," Jack retorted, shaking off Duan Deliang's hand. The match broadcast on the television in the room continued. GT secured a victory thanks to Jin Gong's stellar performance, but ultimately, they could not withstand RNG's formidable prowess, succumbing to a reverse sweep in the best of three. In the relatively weaker Group B, they found themselves at the bottom of the standings, and if they did not rally in the latter half, they would be relegated to a survival match. Gu Xing, with a swift motion, rose to his feet, grabbing his equipment and following his teammates out. While waiting in the backstage corridor, Smeb engaged him in light conversation. "Xiao Gu, is the top laner on the opposing team called Mouse?" Gu Xing replied with a smile. "Yes, this is likely your first encounter on stage. Last year, just before the quarterfinals, Mouse had to return home due to a family emergency. And EDG's adversary in that match against Smeb was Ko Ro. I certainly want to gauge his strength and see who is superior, him or Koro one, Smeb said, confidence radiating from his words. For Song Jinghao, there are but a few top laners in the entire LPL that can be regarded as true rivals. Such a statement does not come off as arrogant. Kuro, having adjusted to his optimal state, was invigorated. Today, they must showcase their prowess to Hou Ye. This year's new head coach of EDG, No Fei, hails from the Tigers and shares a close relationship with VG's mid laner. Just as they were chatting, the live host called out the name of VG. Gu Xing quickly nudged Smeb, indicating he should lead the team onto the stage. Upon stepping onto the platform, Gu Xing could distinctly feel the difference. The number of VG fans in the venue was overwhelmingly high, nearly occupying 90% of the audience. The cheers they generated were nothing short of thunderous. In contrast, only a small cluster of EDG supporters remained huddled together, occasionally emitting scattered cries of excitement upon the arrival of the EDG players. Although their cheers were spirited, they ultimately felt isolated. Had Gu Xing entered through the main entrance of the venue rather than the staff passage, he would have perceived this disparity even more clearly. This spring tournament had deliberately set up a voting wall near the spectator entrance adorned with team logos, allowing fans to cast their votes for their favorite teams. Beneath the VG logo, the abundance of sticky notes left by the audience was so dense that a single glance could induce panic in those with a fear of clutter. Conversely, the number of notes for EDG was scant. Such an exaggerated disparity in popularity typically only occurs during matches between VG and lower-tier teams. Even if EDG performed poorly at the S6 World Championship, causing some fans to abandon them, their substantial base of supporters remained steadfast. It stands to reason that there would not merely be a handful of enthusiasts present to witness the event. Ultimately, it is the actions of the Polish Flash that have led to this situation. The protagonist feels as though they have endured a lifetime of misfortune. Initially believing the statement from EDG to be utterly sincere, even rallying support from the Polish embassy and the Shanghai police's social media. However, they were soon met with a stark contradiction. The entire experience resembled a scripted narrative. Presently, the protagonist finds themselves akin to a pariah in the League of Legends esports community, with fans from various factions expressing their disdain for the arrogance displayed by certain individuals, marking this as a time of reckoning. Comments from fans, such as Apple Headshot and Depression Blade Skills, were all unearthed during the recent protests, leading to widespread ridicule. The fans of the National Electric Power Team have recently refrained from attending matches, fearing that even a mere display of support for EDG would result in scornful glances. Those who mustered the courage to appear at the Zhengda Square were hesitant to place their sticky notes beneath EDG's name on the voting wall, apprehensive that they would soon find themselves the target of harsh rebuke. After all, attending a match is inherently meant to be an enjoyable experience. They see no reason to invite discomfort upon themselves. Today's commentary was once again delivered by the duo of Hou Ye and Miller, the seasoned casters. Upon glancing at the audience, they quickly recognized the notably sparse attendance of EDG supporters. It would be inappropriate for them to discuss EDG's blitz in a public setting. Thankfully, both casters are adept at managing the atmosphere, and after greeting the audience, they swiftly transitioned to their topic of discussion. Let us examine the performance statistics of both teams during the previous round-robin matches, dear viewers. The director promptly provided the match data. Hou Ye then proclaimed, today, both competing teams boast an impeccable record of 5 victories and no defeats. However, EDG's win rate in smaller matches is slightly superior, having lost only one small game to Hou Ye, while VG has completed 2 full best-of-3 series. This, of course, correlates with the strength of their group opponents, as Miller interjected, noting that the overall strength of Group B, where EDG resides, is somewhat weaker, with Hou Ye being the only true powerhouse who nearly faced a significant defeat. The rivalry between Hou Ye and EDG is palpable, as their encounters are charged with animosity. The teams each secured a victory in their initial games, leading to a decisive match. Hou Ye's jungler, Candy, managed to seize both a major and a minor dragon from the hands of the captain during a challenging mid-game, almost turning the tide. Ultimately, it was through a pivotal maneuver by Minkai's Kha'Zix that they managed to wear down the enemy's health before the top laner flanked for a team fight, narrowly clinching the victory. In terms of KDA, EDG remains unparalleled, with the captain's damage ratio soaring to an astonishing 77. Miller couldn't help but chuckle, noting that only Clearlove's esteemed disciple, Xing, could rival Seven's damage ratio, while the remaining 4 players lagged behind when compared to their EDG counterparts, particularly in their 2 matches against IG. Despite winning with an almost overwhelming dominance, IG's propensity for aggressive skirmishes in the mid-game, especially when falling behind, makes it difficult for VG to avoid casualties. As deaths accumulate, KDA inevitably declines. In terms of the first 15-minute lead and the first blood tower rate, VG's statistics shine remarkably, even showcasing a significant advantage in average game duration. Their victories are often characterized by decisiveness, leveraging a formidable snowballing capability that allows them to expand their economic lead to 10,000 gold around the 25-minute mark. At this point, Wawa could not help but express admiration. Considering the current LPL standards, VG's operational prowess is unparalleled. In the opening match against RNG, they employed a Korean-style split push, allowing Smeb to single-handedly breach the base. Subsequent matches featured suffocating offensive strategies that left their opponents gasping for breath. Indeed, Miller nodded in agreement. Noting that VG's synergy has yet to reach its zenith, their tactical approach remains relatively singular, primarily focusing on the top lane, only venturing to the lower quadrant when faced with stagnation. In contrast, EDG continues with its steadfast dual carry system, a strategy they have embraced since inception. Remarkably stable and reliable, he elaborated, highlighting the impressive performance of the young talent Hou Ye, who has indeed provided us with tremendous surprises. Wawa concurred, describing him as a bold newcomer, fiercely competitive and distinctly unique. Initially, head coach Nof had brought along his protege Zet to seek opportunities domestically. However, now the rookie has overshadowed him, leaving Zet with no chance to play. Today, Hou Ye will face off against Jakulov. It remains to be seen what sparks these 2 emerging talents will ignite. The broadcast camera shifted to focus on the marksmen, revealing their prominent faces, eliciting a wave of chuckles from the audience. This laughter even pierced through the white noise of soundproof headphones, reaching Jack, who was conversing with Miko. What is happening? Yuanba was perplexed by the audience's amusement. Gu Xing shook his head, a mischievous grin on his face as he typed to Mingkai, inquiring about the current mindset of EDG's players. The ancient sage of 7 posed a question mark and then claimed that all was well, merely awaiting the opportunity to unleash their frustrations on VG, urging Gu Xing to prepare for the inevitable defeat. The referee, positioned behind the players, received the directive from the broadcast that everything was ready, prompting the EDG top laner to commence the match promptly. Mouse, observing the chat in the custom room, laughed heartily, his long tongue protruding in a rather peculiar manner. As the team captain stated, the entire EDG roster maintained a commendable attitude. The jungler mid laner and support had all endured the painful defeat in the S6 quarterfinals, and external affairs were unlikely to impose negative influences on them now. The newcomer Hou Ye seemed entirely unfazed by the competitive stage, wearing an expression of carefree indifference. Top laner Mouse, a natural optimist, rarely appeared stern even when facing challenges. Seeing no dissent from his 4 teammates, he finally clicked the button to start the game. With a crisp and resonant sound, the draft panel appeared before all. EDG, having the priority pick, was positioned on the blue side and immediately banned LeBlanc. As the competition transitions to version 73, the dynamics of numerous champions have undergone significant alterations. The previously dominant quintet of extraordinary champions has been diminished, with the jungle duo of Lee Sin and support champion Zyra being notably affected. The former remains formidable, maintaining a high priority within the jungle role, although it no longer necessitates occupying a ban slot, now able to rival Graves effectively. Conversely, Zyra has experienced a steep decline in strength. Not only does she fall short compared to champions like Karma, but even the recently buffed Lulu now surpasses her capabilities. Meanwhile, the remaining champions, LeBlanc, Kiana, and Varus, continue to exhibit their prowess. Overall, the number of overpowered characters has decreased, allowing for a plethora of alternatives to be considered, thereby rendering the rigid ban pick strategies of version 71 somewhat more adaptable. When VG banned Kiana, Miller promptly commented on the earlier match where Jin Kong showcased the effectiveness of Fiora against Camille, yielding impressive results. It is well known that Smeb possesses commendable proficiency with Fiora, yet the decision to continue banning Kiana likely stems from a desire for stability. Indeed, selecting Fiora necessitates a precarious approach, as one must carefully navigate through the game, with an exceedingly low margin for error, as noted by Wawa in passing. Both analysts are correct. Redmi opines that VG's inherent strength surpasses that of their opponents, rendering the choice of such a risky champion unnecessary. Thus, banning Qiyana emerges as the most rational decision. EDG's new coach, Nof, paced thoughtfully behind the players' bench. He is well acquainted with two of the opposing players, possessing insight into their styles, and is cognizant of VG's current shortcomings, which stem from a strategy too reminiscent of ROX. This is evidently due to unresolved communication issues, necessitating tactical compromises to accommodate the styles of their new mid and top lane recruits. Let us ban Jace. We should aim to avoid engaging with them in the upper half of the map, Nof advised, rubbing his forehead as he reiterated fundamental strategies to his team. Mingkai, focus on the lower half. If we can enable our dual carries, victory will be within our grasp. To be frank, it has been over a month since he joined EDG, and he is still acclimating to their operational methods. The former team, Tigers, primarily emphasized top and jungle synergy, with one carry functioning as a utility player while the other steadily developed for a robust late game. This contrasts starkly with the style of his new organization. EDG is heavily reliant on the performance of their carries, and they are compelled to depend solely on them. Mingkai rarely utilizes jungle carries, even when selecting them. He tends to adopt the passive, map control approach, making it difficult for him to replicate the impactful late-game carries exhibited by Gu Xing. In a broader context, EDG's style somewhat mirrors that of SKT, with a support-oriented jungler facilitating early-game tempo, while the dual carries are tasked with dealing damage. However, this duo resembles a youthful version of Faker and Bang, still falling short of their prowess. The singular, yet crucial aspect lies in the top lane. To date, SKT's top laners have never been viewed as the weak link. Names like Impact, Marin, and Duke shine brightly, etching their legacy in the annals of esports history. In contrast, EDG, aside from Kuro, is often associated with indecision and the choice of champions like Malphite. Nof believes that the top laner need not be the primary damage dealer, but must undoubtedly possess the ability to carry. Otherwise, the tactics are exceedingly simplistic, while SKT can allocate the ball to their dual carries and, if necessary, employ an invincible top laner for split pushing, creating ample space for their teammates to develop. Their overall operational rhythm remains as steady as a mountain. EDG, however, struggles in this regard. With Mouse engaging predominantly in carry-type heroes, his capability is limited. Do you understand? Despite the constant mockery of the top lane being a lonely path, it undeniably has the potential to elevate the team's ceiling significantly. No world-class team would feature a subpar top laner. EDG's operational tempo resembles that of SKT, steeped in tradition. Yet, because past top laners have often posed problems, vulnerabilities become apparent. SKT possesses a multitude of strategies to secure victory, whereas EDG has but their dual carries as options. Should these carries falter, their purportedly stable operational rhythm devolves into chaos, easily dismantled even by weaker teams. The fact that EDG could falter against wildcard teams is not without reason. However, Nof finds himself at a loss. He cannot expect to transform Mouse into Smeb. He can only proceed along the existing path laid out by EDG for the time being. When Hou Ye noticed that the opposing team had banned Jace, he responded swiftly. Let us ban Syndra to mitigate the impact of their mid laner. He directed towards Kuro. I'll strive to secure you Rise, so you can adapt to the new version's tempo. Li Ruixing expressed his gratitude with eager affirmations. The 7.3 patch emphasizes fierce dueling in the mid lane. The nerf to the sprint ability has inadvertently diminished the strength of roaming mid laners, creating an environment that is not particularly favorable for Kuro. In contrast, Rise emerges as the most potent roaming champion among current mid laners. Hou Ye aims to allow Kuro to gradually acclimate to the shifts in version strength. Gu Xing, standing nearby, reassured his mid laner, I will certainly look after you, so rest assured. Kuro harbored immense trust in his jungler, finding solace in his words. In the first round, EDG opted to ban out Xiao Duan's Malzahar without any qualms. Miller was not taken aback by this. Following the 7.3 version update, the Grasshopper has officially supplanted Janna as the premier support champion. With its immunities to crowd control, robust crowd control capabilities, and the ability to push lanes and silence opponents, it indeed appears to be the quintessential support. Nof did not wish for Duan Deliong to feel too comfortable in the bot lane, aiming to stifle Eboe's growth. VG prudently banned the Serpent Woman, striving to restrict the champion pool of the rookie, while Wawa remarked, "They let Varus through, untouched by the designer's nerfs." Varus undoubtedly stands as the strongest marksman in the current version. Nof surmised that Hou Ye's decision to release Varus would necessitate a formidable exchange of champions. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in locking down the superlative monster for Eboe first. VG responded by securing Rise and Rek'Sai, directly locking in their mid-jungle duo. Gushing vigorously rubbed his warm pack, attempting to warm his fingertips through this means. He had never utilized Rek'Sai in a formal match, nor had he even played Rengar before embarking on his professional journey. However, thanks to his remarkable aptitude for mastering champions, Gushing swiftly reacquainted himself with the hero. Nof initially locked in the champion Graves for Minkai, then hesitated for a considerable time before making his final pick in the first round. Ultimately, he decided to allow Mouse to secure his champion first. Otherwise, if it were delayed until the second round, who knows what annoying strategies VG might devise. Potentially banning all the remaining tank champions available to the top laner. "You can take Minkai," Nof conceded with reluctance. Mouse pursed his lips. Minkai, still nearby, jested. "Would you prefer to pick Minkai and cry while winning, or choose another champion and laugh while losing?" Fine, then I'll go with Minkai." Mouse did not argue further. Upon seeing the opposing team reveal their jungle and top duo, Redmi surmised that EDG was once again opting for their dual carry system. "Jinghao, are you going to play Rumble?" Smeb was taken aback. "Are you sure you want me to play Rumble in the LPL?" He had heard tales that anyone who dared to employ the high-damage Rumble here had not ended well. Even the formidable Gragas was subjected to harsh training until he fell silent. "Do you want to play or not?" Gushing scrutinized him. While Clear Love was primarily focused on the jungle, Song Jinghao gritted his teeth. "Then I'll pick it. Who is afraid? Watch me burn them to ashes." Rumble and Kennen were among Smeb's most favored champions, and he was confident in their damage output. Upon seeing Rumble locked in the hero selection frame by VG, Miller was visibly surprised, raising an eyebrow. "Smeb is serious? This seems to be his first time picking Rumble in the LPL." Dada exclaimed enthusiastically, affirming that Smeb's Rumble would surely prove formidable and worthy of trust. In the audience, many fans of Smeb waved their support boards and cheered loudly upon Rumble's confirmation. In the second round, Nof initially intended to counter Jack by banning both Ashe and Jhin, restricting him from accessing powerful champions. However, Redmi was cunning. He specifically banned Karma and Janna, leaving only Lulu as the strong support option in the current meta. Nof found himself in a difficult position, reluctantly abandoning his plan to block the marksman and opting to ban Lulu instead. Consequently, VG, positioned as the red side, could not secure a strong support to pressure the bot lane with their fourth pick. VG opted for Jhin, filling the control gap in their composition, which now appeared more balanced. Dada curiously glanced at the opposing side, pondering what EDG would supplement for mid and support. Most of the viable mid-lane champions had already been banned by Redmi, leaving the rookie no choice but to select Orianna. After careful consideration, Nof chose to provide Miko with Tahm Kench, enhancing their protective capabilities and ensuring that he could safeguard Eboe alongside Varus. Redmi, in turn, selected Nami from the remaining support champions to complement the bottom lane. Thus, both teams finalized their compositions. The blue side, EDG, top lane Minkai, jungle Graves, mid lane Orianna, bot lane Varus and Tahm Kench. The red side, VG, top lane Rumble, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Rise, bot lane Jhin and Nami. Miller furrowed his brow, noting that EDG's composition was distinctly oriented towards direct team fights, allowing Minkai to engage alongside Orianna's ultimate, while protecting their dual carries. Yet, VG appeared to lack any means to initiate a team fight. With a smile, the doll spoke, recalling that VG excelled last year at the World Championship in the art of kiting. They meticulously sought opportunities within team fights, relying on repeated kiting to secure victories. As Hou Ye stood beside Gushing, advising on the match's critical points, he nodded in understanding before removing his headset to shake hands with the opposing player, Nof. Their rapport, forged through frequent encounters during the S6 World Championship, was evident as they walked hand in hand towards the audience, exchanging pleasantries along the way. Gushing silently absorbed the deafening cheers emanating from the crowd. The VG fans present were fervently rallying to support their team, hoping for a victory against EDG, who had recently been embroiled in controversy. Amidst the rising tide of excitement, the Summoner's Rift was officially upon them. Having watched some of the match, "I apologize for the delay," I shall continue tomorrow at 10 o'clock. A true water ghost. DGL. What a dashing pike. Tomorrow marks the end of my annual leave and the return to work. However, my schedule has been adjusted, and I anticipate a more stable update frequency henceforth. 7,800 words. 1084W 262. Whose head shall I claim? Gu Xing purchased his starting items, quickening his speech to outline the level 1 strategy to his teammates. Maintaining a defensive position. He advised Duan Gu to place a ward in the river ahead of time, as their opponents might attempt an invasion. Let us avoid confrontation. If they insist on encroaching upon our jungle, we shall concede it to them. Gu Xing had no intention of leading a level 1 skirmish. EDG boasted 2 marksmen, and the revamped Varus could significantly increase attack speed upon securing a kill. Should Iboi activate, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, with the treacherous tree providing hard crowd control, engaging in a level 1 fight in the jungle before minions and monsters had spawned was impractical. Relying on Mouse's Asian binding was unrealistic. Unless Duan Deliang's Nami could ensnare the EDG players with a bubble, VG was likely to face defeat. Duan Gu understood the assignment, promptly heading to the river's central area to place a ward as instructed by Gu Xing. As anticipated, the ward soon revealed the EDG players attempting to infiltrate VG's lower jungle. Duan Deliang exhaled in relief, preparing to lead Jack back to a safer position. In the next moment, he observed Clear Love activating his red trinket, precisely illuminating his river ward. The opposing jungler is using a scan. He alerted. Just as Gu Xing was about to switch screens to view the EDG jungle for a buff exchange, he was taken aback by Ming Kai's actions. In the current meta, junglers typically refrain from taking a scan at the outset. Before level 9, the red trinket is rather ineffective, scanning only a fixed area with limited utility. Yet, the factory manager chose to defy this norm. Furthermore, he successfully predicted the placement of Duan Ji's ward, clearing it away. This clearly indicated that the team had conducted thorough research, understanding VG's habitual defensive ward placements during level 1 skirmishes, and had devised a targeted strategy accordingly. As Gu Xing witnessed the ward being cleared, he discerned who was responsible for its removal. Excluding Ming Kai's graves, 2 prominent members from EDG's top and mid lanes were also present. He understood completely. Jinghao, Yu and Ruixing should exercise caution, Gu Xing cautioned, lowering his voice in fear that they might not comprehend. A single wave could elevate them to level 2. In the 613 version from last summer's competition, for the first time, securing kills on wards granted experience. In the subsequent 622 version, the experience gained from clearing wards was further enhanced. Presently, the trio from EDG, sharing the spoils of vision, allows a solo lane to reach level 2 merely by clearing a single wave of minions. Compared to the standard scenario where a solo lane hero must clear the first minion of the second wave to achieve level 2, EDG undoubtedly holds a significant advantage. Gu Xing suspected that the opponents had gone to great lengths to devise such strategies, aiming to secure an early advantage for their mid and top lanes. Scout was certain to apply pressure early on, and Kuro's face reflected anticipation. Will you be able to come at level 2? His rise, prior to reaching level 3, could not possibly defeat the Oriana, not to mention that the enemy could swiftly seize level 2 first. Scout's lane pressure was almost a foregone conclusion. Yet, if Gu Xing's Lee Sin truly desired to engage, he could indeed act at level 2. As Kuro's rise hit level 2 and ensnared Oriana with his E and W, Gu Xing could at least force out the summoner spell, Cleanse, from the rookie. After pondering for a moment, Gu Xing finally replied, "No, the Graves is likely to be lying in wait below. I might get caught off guard." He was aware of Ming Kai's cunning nature, particularly his penchant for devising traps. Having been caught in such schemes prior to his professional career, Gu Xing had faced his share of losses since joining VG. The moment he observed Ming Kai initiating a sweep to clear the river wards, Gu Xing heightened his vigilance, striving to think carefully before taking action. If he ganked mid at level 2, the rookie would surely survive as long as he didn't make a mistake, at worst sacrificing a summoner spell. Should Ming Kai anticipate his gank and prepare a counter? Although EDG's jungle and mid duo lacked the hard control to detain him before level 6, the subsequent Graves could pursue him relentlessly with his range advantage. In that scenario, EDG's lead in levels could very well allow Ming Kai to dominate the upper half of the map, leaving Gu Xing with no opportunity to level up. Kuro, regaining his composure, realized the dire consequences of a counter-gank on Lee Sin, and immediately ceased suggesting that the jungler come to assist mid at level 2. Fearing that Gu Xing would be adversely affected, he mumbled in broken Chinese, "It's fine. It's fine, just focus on your development." Gu Xing patiently reassured him, articulating his strategy. Kuro's eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened. Standing in EDG's blue buff area, Gu Xing eagerly engaged the monsters as soon as they spawned. The reworked Lee Sin SQ, now a swift mobility tool, boasted a mere 4-second cooldown at all levels, significantly enhancing his jungle efficiency. Gu Xing brought the blue buff down to half health and maneuvered the monsters towards the adjacent frog camp. As the frog appeared, he promptly used Smite to draw aggro, grouping the two monsters together, then applying the Q's area damage to lower both camps' health simultaneously, maximizing his jungle efficiency. Miller, following the broadcast S angle, observed Gu Xing's adept jungle pulling and quietly remarked in admiration. As the scene shifted, one could see Graves, having completed the lower blue buff for VG, swiftly dispatching the frog maiden with his smite and racing towards the mid lane with a shotgun in hand. Yet, the rookie was left bewildered, pondering the intentions of the coach. Was he neglecting the remaining trio of wolves in the VG camp? From his vantage point, devoid of the player's communication, he could not fathom the rationale behind it. Minkai had arrived to support his junior in pushing the lane. Ultimately, the unusual positioning of mid laner Kuro was at the heart of the matter. Having remained cautious in the rear, he suddenly advanced at the arrival of the second wave of minions at 2 minutes and 7 seconds, seemingly intent on engaging Scout in a confrontation. Although Kuro was on the verge of reaching level 2, the dual skill Rise held no advantage over the clockwork. The only explanation the rookie could muster was the possibility of Gu Xing lurking in the upper brush. Should he venture forward, he would be ensnared by Rise, leaving the Lee Sin with no choice but to employ his cleanse if he were to engage. Hence, he hastily signaled for the jungler's assistance, urging Minkai to set up a counter-ambush. The coach himself was uncertain of Gu Xing's whereabouts. The upper area of EDG was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any vision, as Mouse had kept his trinket ward close at hand to prevent being caught in the lane. Consequently, they had no intel on Gu Xing's movements. The coach had come to execute a counter-ambush in vain. From Miller's perspective, with no fog of war obscuring his view, he could discern the movements of Lee Sin and exclaimed loudly that Gu Xing had no intention of entering the mid lane. He had already cleared the entirety of EDG's upper jungle. The audience erupted in laughter upon witnessing the coach's futile ambush in thin air. This was precisely Gu Xing's strategy, to orchestrate a performance in the mid lane, feigning intent to confuse the opponent and lure Clear Love into positioning for Scout's protection. Kuro continued his role as a seasoned actor, exuding confidence. With no hard crowd control on the opposing side, should they rashly attempt to engage, he could simply use his E and W to immobilize his foe and retreat unscathed. Rise lingered at the periphery, harassing without committing, until the rookie finally sensed something amiss. In a moment of urgency, Scout made a slight advance toward Rise, attempting to entice Kuro into a control maneuver. Little did he know that this seemingly innocuous step revealed the coach's flanking position. Otherwise, why would the clockwork dare to venture forward all alone? Panic ensued. Kuro erupted in laughter, choosing not to engage with the clockwork, but instead retreating to a safe position beneath the tower, proudly displaying the VG emblem. Still too young and naive, the rookie, now aware of his reckless positioning, realized he had inadvertently disclosed Minkai's location. His expression clouded with regret as he returned to safely farm. His mechanical skills were commendable, yet he lacked professional experience, having only genuinely played for 6 months, with fewer appearances than Gu Xing. Without the advantage of a seasoned mentor to review his plays, he remained inexperienced in handling certain details. Minkai, too, recognized that his position had been compromised by VG, feeling a chill of dread wash over him. Gu Xing, on the other hand, was positively elated. He naturally would not let this exquisite opportunity slip by, hastening towards the mid lane. Hou Ye, allow me to assist you in pushing the lane. Prepare to invade the enemy's jungle. He leaped forth from the upper brush, collaborating with Kuro to dispatch the minions. This was the cannon minion wave that arrived at precisely 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Ordinarily, a solo lane champion could achieve level 3 by eliminating the first 3 melee minions. Gu Xing boldly approached to share the minion wave. Yet it did not hinder Kuro from reaching level 3. The junior, sensing something amiss, alerted the jungler while directing his magic puppet to assist in clearing the lane against the Lee Sin. However, as a mere Orianna, there was little he could accomplish in the early game. With AQ followed by a basic attack, he triggered Thunder, reducing Lee Sin's health by 30%. Gu Xing consumed a potion, successfully clearing the mid-lane cannon wave with a well-placed Q. He then charged towards the lower half of EDG's territory alongside the freshly leveled Ryze. The jungler, engrossed in farming his beloved F6, was taken aback as he witnessed the mid-lane minions being cleared by Gu Xing. How can a jungler be so supportive of a mid-laner's push? He mused incredulously. A glance at the scoreboard revealed that Gu Xing had devoured all 3 ranged minions. For Clear Love 7, the epitome of passive farming junglers, this was utterly astonishing. He had studied VG prior to the match and was aware that Kuro favored conceding the minion wave to Gu Xing. Yet the timing of this concession was remarkably premature. A sense of doubt crept into Ming Kai's mind. What will you achieve after clearing the mid-lane minions? As the clock struck 2 minutes and 47 seconds, Clear Love, utilizing the Insight Mastery to reduce the cooldown of his summoner spells, readied his smite, and with a flash of lightning, he struck down the Great Hornbill. Reaching level 3 himself, observing the VG duo outside the wall, Ming Kai scoffed coldly. Attempt to contest my jungle? Not a chance. No one can steal my F6. In the next moment, a ward was placed, followed by a blinding cascade of golden light. Ryze and Lee Sin both flashed over the wall, confronting Ming Kai. Oh my! The shout of the commentator, Doimb, reverberated through the venue, echoing in every corner as VG's mid-jungle duo turned their murderous intent towards the jungler. Ming Kai was taken aback by the ferocity of his opponents, who had dared to engage him so boldly. Before he could react, Ryze raised his hand and ensnared him in place with EW, Rune Prison. Lee Sin unleashed a flurry of QWE abilities, rapidly depleting Graves' health. Gu Xing's brutality was at its peak. Miller noted this detail. In the recent rework, Lee Sin's brutality cap was reduced from 5 to 4, with stacked layers only dissipating 6 seconds after exiting combat. The last time Gu Xing employed his Q to clear the mid-lane cannon wave, he had stacked 1 layer of brutality, and now, alongside Kuro, he flashed over the wall to assault Clear Love. Only 4 to 5 seconds had passed. That layer of brutality was perfectly timed to refresh. Coupled with his QWE skills, he instantly stacked 4 layers. Lee Sin's abilities, which had previously been on cooldown, were now available again. This was the reward for the hunter. With the brutal value fully consumed, Gu Xing once again unleashed his E-skill, Lasso Strike. Catch you, monkey. Ming Kai finally recognized the gravity of the situation. However, apart from a sharp intake of breath, he found himself powerless. Having just been immobilized by Ryze's EW rune for a full 15 seconds, he could only watch helplessly as the lasso from the lion dog swung towards his face. With the enhancement of the brutal value, the E-skill now inflicted a staggering 175 seconds of immobilization control. The gunner was rendered completely motionless. The factory director, lacking sufficient stacks of toughness, had low resistances as Miller's voice grew increasingly urgent and elevated. Ming Kai's attempt to ambush had failed, leading him to the F6 jungle camp. With merely 2 stacks of toughness, his dual resistances utterly inadequate against the VG jungle, the gunner was destined to be controlled to death. The lion dog unleashed 4 skills in succession, alongside basic attacks, with Ryze providing additional damage, resulting in a significant burst of harm. The rookie was still clearing the mid lane. He was not allowing the factory director to perish, but was instead striving to level up swiftly. Due to Gu Xing's movement to the mid lane for wave clearing, Scout was compelled to position the minion wave before the tower, naturally slowing his progression. Just before Ming Kai's demise, he finally reached level 3, hurriedly learning East to place a shield on the gunner. Yet, it was ultimately a step too late. Kuro's Ryze pierced through the Clockwork's shield with Keck, reducing the gunner's health to a mere sliver. Wawa inhaled deeply, his voice charged with passion, as Xing Ji's ordinary attack eliminated the gunner, securing first blood. The venue erupted in thunderous applause. VG supporters fervently cheered, vocally calling out Gu Xing's ID. Some were so exhilarated that they leaped up, shouting, "Well done, Xinggu." Indeed, Xinggu possessed remarkable audacity. Miller praised him profusely, along with Kuro. The two showed no restraint, pushing the lane and spotting the factory director in the jungle, immediately flashing over the wall to engage. The factory director was held in place for over 3 seconds, ultimately unable to even use his flash. Hou Ye shook his head in disbelief, noting how precisely Xing Ge managed his brutal value. Just moments before, Ming Kai had been grinning after securing the large bird, but now, for seconds later, he found himself staring blankly at a black and white screen. The entire ordeal was a rapid transformation. Did he just die like that? Ming Kai was utterly stunned. Was there no justice? In his ears, he could still hear the rookie's apologetic Wuhan-accented Mandarin. I made a mistake there. Scout realized the enormity of his blunder. Had it not been for his inability to control himself when lured by Kuro, exposing Ming Kai who was in a side cover position, VG's jungle would never have acted so boldly. Ming Kai scratched his nose, a habitual gesture akin to a shrug, his expression troubled as he reluctantly accepted reality. Assessing the current jungle situation. After his demise, the EDG's lower area still held the red buff and 2 camps of stone beetles. Gu Xing had only 1 smite. And given that the stone beetles were near the bot lane, the lion dog, lacking an escape mechanism, would naturally not prioritize clearing them. Thus, the red buff was bound to fall into enemy hands. Ming Kai's mind raced, ultimately deciding to venture into VG's upper jungle. There remained 3 complete and untouched camps of wild monsters, and he, relying on his flash ability, contemplated an incursion, perhaps hoping to gain some advantage to mitigate his losses. Gu Xing continued to smile. What do you think, Hou Ye? Am I impressive or not? He sought recognition from the mid laner. As Kuro assisted in eliminating Ming Kai, he immediately chose to return to base, transforming the blue crystal into a tear of the goddess, and subsequently acquiring a control ward before heading back online. All the while taking the opportunity to lavish praise upon his teammates. Impressive strategy indeed. His commendations were sincere. Gu Xing managed to seize a fleeting opportunity. Despite being forced to exchange jungle areas by EDG at the start, and with the loss of mid lane priority due to an inability to secure level 2, he not only reversed the disadvantage but also profited considerably, showcasing the extent of his formidable prowess. Kuro immediately felt that his contributions to the jungle were well justified. Who is feeding whom? Surely not relying on me. He mused. Hou Ye, place a ward in the red zone to help me keep an eye on things. Gu Xing endeavored to issue commands to his teammates in the simplest of terms. Kuro, now fully compliant, dashed to the upper half of the map, intending to establish vision before returning to lane. After finishing off EDG's red buff, Gu Xing returned to base, and, just as he was about to arrive at the fountain, he placed the ward he had prepared 3 minutes prior over the wall within the enemy's stone beetle camp, with 4 camps of monsters. Alongside the minion wave and the first blood economy, he successfully crafted the Caulfield's Warhammer. Had it been the previous year's Rek'Sai, the Q ability, which was solely single-target damage prior to its modification, would have necessitated the acquisition of Tiamat to jungle effectively in professional play. Otherwise, one would inevitably fall behind in development. However, the situation had changed. Rengar's jungle efficiency ranked among the top in the entire league, even surpassing that of his counterpart Graves. Gu Xing hurriedly proceeded to purchase items to enhance his combat capabilities and raced towards his own upper jungle. Before returning to base, he had placed a ward at the enemy's lowest stone beetle camp, intending to track Ming Kai's movements. It was known that only 1 camp of stone beetles remained in the EDG jungle. If he did not catch sight of Graves, then the enemy was either attempting to ambush or perhaps wandering about. However, Gu Xing felt Ming Kai was unlikely to engage in such frivolity. A Graves without red buff would find it quite challenging to initiate ganks. EDG only had their top laner Mouse with stable crowd control before reaching level 6. Meanwhile, VGG's jungle was entirely composed of wild monsters. Thus, Gu Xing was convinced that Ming Kai would most likely head to the upper half of the map. And with his current advantage, he naturally sought to confront Clearlove 7 directly. Jinghao, prepare to support. He urged his top laner, advising him to ensure that Treant did not leave lane prematurely. Rest assured, Gu, the opposing top laner, is merely a pushover, Smeb proclaimed with enthusiasm. Gu Xing switched screens to take a glance, and indeed found it to be true. Mouse had gained an advantage by securing level 2, playing as the Treant, a champion known for its sustainability in lane. Yet, he was being thoroughly pressured by Rumble. Smeb, who had previously dominated Huni with ease, now toyed with Mouse effortlessly. Ming Kai had originally considered invading VG's upper jungle, but the sudden turn of events, where the favored top lane had become a disadvantage, left him utterly vexed. As a jungler, One of the most frustrating experiences is to create advantageous conditions for teammates, only to see them fail to capitalize on the opportunity. It has come to the point where they hesitate to even venture into the enemy jungle. Moreover, the duo in the bottom lane, after pushing their lane, returned to discover that EDG's Stone Beetle was still present. Ming Kai suspected that Gu Xing might indeed return to base to replenish his items before attempting to ambush his counterpart in the upper half of the map. After careful contemplation, he decided to alter his strategy and focus on the top lane. Mouse, observe my position and prepare to freeze him, Ming Kai signaled, indicating to his teammates that they could advance. The Treant transformed into a mass of moving roots, ensnaring the Rumble, who was fervently clearing the minion wave. Taking a step back, he executed AQ, Thorn Strike, to knock the towering Poppy away. Ming Kai boldly slid into enemy vision, launching a smoke bomb directly at Rumble. However, before he could act, Smeb immediately used his flash, sparing no time to conserve his skills. With EDG's jungler and top laner lacking any means to restrain Rumble, they could only watch as he activated his W shield and swiftly escaped. What a quick escape! Mouse exclaimed in awe. Ming Kai's expression darkened. Used your flash. Did you? Very well. I shall arrange another encounter for you shortly. I will assist in pushing the wave, and when the opportunity arises, I will return, he assured Mouse. Gu Xing had previously mentioned during the draft that Ming Kai seldom ganks the top lane, though there are exceptions. Last summer, he had trained Marin to the point where he dared not step out from under his turret, with Gu Xing being the primary contributor. But Ming Kai had at least 13 merits in that endeavor. The jungler intended to replicate the training session with Marin, preparing a special treatment for Smeb. Upon hearing that Ming Kai was willing to assist him, Mouse was overcome with gratitude, unable to express his feelings adequately. One could only imagine the courage required to play top lane for EDG. Most of the time, he was left to fend for himself, with teammates seldom in sight except during team fights. Now, with Ming Kai's promise, he no longer minded the jungler's help in pushing the wave toward the turret. Consequently, the originally converging cannon minion wave at 417 transformed into VG's assault on the turret. It was foreseeable that, leveraging the turret's firing advantage, a counter-push wave would soon materialize. At that point, Smeb would have to venture out of the turret's protective range to secure the minions. A Rumble without flash was certainly an easy target. Ming Kai, filled with confidence, returned to clear his reset camps, intending to strike as Rumble emerged from the turret along the minion wave. Smeb, feeling the pressure of the situation, hastily sought assistance from Gu Xing in voice chat. Gu, please help me out. Gu Xing, while clearing the jungle, noticed the top lane situation and understood the fate that awaited Smeb. I can come, Jing Hao. Be sure to manage the temperature. Gu Xing set forth a basic requirement. Smeb promptly acknowledged. In terms of temperature control, he was no less skilled than Zhu Xiaolong, displaying mastery in the craft. Upon finishing with the sharp beak bird, Gu Xing turned and moved toward the top lane. At this moment, the minion wave had crossed the river's midpoint and was officially advancing toward EDG's turret. Smeb is acutely aware of the presence behind him. Yet he does not stand tall or act recklessly. Rather, he cautiously probes forward, feigning the absence of reinforcements. Occasionally, he employs his electronic harpoon to inflict additional damage, perfectly attuned to Gu Xing's demands. Ming Kai furrows his brow. As seasoned as he is, he cannot be deceived by Smeb's feints. He suspects that Gu Xing is likely lurking just behind. However, with confidence in his team's damage output, Ming Kai believes they can eliminate Smeb swiftly. What havoc could a lion dog, devoid of flash, possibly wreak? Having completed his jungle run and reached level 4, he pivots and moves upwards. Observers from the divine perspective clearly witness the unfolding drama. The factory director intends to make another foray into the top lane, eager to eliminate the unprepared Rumble. Yet, Gu Xing is right behind him. The director makes a point to shift the camera, showcasing the states of both junglers. Ming Kai's Graves maintains impressive health, but possesses only a longsword. In contrast, Gu Xing wields dual buffs and boasts superior equipment. The disparity in their combat capabilities is undeniable. However, Smeb's health is somewhat diminished, adding an element of uncertainty to the impending clash. EDG is poised to strike. With spirited commentary, Wawa announces Mouse's flash binding, ensnaring Rumble with unwavering certainty. The play is straightforward, devoid of complexity. Mouse steps forward, executing AQ to slam Rumble into the vicinity of Ming Kai. Graves, with practiced precision, launches his explosive shells into Rumble's gaping maw, followed by a smoke grenade. Yet, Smeb is no ordinary foe. His temperature control is impeccable. The moment the tree binds him with flash, he activates W, Broken Shield. Under critical conditions, Rumble's shield value surges by 50, absorbing the initial onslaught from EDG's top and jungle. Gu Xing leaps into action. Amid Wawa's fervent commentary, a menacing lion dog emerges from the brush closest to VG's upper turret, reeking of bloodlust, and strikes fiercely at the tree's exterior. Following the rework, the lion dog can leap from the grass with 0 stacks of ferocity, accumulating an initial layer. Upon finishing his basic attack, Gu Xing seamlessly transitions into Q Ruthless. The lion dog lunges forward, targeting the tree, whose skills are nearly depleted. Gu Xing's positioning appears a tad aggressive, and Miller contemplates whether such boldness might lead to complications. Yet he quickly discerns Gu Xing's strategy. The factory director finds it challenging to deal damage to Rumble. The lion dog's position is perfectly sandwiched between Ming Kai and Smeb. Had Clearlove 7 chosen another champion, it might have been different. Yet he is playing as Graves. The shotgun's firing mechanism renders Graves' attacks easily obstructed. For instance, even with Ming Kai aiming at Rumble, the projectiles fired by Graves would be blocked by the lion dog. Moreover, EDG's top and jungle have already expended most of their skills, making it unrealistic to redirect their focus now. Ming Kai feels as though he is ensnared in an icy abyss. If they fail to eliminate Rumble, all his meticulously crafted plans will unravel. At long last, he comprehended why VG's top and jungle dared to engage him. The opponent clearly ascertained that Smeb would not be instantly obliterated. The enemy possessed the capability to execute their strategy flawlessly. Mouse's tree continued to unleash basic attacks upon Rumble. Yet relying solely on him was utterly insufficient to complete the requisite damage. Dada proclaimed with fervor that Smeb's Rumble was adeptly maneuvering, simultaneously evading while spewing flames. The final electronic harpoon shot forth from the hands of Bobby, officially transitioning into a red-hot state. Rumble shouted a warning as a drilling attack pierced through the tree's trunk, eliciting a pang of sympathy from onlookers. Shinga, utilizing the red buff, remained glued to the tree while positioning himself to shield Smeb. Miller's eyes brightened. The synergy between VG's top and jungle was remarkably harmonious, with Smeb expertly seeking refuge behind the lion dog. It became evident that Gu Xing had collaborated extensively with his new top laner. Occasionally, miscommunication and divergent strategies arose. Yet their current level of coordination far surpassed that of the season's inception. While Smeb's Chinese may not have experienced meteoric improvement, he could now promptly react to basic game terminology and provide feedback. Relying solely on signals and Gu Xing's sporadic phrases, he discerned the necessary actions to take. As it became apparent that Mouse would be the first to fall if things continued as they were, Ming Kai could no longer restrain himself. The factory manager flashed forward, bypassing the lion dog in an attempt to inflict damage with a basic attack. Dada's voice rose once more, but Shinga had amassed a full stack of ferocity. The lion dog unleashed all its power, rapidly stacking 4 layers of ferocity and striking out with an E ability, lassoing Graves. After utilizing the ferocity skill, Gu Xing would gain a burst of movement speed, enabling him to once again surpass Graves and position himself in front of Rumble. Ming Kai's mind was flooded with expletives. In this instance, his flash enabled him to shoot a basic attack bullet towards Rumble, who had just over 100 health points remaining. Smeb was still diligently dealing damage to the tree, while Gu Xing slashed at Mouse. With the blue buff acquired from his earlier kill of Graves, coupled with the Caulfield's Warhammer, he enjoyed a 20 cooldown reduction, rendering Q's brutal cooldown a mere 32 seconds. A swift thrust subsequently secured the kill on the tree, leaving only the factory manager's Graves standing. Dada's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, having already expended his flash, rendering him powerless against Rumble's retreating form. Ming Kai observed as Rumble slipped away into the brush, concealed from view during his confinement. Following his previous demise, he lacked the funds for a true sight ward, resorting instead to a scanning trinket. Attempting to attack Smeb hidden in the bushes was an utterly impossible endeavor. Shinga relentlessly pressed the attack on the factory manager, as this Graves, equipped for close-quarters combat, was no match for the lion dog. Naturally, Gu Xing would not shy away from an opportunity presented on a silver platter. With fluidity, he executed a series of basic attacks, his blades incessantly slicing into Graves. Ultimately, just as Graves was on the verge of entering the brush, an electronic harpoon erupted from within, depleting his health bar entirely. The instigator of this decisive strike was none other than Rumble, who had just concluded his red-hot state. Ming Kai struck the table, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. I cannot bear it. The update will still be at 10 p.m. tomorrow. Aside, the teams in this playoff division are rather formidable. 7,600 words, 116,000.